Chapter 1. The Divine Punishment System. Do not underestimate the high school entrance examination. The type of high school you get in may very well determine the trajectory of your future. A gaunt middle-aged teacher stood at the podium, passionately rallying the students who had just entered their third year of junior high. Suddenly, he broke a piece of chalk in half and threw it forcefully at a student slumped over at the back of the classroom, asleep. Ren He, wake up. Sleeping on the first day of school is utterly shameless. Ren He lifted his head, bleary-eyed, taking in his surroundings. The sharp pain from where the chalk had struck him was a stark reminder that this was no dream. Seeing him rise, the homeroom teacher chose not to dwell further on Ren He's poor academic performance, having basically given up on this student. However, as Ren He observed the familiar yet slightly strange environment and his own slender hands, he realized he had traversed into another world. A torrent of information flooded his mind, overwhelming him to the point of almost causing a nosebleed. The remnants of the original owner's memories made it clear to him that this was not a rebirth but a sudden transition into a parallel universe, into another version of himself. At this moment, he was still a junior high school student. In his previous life, Ren He had lived quietly to the age of 26 without any significant ups and downs or achievements, until one day he awoke from a dream, began to question his existence intensely, and gradually slipped into darkness before arriving here. Ren He frantically sifted through the deluge of information in his mind. The historical trajectory remained consistent, with no deviations. Qin Shi Huang unified China, and it was still the People's Republic of China without any differences. Moreover, the legal system and regulations were more refined than in his previous life, particularly in the realm of intellectual property. Most crucially, the language textbook had changed, the texts that should have been in the junior high curriculum, such as the Memorial on the Expedition, Ode to the Red Cliff, and 2 foreign poems were all absent, replaced with new material he had never encountered before. Due to his fondness for the Memorial on the Expedition, Ren He had a vivid recollection of the junior high language curriculum from his previous life. He had always enjoyed literature, including both classical and modern works, even online novels. Furthermore, he possessed a remarkably agile mind. He had heard of the founder of New Oriental English being able to memorize a legal code in a few hours, and Ren He could easily memorize an English dictionary as well. Such feats were often met with astonishment, but he was not surprised, as he could accomplish them too. However, this extraordinary memory had its limits. Just because he could remember didn't mean he could do so indefinitely. The capacity of the brain was finite. Ren He began to suspect that there was a cultural deviation in this parallel world, leading to the disappearance of once revered classics. For reasons unknown, the cultural industry in this world flourished, albeit at a level not as high as that on Earth. The simplest example was that while ancient poetry existed, there were not as many well-known verses that had resonated through the ages. The realm of online literature was even more absurd, seemingly still in the nascent stage of evolving from traditional literature, lacking even the most basic tropes of leveling up. In narratives that he turned to his desk mate, feeling it prudent to clarify a few things. Have you heard of Song Jiang, Tang Xing, or Sun Wukong? Youths often favored television dramas like Water Margin and Journey to the West, making references to characters from these classics a more reliable approach. His plump desk mate looked at him through thick glasses, unfazed. What are you talking about? Why do you care what I'm saying? Ren He's heart soared with joy. Was this not his forte? The cultural trajectories of the two worlds diverged like train tracks at a certain juncture, resulting in tremendous differences, and Ren He had arrived here with the literary treasures of his original world. Even without directly copying those classics, Ren He could achieve great success by leveraging the advanced narrative techniques embedded in his mind from this era's online literature. As thoughts of the Memorial on the Expedition swirled in his mind, he began to recall its verses. The late emperor's endeavors were cut short before completion. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't remember the rest. A wave of panic washed over him as he feared the classic works in his mind might fade away. Despite his exceptional memory, it did not mean his recollection could expand endlessly. Memories from the past could become obscured by dust, never to resurface again. Works like the Memorial on the Expedition, which he seldom revisited after studying, were particularly vulnerable. He resolved to write down all the classics he could recall to prevent them from slipping away entirely. As he thought, his hand began to transcribe the most foundational text, 3-character classic. At the beginning, human nature is inherently good. Human nature is similar, but habits diverge. The 3-character classic could be considered the first classical text he had memorized as a child, having begun to recite it even before he learned to read in kindergarten. Effort yields results. Entertainment brings no benefit. Beware of this, and strive diligently. Upon completing this last line, a sense of fulfillment enveloped him. This was a timeless classic, and since history remained unchanged, the text within the three-character classic would not harbor contradictions. However, at that moment, a crackling sound surged through his mind. The divine punishment system has locked onto the host. Ren He jumped in surprise. What was this? The divine punishment system? What kind of absurdity was this? He had merely jotted down a couple of lines from the three-character classic, and suddenly, something so bizarre had occurred. A neutral voice resonated in his mind. Due to the host carrying cultural achievements from a parallel world into this realm, to maintain the original operational trajectory of this world, the divine punishment system will issue a divine punishment task. If successfully completed, the system will acknowledge the host's means as legitimate and grant additional rewards. Ren He understood at once it was because he had brought cultural achievements from a parallel world that the divine punishment system had manifested, as if he had forcibly altered the course of history. Only upon successful completion of the task would the system recognize these cultural contributions. Yet, it seemed the system was not entirely opposed to the introduction of these cultural elements. Its primary intention appeared to be preventing Ren He from reaping rewards without effort. After all, if it wished him harm, it could simply strike him down with a bolt of lightning instead of creating such a convoluted system. Moreover, it even offered rewards for completing tasks. Ren He sensed no malice. The divine punishment system felt more like a constraint, merely preventing him from recklessly utilizing the cultural achievements from the parallel world. However, he had one question. The divine punishment system did not prohibit him from using or revealing the three-character classic immediately, meaning he could profit from it right away. Also, it never specified the consequences of failure. It only stated that success would yield additional rewards. The neutral voice echoed once more. Task. Due to the host carrying the cultural achievement of the three-character classic within 1 month, and without any protective measures or underhanded tactics, leap over teaching buildings 1 and 2. With a running start permitted. As soon as the voice faded, a wealth of knowledge regarding the techniques for running and jumping flooded into Ren He's mind, as if the most effective methods and experiences had seamlessly integrated into his being, requiring only practice to master. Ren He was dumbfounded. The first and second teaching buildings at the school were both 7 stories high, and there was a gap of over 3 meters between the two structures. That was a height of 7 stories. If he failed to jump, wouldn't he be in a precarious situation? Suddenly, he comprehended why the divine punishment system had not elaborated on what would happen in the event of failure. It was unnecessary. Upon reading the task, Ren He instinctively understood that failure would mean death or at least severe injury. This was no divine punishment system. It was a trap. Although there remains a glimmer of hope for survival, the task of leaping from a height of over 3 meters is not insurmountable, particularly if the divine judgment system exhibits leniency, rendering Ren He's completion of the task not excessively arduous. However, standing at the precipice of a 7-story building, Ren He feels a wave of dizziness wash over him as he gazes downward. Moreover, one cannot help but wonder what even more formidable challenges may lie ahead. What if the gap between buildings extends to 4 or 5 meters? Or perhaps the task could shift to entirely different endeavors. Consider, for instance, the perilous pursuit of wingsuit flying with a mere 30% survival rate, or the daunting feat of free solo climbing. Ren He's imagination begins to expand, as though a portal to a world of adventure has swung open before him. In the depths of his mind, Ren He queries, is it possible for me to decline this task? What repercussions would I face if I chose not to accept? Returning to my original world would suffice. Dear brother, to fail to accept the task by the deadline results in annihilation. Chapter 2. Online novel serialization. Ren He nearly lost control of himself at that moment. Within such a brief span, he felt as though he had faced multiple life-threatening situations. It was evident that this task was one he must undertake, regardless of his inclinations. A month can be perceived as either a long or short duration. And as Ren He observed the youthful faces around him, blissfully attending their classes, he felt an impending sense of danger loom over him. He made his way to the rooftop on the 7th floor to assess the gap between the two buildings. Fortunately, these were old-style teaching buildings, lacking railings on the rooftop, with flat edges that would facilitate a leap. Theoretically, it was akin to jumping from one flat surface to another. However, to his surprise, he stumbled upon a couple engrossed in affection during their break. Startled by his presence, the girl quickly dashed down the stairs, followed closely by the boy. Ren He, however, could not afford to dwell on their antics. His own life was paramount. Peering down from the 7th floor, the height seemed dizzying, and the thought of attempting to jump to the adjacent building was daunting. Failure would undoubtedly result in death. At the age of 26, Ren He forced himself to regain composure and return to the classroom. Panic was not a solution. The subsequent classes were devoid of any focus, prompting him to devise a rigorous training regimen for the month, primarily revolving around running and long jump exercises. It was then that he spotted a page of the three-character classic nestled between his books, realizing that this was the fruit of his labor, earned at the cost of his very existence. He must not squander it. In this world, intellectual property rights were well protected, a stark contrast to the rampant piracy of his previous life, which offered him considerable solace. Classics like the three-character classic would likely be pirated the moment they were published, if not for such protections. Its rhythmic verses were familiar to nearly every individual in China. At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. Furthermore, due to the historical continuity, the content remained unchanged. After a moment's hesitation, he borrowed an envelope and stamp from his deskmate and inserted the thin sheet of draft paper, inscribing on the cover, to the Kyoto Press Group. Residing in the small third-tier city of Luochang, Ren He was aware that the Kyoto Press Group was currently the most influential print media in the nation. He contemplated submitting to a children's magazine for some remuneration, reasoning that larger media outlets were more stringent about accepting submissions. The three-character classic, if glanced at hastily, could easily be mistaken for a simple children's rhyme. Nevertheless, Ren He held firm confidence in its merit. Although not impoverished, Ren He's family was frugal, and his pocket money was surprisingly scant, perhaps to prevent him from adopting detrimental habits. Speaking of poverty, he had even borrowed the postage stamp for his submission. Wait a moment. If stealing cultural achievements incurs punitive tasks, could I not write an online novel instead? Even without plagiarizing renowned works, with my advanced consciousness, it would be impossible not to succeed. In his previous life, Ren He had dabbled in writing novels, having gained some recognition as a quality author. Thus, penning his own story was not a daunting task. He opened his phone to explore the parallel world's largest novel site, known as Shengshi Chinese Network, which held a status akin to that of Qidian on Earth. Since he intended to write a web novel, it would undoubtedly be in the fantasy genre. Browsing the rankings and works across various categories, he noted their literary quality, yet he questioned whether he could reach such heights. However, these novels shared a common flaw: they lacked excitement. What is the essence of web literature? It is nothing but exhilaration. After a long day of studies or work, readers seek the thrill that novels provide as a form of relief. Currently, within Shengshi, there were towering giants in every channel, particularly in fantasy, where two titles, Journey of the Wind and Tales of the Otherworldly Hero, dominated the charts. The authors of these works resided at the pinnacle of success, their copyrights even being adapted into television series. Ren He's objective for writing an online novel was to earn money, thus he focused on delivering excitement, ensuring that the title would immediately captivate readers, evoking a visceral sense of intrigue. He registered as an author under the pen name Silly Row, and without hesitation, he titled his work Divine Book. Upon completing the title, he chuckled to himself, feeling a touch of audacity. The narrative revolved around an underdog who acquires a divine tome, embarking on a journey of cultivation and growth. It was a clever play on words. With two classes still remaining in the afternoon, Ren He swiftly composed the first 3 chapters on his phone, opting not to save drafts, but to publish directly. The initial chapters are crucial in web literature, so he succinctly captured the protagonist's journey from being underestimated to revealing his potential through the divine tome, culminating in a small but significant climax. Upon reviewing his work one last time, he closed the Shengshi writing software, satisfied as he prepared for the end of class. At a time when online literature had yet to grasp the essence of thrilling narratives, he felt no trepidation regarding the potential success of his book. No matter what he wrote, it was a fresh concept. The underdog trope may have been criticized in his original parallel world, but here, it promised an unprecedented and perfect beginning. However, at that moment, the punishment system inexplicably interjected within Ren He's mind. The act of appropriating cultural achievements implies reliance on experiences from another world, not limited to the mere plagiarism of specific works. Stunned, Ren He took a moment to process the statement. This was essentially a hint that utilizing experiences from his previous life to write web literature would also attract punitive tasks, even without copying classic works. The excitement stems from the experiences accumulated by countless predecessors. How frustrating. Couldn't you have warned me sooner? If I'm destined for failure, I might as well take the easy route and plagiarize a classic. Yet the punishment system remained silent to his grievances. Ren He forced himself to regain his composure and inquired, does the timeline for punitive tasks begin upon publication or upon completion of the work? Upon completion. with no interruptions and updates, a minimum word count of 4000, and no forced prolongation of the plot. The final interpretation rights belong to the punishment system. With a sigh of resignation, Ren He released a breath of frustration. He had initially entertained the notion of avoiding completion to evade punitive tasks, but it appeared that was not an option. Although the system had blocked all potential shortcuts, he felt a slight relief. After all, the conclusion of web literature typically spanned at least 6 months, assuming rapid updates. In the short term, he faced no immediate life-threatening risks. At that moment, the punishment system again stated nonsensically, while tasks may pose danger, successful completion can yield rewards beyond imagination. Adventure is inherently linked with profit and passion. Do not preach to me. I am not interested. As the class bell rang, a throng of students surged toward the exit. His plump deskmate whispered, I heard Luing Hai. The vice class monitor has invited your crush, Duan Xiaolu, out for dinner, and he is bringing along several classmates. If you go, he'll cover the bill. Are you going? Ren He paused in surprise. His crush was named Duan Xiaolu? How could there be such a matter? He rifled through the memories of his current life and inwardly exclaimed in disbelief. Had he actually penned a love letter to Duan Xiaolu? And inexplicably, it had been made public? What an absurd situation. He cast his gaze upon Duan Xiaolu, who was making her way out through the classroom door. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, her eyes sparkled with clarity, and her long, straight black hair was stunning beyond compare, as if her gaze had fleetingly drifted past him. However, by the time Ren He looked again, she had already departed with her classmates. To be frank, Ren He was not inclined towards romantic thoughts at this moment. Firstly, his life was precarious. Secondly, although Duan Xiaolu was undeniably beautiful, she did not embody the essence of his true affection. This could merely be attributed to the differing aesthetics of two parallel versions of himself. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, he was impoverished. With a mere 50 cents in his pocket, how could he possibly entertain the notion of love? Should he really invite her for an ice pop, saying, please indulge, while I merely observe? He couldn't even afford 2 ice pops. How utterly embarrassing. He needed to promptly send out his 3-character classic. Ren He tossed his backpack onto his desk, neglecting to take it home. After exchanging a brief greeting with his chubby deskmate, he made his way toward the exit. First, he would send off the 3-character classic, and then he would focus on building his physical strength, running and long jumping. After all, his foremost priority was to successfully complete this task. Chapter 3. The Divine Book. In recent days, a certain individual has become a hot topic at school. Ren He. Initially, Ren He was rather inconspicuous, blending into the crowd to the point that his presence was almost negligible. However, in the past few days, he has been fervently practicing his long jump on the playground, running and leaping repeatedly, dedicating every recess and after-school hour to his training. Gradually, whispers began to circulate. That Ren He from Class 2, Year 3, yes, the one who struggles academically, is now desperately training for long jump. Perhaps he feels inadequate in his studies and intends to pursue athletics instead. Look at him now, working so hard. What do you want? Ren He was taken aback when his desk mate posed that question. Could it be that he had unwittingly become a celebrity in just a few days? His training was not for any examination. He had returned to life with a sense of urgency. School was of little consequence to him. Certificates might hold value for children in ivory towers, but not for him. His motivation was a matter of survival. Unbeknownst to him, this middle schooler's initial jump was barely over 3 meters on flat ground, far too weak. If he did not train, a slight miscalculation during a crucial moment could lead to disaster. Now, his body ached from the high-intensity workouts. In his previous life, he had often spoken of fitness yet remained lazy, resulting in a less than desirable physique. This time around, he had no choice but to stay active. During this period, the only source of solace was his divine book. In a span of 7 days, he had written 6,000 words daily, totaling 3 chapters each day. Logically, at this stage, no one should be reading it, especially since it was the early phase of a new book, just a seedling of a few tens of thousands of words. He had braced himself for a solitary journey to 100,000 words. To his surprise, on the 6th day, a wave of reader comments flooded in. Initially, upon seeing the term divine book, he had intended to enter and mock it. Even the works of several prominent authors in the channel hardly dared to claim such a title. Yet, the twist was astonishing. Readers, take note of this turnaround. This book is absolutely captivating. From the very beginning, it's a roller coaster of excitement, with each setup leading to even greater thrills. Every chapter brings fresh surprises. The protagonist, A natural underachiever receives a reasonable boost and grows amidst the scorn of many. It's exhilarating. This book truly deserves the title of divine book. I must recommend it to all my friends. I hope the author does not abandon it. 100,000 book coins sent your way. May the author write with peace of mind. Moreover, the most crucial aspect distinguishing it from the currently slow-burning novels is its exceptionally brisk pace, eliminating the need to endure tedious transitions. The Shengshi Chinese network, the same platform where Ren He had previously published, operated on a 1:100 ratio for book coins. This meant that upon discovering Ren He's work, one reader, in a fit of excitement, had rewarded it with a staggering 1,000 coins. The cultural industry holds great potential. A smile graced Ren He's lips. This was precisely the key to his success, ensuring readers enjoyed every moment. Reading the next comment, one individual noted, upon first encountering this book, I felt something unusual. I knew it likely lacked depth, yet I couldn't resist reading it. The pleasure was overwhelming. Is anyone else experiencing this? I don't have much money, but here are 10,000 book coins. I hope you continue writing. The subsequent comments echoed similar sentiments. I share that feeling. This book is utterly addictive. When crafting this narrative, Ren He had carefully contemplated its positioning. He understood that no novel could cater to everyone's taste. He could write something heavier with more substance if necessary, but ultimately, he chose to classify this book as a light read. This way, even if he later shifted his writing direction, readers would feel he was improving rather than regressing. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his book had yet to receive a contract by the time it reached 50,000 words. He was acutely aware that in the realm of online literature, the 30,000 word mark was a significant threshold for securing a contract. If he had not signed by 50,000 words, the prospects appeared grim. Without a contract, his divine book would miss out on any promotional opportunities from the website. Without recommendations, readers would remain oblivious to its existence, rendering even the best reviews futile. Perplexed, Ren He pondered how his excellent performance could lead to such a predicament. He contacted customer service through the back end, only to be told, your book diverges too much from the mainstream literature on our site and lacks depth. The editors are not optimistic about your work. It seemed to him that this was a reflection of the cultural discrepancies between two parallel worlds. Yet, he remained undeterred. Even in his previous life, there were instances of books that, despite initial failures to secure contracts, eventually rose to prominence, such as a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. Currently, the editors at Shengshi Chinese Network must have found his divine book too simplistic to gauge its potential. Indeed, it followed a straightforward path, showing no signs of deviation. Nevertheless, Ren He reasoned that once the book gained traction, opportunities for a contract would undoubtedly arise. With that thought, he decided to release 5 chapters in one go that day and posted a message. Hello everyone, I am the author of the divine book, Stupid Row. Thank you for your recent support for this work. Each time I read a comment affirming the book, I feel immense joy. However, I have been informed that my book strays too far from the current literary mainstream, hence the lack of a contract. I will certainly finish this book, but I kindly ask for your help in elevating its visibility. I wish for more people to see this work and aim to prove that good literature stands on its own merit, even if it diverges from the mainstream. Thank you all. He shared this message to rally his current readers to assist in promoting his work. Immediately after posting, the comments section exploded. No way. Such a great piece cannot secure a contract. In my downtime, a book that allows me to unwind is a good book. I am somewhat weary of the works of those established authors. They can be exhausting to read. Just for this 5-chapter update, I must show my support. The update is phenomenal. Henceforth, all my votes are reserved for you. No doubt, let's elevate Stupid Row on the new book list. Let all the readers on this site see this book. In merely an hour, the divine book had garnered 300 recommendation votes, an achievement that would take many other authors a week to accomplish. Even without a contract or recommendations, the divine book soared to the new book list as if propelled by a rocket. Surprisingly, it even surpassed many seasoned authors. This level of support left Ren He somewhat dazed. Had the divine book secretly amassed such a readership without his knowledge? Suddenly, an established author exclaimed in the author group, I spent hundreds to secure a spot on the list, only to be overtaken by a new book. No way, haha. Your readership is so stable, getting on the list should be a given, especially since you bought recommendation votes. How could you possibly be surpassed? Really, you all should check out that divine book. Divine book? How divine is it? Actually, that's its title. Just divine book. The authors fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. What a bold move to name it Divine Book. We must take a look. Let us go? You might have stumbled upon a major hit. Who knows, they might have the funds to buy thousands of recommendation votes. However, even if it climbs the ranks, if it's not good, it will ultimately falter once it's published. You can't possibly just buy subscriptions, can you? Yet, as all the authors opened the Divine Book to read, they collectively gasped in awe. Wow, this book is incredibly enjoyable. Indeed, while there are moments of satisfaction in reading physical books, none compared to this one's unabashed, concentrated joy delivered at such a rapid pace. Every setup seems to be leading to the next small climax, and one small climax paves the way for a grand crescendo. Upon perusing the comments on the Divine Book, they discovered that the entire comment section was filled with readers spontaneously expressing their desire to elevate the Divine Book on the rankings. Each individual proclaimed the number of recommendation votes they had cast, followed by an encouraging note. 13 votes cast. Please rest assured in your writing. To their astonishment, this new book had stirred quite a significant public discourse within the entire Shengshi Chinese network, even though it was an uncontracted work. As the Divine Book soared ever higher on the list, reaching the third position, all authors gasped in disbelief. The top 3 spots on the new book list had traditionally been reserved for established giants, a realm nearly impossible for others to breach. Speculations arose among seasoned authors. Could this author truly challenge the Titans? However, they noted that the rate of recommendation votes was beginning to wane, given the current circumstances. Surpassing the top 2 authors was unlikely. After all, the previous works of these two had garnered tremendous popularity last year, attracting a loyal readership. Indeed, the esteemed author Hong Chen's last novel, Wandering Through the Primordial, had captivated half of Shengshi with its grandiose prose, firmly securing his position at the summit. It seemed implausible for a newcomer to disturb such a status quo. Yet suddenly, an exclamation erupted. Look at the red envelope section. A wealthy patron is flooding the Divine Book with recommendation vote red envelopes. The astonishment was palpable. Who possesses such deep pockets? It was none other than the third-ranked tycoon of Shengshi, the notorious drunkard. Tens of thousands of recommendation envelopes inundated the section, obscuring all other works. This so-called recommendation envelope refers to the system on Shengshi Chinese network, where anyone casting votes for the Divine Book could claim red envelopes sent by wealthy patrons. At this juncture, Ren He caught sight of the third-ranked tycoon in the comments. Refreshing. Just one word encapsulated his sentiments. Reading this book was all about that exhilarating feeling. The entire Shengshi Chinese network experienced a ripple of excitement. It was unprecedented for a top 3 tycoon to support a new book, igniting fervent discussions among readers and authors alike. Moreover, due to the red envelope campaign, the Divine Book's position on the new book list surged once more, now only a step away from the coveted top spot. Could it really ascend to the pinnacle of the new book list? Will Hong Chen face a true challenge? The uncertainty loomed, but the gap was closing. With the influx of tens of thousands of red envelopes, it seemed inevitable. All authors held their breath, eager to see if the esteemed author would respond. In the face of such a threat, it was certain that the Titan would rally his readers to support him. Everyone was in a state of anticipation, longing to witness Hong Chen's reaction, akin to turbulent waters concealed beneath a calm surface. Suddenly, the stillness shattered. Hong Chen released a message. I knew the author would retaliate. Let us see what he has to say. Yet, upon reading the message, silence fell. Did I just read that correctly? No way. Hong Chen actually recommended the Divine Book. Was this a mistake? During the battle for supremacy, he was endorsing another's work? The message contained only one line. Everyone should check out that Divine Book. It's absolutely exhilarating. Not only did Hong Chen endorse the book, but he also generously bestowed the first alliance title upon it with a donation of 100,000 book coins. His fans were left speechless. They never anticipated their idol would falter at such a crucial moment. Hong Chen is remarkably magnanimous. The readers who had been awaiting his summons to battle lost their enthusiasm. Well, if Hong Chen finds it enjoyable, let us check it out. The fervor dissipated. In truth, this skirmish hardly qualified as a true battle, as the author of the Divine Book was merely a newcomer. Yet the enthusiasm from its supporters and the drunkard's intervention elevated the event to a nationwide spectacle. Remarkably, Ren He's Divine Book not only climbed the new book list, but also reached the 9th position on the member click list within just one day. The member click list had always been the domain of the most esteemed authors. The comments section burgeoned with responses. Many readers captivated by Ren He's innovative approach to web literature, resulting in a surge of recommendation votes. Ultimately, at 9 p.m. that evening, the Divine Book achieved the top position on the new book list. Ren He himself was quite exhilarated, promptly penning 3 additional chapters in one go, expressing his gratitude to all his supporters, particularly to the drunkard and Hong Chun. Just then, a new notification appeared in his author's backend. Your work has passed review. Please promptly contact editor Man and channel editor Dongfang Mabai. Ren He reflected, realizing that regardless of the time, merchants would never forsake their interests. The events of the day had likely caught the attention of Shengshi Chinese Network, sensing a business opportunity. The Divine Book he had crafted was no longer just an innovative novel. It was on the verge of establishing a new genre, the cultivation and upgrade of the underdog. Ren He swiftly contacted the editor, expressing his hope for future support. After all, his recent actions could be perceived as a challenge, and if the editor held any resentment, it could jeopardize future recommendations. After all, the new book list was not a permanent fixture. Editor Dongfang Mabai chuckled in response. Just right, well, I initially overlooked this book, but no worries. When you come to Modu, I'll treat you to a meal as an apology. I'm not that petty. Your work shows signs of pioneering a new genre and will become a key recommendation. You can rest assured about the website's support next week. Just don't let it fall apart. Keep it up. Ren He exhaled, understanding that fostering a good relationship with the editor was vital for every author. Even if one didn't particularly like them, a modicum of respect was essential. Moreover, editor Dongfang Mabai seemed quite amiable. Up to this point, aside from the pressure from the heavenly task urging him to exert himself, everything had proceeded rather smoothly. However, regarding the heavenly task, Ren He began to harbor new thoughts. In his past life, he had envied those fitness enthusiasts and stars with chiseled physiques, as well as those daring to engage in wingsuit flying, extreme parachuting, and skiing. Yet, he had never taken action, resulting in a rather unfit physique. Now that he had been given a second chance, was it not time to embrace a different lifestyle? Wasn't it his questioning of life that led to his crossing into this realm? After several days of intense training, he noticed signs of muscle definition in his legs. Although still subtle, it sparked a flicker of anticipation regarding his new life. Driven by this newfound motivation, Ren He ventured out in the middle of the night to practice long jumps, running a full 5 kilometers before returning home, drenched in sweat, ready to shower and rest. Chapter 5, the 3-character classic. What began as a tranquil evening jog led him to unexpectedly encounter Duan Xiaolu, the girl to whom he once confessed his feelings. She appeared to be jogging as well. It is indeed a rarity. One must reason that few young girls today prioritize their fitness. In the twilight of their school days, she once captivated Ren He, standing in the glow of the setting sun. Now, clad in a white hoodie and headphones, she once again astonished him. Reminiscent of a fleeting night-blooming cereus, exuding a delicate fragrance. In every young person's memories, there seems to exist that one individual whose brilliance makes them feel unique amidst the crowd, someone for whom they would gladly traverse the world as a chivalrous hero. No matter how much time passes, upon seeing her again, one would exclaim, "Ah, it is her." Duan Xiaolu embodies such an essence. Upon spotting Ren He, her eyes sparkled. I always knew we lived in the same compound, but we've never crossed paths before. You are out for a run? Ren He wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled. Yes, just trying to stay fit and running a bit. Are you really considering applying to a sports academy? You're only in the 9th grade. It's not yet time to decide on your life's direction. If you want to train, you can do so in high school, Duan Xiaolu remarked, having heard the recent rumors about Ren He's academic struggles leading him to consider a sports school. Ren He paused, surprised that someone had directly inquired about this. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "That's not the case. I'm just exercising. Anyway, it's getting late. We should head home." Duan Xiaolu seemed taken aback by his sudden desire to end the conversation, but she smiled softly. "All right. See you at school tomorrow." She watched Ren He's figure vanish into the night as he rounded the corner of the nearby apartment building. A strange feeling lingering within her. Something about him seemed different, though she could not quite articulate what it was. Kyoto News Group, editorial room. "Hey, come take a look at this peculiar submission," a young editor with black-rimmed glasses called out to his colleagues. "Let me read it to you. It's quite interesting. Almost like a nursery rhyme. At the beginning, human nature is good. Similarities in nature, differences in habits." Once he finished reading, his colleagues expressed their curiosity. "Is this a nursery rhyme? It sounds intriguing, but why would it be sent to us? We don't publish such material. It's well written, but perhaps a bit too simplistic. It's not quite an ancient poem, more of a catchy verse. Let us send it to the children's publication under our group. We shouldn't let a good piece go unnoticed. A middle-aged editor, who had been silently contemplating after hearing the three-character classic, suddenly spoke as the others agreed to pass it along. Wait, Shaoli, bring it back to me. After receiving it, he walked directly to the chief editor's office. Knocking on the door, a booming voice invited him in. Come in. The middle-aged editor said, Zhou Lao, we received a rather intriguing submission. Have you had a chance to review it? The young editors outside exchanged glances, astonished that such a manuscript would be brought to the chief editor, Zhou Wuming, a titan in the media industry, known to only review exceptionally remarkable works. This piece is interesting, but not remarkable, they thought. Zhou Wuming replied, Oh, let me see. He took the thin sheet from the middle-aged editor and began reading aloud. At the beginning, human nature is good, as he continued. Zhou Wuming suddenly put on his reading glasses. The middle-aged editor recognized this as a sign of interest. It was the hallmark of Zhou Wuming's approval of a worthy manuscript. He whispered, I believe this piece even qualifies for inclusion in elementary school textbooks. The younger editors might not grasp its true significance, but I felt it necessary for you to see. Zhou Wuming, having finished reading, rubbed his temples thoughtfully. Finally, a phenomenon-level representative work has emerged in children's literature. Its significance is profound. It could very well become a foundational text for early childhood education in households. He decided to feature it as the headline in the third edition tomorrow and to offer a payment commensurate with A-level poetry, while also discussing copyright acquisition with the author. The middle-aged editor was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated this piece could be influential, but never expected Zhou Lao to elevate it to such heights. The three-character classic, at first glance, might not appear profound. Yet an insightful elder would immediately recognize its brilliance in conveying childhood education through a catchy three-character verse. Its implications are far-reaching. The middle-aged editor quickly nodded. All right, I'll contact them immediately. Zhou Wuming thought for a moment and said, Never mind, I'll handle it personally. Just as Ren He assumed the three-character classic had sunk into obscurity, he received a call from Zhou Wuming, the chief editor of Kyoto News Group. Upon hearing the name of the organization, Ren He knew it was legitimate. Hello, is this Ren He? Zhou Wuming inquired. Hello, who is this? Hello, I am Zhou Wuming, the chief editor of Kyoto News Group. I have received your submission, the three-character classic, and I would like to confirm whether it is your original work and if you still hold the copyright. Yes, Ren He replied, containing his excitement. It's my independent creation. Forgive me, but you sound quite young. May I ask how old you are? 15, a ninth-grade student. Ren He responded with a smile. Knowing this question would arise, a ninth-grader Zhou Wuming was taken aback. He never expected the esteemed author of this work to be merely a middle school student. Regaining his composure, he continued, We are interested in acquiring all domestic and international publishing rights for the three-character classic. Would you be amenable to that? Only a revenue share. No package sales, Ren He replied succinctly. Zhou Wuming understood, despite being a middle school student. Ren He was astutely aware that the copyright of the three-character classic was far from worthless. It was no wonder he had sent it to Kyoto News Group. He had aimed to leverage this platform for his copyright journey from the start. I will personally visit Luoyang next week to discuss the copyright collaboration with you. Tomorrow, your three-character classic will be featured on the front page of the third edition of Kyoto Daily. I will also bring your payment with me. Is that acceptable? Certainly. Ren He agreed, finding the communication thus far remarkably smooth. Kyoto News Group, as a leading domestic print media outlet, was indeed the ideal platform for him to make his first significant earnings. After the call with Zhou Wuming ended, Ren He lay on his bed, reflecting that in this new life, he did not seek immense wealth or fame. He merely wished to traverse the path of unfulfilled aspirations from his past, to accomplish what he had yearned to do but had not. For him, literature was simply a means of existence, not a dream. As Ren He drifted into slumber, he dreamt of wearing a white windbreaker, with goggles on, gliding down a snow-capped mountain on skis, his figure gracefully soaring through the white expanse, the snow parting beside him, and the wind clearing a path. In an inexplicable turn of events, he suddenly beheld a girl standing in the sunset upon the snowy peak, breathtakingly beautiful beyond compare. Chapter 6, A New Alliance and an Update. Ren He now begins each morning by checking his phone for comments and rewards on his divine book. Despite securing the top position on the new book rankings and receiving an increasing number of comments, the rewards have yet to show any significant improvement. After all, it is still a fledgling work. He is not overly concerned, especially since he has already garnered 2 patrons. As he washed up, Ren He glanced into the mirror and noted the considerable gains from his recent exercise regimen. His physique had become notably more robust. The heavenly punishment system had imparted to him the techniques for sprinting and long jumping, which were surprisingly straightforward. During the jump, the takeoff leg must be fully extended. Once airborne, he should maintain the running posture he had before the jump. If he took off with his left leg, then the left leg must remain straight while the right leg is raised, chest out. These are essential foundational movements. After that, he could move freely, following whatever felt comfortable, as the aerial movements would assist in maintaining balance. Ultimately, upon landing, he simply needed to crouch down, shielding his shoulders with his hands. The most critical aspect to remember was the necessity of fully extending his body while airborne. Over this period, Ren He had practiced this technique until it became second nature. He discovered that the instructions directly provided by the heavenly punishment system were considerably easier to comprehend. This sparked a fantastical notion in him. Would he be able to acquire the most scientifically sound methods for other extreme sports directly from the heavenly punishment system in the future? Upon arriving at school, his plump classmate suddenly inquired, "Ren He, have you heard? Duan Xiaolu and her friends are organizing a trip for National Day, likely to the scenic Shuanggu Valley in Luanchuan. It's open for anyone to join, and it's a split-cost arrangement. Are you going?" Ren He shot him a glance and realized that beneath his quiet demeanor, his chubby classmate was rather boisterous. He replied curtly, "I barely have any pocket money. I can't afford it. You all go ahead." Ren He spoke the truth. He currently had only 50 cents in his pocket, hardly enough for any outing. The revered deity and a fervent reader had each rewarded him with a patronage, amounting to 2,000 yuan. Yet the payment from Shengshi Chinese Network was on a monthly basis, and it wasn't time for payouts yet. Moreover, the remuneration for his work with the three-character classic was set to arrive next week, with the editor indicating it would be compensated at the A-grade poetry rate, though he remained unaware of what that standard entailed. Rather than dwell on such trifling matters, he resolved to focus on honing his sprinting and jumping skills. In recent days, he had been contemplating whether to start practicing at a lower elevation. After much deliberation, he found a suitable site, a 4-story building with a distance of 2.9 meters between floors, which was fairly comparable. He could test his skills there, but the risk was daunting. Should he fail from such a height, the consequences could be dire. It would be wiser to wait until he mastered the technique and then attempt to jump from the teaching building. After all, that would be a single opportunity to determine his fate. "Are you really not going?" His classmate persisted at the end of the day. "You used to be head over heels for Duan Xiaolu, and now you seem like a different person. Go, go, go. Stop talking so much." Suddenly, a girl in the front row, her face alight with excitement, exclaimed to her classmate, "Hey, look! Tianwang Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chun are releasing new albums simultaneously. This is explosive. The king and queen are competing on the charts." Not surprising. This pair of rivals has been at it for 2 years now, releasing albums on the same day. Both are leading domestic artists, yet they insist on vying for supremacy. "I actually look forward to their new songs," her classmate responded. "Do you think they have a feud?" "Who knows? They were high school classmates, and I heard they even dated back then, but broke up for reasons unknown. Such animosity. Each of them had sold over 8 million copies of their last albums. The outcome was uncertain this time. Let us see whose music is more appealing." Jiang Xiao would be holding a concert in Luocheng next month. How she longed to attend. "But the tickets are so expensive, I can't afford it." "Simple. Just nag your dad to buy them for you. He dotes on you, and it's not like he's using his money for anything nefarious." Ren He, listening from the back, contemplated the 8 million copies sold, an impressive figure, indeed. In his previous life, these two would have been classified as superstars. Of course, the current world's protection of copyright also played a role, safeguarding genuine works extended beyond literature. That evening, after completing a thrilling 6,000-word segment, the protagonist of his divine book had once again vanquished his foes with the powers acquired through the text. At that moment, a drunken benefactor suddenly commented, "This is exhilarating. Are there any conditions for additional updates?" Ren He's eyes brightened. It appeared a reward was forthcoming. Just as he was about to affirm, "Absolutely. We must have additional updates for every 10,000 rewards," he noticed the benefactor had posted again. "If I receive no response, I'll assume it's confirmed. Let us go with 1 update for each patronage, starting with 5. Stunned, Ren He realized he had never before experienced such a patronage arrangement. His previous writing endeavors had not yielded such treatment. He saw a notification on his author dashboard. The drunken benefactor has generously rewarded 500,000 Shengshi coins. Given that Shengshi Chinese Network operates on a conversion of 100 coins to 1 yuan, This meant a substantial 5,000 yuan would be credited. Furthermore, rewards on this platform did not require a split with the website, only subscriptions. Thus, all these funds would be entirely his, though the settlement was not yet due. And he would not receive the money immediately. The prospect was exhilarating. Forget it, 5 updates it is. At the pace at which Ren He can now produce content without overthinking, 5 updates would only take a little over 4 hours. It was indeed the time for new authors to rise. Every opportunity must be seized. Once he completed the 5 chapters, the drunken benefactor still seemed unsatisfied. Is there any more? Hastily, Ren He replied, That's it. Time to sleep. Then we'll discuss it tomorrow. Ren He exhaled, finally feeling the thrill of associating with a wealthy patron. Over the subsequent 7 days, the benefactor consistently requested 5 additional updates each day, regardless of Ren He's agreement. Ren He had nothing to say. With daily rewards, he was obliged to comply, even if it left him utterly exhausted. Nonetheless, during these 7 days, he had genuinely earned 40,000 yuan. 40,000 yuan. Ren He had never earned such an amount in just 7 days. By the 7th day, the benefactor expressed a sentiment in the comment section. After a week of exhilarating updates, it's hard not to become a deity with this frequency. Author, your hard work is appreciated. Write well moving forward, and there will be grand rewards upon publication. Grand rewards? The promises made by the benefactor were indeed tantalizing. But there was one concern. Typically, authors publish between 200,000 and 350,000 words, and yet, without any recommendations, he had already surged past 100,000 words. Once the recommendations were exhausted, would he not have to reach 400,000 or even 500,000 words? They began charging for readings from 200,000 words, while he would only start charging from 500,000 words. It was evident who stood to gain more. He messaged his editor, Dongfang Mabai, expressing his concerns. But the response was reassuring. No need to worry, I will manage everything. Yet, what that management entailed remained unspecified. He was simply told to await further news. His update frequency had drawn the attention of other authors, who began discussing in their small group. With the update rate of this divine book, 1T it reached 500,000 words upon publication. He hasn't even received a single recommendation yet. At the very least, he should accumulate 4 recommendations, 1 per week, meaning he will have to wait 4 weeks. Indeed, as a new author, he lacks experience. Even with frequent updates, there should be moderation. Don't be fooled by the current fortune. In reality, he is losing money on word count. The rewards 1T compensate for it. Why not add him to the group? Who knows? He might achieve literary greatness, and we could all get along better in the future. Leave him be. What is the point of adding someone who writes trivial stories? It would diminish our value. Well, never mind. To speak candidly, those who have long revered traditional literature do tend to look down upon writers of light fiction like Ren He. As the saying goes, in literature there is no first. In martial arts there is no second, and it has always been customary for literati to belittle one another. When these authors encounter a remarkable work, their instinct is often to seek flaws rather than to revel in the pleasures that the narrative offers. However, Ren He remains oblivious to their discussions and has never contemplated joining such a circle of authors. Were he to learn of their sentiments, he might ponder, what are these self-important gentlemen being so pretentious about? I am simply here to earn a living. After completing his additional chapters, he heads out for a night run. For him, writing novels is merely a means of survival, not an elevation to the realm of art, nor does he aspire for it to be. As for the issue of update frequency and word count, he trusts that Dongfang Mabai will address it. Ren He, as he jogged along, he suddenly heard a melodious voice, as clear as silver bells, calling out to him from behind. Turning around, he discovered it was Duan Xiaolu, who, illuminated by the dim streetlights of the community, appeared as if she had just stepped out of a painting, resembling an ethereal sprite. Chapter 7. The Madness of Recommendations. Ren He turned around with a smile and said, What a coincidence, we meet again. Reflecting for a moment, he noted that it was already 11 p.m. when he left, and wondered why the other party was out for a night run. You're out running so late? Duan Xiaolu laughed, observing Ren He, who seemed to exhibit subtle changes each time they met. I got delayed by some matters and was busy until now, but I can't stand not running for a day. So I decided to come out, Ren He explained. After all, the performance of my novel is more important right now. Regular updates are the most fundamental condition for a new book's rise, and that requires time. I too was held up by some matters, just like you. Shall we run together? Duan Xiaolu asked casually, seemingly unafraid of rejection, as few would deny her. Sure, Ren He agreed, seeing no harm in running together. As they jogged, Duan Xiaolu suddenly inquired, I haven't seen you run before. What made you start now? Ren He had only begun running in the past half-month. Would you believe me if I said it's for survival? He replied, half jokingly, half seriously. That goes without saying. Of course, no one would believe that, Duan Xiaolu remarked, casting a glance at him and asking, I heard our group is going out for fun. Aren't you planning to join? Well, I don't have the money for that. Ren He replied candidly. Duan Xiaolu paused, surprised. She had expected him to offer some other excuse, like being busy or not being allowed to go out. After all, young people often care about face, and at the age of 14 or 15, losing face could lead to a fight. At 14, one is at the age of looking back at the playground, where the grass grows lush and the orioles sing, a time when life seems vibrant and full of potential. Suddenly, a 26-year-old man appeared in Duan Xiaolu's life, which felt somewhat unusual. After a moment of hesitation, she seemed inclined to offer him some money, but she realized that would only hurt him more. However, Ren He's thoughts were not as complicated as she imagined, having lived a previous life. He had learned that face was not important at all. Moreover, his claim of having no money was only temporary. Soon he would have plenty, more than his classmates could ever imagine. He would be able to buy ice cream and toss one aside casually, living extravagantly. It must be said that facing this group of middle school students, a sense of superiority was inevitable for him, and he felt no shame in saying so. Duan Xiaolu smiled gently. All right then, feeling increasingly that Ren He was quite different from his peers. The next afternoon during class, when Ren He opened the Shengshi Chinese website's mobile app, he felt an odd sensation, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Closing the app and reopening it, he was astonished to find that the cover had changed to his own novel. Below it was a line stating, New literary trend. Wow, even my light novel qualifies as a new literary trend? He mused. Upon entering, he was completely stunned. New book strongly recommended, divine book. Fantasy excellence, divine book. Masterpiece, divine book. Editor's recommendation, divine book. To his astonishment, in just one day, his novel had received 4 recommendations at once. He felt as if divine book was flooding the scene. The reassurance from Dongfang Mabai about not worrying now made sense. While others received a recommendation every week, he had garnered 4 in a single day. His updates were indeed faster than others, and it appeared that the editors intended to shorten his new book cycle, promoting him aggressively. While others might need 4 to 6 weeks for a new book recommendation, he could potentially wrap it up in 2 weeks. Quickly, he opened his messaging app to contact Dongfang Mabai. The editor is amazing. Truly impressive. Stop flattering. The main push means the editor thinks highly of you. It's due to your own achievements, Dongfang Mabai replied. Ren He chuckled. I'm heading to Magic City. Are you coming, Mabai? Haha, get lost. After closing the chat, Ren He pondered for a moment. It seemed that Divine Book had gained significant attention from Shengshi Chinese network, paving a reliable path for him. In the author group, excitement erupted once more. Did you see? Just yesterday, they said he might have 500,000 words by the time it's published. And today he has 4 recommendations in one go. It's like they're forcing him to publish early. And these are all excellent recommendations. Quick, let us check his stats. To their astonishment, the number of collections for Divine Book had surged by over 10,000 in just a few hours, comparable to the results of others after weeks of recommendations. And this was only the beginning, as these recommendations lasted for 24 hours. Such a frenzied increase was merely the start. At this point, the readers of Divine Book began to shower it with tips, and the comments were filled with enthusiastic praises. In the author group, silence fell, and then someone suggested, shall we add him to the group? We could ride on his coattails later. If someone from the group becomes renowned, a mere mention at the end of a chapter could have the same effect as a recommendation. Even if they thought Divine Book was simplistic and unworthy, there was no need to show it outwardly. They were all adults after all. Why act so immature? Add him. How? He hasn't left any contact information. Indeed, they suddenly realized that Ren He had never shared his contact details. Seemingly never intending to integrate into the online literature circle, his sole aim was to earn money, with a clear and straightforward goal. An author sent him a private message with the group number, but it predictably sank into oblivion, as Ren He never checked his private messages. To these second- and third-rate authors, the author of Divine Book appeared as a recluse, observing the chaotic world of online literature from a distance. They could hardly imagine that this author, who might soon achieve legendary status, was merely a newly promoted middle school student. Ren He exhaled softly. feeling a weight lift from his heart. Being positioned as a benchmark by Shengshi Chinese network meant that even a pig could be pushed up, let alone a new literary trend. During class, he suddenly overheard whispers from the front row. Have you heard? Ren He doesn't he even have money to go out for fun? I heard it myself yesterday. I wondered why Ren He suddenly started practicing sports. His family has no money and his grades aren't good. Not training in sports truly leads to no future. Ren He's face darkened. Even middle school students were beginning to compare family backgrounds. What would they achieve as adults? Could socialism really allow such opportunistic heirs to thrive? Just wait until I receive my manuscript fees. I'll show them. His chubby classmate also overheard their discussion and turned to Ren He with concern. How about I lend you some money? You don't have to rush to pay it back. Just return it whenever you have the means. Surprisingly, Ren He viewed this chubby classmate in a new light. In his memories, they had always been good friends, often sitting together in the back row, where the chubby boy had treated him to snacks and gaming sessions. This chubby classmate, named Su Nuo, was a true homebody, having lived a charmed life with his family's business, leading to a comfortable existence and his current physique. Ren He thought for a moment. No need. My friend has money. I'll have some soon too, but even when I do, I'm not interested in participating in such activities, you know? The chubby boy, Su Nuo, nodded, accepting Ren He's explanation without question. After all, they were close friends who understood each other well. If Ren He had more than 50 cents in his pocket at that moment, he would broadcast himself smashing an egg live. After school, Ren He received a phone call from old Joe. Hello, old Joe, have you arrived? A hearty laugh echoed from the other end of the line. I didn't want to disturb your studies, so I waited until the class bell rang to call. I'm waiting for you at the entrance. Great. Ren He replied with a cheerful smile, hanging up the phone and patting Su Nuo on the shoulder. A generous friend has come to bring us money. Chapter 8. The Common Man Giving Money? Surely, Ren He must be out of his mind, Su Nuo pondered. The previous exclamation had been somewhat loud, catching the attention of several classmates who were packing their belongings. They exchanged knowing smiles and whispered, what is the point of pretending here when you can't even afford to go out for fun? As the throng of students exited the school, an elderly gentleman stood out amidst the crowd. Clad in a simple cotton shirt, he exuded an impressive aura and appeared remarkably vigorous, seemingly waiting for someone at the school gate. Why does he look so familiar? Ren He mused, unable to pinpoint where he had seen him before. For junior high students, they might recognize Mr. Zhou from some news segment, but recalling such a distant figure, who was not a celebrity, could prove challenging. After receiving Mr. Zhou's call, Ren He had taken the time to research the esteemed elder. Thus, upon seeing him in person, he approached with confidence. Hello, Mr. Zhou, I am Ren He. Mr. Zhou, upon hearing this, smiled and scrutinized Ren He, commenting, you look quite spirited, young man. You must exercise regularly. Let's walk and talk. Only Mr. Zhou had come. There were no luxury cars or drivers accompanying him. This detail significantly enhanced Ren He's impression of him. What had initially seemed like a dignified elder now felt more like a grandfather picking up his grandson from school. Simple and down-to-earth. This was Ren He's first impression of Mr. Zhou. He did not resemble the renowned figures who were often surrounded by entourages. He might have even taken public transport after alighting from a train. Ren He had diligently gathered information about Mr. Zhou after their phone conversation. The elder was well known for his simplicity. Most of his social activities revolved around promoting classic literary works, and he spared no effort in supporting quality creations. It was no exaggeration to say that Mr. Zhou had students across the nation, including many prominent political and business figures who aspired to be his disciples. However, he never formally accepted students. Those writers he nurtured or admirers of his willingly called him Teacher Zhou. Why did you decide to write the three-character classic? Did you really compose it? Mr. Zhou inquired with a laugh, still struggling to contain his astonishment a week later. To think that a 14-year-old wrote something so classic. It makes one question the purpose of decades of life spent learning. Could he avoid answering this question? Ren He chuckled wryly. I believe you must be quite surprised. But I assure you that should any copyright disputes arise, I will bear all consequences. You need not worry about that. In truth, while he had borrowed from the classics, Ren He's primary motivation was profit. He had no desire for fame or recognition of his literary prowess. He simply sought to earn money, nothing more. Ultimately, Ren He was just an unrefined commoner. If one were to say that he had resources at his disposal in a second life, yet chose not to utilize them, it would contradict his character. Did he experience psychological pressure? Yes, but only a little. Upon reflection, Ren He believed that if most people found themselves in similar circumstances, they would not hesitate to exploit classic works for personal gain. Everyone was merely human, with no need for pretentiousness. Yet, to adamantly claim that such work was an original creation and to revel in that belief was an entirely different matter. Mr. Zhou pondered for a moment and shrugged. If you prefer not to discuss that, let us focus on the primary purpose of our meeting, which is to address copyright issues and finalize the royalty arrangements. I've given it some thought. 6 should suffice, but that is based on the retail price, not the wholesale price, Ren He asserted confidently. The royalty, a payment method that had been employed worldwide for centuries, would equate to the book's retail price multiplied by the number of copies sold, then multiplied by 6. Typically, an 8 royalty was more common, but that was calculated on a wholesale price of 65. Thus, Ren He's request for 6 was relatively high. Mr. Zhou halted, gazing intently at Ren He. The determination of this 6 left one to wonder who truly bore the loss. It could only be said that both parties stood to profit. He suddenly laughed. Very well, let us proceed with this agreement. This is the first time I've negotiated with a 14-year-old. I find myself unsure of how to approach this. If I press too hard, people might accuse me of bullying someone so much younger. Mr. Zhou certainly wouldn't bully me, Ren He replied with a chuckle. Let us find a place for you to treat me to a meal. And we can sign the contract. I brought it along. There was a noodle shop nearby that served decent fare, and Ren He hesitated, scratching his hands together. Also, about the manuscript fee from the Kyoto Daily's 3rd page. Mr. Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. You expect me to treat you to noodles? And you want to use the manuscript fee I provided? Ren He sheepishly gestured to his pocket, revealing only 50 cents. If I told you I wrote the 3-character classic for the money, would you believe me? Mr. Zhou burst into hearty laughter. If it's noodles, then noodles it shall be. I've longed to indulge in a bowl of fried sauce noodles while in Kyoto, yet never found the time. Today, I owe you that pleasure. As he spoke, he produced an envelope from his coat and placed it in Ren He's hand. Here is the poetry manuscript fee, 48 yuan per line. Poetry fees are typically calculated by the line, yet most so-called literati earn no more than 100 yuan for a poem, with some pieces fetching only 1 yuan per line. Thus, Ren He had felt uncertain about the manuscript payment for the 3-character classic, unsure of what Mr. Zhou would offer. Ren He began counting the money right in front of Mr. Zhou, a total exceeding 8,000 yuan. Had I known, I would have added a few more lines, he muttered under his breath. Now I believe you, Ren He replied, momentarily taken aback. Believe what? Mr. Zhou's expression turned complex. I believe you indeed wrote the 3-character classic for money. It's the first time someone has counted their manuscript fees in front of me. Most writers fear that such actions would tarnish their works with the scent of commerce, wishing to appear elevated and untouched by the mundane world. Ren He chuckled. Please don't take offense. I'm merely a common man without the luxury of pretentiousness. Have you ever heard the saying, great vulgarity is great elegance? Great vulgarity is great elegance. Mr. Zhou contemplated the essence of those words, laughing heartily. What a wonderful phrase. To be honest, it's the first time I've encountered it, which is not surprising, as it was brought over from a parallel world by you. Thus, Zhou Wuming brought Ren He over 8,000 yuan in manuscript fees, along with the potential for ongoing royalties, and Ren He treated him to a bowl of egg noodles at a roadside eatery. Yet, it seemed Mr. Zhou was even more jubilant. Before departing, Mr. Zhou inquired, if you have more works like the 3-character classic in the future, we can continue our collaboration. The history of literature has witnessed countless instances of book burning and persecution of scholars, leading to minimal progress from the spring and autumn period to the present. Many historical masterpieces have been lost to the river of time. Ren He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was indeed possible that the cultural trajectory of this parallel world had been skewed by historical acts of knowledge destruction. There likely existed magnificent works in history akin to those of his past life, yet they had all been obliterated. However, he was aware that his appropriation of the classics came with considerable risk, and he had no intention of engaging in such perilous endeavors frequently. For now, there are no further works. This one cost me dearly. Huh, what do you mean by cost you dearly? Never mind. I merely meant that solely writing this has nearly exhausted me, Ren He replied, unable to disclose that he was now entangled with a divine punishment system. As Ren He saw Mr. Zhou off, he remained oblivious to the fact that Duan Xiaolu had been observing the entire scene from behind them. She wore a look of puzzlement. She couldn't shake the feeling that she had encountered this elderly gentleman somewhere before, perhaps in the news just a few days prior. Upon returning home, Duan Xiaolu disregarded her parents' greetings and retreated to her room. She opened her computer and began searching for news articles that lingered in her memory. It It was not until half an hour later that she finally discovered an article titled Kyoto Daily, an exclusive interview with chief editor Zhou Wuming, the three-character classic as a milestone in early childhood education. Chapter 9. Upgrading Equipment. Duan Xiaolu gazed at the news, confirming that the elderly man accompanying Ren He was undoubtedly Zhou Wuming. However, she could not fathom how two seemingly unrelated individuals could come together. She had never considered that Ren He might be the author of the three-character classic, as it seemed far removed from the essence of a 15-year-old boy. Nevertheless, it appeared that Ren He was far from the simple person she had envisioned. At precisely 11 o'clock that evening, Duan Xiaolu descended the stairs, the time she had arranged with Ren He for their nightly run. As expected, Ren He appeared at the same moment. However, Duan Xiaolu refrained from mentioning what she had witnessed earlier that evening, nor did she bring up the name Zhou Wuming. Instead, their conversation drifted to mundane school matters, with the rest of their time enveloped in silence. Despite her curiosity about how this seemingly ordinary classmate knew the venerable Zhou, she ultimately chose to keep her questions unvoiced. If their nightly runs together became known at school, it might stir up unnecessary complications. In her youth, girls matured much more rapidly than boys. Yet, Duan Xiaolu sensed that the individual running beside her harbored a soul of greater maturity. After returning home, Ren He took a shower. In his childhood, he had been rather careless about hygiene, but now, with the soul of a 26-year-old, he was exceptionally mindful of cleanliness. He trimmed his nails, ensuring his hands were impeccably clean. Ren He had always been proactive, and with preparations nearly complete, he intended to complete the task of jumping off the building well before the deadline. He was also eager to discover what rewards the heavenly punishment system would bestow upon him upon task completion. Truth be told, one would expect some delightful surprises from a heavenly punishment system of this world, wouldn't he? Before retiring for the night, he glanced at the performance of his divine book and was pleasantly surprised to see it ranked among the top 3 in member clicks. The 4 recommendations that day had indeed caused a sensation. Upon checking the collection count, he noted a staggering increase of over 30,000 in a single day. Typically, for a newcomer, garnering 20,000 collections upon release was commendable. Yet his divine book had soared to over 30,000 thanks to public discourse and those 4 recommendations in just one day. Of course, with increased visibility came increased criticism. Most of the disparaging remarks were along the lines of lacking depth, being a juvenile piece, or the author suffering from delusions. The critics were predominantly the guardians of traditional literature. Ren He could hardly be bothered with their opinions, as he had anticipated such reactions. After all, his divine book was indeed at odds with contemporary mainstream culture, which valued numerous intricacies, whereas his narrative prioritized sheer enjoyment. Who among us does not face pressures at work? Who lives without challenges? Whose love life is devoid of turbulence? During such times, readers yearn for a captivating novel that offers solace amidst life's storms. And the emergence of the divine book perfectly aligns with that need. For them, it suffices to revel in its enjoyment without the necessity of deep contemplation. At this stage, word count was no longer a concern. He would soon be ready to publish. That evening, Ren He dedicated over an hour to updating 2 chapters, expressing his gratitude for the support and assuring readers that the update volume would surely meet their expectations. Compared to traditional publishing, the updates of the divine book were akin to a glitch, especially for those who wrote mysteries or intricate plots, where crafting the narrative could consume hours. Ren He, however, found it effortless, as ideas flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. Within the author group, Ren He's impressive update left his peers in awe. How did he manage that? He had produced at least 10,000 words in a single day. If it were me, I would be utterly exhausted. I barely managed to write over 20,000 words in half a month, and he completed it in 2 days. Alas, on the weekend, with newfound funds, Ren He promptly sought to upgrade his gear, beginning with the running shoes essential for his safety. A visit to the store revealed to his astonishment that brands he recognized from his parallel world still existed here, suggesting that this alternate reality only diverged in the realm of entertainment. In his previous life, Ren He was a pseudo-outdoor enthusiast. He was interested but never truly engaged in outdoor sports. Some brands, like Arc'teryx jackets, were iconic, and if they were no longer available, he would have to start from scratch when preparing for future tasks. Fortunately, he was spared that trouble. In extreme outdoor sports, superior equipment is vital for survival. A truth Ren He, a frequent follower of outdoor activities, understood well. However, living in Luoyang, a third-tier city, he found none of the brands he desired and had to settle for a pair of Nike running shoes for the time being. He could no longer endure the discomfort of running in canvas shoes every day. For now, He needed running shoes. Other necessities could wait. He also required a laptop, ideally compact and of decent quality. He could not rely solely on his phone for writing. Ultimately, Ren He gritted his teeth and reserved 400 yuan for himself, investing the remainder in a new laptop. Spending money felt like a torrent, and Ren He felt a pang of bitterness. It seemed he had returned to square one, with the hard-earned funds from his writing yielding only a pair of shoes and a laptop. Nevertheless, brighter days lay ahead. Ren He set a target to complete the jumping task by the following Monday, leaving 6 days until the 1-month mark. Although he could afford to procrastinate a bit longer, his nature compelled him to act once he felt confident. Carrying the weight of the task in his mind indefinitely was not a sustainable approach. Moreover, in recent days, he had already achieved a jump of around 5 meters in preparation for the long jump. Theoretically, the task no longer posed a challenge for him. As he prepared to leave the store, he encountered a somewhat familiar classmate accompanied by his parents, shopping for a computer. Ren He had no intention of engaging, merely passing by without a word, like a complete stranger. However, upon noticing the laptop Ren He carried, the classmate's mouth fell open in astonishment, momentarily rendering him speechless. His parents, noticing his surprise, inquired, "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing, just a classmate I heard comes from a particularly poor family. He just bought an expensive laptop." "Don't blindly compare yourself to others," they admonished. "Oh, at school, you should engage more with your peers, and if it weren't for your impressive exam results, we wouldn't have bought you a new computer. Is a laptop over 7,000 yuan considered expensive?" Ren He chuckled inwardly at the absurdity. To him, 7,000 seemed a modest sum. He relished the sight of his classmate, silenced by his parents' reprimand. In his student days, what had Ren He dreamed of? Merely the ability to earn substantial money and wield complete control over it. At that moment, he found himself increasingly identifying with the student role, and it seemed he was adapting to this identity with growing ease. Chapter 10. Soaring over the teaching building. Ren He, which high school do you wish to attend? During the flag-raising ceremony, the chubby Su Nua whispered beside him. "Of course, the first high school. Isn't it the best?" Ren He replied with an air of certainty. "I'm not joking. This is serious," Su Nua insisted. "Everyone in our class is discussing where to apply. You know how difficult it is to get into the first high school. I thought you were just kidding." "Who was joking?" Ren He replied nonchalantly, though his gaze had already drifted past the flagpole towards the 2 teaching buildings behind it. "Hey, do you think if someone fell from the roof of the teaching building, they'd definitely die? Why waste your time pondering that?" Su Nua exclaimed in horror. "Don't get any dark ideas. It's just high school. You can still go to a less prestigious one." "Shoo, why are you shouting? The homeroom teacher is right in front of us," Ren He murmured, causing Su Nua to quickly glance forward. Indeed, their middle-aged, bald homeroom teacher was casting a cold glare in their direction, prompting Su Nua to retract his head in haste. A faint smile crept onto Ren He's lips. School was surprisingly amusing. To be honest, for most people who have struggled in society, their greatest dream might just be to return to school. There's no pressure, no worries. The so-called academic stress and the discontent of teachers seem laughable in hindsight, and one wonders why they were ever so afraid of their teachers. As the first class concluded, Su Nua was about to call out to Ren He for some fresh air when he noticed Ren He sprinting up the stairs. The upper floor housed the high school classrooms, and as far as Su Nua knew, Ren He had no acquaintances there. Suddenly, he recalled Ren He's earlier question. "Hey, do you think if someone fell from the roof of the teaching building, they'd definitely die?" Su Nua felt a chill run down his spine. "No way," he thought. Dragging his hefty frame up the stairs, he shouted, "Ren He, don't do anything rash. Please don't jump." His shout caused a stir. Ren He was too far ahead to hear him, but it drew the attention of everyone around. "What? Ren He from class 2 of the 3rd year is going to jump? Oh my God, is that true? Let us go upstairs and see." "No, let us go downstairs." As Ren He raced upward, a throng of students and teachers had already gathered below, watching intently. The faster he ran, the more courage surged within him. He felt his blood rushing, his heartbeat intensifying, and adrenaline coursing through his veins. Ren He was becoming exhilarated. In a previous life, someone had asked him, if you knew the world would end in 5 minutes, what would you do? After 5 minutes of contemplation, he had replied, "I'd play with my life. If life were to last only 5 minutes, he'd go all out." Deep within him, restless blood and genes had long harbored fantasies of soaring through the skies. In this life, though there was no apocalypse, there was a punishment system. Failure to meet monthly goals would lead to obliteration, which felt akin to the end of the world. Yet, Ren He felt no fear, only excitement. He cherished the saying, "Because it is ordinary, it is all wrong." This time, He was destined to be extraordinary. Ren He burst onto the rooftop, racing to the edge like a gust of wind. However, he wasn't alone. A couple he had encountered earlier was there. They were previously shy and had fled. But this time, they had no time to escape. The boy stared blankly at Ren He's back, muttering, "Oh my." At that moment, Ren He bent slightly, lifting his right leg, and with a powerful push from his left, he launched himself into the air. The sound of his leap would be unforgettable, resonating like the tremors of life itself. Veins bulged in his neck as he exerted all his strength, awaiting destiny's decree. Below, countless eyes were fixed upward. And suddenly someone shouted, "Look!" He jumped. But he wasn't falling downward. He aimed for the opposite teaching building. Had he lost his mind? The sun blazed brilliantly that morning, and Ren He's silhouette against the sun resembled a classic cinematic moment, forever etched in the memories of all who witnessed it. As he soared, he prepared for landing, and in that moment, he glanced sideways to see a girl in a pristine white dress entering the school with her parents. Their eyes met midair, creating an electric connection. In that instant, under the sunlight at the school gate, she planted a vibrant flower in Ren He's heart. Just then, his momentary distraction caused him to crash onto the rooftop of the opposite building. Ouch! That hurt like hell. The couple on the opposite rooftop stood frozen, unsure of what to do. The boy comforted the girl. Don't worry, he's not dead." The girl trembled. "Don't shake." At that moment, Su Nuo, panting and shouting, raced up the stairs. Ren He, are you okay? Where are you? Please don't jump." By then, Ren He had risen, laughing heartily. "This is what they call surviving a great calamity, brings good fortune. Wait for me to treat you, my chubby friend, to some delicious food." "Are you serious? You're not afraid for your life?" Su Nuo shouted in exasperation. "Enough about that." Ren He waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine. Just wait a moment. I'll jump back and tell you all about it." With that leap, Ren He had unexpectedly fallen in love with the thrill of risking his life. In that moment, as he had seen the girl by the school gate, he realized he finally dared to take risks, even if it meant facing death. It was exhilarating. Truth be told, he suddenly began to look forward to his next challenge. However, upon hearing Ren He's intention to jump back, Su Nuo panicked. "Dude, let us talk this over. Can't you just walk back down the stairs? Everyone is watching. The teachers will be here soon, and if you jump again, you can expect to be expelled." Ren He peered down at the masses gathered below, shrugged, and said, "All right, wait for me in class. But as for expulsion, I'm not worried about that." In the blink of an eye, the rooftop was left with just the couple still locked in each other's embrace. Chapter 11. What is your name? As Ren He descended the stairs, he pondered how he had attracted such a crowd of students and teachers. He dialed a number he had saved on his phone, and after 3 seconds, the call was answered. "Hello, Ren He, are you looking for your father? Secretary Ren is currently in a meeting." "Oh," Ren He nodded. "I'm not looking for him. I'm reaching out to Uncle Huang. I've gotten into a bit of trouble at school. Could you kindly give him a heads up?" The voice on the other end, Uncle Huang, seemed taken aback. "What trouble? You were never one to cause issues before. It's nothing serious, really. No one was harmed, and I haven't broken any laws. I just need the school to be informed. You needn't come over. It's not a disciplinary matter," Ren He clarified. "All right, but I must report this to the secretary accurately. Don't think I'd keep this from him. As for school matters, you needn't worry." "That is fine. Please do," Ren He replied, hanging up. In this new life, it appeared that his identity still held some weight. His parents remained unchanged from his previous life, both in appearance and name, and thus he felt no aversion to this familial bond. They were indeed his parents. Moreover, just like in his last life, both of his parents were retired military personnel, maintaining high standards for Ren He's conduct and firmly believing in the principle that lack of money would not lead to moral decay, which resulted in strict financial oversight over him. He remembered how, in the past, even a visit to an internet CAF was limited to 2 hours due to insufficient funds. However, in this life, he had no intention of exploiting his parents' status. He was determined to forge a different path. Just as he hung up, he encountered a group of teachers rushing toward him. Upon seeing him, one teacher exclaimed, "Ren He, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "No, of course not. I was practicing my long jump." "Practicing that on the rooftop? Are you out of your mind? Come with us to the Academic Affairs office and prepare to be summoned by your parents." Yes, you're absolutely right," Ren He agreed, fully aware that he should not oppose the teachers at this moment, lest he escalate what was initially a minor issue into a major incident. However, what he deemed a small matter was perceived by the teachers as catastrophic. If he were to perish at school, it would become sensational news. Upon entering the Academic Affairs office, Ren He spotted the girl he had seen soaring through the air moments ago, accompanied by a dignified middle-aged man. Ren He scrutinized the man, his hair meticulously styled, his suit impeccably fitted for the early autumn season, his shoes polished to a shine. He appeared to take great care of his appearance. What could his profession be? A businessman? Unlikely. Modern businessmen did not typically present themselves this way. A white-collar worker? Ordinary white-collar employees lacked such an air. An executive? Quite possible. Of course, there were other possibilities. But Ren He could not confirm further as Director Liu of the Academic Affairs Office was already leading the father and daughter towards the exit. Please, allow me to escort you to the principal's office. To the principal's office? Using you in a respectful manner? That suggests he is not merely an executive, but perhaps someone within the bureaucratic system? As the girl passed by him, Ren He quietly inquired, "What is your name?" Despite his attempt to lower his voice, the small office was too confined, and everyone heard. The girl's father turned to glare at Ren He, who responded with a cheerful smile. The man's expression of surprise flickered briefly before he continued on his way. The teachers in the office stared at Ren He with incredulity. "Ren He, are you done yet?" However, Ren He paid little heed. The girl looked at him calmly. "Are you the one who jumped off the building?" "Practicing for the long jump, not jumping off a building. My name is Ren He. What about you?" "Yang Shi," she replied, and with that, she followed her father out. Several teachers, torn between wanting to reprimand Ren He and begrudgingly admiring his audacity, thought to themselves, "If it were us in school, we would never dare to act so recklessly. Just wait for the principal's decision on how to handle this. A record of misconduct is certainly in your future." Ren He dismissed their concerns from his mind. In all his schooling prior to university, records of misconduct or probation would not be documented. Only those post-university would. Moreover, he doubted anything serious would come of it. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the director of academic affairs returned to scrutinize Ren He seriously. "Could you explain why you felt the need to do this today?" "Practicing for the long jump." The director's expression grew complicated, and he said earnestly, "In the future, practice on the track. Do not treat your life so carelessly. The track is large enough for your practice. Isn't it?" Ren He quickly nodded, "Yes. Yes, you're right, Director Liu." "All right, return to your classroom," Director Liu said, patting Ren He on the shoulder as a signal for him to go study. The teachers in the office were left in bewilderment. This was it. Was this the legendary Director Liu, known for his ability to discipline students? However, Ren He understood that Uncle Huang's call had likely been made. Otherwise, this matter would not have been dismissed so lightly. He realized he must remain exceedingly low-key. Otherwise, he would become an example of parental disgrace. He now genuinely feared that the punitive task system might assign him a mission that would shock everyone on campus, which would be rather awkward. At the very moment Ren He exited the academic affairs office, he suddenly heard the voice of the punitive system in his mind. "Congratulations on completing the task of leaping from the teaching building. You are hereby rewarded with music theory knowledge." "Is that it? Just this?" Ren He was momentarily taken aback, feeling that his arduous effort had been brushed aside with such a simple remark. Yet in the next moment, he sensed something new within his subconscious. Could it truly be music theory knowledge? Have I miraculously acquired an understanding of music theory? He recalled that in his previous life, while he could sing, he had no idea how to draw a staff. Yet now, he had seemingly mastered it in one go. Ren He pondered why this skill had been awarded to him. He had always believed that the punitive system did not intend to eradicate him for disrupting the normal course of history. Rather, it seemed to allow such behavior, perhaps even encourage it. Otherwise, why would there be a reward upon task completion? It merely wished to prevent outsiders from acting like bugs, imposing certain limitations. This limitation, he deduced, was the death-defying tasks. Thus, the awarding of music theory knowledge must have a purpose. Perhaps it wanted him to write songs. However, Ren He had never contemplated pursuing a career in music. With literature, he could secure a comfortable living. Therefore, at present, this newfound knowledge of music theory seemed of little use to him. What future rewards awaited him? Ren He now found himself eagerly anticipating his next task and the rewards it might bring. Chapter 12. The first month's manuscript fee from the Divine Book. Upon exiting the Academic Affairs Office, Ren He was momentarily taken aback upon returning to his classroom. To his astonishment, Yang Shi, whom he had inquired about just moments ago, had already settled beside Duan Xiaolu as her new deskmate. They were in the same class? A transfer student? However, once inside the classroom, Ren He refrained from speaking further with Yang Shi and dutifully returned to his own seat. The chubby Su Nuo quickly approached him. "What did the Academic Affairs Office say? They're not expelling you, are they?" As Su Nuo posed his question, The other students in the class perked up their ears, all too aware of Ren He's audacious act and eager to learn how the school would respond to such reckless behavior. Whispers filled the room, predicting Ren He's doom. Surely the school would expel him. Su Nua had already lost his temper with more than one student in class. Nothing. The teacher just told me I can practice on the playground from now on. Ren He replied nonchalantly. No way. That's it. Just practicing on the playground? Su Nua exclaimed, incredulous. This is way too lenient. Last time someone climbed over the wall, they got a demerit. You jumped off a building and faced no consequences at all. Are you sure you didn't have Uncle Ren pull some strings? Ren He suddenly recalled that Su Nua was acquainted with his father, having visited his home and shared meals. He decided to be truthful. Well, I did call his secretary. Su Nua let out a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. With that worry gone, my mind is clearer. Hey, have you heard? A new girl transferred in, the one sitting next to Duan Xiaolu. She introduced herself as Yang Shi, and our homeroom teacher mentioned she transferred from Kyoto. Now all the boys and girls in class want to get to know her. She is really beautiful. Kyoto? Ren He was somewhat surprised. Isn't studying in Kyoto great? The division line is low, and the subjects are easy. Why did she come to Luoyang? I wouldn't know. Su Nua shook his head. Ren He's mind began to race. He suspected that Yang Shi's father must have an impressive background, especially since she transferred from Kyoto. He opened his phone to search for news from Kyoto over the past couple of months, and, after 2 hours, finally stumbled upon a familiar yet distant face. Yang An. The ambassador of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to Angola resigns from his diplomatic post. So she comes from a diplomatic family. That certainly alleviates any pressure. That evening, upon arriving home, Ren He immediately began typing. The editor had notified him that his work would be published next week, and prior to the release, they would arrange for a recommendation, relieving him of any concerns. This might be the fastest his work had ever been published, completed in just 3 weeks. He wondered what the recommendation would be. He accessed the author's backend to check his earnings. Today was the day for calculating manuscript fees, and he had been too preoccupied during the day to look. 42,700 yuan. This was an astonishing sum for a month without having been published, including 2 alliance memberships and rewards from a 7-day update from a drunken fan. Honestly, it was the first time Ren He had encountered such a significant monthly manuscript fee, and he felt a surge of excitement. Now that everything regarding Divine Book was running smoothly, he hardly needed to worry about anything as long as he didn't falter in his writing. Making money was assured. However, just as Ren He was preparing to celebrate, the Heavenly Punishment System suddenly issued a new task. Complete the bungee jump at Baiyun Mountain within half a month to receive a reward. What the heck? Ren He was dumbfounded. Didn't you say there would only be tasks at the end? This is blatant deception. Although he had begun to enjoy the thrill of leaping off the teaching building, he still wanted a break. This second task came far too soon. He had previously asked the Heavenly Punishment System how long-running series would be handled, and they had assured him that tasks would only commence upon completion. So why was a task issued right after his manuscript fee was calculated? Did that imply that as long as he was still publishing, there would be tasks every month? Why wasn't this mentioned beforehand? The Heavenly Punishment System calmly replied in his mind. All interpretation rights belong to the Heavenly Punishment System. How shameless. Ren He felt a surge of frustration. The phrase all interpretation rights belong to the Heavenly Punishment System was utterly brazen, meaning they could do as they pleased. It seemed that any benefits gained from utilizing experiences from his previous life would likely come with punitive tasks. With manuscript fees settled monthly, it appeared that tasks from the Heavenly Punishment System would also occur monthly. However, bungee jumping was manageable. It seemed intimidating but was relatively safer than leaping off a building with no protective measures. Of course, bungee jumping wasn't without its risks. Ren He had heard of incidents in his past life where bungee cords snapped, leading to falls. Nonetheless, he brushed it off as a low-probability event. With the 2,700 yuan manuscript fee, he could afford to have some fun. He called Su Nua. Hey, chubby, let us go to Baiyun Mountain for National Day. I'll treat you. Let us go bungee jumping. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Our class activity has already changed from going to Zhongdu Gorge to Baiyun Mountain. Ren He was taken aback. What? How did it change to Baiyun Mountain? Many had mentioned they had already gone to Zhongdu Gorge for summer relief. And now this season was perfect for watching the sunrise at Baiyun Mountain. Fine, he decided to ignore them. He coaxed, let us go ourselves. I'll cover everything, smokes, drinks, food, tickets, and accommodation. Su Nua exclaimed on the other end. You've really struck it rich, huh? Of course. So, what do you say? Ren He didn't want to join the rest of the classmates. It felt restrictive. Su Nua had treated him numerous times, and now that he had money, it was only proper to return the favor. Sure. When do we leave? Next week, October 1st. That night during a jog, Duan Xiaolu proactively asked Ren He, "Did you hear about the new girl in our class?" "Yes, I'm not blind," Ren He replied. "I invited her to join our class's National Day activity, which has changed to Bayun Mountain," Duan Xiaolu said. "She seems nice, not pretentious at all." "Oh, Yangshi is also going to Bayun Mountain?" Ren He pondered whether they would cross paths. Perhaps he should simply accompany Su Nua and the group? Never mind. There would be plenty of time ahead. This trip to Bayun Mountain was primarily to fulfill his task. He was still uncertain about his feelings for that girl, but he couldn't shake off the memory of their gaze locked in midair. That was why he had asked her name in front of so many teachers at the Academic Affairs office. If the other students found out, it would undoubtedly become sensational news the next day. Chapter 13. The feeling of dreams coming true. Ren He has become quite a celebrity at school, though not for particularly commendable reasons. His peers have bestowed upon him unflattering nicknames, such as the bottom of the class and the slacker wanting to switch to sports. His infamous leap from the teaching building was nothing short of shocking. Who among the regular students would dare to attempt such a stunt? When students recount the incident to their parents, the general response is to keep their distance from such a problem student, fearing he might snap at any moment. In the eyes of the teachers, Ren He, once an inconspicuous student, has transformed into a symbol of rebellion and defiance. However, his moment of defiance did not result in any disciplinary action, and the earnest words of Director Liu led them to subconsciously deduce that Ren He might be quite extraordinary. Some teachers even contemplated turning a blind eye, reasoning that if Director Liu had no objections, why should they meddle? Duan Xiaolu shot him a glance. "Why did you jump off the building during the day?" Ren He could hardly be bothered to explain the difference between bungee jumping and a long jump. Indeed, to outsiders, it appeared as nothing more than a reckless act. "Don't you think that a life lived too peacefully can be rather dull?" Ren He retorted. "But everyone lives like that, studying hard, taking exams, finding a decent job after graduation, and eventually establishing a stable family. There is happiness to be found in tranquility, after all. Moreover, tranquility does not equate to mediocrity. Many forms of greatness emerge from calmness. Life need not be intense to be truly lived," Duan Xiaolu replied earnestly. "It's no wonder people say girls mature faster. You certainly think quite far ahead." Ren He muttered under his breath. It's nothing. As you mentioned, many forms of greatness do indeed arise from tranquility. However, I must clarify my stance. Firstly, I do not aspire to greatness. It holds little meaning for me. I am merely an ordinary individual, and matters like saving humanity or advancing society bear no relevance to my life. Secondly, the things I intend to pursue are destined to be anything but tranquil. Ren He's gaze turned serious as he sensed a connection. At least he was conversing with a mature girl. Despite being only 15, Duan Xiaolu exhibited a depth of understanding beyond her peers, perhaps influenced by her family's background, which remained a mystery to him. Yet, he was acutely aware that his reckless path would not lead to a serene existence. Have you ever seen someone bungee jumping in a state of calm? Who in their right mind would jump off a bridge so serenely, even though this was a task? And Ren He could cease his writing or refrain from copying the classics. He was genuinely relishing a life he had long yearned for. It was akin to the sensation of dreams coming true. Ren He felt a profound sense of divergence between his path and that of Duan Xiaolu. They were like two rays diverging, bound to grow further apart. Duan Xiaolu inquired softly, "What is your dream?" "Haha, it would be rather anticlimactic to share it. When I achieve it, you will naturally know. If I fail, it's better not to speak of it to avoid any future awkwardness." Ren He chuckled. "What about you? Do you have a dream?" "I once aspired to be a dancer, but as I grew older, I realized that dancing offered little in terms of a viable future, so I abandoned the dream. However, after our conversation today, I believe I will soon discover a new one." "Thank you," Duan Xiaolu said earnestly. "You indeed seem quite different from the Ren He I once knew. Everyone grows, don't they?" "Haha, when you leapt from the teaching building this morning, what were you thinking?" "I was contemplating just how high that building was, but the jump was exhilarating. So exhilarating that I even wished to do it again." "Really? You want to jump again? Aren't you afraid of dying?" Of course, who isn't. Neither of them anticipated that their serious conversation would yield so many words. The National Day holiday was fast approaching, one of the two most anticipated breaks for students outside the summer and winter vacations. Finally, a chance to relax. Some plan to gather at an internet CAF for gaming. "Tomorrow, let's meet at the Vanguard Internet CAF. I'll lead you to victory." "You're such a noob. Who can you lead?" "Shut up. My red alert skills are unbeatable. Of course, some girls plan to go shopping together, and even more astonishingly, others arrange to complete their homework in a group. A world Ren he could never comprehend as a mere bystander. In their third grade class, over 20 students decided to embark on a trip to Bayun Mountain together. Initially, only about 10 were going, but the arrival of new student Yang, she inspired several others to join. However, this did not include Ren He and Su Nuo, who set off early in the morning. Ren He, are we going to lose ourselves out there? As far as I remember, you've never traveled far. Su Nuo expressed her concerns. Ren He retorted, relax. I won't get lost. To Su Nuo's surprise, Ren He expertly navigated the public transport system. Purchasing bus tickets with ease and even exchanging a few words with the ticket clerk, he certainly didn't seem like a middle school student. How much money did you bring? Is it enough? We're staying overnight, and we'll need to watch the sunrise tomorrow. Don't tell me you're short on cash. All my pocket money went to buying game discs last week, and now I'm broke. Fatty Sue. Ren He's expression darkened. Pulling out his wallet to reveal 2,000 yuan. You've been chattering nonstop. Now hush and take a nap. We'll be there before you know it. Seriously, what's with you worrying so much at your age? Wow, so much. Su Nuo began to exclaim, but Ren He quickly covered her mouth and whispered, Shuh, keep your wealth under wraps, got it? Got it, got it. Su Nuo beamed. I didn't expect you to have come into such fortune. Go ahead and sleep. Ren He encouraged Su Nuo to rest, but he himself remained awake. Truth be told, he had never developed the habit of sleeping on buses, a trait born of instinctive vigilance. Thieves typically do not target those who remain alert. They prefer to prey on those who are oblivious, as the latter present a higher success rate. The principle is akin to selecting the easiest targets. Chapter 14. Arrival at Bayun Mountain. The Bayun Mountain Scenic Area, in Luoqing, located in the southern part of Z County, HN Province, is renowned for its enchanting clouds and breathtaking beauty. This national-level forest park, recognized as a national nature reserve and a 5-star tourist destination, has been acclaimed as one of the most beautiful places in China. The bus wound its way up the mountain along the winding roads, with clouds appearing almost within reach, lifting Ren He's spirits considerably. He nudged his friend Su Nuo awake, exclaiming, Wake up! We've arrived. Su Nuo, still groggy, blinked at him in confusion. Where have we arrived? At Bayun Mountain. Where else? Ren He replied, slightly exasperated. Pack your things, we're getting off. Do you think we'll run into Duan Xiaolu and the others? Su Nuo asked. What if we do? They have their fun, and we have ours. There's no rule that says we must stick to group activities, Ren He responded. By this time, the bus had already pulled into the parking lot of the Bayun Mountain Visitor Center. Grabbing Su Nuo, he hopped off the bus, fully aware of his friend's concerns. He knew that if their classmates discovered they were exploring separately, it might create some awkwardness, but he dismissed the thought. They were merely a bunch of kids. What awkwardness could there be? It's already 2 in the afternoon. Isn't it a bit late to hike up? What should we do? Su Nuo inquired. Look at you, acting like you've never been out. Let us settle in first, recuperate our energy, and set off at 4 in the morning to catch the sunrise at the summit. On the way down, I'll take you bungee jumping. Bungee jumping? Su Nuo gasped, his face paling at the thought. You never mentioned bungee jumping. You expect me, a hefty person, to leap off like that, and then be pulled back up? Is this something one can just casually do? He realized that Ren He seemed to have a penchant for thrill-seeking activities. Why be afraid? Bungee jumping has safety measures. It's not like I'm suggesting you commit suicide. Ren He attempted to persuade Su Nuo. I'm not going. Are you going or not? I'm not going. Anyone else can go if they want. Fine, then I'll jump while you watch, Ren He said, not pressing the issue further. Su Nuo's mood brightened instantly at Ren He's concession. Where are we staying? We booked in advance at the Bayun Hotel, Ren He replied, leading Su Nuo forward. Whoa, I've heard that it's a newly built 5-star hotel. Is it really necessary to indulge like that? Doesn't staying a night cost over 1,000? It's not that much. In such a remote place, a standard room is just over 800. Life is about enjoyment, and we have the means. Look at those nearby farmhouses. They seem clean enough, but their bedding probably gets changed only after hosting multiple guests, and who knows what pests they harbor. Ren He recalled a terrifying experience from his previous life at a farmhouse, waking up to find a large spider on his leg, nearly scaring him to death. That instance left an indelible mark on him, as he harbored a deep fear of spiders, which he found grotesque. Su Nuo eyed Ren He suspiciously. Why do you seem so different now? Stop babbling and hurry up, Ren He urged. As the two entered the Bayun Hotel, they were unaware that behind them, a group of over 20 students was making their way toward a nearby farmhouse. A male classmate led the way. Everyone, I came here with my family last year. And this is the best farmhouse I've ever stayed in. Follow me. You won't regret it. It's clean and sanitary. And the owner makes an incredible dish of scrambled eggs with chives. How much is it per night? Only 80. And that's for two to share. So it's just 40 per person. Economical, right? Upon hearing the price, the group felt relieved. It was within their budget. Though they were among the higher earners in terms of pocket money at school, the allowance of an average middle school student was hardly substantial. And they certainly weren't wealthy kids. Wait, did I see that right? The leading boy casually glanced at the Bayun Hotel and was taken aback. What did you see? I think I saw two people enter the Bayun Hotel who looked a bit like Ren He and Su Nuo, he said, uncertain. That's impossible. Ren He must still be at home, because he's broke. Even if Su Nuo has money, they wouldn't stay at Bayun Hotel. That costs as much as our monthly allowance. The boy chuckled, dismissing his own thoughts. True, I must have been mistaken. Let us hurry and drop off our bags at the farmhouse. The group paid little attention to this exchange, yet two individuals in the line, Duan Xiaolu and Yang Shi, cast their gazes toward the Bayun Hotel, lost in their thoughts. A male classmate approached with an air of gentlemanly politeness. Xiaolu, Yang Shi, may I help you with your bags? Duan Xiaolu and Yang Shi simultaneously shook their heads and smiled. No need, we can manage. Some other girls voiced their displeasure. Hey, why are you only helping Xiaolu and Yang Shi? What about us? The boy, feeling awkward after being rejected, seized the opportunity to change the subject. Who said I wouldn't help? It's just that Xiaolu and Yang Shi are closer to me. Come on, let me help you with your bag. He reached for one of the girls' backpacks. However, the girls were not impressed, fully aware of the underlying dynamics, and they responded with sardonic remarks. Xiaolu, Xiaolu. You're calling her quite affectionately. Shouldn't you be calling her class monitor? Flushed with embarrassment, the boy stammered but couldn't find the words. Someone else attempted to lighten the mood. What can Ren He do with his 5 yuan allowance for a month? He can spend 2 hours at an internet CAF and watch others play games, haha. When Ren He jumped off the teaching building that day, I thought he was really going to do something drastic. It scared me so much. How could the school not punish him at all, right? Last semester, a boy from class 1 was caught climbing over the wall during the day and received a major demerit. Yet Ren He faced no consequences. I wonder if Lu Director has lost his mind? At this moment, Duan Xiaolu casually remarked, enough. It's not nice to gossip about others. Yang Shi glanced at her thoughtfully, pondering her words. Inside the Bayun Hotel, Ren He was sneezing incessantly. Who the hell is talking bad about me behind my back? Su Nuo, make sure to bundle up when we hike at dawn. The temperature at the summit can be freezing. Chapter 15, The Chaotic Classmates in the Evening. Ren He took his chubby friend Su Nuo to dine at the Bayun Hotel, and after their meal, they planned to head to the hot springs. Upon arriving at the mixed hot spring pool, Su Nuo, the rotund boy, was captivated by the sight of a stunning woman in a bikini, nearly drooling in awe. Hey, stop staring. I'm talking to you, fatty. How old are you? And you look like this? Ren He chided with a teasing smile. Exasperated by his friend's lack of decorum, Su Nuo, however, was filled with excitement, almost moved to tears as he exclaimed, now this is what life is about. Why do we endure hardships and study so hard in school? I wish I could live like this every day. Ren He shot him a sideways glance. Your perspective is skewed. ISNT school meant to equip you with skills to enjoy such a life? Truth be told, I find little value in what we learn at school. Much of it is rendered useless after just a couple of years in society. However, remember that having a skill is fundamental. Do you understand? What do you mean by skill? Su Nuo inquired. Ren He elaborated. A skill is something that enables you to sustain yourself in society. It doesn't have to be chemistry, physics, or business management. It can be automotive repair, writing novels, or illustrating comics. Anything that allows you to earn a living. Got it. Does programming count? I really enjoy it, Su Nuo asked eagerly. Oh, you can code. Ren He sat up, intrigued. My cousin taught me a bit 2 years ago, then I started self-studying. My family has been supportive. It's more of a hobby now. Su Nuo said, his eyes sparkling at the mention of programming. What level are you at now? Ren He probed further. I'm not entirely sure. I usually get assigned specific tasks, like writing particular segments of code, but I haven't done anything independently, Su Nuo admitted. Alright, we can discuss this when we get back. Ren He, is there that special kind of service here? Su Nuo asked awkwardly. Ren He's expression darkened as he kicked him into the water. You're still in middle school. What are you thinking? I was just asking. By the early hours, the sky outside remained shrouded in darkness. Ren He glanced at his phone. It was 3:30 a.m. Unlike Mount Tai and Mount Hua, Bayun Mountain required an ascent starting as early as 9 p.m. to reach the summit in time, though Bayun was comparatively shorter. They intended to start at 4 a.m. to arrive by 6 a.m. He nudged his slumbering friend Su Nual. "Wake up, fatty. Let me sleep a bit more." Su Nual mumbled. "Wake up, or I'll splash you with cold water." Ren He threatened. "No, don't do that. I'm up, I'm up." Su Nual, sensing the seriousness in Ren He's tone, hurriedly got ready. By the time they exited the Bayun Hotel, it was already 4 a.m. Yet Bayun Mountain was bustling with activity as many people were eager to reach the peak to witness the sunrise. "Did you bring the flashlight?" "Yes, here," Su Nual replied, pulling out 2 flashlights, handing one to Ren He. "Are the batteries new? We can't afford for them to die halfway. They're freshly bought." "Ren He, why are you so meticulous about everything now?" Su Nual complained. "Being cautious can sometimes save your life. You know nothing about it. Even if the news doesn't report it, there are still numerous accidents each year where people fall from cliffs in the dark. You don't want that to happen, do you?" Ren He pointed out, recalling tales of unfortunate souls who had plummeted while chasing the sunrise. "Let us go." In stark contrast to Ren He's preparedness, chaos reigned in the small farmhouse where the students from Luoqing Foreign Language School were staying. "Has anyone seen my jacket? Where are Gua Xiaodong and He Lin? Why haven't they come down yet? Aren't they awake yet? It's already so late." Someone fretted. "Did everyone bring their flashlights? I read online that part of the trail on Bayun Mountain is completely dark. I brought mine, but I'm unsure if the battery will last. It's been ages since I last used it. I forgot mine." Someone lamented. "We were told beforehand to check our gear and buy new batteries. How could anyone forget that? What is all this fuss about? With so many flashlights, missing one won't matter." Duan Shalu said as she produced 2 flashlights from her bag, offering one to a boy. "I anticipated someone would forget, so I prepared a spare. Now, let us get moving before it's too late." She turned and noticed Yang Shi already clad in a professional hiking outfit, complete with serious-looking boots and a high-quality flashlight. Clearly, she was well prepared. Observing Yang Shi, Duan Shaolu felt a distinct divide between her and her classmates, as if they hailed from entirely different worlds. Perhaps in the future, they would part ways, embarking on divergent paths, each a unique journey. Duan Shaolu remained silent, but others began to express their admiration. "Yang Shi, you're so well prepared. No wonder your backpack was so large when you arrived. I've seen that model in outdoor shops. It's a professional hiking backpack." Yang Shi smiled and explained. "My family enjoys outdoor activities, so I invested in this equipment beforehand. Let us go to witness the sunrise." "Ren He, wait for me. I can't climb anymore." Su Nual called out from behind, one hand on his waist and the other gripping an iron railing, utterly exhausted. Yet, inexplicably, Ren He pressed on like a beast of burden, unperturbed after nearly 2 hours of climbing. "I warned you to exercise. How about you join me for evening runs from now on? It's not far from your home," Ren He teased. "No way. Such precious time shouldn't be squandered on running," Su Nual retorted. Ren He scoffed. "Then keep getting fatter. No one can save you. Hurry up. We're almost at sunrise time, and it would be a shame to miss it. By the way, we haven't seen our classmates yet. Do you think they left earlier and are already at the top?" Su Nual suddenly pondered aloud. Ren He chuckled. "I have a feeling they dawdle and end up missing the sunrise." Chapter 16. The Perilous Bungee Jump. Atop Bayun Mountain, a considerable crowd had gathered to witness the sunrise. The biting cold wind rustled the garments of all present. Upon arriving at the summit, Ren He hastily paid 40 yuan to rent 2 military overcoats. The moment Su Nual donned the coat, she plopped down on a large rock, panting heavily, and remarked, "It seems none of our classmates made it after all. They might truly miss the sunrise. Luckily, I am with you. If I were with them, it would be quite a disappointment." Silence. "The sun is rising," Ren He said, standing at the peak, intently gazing at the distant horizon. Suddenly, from the deep blue clouds, a slender parabolic arc emerged, glowing a brilliant red, shimmering with golden light, akin to boiling liquid splashing upwards, and then surged skyward like a rocket. This was the moment daylight burst forth from the night sky. Through the gaps in the blue clouds, several smaller, even brighter red fragments appeared. As one looked again, these fragments broke through the clouds, merging and leaping forth. The sun had emerged. It was dazzling and radiant, as red as fire and as intense as flames, illuminating all darkness in an instant. At that moment, everyone watching the sunrise seemed to be granted a new lease on life, enriching the hues of existence. "This is the essence of witnessing the sunrise," Ren He mused. "There are myriad miracles in life, and the value lies in the endeavor." Only after experiencing a plethora of vistas can one truly discern their desires. Even Su Nuo, who typically held no interest in such matters, was entranced, and she asked, Ren He, do you think life at school is rather dull? I want to focus on programming and technology, yet I fear. Why am I afraid? Your fear likely stems from the uncertainty of the darkness ahead. You know, much of our lives is spent observing, watching others tread various paths, contemplating their lives, seeking our own way. However, what we truly observe is not life, nor paths, nor choices, but how others attain success, for their accomplishments fuel our motivation. But by the time you decide to act upon witnessing their success, it may be too late. These words profoundly impacted Su Nuo, leaving her in contemplative silence. Ren He chuckled. Well then, the sunrise has ended. Let us return. Are we going straight back? Su Nuo inquired. Bungee jumping. Ren He exclaimed. Let it be clear. You jump. I shall not. As Ren He and Su Nuo began their descent along the return path, Duan Xiaolu and the others were just reaching the summit. Observing the sun now risen, they fell into silence until someone finally complained, I said we must depart on time. I don't understand why some people consistently disregard our agreements. I also mentioned not to fall behind and to bring flashlights, yet no one listened. Indeed, it was a group activity, and yet someone lagged behind. Can't one set an alarm? How could anyone oversleep? The two girls who had overslept turned crimson with embarrassment. It's all how Ji Chao's fault for choosing that farmhouse. Our room had cockroaches, which left us too terrified to sleep the first half of the night. When we asked the owner for a room change, he said they were all full. Wasn't it said that this farmhouse was very clean? How could there be cockroaches? The group bickered, frustrated by missing the sunrise. Duan Xiaolu remained a calm observer, while Yangshi produced her DSLR camera and began taking photographs. Turning to Yangshi, Duan Xiaolu asked, Do you not feel any regret? This is already beautiful. Yangshi replied, beaming. Isn't the purpose of outings to enjoy oneself and relax? Why fixate on seeing the sunrise when we've already missed it? True. Duan Xiaolu felt her spirits lift, suddenly recalling her father's advice to surround herself with positive individuals. This, indeed, was the embodiment of positive energy. I heard there's bungee jumping on Baiyun Mountain. Since we missed the sunrise, we can still enjoy bungee jumping. Yangshi announced cheerfully. I've always wanted to try it. Bungee jumping? The group exchanged glances, some eager, while others hesitated. You all go ahead. I'm a bit afraid of heights. I'll watch you. Suddenly, Hao Jichao piped up. I think I just saw Ren He and Su Nuo. They were descending from the other side of the mountain when we reached the summit. You must be seeing things. Forget it. They were probably just two people who looked similar. I can't believe that Fatso could wake up so early. Come on, let's go bungee jumping. However, when they reached the bungee jumping site, everyone was taken aback. The one donning the protective gear was indeed Ren He. Next to him stood Su Nuo. Wow, they really came to Baiyun Mountain. Does that mean Hao Jichao saw them entering Baiyun Hotel last night? Where did they get all this money? I only care that they saw the sunrise while we did not. At this moment, the group hesitated, unsure whether to approach Ren He and Su Nuo. Facing these two usually inconspicuous classmates, they suddenly felt at a loss. It was as if the individuals they had consistently overlooked had suddenly become impressive, leaving them disoriented. Shall we watch them jump first? Unbeknownst to Ren He, who was too preoccupied with the daunting bungee setup, over 20 classmates had gathered behind him. He was startled by the sight of the dilapidated equipment at Yunfei bungee jumping. The rusted apparatus and severely worn gear left him feeling uneasy. No wonder. In his past life, this bungee jumping site had ultimately been shut down. If it hadn't been, it would surely lead to accidents. He had thought the heavenly punishment system had benevolently presented him with an opportunity to engage in an exhilarating yet seemingly safe activity, only to discover that it was anything but safe. The system was clearly testing his fate. Su Nuo, concerned, remarked, Ren He, maybe we shouldn't jump? This seems unsafe. In the past, Ren He would have undoubtedly opted out, deeming the bungee jumping far too unreliable. The thought of jumping only to have the rusted support snap was too ludicrous, not to mention the ropes appeared to be long overdue for replacement. Yet, while others might refrain, he could not afford to. He bore a mission. Ren He's voice trembled slightly. Fatty, do you remember what I told you? Life is about taking risks. What if we die? Stop with the morbid thoughts. The bungee jump supervisor chuckled at Ren He's anxious expression. Let go of the railing. It may seem terrifying, but the experience passes swiftly. Easy for you to say, why don't you jump? Ren He clung tightly to the railing, attempting to release his grip, but the thought of free falling made him grasp it again. The supervisor reassured him. There's nothing to fear. Before he could finish, Ren He inhaled deeply and shouted, "Embrace the new life. Here I go." With that, he spread his arms wide like a bird and leaped into the abyss. No one expected him to jump so abruptly. Yet as he fell, his triumphant roar echoed through the serene mountains. Survive great adversity, and fortune shall follow. Damn you, heavenly punishment system. Chapter 17. Surviving hardship bestows future blessings. In the fleeting moment of leaping from the platform, Ren He felt an unexpected tranquility enveloping him. The mountainous landscape swiftly passed by his eyes as he descended, and he could sense his hair billowing upwards in the rush of air. Perhaps this was truly what it felt like to jump from a height, experiencing the threshold between life and death once more. Ren He seemed to find a new perspective on existence. The sensation of free fall was akin to a tangible brush with mortality, and the fact that he had chosen this path rendered the experience all the more remarkable. Ren He was not unscathed. He cursed the punitive system simply because, while he was bouncing high above, he could hear the ominous creaking of the rope. How absurd! Why had such a dilapidated attraction not been shut down long ago? Upon returning, he felt compelled to file a report. As he soared through the air, he could feel his blood rushing to his head, foreseeing the telltale signs of blood vessels in his eyes upon his ascent. Suddenly, a terrifying sound of metal fracturing echoed above him. A chilling creak that pierced through Ren He's mind, causing his teeth to ache. What had broken? Sunua, quickly pull me up. Panic surged within him. While the thrill of danger was exhilarating, no one wished to gamble with their life. Yet, he reasoned that as long as he had not yet plummeted, there remained hope for salvation. He glanced down at the dense canopy below, estimating his altitude to be approximately 300 meters. Should he fall, there would be no chance of survival. At that moment, another cable intended to hoist him upwards descended. Ren He swiftly grasped it and secured himself. He began to feel the gradual upward pull, and a sigh of relief escaped him. Escaping danger was paramount. However, he found himself in an awkward predicament. Because he wasn't quite sure of the mechanics behind it, but he knew that after bungee jumping, most men experienced a temporary state of arousal. Ren He, are you all right? Sunua inquired as he was pulled up. Breathless, he replied, I just want to know what the hell broke up there. Oh, it was just a metal railing that suddenly snapped. The bungee equipment itself is fine. Ren He was momentarily stunned, a mixture of disbelief and amusement flooding over him. Damn it, you scared me half to death. I thought I was done for. The attendant chuckled. Bungee jumping may appear dangerous, but in reality, it is not. Otherwise, the park would be drowning in compensation claims. Ren He, with a frown, internally chastised. You ought to cease this nonsense. With a facility in such disrepair, it is a travesty that it remains operational. As they spoke, Ren He suddenly noticed his classmates. What a coincidence to encounter them at this moment. His gaze first fell upon Yang Shi, who was unexpectedly looking directly at him. Following her gaze, Ren He blushed as he realized his previous state of arousal was still quite evident. He hastily adjusted his posture, striving to restore normal blood circulation, hoping his embarrassment would soon dissipate. Although such reactions were natural after bungee jumping, it still felt rather awkward. Ahem, everyone, what brings us here? Ren He deflected, clearly sensing a hint of amusement in Yang Shi's gaze. Duan Shaolu retorted, what are you doing here? Didn't you say you didn't want to join us? Oh, I had actually planned to come to Baiyun Mountain for the sunrise and bungee jump with Sunua. That's why I didn't sign up for the trip to Chongdagu. This excuse was hardly convincing. He had only decided that yesterday when Sunua informed him of her inability to attend. Moreover, during their night run, she had explicitly mentioned that the activity's location had changed to Baiyun Mountain. Yet, Duan Shaolu refrained from pressing further, knowing deep down that Ren He likely preferred to act independently rather than follow the crowd. Today, however, she felt grateful for Ren He's wisdom. Had she not been with her classmates, she would have surely missed the sunrise. Furthermore, this journey would not be marred by unpleasant memories. Yet, being a lone wolf was not in Duan Shaolu's nature. Having been class president since elementary school, she envisioned herself as the student council president in college, and she could not imagine being as carefree as Ren He. Shall we return together? She proposed. Together, of course. We should all head back. Ren He responded cheerfully. After all, returning simply involves taking a bus from the parking lot. There's no significant difference. Besides, since we have already crossed paths, it seems inappropriate to continue alone. Duan Shaolu accepted this and turned to the others, stating, this bungee facility appears quite unsafe. Let us not take any risks. Let us head down and prepare to return. Upon reaching the visitor center, everyone watched as Ren He and Sunua walked towards the Baiyun Hotel, their hearts heavy thinking about the cockroaches in their own accommodations. Su Nu must be living lavishly. How could she afford such an expensive place for Ren He? Rumor had it that Su Nua's family was in business, though the specifics remained a mystery. Yang Shi, curious, remarked, "Why does everyone assume Su Nua is footing the bill? I can't shake the feeling that it's Ren He treating her, as he seems to be calling the shots throughout this trip." Yang Shi, you must not know that Ren He is notoriously frugal. His monthly allowance barely totals 5 yuan. It's utterly implausible for him to be paying for a stay at Baiyun Hotel, another classmate clarified. Yang Shi was puzzled. Why did her classmates' perceptions contrast so starkly with her own understanding? On the return journey, Ren He deliberately chose seats behind Duan Xiaolu and Yang Shi alongside Su Nua. Although they sat close, they exchanged few words. Ren He was uncertain of his motivations. He merely felt an instinctive desire to be nearer, not with any particular intent. At this moment, he remembered to check his phone for the performance of his web novel, which had only just been launched yesterday. He had been preoccupied with other matters and had merely scheduled his previously written manuscript for release. Now, the realization struck him that he had yet to see how it was faring in terms of recommendations. Furthermore, he was eager to ascertain whether his work merited the title of a divine book. In the realm of online literature, regardless of prior accolades or acclaim, the true measure of success only revealed itself on the day of launch. The number of subscriptions was the ultimate testament to one's worth. In this parallel world, where copyright protections were considerably robust, the overall performance of web literature had improved significantly. A subscription count below 1,000 was deemed a failure, while those exceeding 1,000 held potential for success. 5,000 subscriptions indicated a quality piece, and 10,000 subscriptions denoted a masterpiece. The annual conference of Shengshi Chinese Network had a threshold of 10,000 subscriptions. Those with 40,000 or even 100,000 subscriptions were regarded as supreme gods, true titans of the literary world. The remarkable record of 100,000 subscriptions was far beyond anything seen on Earth. What a splendid era it was, with such strong protections for intellectual property. Surviving hardship surely begets future blessings. May the heavens ensure my achievements are nothing short of explosive. At that moment, the alert from the punitive system resonated in Ren He's mind. Congratulations on completing the bungee jump task. Reward: 1, 0 enhancement to physical attributes. Chapter 18, The Golden Alliance 1. 0 physical fitness. What does that mean? Ren He was bewildered. He felt a warm current surging through his body, and to his astonishment, he sensed a significant enhancement in his vision, sharper mental acuity, and increased strength. What does 1,0 physical fitness entail? Could you elaborate? The normal physical fitness level for an adult is a standard score of 3, encompassing logical reasoning, strength, stamina, vision, hearing, taste, scent, and more, with a striking force of 480 pounds as the benchmark. Thus, a score of 1,0 signifies a bursting force of 160 pounds, and so forth. Your physical fitness prior to receiving the reward was 161. It turns out that completing tasks grants direct enhancements to one's physique. Such rewards truly exist. Does this imply that if he undertakes the task of leaping across the teaching building again, it will be considerably easier? It seems his physical fitness during middle school was merely half that of an adult. No wonder he felt so weak. Now, does this mean he is nearing the physical fitness level of an adult? If he were to receive multiple rewards, wouldn't that mean he could engage in extreme sports with greater ease than others? Goodness, it would be akin to having cheats, allowing him to climb barehanded without fear of exhaustion. Ren He was increasingly eager for future tasks. While Ren He was still on Baiyun Mountain, as he released his scheduled chapters, all the authors sprang into action. Each one incessantly refreshed the sales and subscription rankings, 2 methods of gauging a book's performance. The sales chart reflected real-time sales, while the subscription chart indicated current subscriptions. The authors were eagerly awaiting the leaderboard refresh. What do you think his book's performance will be? Judging by the reactions to the recommendation votes and collections, it should hover around 5,000 subscriptions on the day it launches, right? 5,000. That seems excessive, after all. He is merely a newcomer. Shengshi has been promoting him heavily during this time. Have you seen the staggering number of recommendation votes he receives daily? His comments have exceeded 40,000. Nothing is impossible. I still believe 5,000 is overestimating. Around 3,000 seems more appropriate, considering he is a newcomer. Enough of this debate. While his book is popular, let us not overrate it. Do you remember that other book from last year? The one that surged in popularity? Yes. The one that bought recommendation votes, with 120,000 collections at launch, only to see disastrous subscription performance, culminating in a hasty conclusion of 500,000 words. Do you think this book will follow the same path? Is it artificially inflated? However, at that moment, Shengshi Chinese Network unexpectedly triggered a celebratory message across the entire site, regardless of which page was opened. Congratulations to the alcoholic for becoming a member of the Golden Alliance of Divine Books. Everyone was stunned. Good heavens. The Golden Alliance. Brother, you are truly wealthy. Joining the Golden Alliance requires a donation of 100,000 yuan, meaning the alcoholic has generously contributed 100,000 yuan to the Divine Book on its launch day. I recall someone mentioning that the alcoholic had left a message saying there would be a grand gift upon launch. So this is the grand gift, the Golden Alliance. I want a grand gift too. Don't dream. Only a few deities in Shengshi have ever attained the Golden Alliance. Everyone calmed down after a few seconds and remarked, he certainly didn't achieve this by inflating his results. The Golden Alliance proves everything. They had all perused this divine book, and they knew its quality. If it were lacking, do you think the red dust deity would have endorsed it? Let us wait for the leaderboard to refresh. I'm eager to see how many subscriptions he actually has. The monthly vote leaderboard refreshed first. Hurry and take a look. The Divine Book ranks first in the new book monthly votes and ninth in the overall monthly ranking. Ninth overall? Everyone was flabbergasted. Can a new book even land in the overall monthly rankings? What kind of joke is this? Upon checking the monthly vote leaderboard, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Realizing that donations yield monthly votes, for every 100 yuan donated, one receives a monthly vote. Thus, the Alcoholic-S Golden Alliance effectively granted the Divine Book 1,000 monthly votes. On the first day of October, it garnered over 1,000 monthly votes. Truly terrifying. It appears his new book's position at the top of the monthly vote leaderboard is secure. Moreover, did you see? He has several alliance leaders. Let me count. 1, 2, 3. 11. Goodness, a newcomer on their debut day with 11 alliance leaders. What a joke. I've been writing for 9 years. And I'm utterly overshadowed by this newcomer. I'm beginning to lose the desire to see his subscription results. I fear it will be disheartening. Let us go play games. I'm done looking. Let us disperse. After receiving the rewards from the heavenly punishment system, Ren He immediately accessed his author backend, eager to check his subscription results. To be honest, as the moment of truth arrived, he felt a surge of anxiety. Please don't flop. He was relying on this book to support his family. However, when he saw his subscription figures, he was momentarily speechless. He had released 5 chapters the day before, with the highest subscription reaching 7,921 and an average of 7,812. Ren He took a deep breath to steady his emotions. This was indeed his highest initial subscription record. Although he still had a way to go before reaching 10,000. He was a newcomer. He lacked a fixed readership. Those exalted deities had accumulated readers over several years, with tens of thousands of stable followers, something Ren He simply couldn't match at this stage. Furthermore, average subscriptions tend to rise as the serialization progresses, benefiting from the website's recommendations. In his previous life, the game novel he wrote had an initial subscription of only 1,300, but by the end, it exceeded 3,000. This means that 7,000 average subscriptions is not his limit. Feeling relieved, Ren He concluded that as long as he wrote diligently, this book would not flop. He reviewed other data and felt a swell of gratitude when he noticed that the Alcoholics Golden Alliance had garnered 10 more readers who became alliance leaders. He wrote novels to earn money, but seeing others support him filled him with appreciation. The alcoholic commented, "The grand gift has been delivered. As per the previous agreement of 1 update per alliance, how many updates should my Golden Alliance receive?" Haha, just kidding. Don't overexert yourself. Your health is paramount. I look forward to your splendid continuation. Another alliance leader chimed in. Haha, I'm here to join the fun alongside Brother Alcoholic, but dear author, please don't wear yourself out for extra updates. Moved by the support, Ren He released a chapter to express my gratitude for the reader's kindness. I can only respond with fervor. Please watch my performance. Now, let us charge forth together on the leaderboard. In web literature, there is a crucial step before launching, storing manuscripts. Ren He released the remaining 5 pre-written chapters simultaneously, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from all readers in the comments. The alcoholic and the other 13 alliance leaders began jokingly referring to themselves as the 13 Knights of the Divine Book, as Ren He surged up the leaderboard. Even the red dust deity occasionally came to the comment section to be playful. This created a positive feedback loop, spurred by the extra updates. Donations for the divine book surged. By the time the 24-hour mark passed, this newcomer's work had astonishingly gained 18 alliance leaders. Each new leader, upon donation, would comment, "The 14th night has arrived. The 15th night has arrived. The 18th night has arrived." Chapter 19. Life Choices. The divine book has gained immense popularity due to the Golden Alliance, and on the day of its debut, it attracted the attention of 18 lords. Which is indeed a remarkable feat. All of this signifies that the divine book is on the verge of rising to prominence. The author community has eagerly awaited the update of the rankings, and within 24 hours of its release, the divine book has secured the top position on the new book subscription chart, boasting over 7,000 initial subscriptions. Initial subscriptions refer to the number of subscriptions acquired within the first 24 hours of release. Previously, a certain esteemed author managed only a little over 3,000 initial subscriptions on their debut day, which later stabilized through several recommendations. The growth curve of subscriptions indicates that the release is merely the beginning of an upward trajectory, and the potential of the divine book is immeasurable. Achieving 40,000 average subscriptions by the time of completion is not just a possibility, but a certainty, considering it has yet to undergo numerous recommendations. Some authors have calculated that the divine book is likely to experience at least 2 significant promotional pushes and several selections for bestsellers, suggesting that by this time next month, its average subscriptions could exceed 10,000. Am I the only one concerned about its collection to subscription ratio? With 41,000 collections at launch and 7,000 average subscriptions, the ratio is nearly 1:5. What does this imply? For every 6 individuals who read this book, 1 subscribes. Typically, a 1:10 ratio is considered commendable. It can only be said that the divine book's potential may exceed our expectations, heralding the emergence of another new deity in the literary realm. The atmosphere among the authors suddenly became exceedingly peculiar. While the birth of a new deity is common, it was startling that a book, previously mocked for its lack of depth and considered juvenile, could rise so forcefully. They had once held on to the hope that although such a book might appear entertaining, it might not achieve a commendable reputation or subscription success. However, they now realize how naive they had been. A seemingly aimless tale of cultivation has unexpectedly thrived within the realm of online literature, flourishing remarkably well. Authors who lean towards traditional literary styles suddenly sensed a change in the air. A transformation is imminent. This is the most powerful signal the divine book has sent to the world. The landscape of online literature may be shifting. Ren He gazed at his achievements, finally releasing all his anxieties. Indeed, there was no longer anything to worry about. He suddenly found himself feeling a bit bored. Since his arrival in this parallel world, he had faced life-threatening challenges, including a punishment from the heavenly punishment system that involved leaping across a teaching building, followed by a perilous bungee jump. To be honest, when he heard the sound of steel snapping above him during the jump, he nearly believed he was about to meet his demise. Yet, upon landing, the exhilarating rush of adrenaline was undeniably addictive. The bus returning from Baiyun Mountain finally arrived at the Luoqing bus station. Duan Xiaolu suddenly suggested, "Let's all head home." "Ren He, since our homes are close, why don't we share a taxi?" Su Nuo paused upon hearing Duan Xiaolu and whispered to Ren He, "What a great opportunity. I never knew you two lived so close. You both don't happen to live in the west garden of the city government, do you? Your secrecy is commendable." Su Nuo smiled at Duan Xiaolu, saying, "Class leader, living so close must be quite convenient." The so-called convenience, of course, referred to the ease of dating. Duan Xiaolu suddenly fell silent. Ren He glanced at Su Nuo and replied to Duan Xiaolu, "All right, let's go together." At that moment, some male classmates felt a twinge of jealousy towards Ren He for being able to live so close to Duan Xiaolu, allowing them to leave school together or at least encounter each other frequently. Previously, when Ren He had written a love letter to Duan Xiaolu, it was seen by her deskmate, and the entire class became aware of it. No one expected that after such an event, the two would still be able to return home together. At this point, everyone recalled that Duan Xiaolu had merely returned the love letter to Ren He out of obligation, without explicitly rejecting him. Could it be? However, the two involved had already hailed a taxi to go home, leaving their classmates' curiosity unsatisfied. They believed that a romance between Ren He and Duan Xiaolu was unlikely, as they appeared mismatched. In the taxi, Duan Xiaolu calmly said, "I'm sorry about that incident. It was an accident that my deskmate saw it." Ren He pondered for a moment before replying, "It's fine. It's been so long now." He was indifferent to the matter, as it had occurred long before his arrival in this world. Duan Xiaolu gazed out the window and stated, "Right now? I just want to focus on my studies and avoid making mistakes." Ren He chuckled, "Relax. No one is forcing you to make mistakes." Although Duan Xiaolu was attractive and had a commendable figure, Ren He felt no particular inclination towards her. Moreover, as someone who lived life on the edge, the future was uncertain, and he might find himself in a precarious situation at any moment. One day, he would pause to relish tranquility, perhaps embracing a home life, marriage, and children. Such events were inevitable. He would eventually tire of the thrill, but certainly not now. He understood that girls like Duan Xiaolu may either fear transgressing the boundaries of their structured lives or possess their own goals. Not wanting to be distracted by the scenery along the way, Duan Xiaolu likely fell into the latter category. She was surrounded by many boys vying for her attention, and she would surely have to choose the best among them eventually. But that remained uncertain. Only time would reveal the answer. That evening, during a night run, Ren He assumed Duan Xiaolu would not join him. To his surprise, as he descended the stairs, he spotted her waiting at the bottom with headphones on. This time, during their night run, they did not converse. Duan Xiaolu was engrossed in her music while Ren He focused on his running, resembling two strangers merely jogging alongside each other. It seemed that the events of the afternoon had suddenly distanced them, despite the signs of closeness they had previously exhibited. Ren He thought this arrangement was quite satisfactory, as he had company without the need for distraction. He needed to cultivate his physique, maintaining consistent exercise, for he was uncertain when the heavenly punishment system would impose another challenging task upon him. He must be prepared. Although he had received the 1-0 physical quality reward, more opportunities would likely arise, but preparation is essential. Currently, he was a middle school student with over 40,000 yuan in hand, while his parents were busy and had little time to supervise him. If he did not enjoy life now, when would he? Ren He estimated he would wake up laughing from his dreams. He had never dared to imagine having endless pocket money during his middle school years. What bliss! Chapter 20, A New Mission. As Ren He returned home and was about to take a shower, his body suddenly froze. Upon opening the door, he found his father sitting on the living room sofa, engrossed in the evening news. He knew that Uncle Huang must have reported the school incident to his father, and he recalled that his father should have been on an inspection trip in the county at this hour. How had he returned so unexpectedly? In both parallel worlds, the historical trajectories of Ren He's parents had not undergone significant changes. At that moment, he felt as if he had reverted to his childhood, awaiting judgment for a transgression. A sensation both peculiar and long absent from his life. His father turned to glance at him. "I heard from the neighbors that you've been exercising lately? Running downstairs every day?" "Yes, just trying to stay fit," Ren He replied casually, aware that this was merely a prelude to the main discussion. Stop engaging in reckless behavior. Focus on your studies while in school, and work diligently when at your job. Each stage of life has its own responsibilities, and adhering to this will prevent you from encountering major mistakes or regrets, his father stated matter-of-factly. Understood, Ren He replied, knowing that he must not retort at this moment. The things he wished to pursue had to be kept secret, otherwise he would face disastrous consequences. There was no reasoning with this man. Go on. Take a shower and get some rest. Exercise is beneficial, but moderation is key, his father concluded the conversation. Ren He hurried to his room, exhaling a sigh of relief. He hadn't anticipated feeling so tense around his father after living through this once again. He had always known that keeping his punishment task and writing endeavors discreet was paramount, especially from a father like his, who held traditional values in high regard. With the rarity of being free from pressing tasks, Ren He relished this fleeting tranquility, knowing that by the end of the month, when he received his payment, new challenges would likely emerge. However, just as he began to relax, the heavenly punishment system suddenly announced in his mind, "New task issued. Create a new work within 3 days, subject to your own discretion. Reward, 0.5 physical fitness." Ren He was taken aback, cursing internally. Did it truly resent his moments of leisure? His suspicions were confirmed. The heavenly punishment system seemed intent on encouraging cultural contributions from parallel worlds. Perhaps the cultural landscape in this world had deviated. Much like Zhou Wuming's assertions regarding China's historical struggles against censorship, leading to stagnation in cultural progress. The system appeared to be attempting to rectify this imbalance. Yet therein lay the dilemma. Creating a new work would inevitably lead to further punitive tasks. Ren He inquired, "If I create a work as part of this task, will there be penalties?" "Yes, there will be penalties." "How shameless!" he exclaimed. "What if I decline this creative task?" "Erasure. You win," Ren He muttered as he collapsed onto his bed, his mind racing. It seemed that tasks would continue to arrive one after another, and this direct creative assignment would reveal its rewards clearly, unlike penalty tasks. The 0.5 in physical fitness implied that completing this task would advance him closer to the physical strength of adulthood. Given the nature of the erasure task, he pondered what he could create within 3 days, knowing it must be a short piece. Perhaps a classic akin to the 3-character classic? No. Such classics require depth and could easily raise suspicion if overdone. I could write a song, he mused. Although he had no intention of pursuing a pop star career or entering that realm, selling songs could yield considerable income. His reluctance to engage with the entertainment industry stemmed from his previous life, where he had heard countless tales of its turmoil. His close friend had been the assistant director to a famous filmmaker, exposing him to the industry's underbelly. The entertainment world was rife with chaos, mental health struggles were rampant, and trivial matters could spark intense conflicts, a life he did not desire. Yet, there were those who remained undeterred by gossip, solely focused on their music. This, however, relied on a consistent stream of quality work. Who could guarantee that their creative inspiration would never run dry? If one faltered, they would merely be struggling at the fringes of the industry, devoid of purpose. After some contemplation, Ren He decided to fulfill his task by writing a song. As it was a swift endeavor, especially since he had recently acquired knowledge of music theory, he retrieved a sheet of manuscript paper, sketched a staff, and began transcribing a classic melody from memory. Once the score was complete, he filled in the lyrics, a task now effortless for him. At the top of the manuscript, he inscribed the title, "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky." Though he had lived 2 lives with a voice akin to a duck's, he still enjoyed music, relishing all genres that pleased his ears, with a particular fondness for folk and rock. However, despite having completed the song, he did not intend to submit it immediately, as he was still unfamiliar with the entertainment landscape in this world and unsure to whom he should pitch it. For now, he placed the manuscript in his drawer. After finishing his creation, he awaited the heavenly punishment system's rewards and corresponding penalties. As anticipated, the system soon chimed in. Congratulations on completing the creative task. Reward 0.5 physical fitness. Immediately following was the announcement of a new task, penalty task. Complete 90 push-ups within 1 minute. Deadline, 20 days. Failure to complete results in erasure. Interesting. This task doesn't pose a life-threatening risk, he noted. It appeared that the system exhibited some compassion after issuing creative tasks, as the difficulty had markedly decreased. However, a challenge remained. Ren He recalled that the Guinness World Record for push-ups in 1 minute stood at 110. Although his task required 20 fewer, it was still formidable. With a physical fitness score of 3.11 after the reward, he was merely within the normal adult range. Those setting records were extraordinary individuals. He timed himself to gauge his push-up capacity, 76. He realized he had an advantage. Although his strength matched that of an adult, his weight remained that of a youth. Thus, despite having never trained, he could achieve 76 push-ups. The principle was simple. Adult strength could exert a force of 480 pounds, but with greater body mass. Push-ups demanded more stamina. Ren He, on the other hand, weighed no more than 100 pounds, making the same strength feel significantly easier for him. It seemed that the remaining gap of 14 push-ups would become his focus for the next 20 days. Chapter 21. Jiang Siyu's concert. Ren He initially believed that bridging the gap of 14 push-ups would be a trivial endeavor. However, reality proved otherwise. After completing each new chapter of his sacred text, he would seize moments to engage in push-ups, contemplating the unfolding narrative as he exercised. Ren He lacked a detailed outline. Relying solely on the story's main thread, he always felt that the most captivating elements of his tale emerged from spontaneous flashes of inspiration. After 2 days of practice, he discovered that his push-up count had increased from 76 to 80 per minute, yet surpassing this milestone proved to be a formidable challenge, as if he had reached a plateau. During this period, Ren He's physical prowess advanced from 3.11 to 3.12, a testament to his diligent training. To enhance one's physical condition, one must not only depend on rewards, but also persist in rigorous exercise and personal growth. Upon arriving at school, Su Nuo cast a surprised glance at him, remarking, "I feel like you've grown taller recently." "You're not mistaken," Ren He replied. "How prepared are you for today's monthly summary exam?" Su Nuo busily sketched a cheat sheet on his desk, hoping to ease his burden during the test. "Today's exam?" Ren He was taken aback. Su Nuo, noticing Ren He's expression, realized the gravity of the situation. He was oblivious to the fact that an exam was looming. As the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher entered with a stack of papers, First subject is English. Put away your books. Cheating is prohibited. Anyone caught will have their parents notified. Su Nuo grew anxious upon seeing the test paper, but Ren He remained unfazed. Having attended university, he had performed admirably in his studies, and despite his memory fading, he could still manage the knowledge from middle school. Furthermore, Ren He had spent a year as an exchange student at the University of California, Berkeley. Middle school English would pose no challenge for him. This opportunity had been secured through the influence of his father, without whom he would not have had the chance to attend Berkeley, regardless of his academic performance. As Ren He swiftly tackled the English paper, Su Nuo gawked in disbelief. Ren He, are you guessing or writing from your own knowledge? Guessing my foot. Hurry up and copy my answers. Ren He replied without looking up. Su Nuo hesitantly transcribed Ren He's multiple choice answers, whispering, if I fail this time, I want to let you off the hook. Let us wager $100 on scoring above 80. Are you in? Ren He shot him a glance. Su Nuo, sensing Ren He's confidence, retracted his neck. No bet. After a day of exams, aside from finding chemistry and physics particularly irksome, Ren He managed to pass his other subjects with relative ease. At this stage, courses were not yet divided into arts and sciences, though chemistry, physics, history, and politics held lesser weight in the overall scoring. Ren He had pursued the arts, and during high school, his combined scores in physics and chemistry had barely reached 20, leading his teachers to give up on him entirely. Post-exam, Su Nuo nervously inquired, don't let me down, this time I copied from you. Let us not both have our parents called in. Ren He assured him, no worries, it'll be fine as long as you didn't copy everything. Suddenly, he noticed Su Nuo's face had drained of color, and he exclaimed, you didn't copy everything, did you? Su Nuo nodded slowly. You're doomed. Ren He chuckled. What do you think the teacher will assume if our scores are identical? Shouldn't be a problem, right? In the past, it might have been inconsequential, but this time, both their scores could be unexpectedly high, raising suspicions. Imagine two underachievers suddenly achieving high scores. It would be obvious. The following day, the homeroom teacher summoned both Ren He and Su Nuo to the office. Explain your scores. Su Nuo glanced at the several test papers sprawled across the teacher's desk, Math 94, English 97, and gasped. He never anticipated such high marks, which explained the teacher's inquiry. The teacher tapped his desk. I previously thought you merely struggled academically. I never expected your character to be lacking as well. How do you expect to succeed in high school or university by cheating? Are you deceiving yourselves? Ren He nodded in agreement. The teacher is correct. Right, Chubby? The teacher, about to continue reprimanding them, was taken aback by this unexpected admission of guilt. Later, recalling rumors from the academic office regarding Ren He's father, the teacher sighed and waved them off. Go on, go on. He knew that anything said by old Lu was likely to be true. It was not worth provoking. As they left, Ren He remarked, Teacher, just look at the scores of those around us. Is there anyone scoring higher than us? If we were to cheat, we ought to have someone worth copying from. The teacher pondered for a moment. That's a fair point. Back in class, Su Nuo asked, is that it? Has this matter been resolved? Ren He shrugged. What else could we do? In the afternoon, seating arrangements were adjusted based on the monthly exam results, a customary practice in many schools. Those who performed well could choose their seats first, encouraging others to strive for improvement. Ren He and Su Nuo, usually relegated to the back row, were unexpectedly given the opportunity to select their seats ahead of others. Among those ahead of them were Duan Xiaolu and Yang Shi, who remained desk mates. The entire class began to murmur, questioning how these two underachievers had fared so well this time. Had they finally wised up or resorted to cheating? When it came time for Su Nuo and Ren He to choose their seats, Ren He promptly took Su Nuo and sat behind Duan Xiaolu and Yang Shi. Duan Xiaolu regarded Ren He curiously. How did you two perform so well this time? Just a burst of inspiration, Ren He replied cheerfully, stealing glances at Yang Shi's profile. Sunlight streamed through the classroom window, illuminating Yang Shi's face, and Ren He admired her long eyelashes fluttering gently, her skin delicate as if made of fine jade. He genuinely liked this girl, perhaps having fallen for her at first sight while leaping across the teaching building, even though he had been unable to discern her features at that time. That moment of eye contact between them had planted a seed in his heart, now taking root and beginning to flourish. Suddenly, Ren He exclaimed with delight, Duan Xiaolu, Yang Shi, isn't the Jiangxiu concert approaching? I'd like to invite you both to attend with me and Su Nuo. We can buy tickets for the front row. Chapter 22. A disagreement leads to push UPS Ren. He noticed that Yang Shi appeared momentarily stunned upon hearing this statement. Duan Xiaolu interjected. Where would you get the money for tickets? Right now, studying is of utmost importance. This latter remark felt rather abrupt, seemingly hinting at something to Ren He. He smiled and replied, if all the other students can go, why shouldn't I? Suddenly, Yangshi turned around and asked, are you also going to see Jiang Xiyao's concert? The implication of also going made Ren He ponder whether she had already intended to attend. Yangshi continued with a smile, you don't need to treat us, I'll treat you. I happen to have 4 tickets for Jiang Xiyao's concert. Duan Xiaolu exclaimed in surprise, really? How come I didn't hear you mention this before? How did you get the tickets? Yangshi whispered, actually. Jiang Xiyao is my cousin and my idol. I've watched her concerts since I was little, and my biggest dream has always been to sing on stage like her one day. Su Nua chimed in, wow, you're actually Jiang Xiyao's cousin. Why not ask her to help you get a singing gig? I hear singing can be quite lucrative. It's not about the money. I just want to sing on stage for others to hear, no backup dancers or anything, just singing beautiful songs in a quiet manner, Yangshi explained, shaking her head. This amusing turn of events shifted from inviting someone to a concert to seeking free tickets, Ren He mused. So it was a passion for singing that drove her, perhaps he could assist her in some way. Yet, the entertainment industry was a treacherous realm. He wondered whether Yangshi could remain true to herself. However, it was still too early to speculate on that matter. All right then, it's settled. You treat us to the concert, and I'll treat you to dinner, Ren He said. Yangshi nodded in agreement. Duan Xiaolu glanced at Ren He before turning away, lost in her thoughts. The fact that Yangshi was Jiang Xiyao's cousin felt like a small secret shared among their tight-knit group. Sometimes, the quickest way to bridge a gap is to share secrets. In the days that followed, aside from his nightly runs, Ren He diligently practiced push-ups, pushing himself to the limit before resting. So far, he had managed to complete 81 push-ups in 1 minute, still shy of his goal of 90. He couldn't help but wonder about the individual capable of performing 110 in a minute. What kind of beast were they? During this rigorous training period, Ren He's physique became increasingly well-defined and strong. Remarkably, he had not transformed into a muscular figure despite his youthful body possessing an adult's physicality. He still maintained a lean appearance. Although the heavenly punishment system enhanced his physical attributes, it did not add any weight, a perplexing reward indeed. Recently, the performance of the divine book had shown a steady increase, leaving him with little to worry about. He needed to complete the push-up task before the second month's manuscript fee punishment task arrived, or else he might find himself overwhelmed by 2 concurrent tasks. The key to achieving a high number of push-ups in a minute lay in explosive strength, primarily targeting the pectoralis major, triceps brachii, and anterior deltoids. With synergistic muscles including the coracobrachialis, serratus anterior, and pectoralis minor, these 6 muscles essentially supported the entire movement. Ren He resolved to carefully contemplate the push-up techniques imparted by the heavenly punishment system, which provided him with remarkably accurate memories. This memory was fascinating. For instance, if it taught him diving techniques, he could immediately execute them once his physical condition met the requirements. Initially, he thought push-ups were too simple to warrant such attention, but reality had proven him mistaken. He adjusted his posture, spreading his arms shoulder-width apart or slightly wider, placing his palms on the ground, toes touching the floor, head slightly lifted, and eyes focused on the ground. He engaged his core, maintaining a natural curve in his back, with elbows slightly bent. The most crucial aspect was ensuring that his head and spine remained aligned. Inhaling as he descended and exhaling as he pushed up. This breath control was one of the most vital factors. After glancing at the timer, he began to execute his push-ups with rapid succession. After prolonged practice, the floor was slick with sweat. Push-ups were incredibly taxing, and by the end, he relied solely on sheer willpower to complete the final repetitions. Time elapsed, 88 push-ups, only 2 more to reach his goal of 90. Ren He felt a sense of relief. It was no longer an unattainable target, especially considering the immense physical exertion he had just endured. With a good night's rest, he might very well achieve it by the following morning. It seemed the memories imparted by the heavenly punishment system were indeed the most accurate. He began to contemplate the rewards awaiting him upon completing this task. Truth be told, thus far, the rewards from the heavenly punishment system had been quite satisfactory. What once seemed like unnecessary knowledge of music theory was now proving useful. When it came to physical attributes, what was most crucial? Was it not the paramount importance of physical capability? Extreme sports demanded exceptionally high physical standards. One couldn't expect to climb without the requisite stamina. Risking death at high altitudes was simply out of the question. Might the ultimate reward be enhanced physical prowess, transforming him into a superhuman? Or perhaps, akin to his knowledge of music theory, it would enable him to become a versatile genius? Both possibilities loomed ahead. That evening, while night running with Duan Xiaolu, he couldn't help but smile, leaving her somewhat perplexed. She struggled to comprehend his unusual demeanor. But having experienced the teasing from their classmates earlier, she had begun to intentionally maintain a distance, keeping their relationship within the bounds of friendship. Yet, she often found herself torn, desiring to engage Ren He in conversation. This was a reflection of youthful naivety, and while Ren He understood, he saw no need to address it directly. When morning arrived, Ren He's first order of business was to freshen up and head out for breakfast. He refrained from immediately tackling his tasks because everyone experiences a state of grogginess upon waking from deep sleep, where one feels awake yet lacks energy. This is due to the body's functions not having fully activated. Typically, a hearty meal would remedy this. Boss, I'd like a basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of tofu pudding, Ren He cheerfully requested. Previously, the owner of his body could only consume frozen foods from the refrigerator upon waking, but now, with a substantial sum of money, 40,000 yuan, he could indulge in as many dumplings as he desired. After finishing his meal, Ren He felt energized and ready to tackle his tasks. Just as he was about to leave, the owner remarked, "You look quite spirited, young man. Your physique appears robust." Indeed, Ren He radiated vitality, surpassing his peers in energy and enthusiasm. The breakfast shop owner watched in astonishment as Ren He stepped outside, promptly dropping to the ground to perform push-ups at an astounding speed, one that was beyond his usual imagination. Wow, this young man really took my compliment to heart. Why does he resort to push-ups at the slightest provocation? All right, I get it. You're fit, just get up already. Chapter 23, The Indispensable Game of Life. Young man, rise and shine. I know you're robust. I haven't asked you to do push-ups. The breakfast shop owner was utterly perplexed. What has become of the youth these days? Ren He remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had left an indelible mark on the proprietor's psyche, leading him to never again dare to commend anyone's physical fitness. 1, 2, 3. 56. As Ren He reached the 56th push-up, the muscles in his body began to ache, a clear indication that he was nearing the limits of his explosive power, thereafter relying solely on sheer willpower. At this moment, more patrons at the breakfast shop paused their meals to observe Ren He's rapid push-up performance, yet like the owner, they could not fathom his motives. Ren He was indifferent to the gazes of onlookers. Completing his task held paramount importance to him. His blood surged, and by the time he reached the 80th push-up, each subsequent repetition felt like an ordeal. Each rise and fall of his body seemed akin to the completion of a cycle. Sweat had yet to manifest. As is often peculiar with exercise, sweat emerges not during exertion, but rather in the aftermath. In his previous life, Ren He had never imagined he could perform so many push-ups. Back then, even 10 was a challenge. Given this rare opportunity to start anew, he relished the exhilarating rush of adrenaline. The crowd gathered around him swelled. Yet he found himself immersed in his own world, focusing solely on the completion of each push-up. Keep your spine straight, breathe rhythmically. 89. 90. Upon finishing his final push-up, Ren He experienced a transcendent sensation. Challenging his limits was nothing extraordinary. Only upon standing did he realize the multitude of eyes upon him, some even recording the event on video. Ahem, everyone, there's no need to linger, Ren He said nonchalantly. Someone inquired, "Young man, why did you suddenly start doing push-ups?" "Life's demands," Ren He replied curtly before departing, as he could no longer afford to concern himself with others. The message from the punishment system had arrived. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of performing 90 push-ups within 1 minute. Reward, vomit potion, usable 3 times, activated by thought." What sort of absurd reward is this? After my arduous efforts, I expected something worthwhile, yet I received this nonsense? Are you jesting with me? It sounds utterly ridiculous. He pondered how to utilize this potion, though it had been granted. He had yet to see it. Just as Ren He was lost in contemplation, a middle-aged man tapped him on the shoulder. "Hello, young man. I'm a reporter from the entertainment section of the evening news. I happen to be dining at that shop and would like to interview you." Suddenly, the reporter retched, causing him to waste his breakfast. Ren He quickly sidestepped, his expression a mix of amusement and restraint. He gradually distanced himself, internally muttering, "My apologies. My apologies." It was an unintended consequence. After walking a considerable distance, the reporter continued to vomit, likely expelling bile. Ren He felt a twinge of embarrassment. But what could he do? He had been preoccupied with deciphering the potion's purpose when his instincts kicked in. This potion proved rather potent, Ren He mused. alleviating his earlier dissatisfaction upon first encountering the reward. Perhaps it could prove invaluable in critical moments. At the very least, it was intriguing, was it not? He suddenly felt that the punishment system might not be so serious after all. Upon arriving at school, he resumed classes as usual. With no punitive tasks or life pressures at this stage, it was the most leisurely time. He merely had to transcribe the divine book already forming in his mind, leaving him free to savor life as pleasures. A glance to his side revealed his chubby friend Su Nua engrossed in a hefty tome. Curiosity piqued, Ren He asked, "What are you reading?" "My cousin lent me this, Programming Principles. It seems quite fascinating," Su Nua replied. Ren He recalled that Su Nua had previously mentioned his affinity for programming. "What is Programming Principles?" he inquired. The answer could be complex or simple. In essence, it denotes a mindset for employing computers to resolve real-world problems. Su Nua's eyes sparkled at the mention of programming. However, Ren He was utterly clueless and more interested in other topics. "Have you delved into website construction? Or games?" It was now 2005. Aside from entertainment, other sectors remained relatively stable, with some brands overlapping with his past life. The lag in the entertainment sector stemmed from the underdevelopment of mental leisure, with some issues being historical remnants, while others were merely slightly delayed. Ren He had observed that the lagging sectors were primarily online entertainment and gaming. The most popular games of the time were akin to the likes of Red Alert, The Legend of Sword and Fairy, and Legendera. Thus, Ren He was compelled to voice his thoughts. If certain games were absent from the world, it would be dreadfully dull. "I was quite the homebody in my last life, unable to part with games." "Games? Which kind do you mean?" 5v5 strategic ones, where 10 individuals split into 2 teams and engage in combat. Ren He hesitated to elaborate. Su Nua appeared bewildered. "What on earth is that? Could you be a tad more vague?" However, Ren He found it challenging to succinctly describe games on the spot. After a moment of contemplation, Su Nua said, "Website construction involves using markup languages to transmit electronic information over the internet through a series of designs, modeling, and execution processes, ultimately presented in a graphical user interface for users. I've assisted my cousin with modeling tasks before, and if there's a complete website design, I should be able to give it a try. As for games, I'm still a blank slate." "A blank slate," Ren He mused. Some endeavors must be undertaken with trusted companions, and it was essential to guide Su Nua in the right direction. "When you study, focus on these 2 areas. We might seize an opportunity to create something together in the future," Ren He said cheerfully. Su Nua took the matter seriously whenever programming was mentioned, nodding in agreement. "All right." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Ren He felt that some of his ideas might soon be realized through Su Nua's efforts. Chapter 24. The psychological shadows of a breakfast shop owner in Ren He's eyes. The chubby Su Nua was akin to an uncut jade. The school could no longer provide him with the platform he deserved, compelling him to embark on a path of self-study. The monotonous, rote learning methods of traditional education were ill-suited for Su Nua. He belonged to a broader world beyond the confines of the classroom, and all Ren He could do was assist him. As for how to assist, that required careful planning, especially since Ren He himself was not particularly versed in computers. Upon returning home that evening, Ren He's heart sank at the sight of a pair of simple women's shoes at the door. The ever-traveling matriarch had returned. As he walked into the living room, he caught sight of his mother, seated on the sofa, engrossed in the evening entertainment news. "Mother, you're back?" Ren He felt a twinge of anxiety. Unlike his father, who, despite his stern demeanor, was not overly harsh in his expectations, his mother was an entirely different matter. "I heard from your father that you've caused some trouble at school, jumping off the teaching building?" His mother's tone rose sharply at the latter part of her statement. Coughing lightly, Ren He anticipated this outcome after seeking help from Secretary Huang. It was a necessary rite of passage. At this moment, he could not retort but had to admit fault. "I understand my mistake. I won't dare do it again." As expected, his mother's expression softened. "While you are a student, you must focus on your studies. When it's time to play, you must play well. You are currently in a crucial period of learning and cannot afford to go astray." The ideological lecture stretched for half an hour. Yet Ren He had to listen attentively. His mother, managing numerous people, exuded an invisible authority, treating him as a subordinate in their daily interactions. Once the lecture concluded, his mother's demeanor lightened. "Do you still have pocket money? Here's 5 more yuan for snacks. I've prepared dumplings and other quick meals in the fridge for you." According to his mother's logic, a boy with money would inevitably stray, indulging in internet cafes and romantic escapades, all pursuits requiring funds. If a boy suddenly found himself short on cash, it signified he was on the wrong path. In his previous life, Ren He had often lamented this theory, instilled in his mother by some misguided soul, which had marred his childhood. He quickly replied, "It's fine. I still have 50 cents in my pocket. No need for extra money." Saying this, Ren He felt a pang of bitterness. Were it not for his rebirth allowing him to earn money through writing, he would have long since succumbed to despair. Indeed, upon hearing Ren He did not require additional pocket money, his mother's face brightened. "Study diligently, and you will understand the value of restraint in your youth when you enter society." Just then, the entertainment news on television abruptly switched to a segment. Our reporter encountered a fitness enthusiast who can perform dozens of push-ups in a minute. However, when asked why he does push-ups, he remained silent. Ren He's face darkened. Was he about to become a news sensation? Moreover, it was clear that the reporter had failed to elicit a response from him. The footage depicted him performing push-ups at an astonishing speed from an observer's perspective. Upon witnessing this news segment, Rumin, Ren He's mother, immediately recognized her son. The profile alone was unmistakable. She could identify him even from a mere silhouette. "Ren He, what on earth are you learning at school?" "Oh no, here we go again." If he ever encountered that reporter again, he would surely make him regret it. Later, as Ren He finally escaped the clutches of parental scrutiny to go for a night run, Duan Xiao Lu suddenly exclaimed, "Ren He, you were on television doing push-ups." "I know," Ren He replied irately. "I had no idea you could do them so quickly. How do you train?" Duan Xiao Lu inquired with curiosity. "I must take revenge on that reporter." Ren He's anger simmered. He was naturally a vengeful person, and the reporter's unauthorized recording had caused him an unwarranted half-hour of scolding from his mother. This vendetta could not go unpunished. During breakfast the next morning, Ren He visited the same breakfast shop where the reporter claimed to have eaten. It was likely he would return today, or at the very least, pass by. He ordered a steamer of buns and a bowl of soy milk, sitting at the entrance, keenly observing each passerby. The breakfast shop owner dared not greet Ren He, fearing further surprises, yet he was puzzled by why the youth seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly, Ren He's eyes lit up. Someone was approaching. A middle-aged man clad in a brown vest was walking towards the shop, greeting the owner with a cheerful, "Good morning." Suddenly, the man expelled a torrent of vomit, spraying 2 to 3 meters away, leaving the breakfast shop owner in a state of bewilderment. Did this really need to happen so early in the morning? Ren He chuckled as he finished the last sip of his soy milk and exited the breakfast shop, merrily making his way to school. The owner, meanwhile, was left pondering whom he had offended, now burdened with an additional psychological shadow, a newfound fear of greeting customers. As Ren He walked to school, his spirits soared. He found himself increasingly fond of the heavenly punishment system. Although he occasionally risked his life, he had encountered a remarkable punitive system unlike any other. As long as he completed his tasks, life promised to become ever more colorful. What a marvelous system! How rewarding! He wondered what tasks awaited him when the manuscript fees were settled this month, and what rewards would follow. The anticipation thrilled him. He increasingly relished the exhilarating rush of danger. This made him feel distinct from others. Upon arriving at school, numerous classmates approached Ren He to discuss his television appearance. It dawned on them that this previously inconspicuous underachiever seemed to be evolving in a direction they had never envisioned. The aura surrounding Ren He had undergone a substantial transformation. He now easily captivated the attention of others, engaging in feats that ordinary students would never dare attempt. Yet, in their eyes, he remained the same impoverished boy, the one with a meager allowance of just 5 yuan a month. At that moment, a significant news break occurred, as Jiang Xiyuan had arrived in Luoqing. Just 2 days before her concert, someone spotted Jiangchen at the airport, causing an uproar in the entertainment world as the news of these two individuals swept through the media. Chapter 25. The small restaurant. The girls in the class were gossiping about the tumultuous romance between the two prominent stars, Jiang Xihua and Jiang Chun. Much like what Ren He had experienced in the past, these young girls were particularly enamored with celebrity gossip. Even the chubby Su Nuo quietly asked Yang Shi, "Does your sister know that Jiang Chun is here?" Yang Shi found it amusing to observe the chubby boy's hesitance to speak, which only made Su Nuo retreat further into himself. Ren He chuckled softly. It was reminiscent of countless trivial episodes in life. The breakups and makeups among celebrities were hardly surprising. Their lives, magnified under the public scrutiny like specimens under a microscope, drew everyone's attention. This scrutiny could be exhausting, which is why Ren He had no intention of pursuing a singing career himself. Of course, his lackluster vocal abilities were also a contributing factor. During class these past few days, Ren He had been avoiding the teacher while typing on his phone and passing notes to Yang Shi, who sat diagonally in front of him. It was particularly convenient to exchange notes. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Just the four of us, Ren He wrote. Strangely, he felt a sense of nervousness akin to that of a schoolboy courting a girl, as though his mindset had regressed to his student days. Even when it came to inviting four people to dinner. Despite the unspoken rule of returning home for dinner, Yangshi surprisingly did not reject Ren He's note. What kind of student was Ren He? His appearance was unremarkable, at best average. His academic performance was abysmal, except for this recent monthly exam, which had managed to infuriate the teachers. He was perpetually broke. This was how the girls in class had always perceived him. Thus, when Duan Xiaolu received Ren He's love letter, her immediate reaction was one of aversion. What were the typical traits of the most popular students at school? Aside from academic prowess, they needed to be affluent, handsome, dressed in designer labels, and exuding an air of sophistication. Even though Ren He had recently done a few outrageous things, the girls in class remained unaware that he had begun writing books and was making a substantial income. The three-character classic was being praised and promoted daily, yet no one knew that Ren He was its author. Zhou Lao had done an excellent job of keeping this information under wraps. Thus, Ren He still appeared to be just a subpar student in the eyes of the girls, merely an atypical underachiever. Had it been another girl, she would likely have ignored his note. Ren He wrote, "It's fine if we skip dinner. We can discuss our plans for the concert." As soon as the note was passed, Ren He noticed a look of hesitation on Yangshi's face. He sensed hope. For some inexplicable reason. That fleeting glance during the jump across the teaching building had sparked an unaccountable affection for Yangshi within him. Moreover, Yangshi possessed qualities that many girls lacked today: ambition and perspective. The more they conversed, the more Ren He realized that Yangshi, likely due to her diplomat father's influence, had traveled extensively, met diverse people, and developed a unique worldview that shaped her distinct thoughts. She aspired to sing and yearned to perform for many, envying her cousin who could sing for the masses in such a spotlight. Many children harbor dreams of stardom. Yangshi was no exception, but she was actively pursuing it. Ren He wanted to support her singing ambitions, but he knew the time wasn't right. During recess, Yangshi called her diplomat father. "Hello, Dad. I'm having dinner with my classmates before heading home." Ren He overheard the man's hearty laughter on the other end. "You're old enough. Make your own decisions. Just come home early." Ren He found himself intrigued by this man. He was rather interesting. "All right, we'll go out for dinner," Yangshi responded. Sunlight streaming through the classroom windows and illuminating her face, nearly dazzling Ren He. Su Nuo looked bewildered. "What are we having for dinner?" "Let's have a meal together tonight." "It's on me," Ren He said with a smile. "We need to discuss the concert plans for the day after tomorrow." Duan Xiaolu cast a glance at Ren He. Having noticed that he and Yangshi seemed to be growing closer. For some reason, this stirred a sense of disappointment within her, though she did not let it show. She replied with a smile, "Sure. What do you plan to treat us to?" "No roadside stalls, okay? I'm open to anything, as long as it's a clean place." Yangshi added, "How about the Sunlight Pavilion?" Ren He suggested, pondering that it was probably the best buffet restaurant in the city at present. "What's the Sunlight Pavilion?" the chubby boy asked, as ordinary students had not heard of it. "No need to ask, just come with me after class," Ren He replied, oblivious to Duan Xiaolu's glances, which seemed to reassess him. She clearly knew of the place, but was curious why Ren He did not appear to be the broke student everyone claimed he was, only having $5 in pocket money each month. Yangshi quietly inquired about the Sunlight Pavilion, having just returned to the city and unfamiliar with it. Duan Xiaolu explained, and Yangshi interjected, "Let's not go to such an expensive place. There's a Hunan restaurant right by my house. I went there with my dad just yesterday, and the food was excellent. It's called Spicy Hunan Stir Fry. Let's go there. It's economical and delicious." "Oh, is it that little restaurant on Qingzhou Road?" Ren He asked. Yangshi exclaimed in surprise, "You know it?" "Of course. That place is quite small, but they have many branches. I love their chive stir-fried duck blood and dry pot chicken giblets." Ren He said jovially, pleasantly surprised that this little restaurant existed in this parallel world. He had frequented it in his past life. Compared to luxurious hotels, he preferred these economical, unassuming eateries tucked away in alleys. It made him feel more grounded. In that moment, he and Yangshi shared a knowing smile, a tangible connection. Meanwhile, Duan Xiaolu and Su Nuo found themselves at a loss for words. Once class was dismissed, Ren He enthusiastically urged them to hurry to dinner. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the modest entrance caused Duan Xiaolu to furrow her brow. As soon as they sat down, Ren He called out, Boss, we're ready to order. 1 chive stir-fried duck blood, 1 dry pot chicken giblets, 1 braised pork, 1 stir-fried pickled long beans with minced meat, one fish in a flat pan, and one hand-torn cabbage. The proprietor chuckled. You seem new around here. Why order all our signature dishes in one go? Just don't worry about it. We'll be regulars. Ren He replied, feeling an unexpected warmth towards the establishment. Yangshi whispered, Isn't that too much food? We might not finish it all. No problem. We can take leftovers home. It's not wasteful. At home, I often cook frozen dumplings since no one else prepares meals for me. Bringing this back would be a nice change. Ren He spoke candidly, revealing that he had grown weary of eating dumplings. His parents were both exceedingly busy, leaving him to fend for himself. His mother even suggested hiring a nanny. But Ren He had outright declined, finding his current independence more liberating. Chapter 26. A new task. Free climbing. Halfway through the meal, everyone was sweating from the spicy Hunan cuisine, but that was the thrill of it. Ren He had already devoured 3 bowls of rice. Which song by Jiang Xihua do you like the most? Ren He curiously asked during dinner. We love them all. The 2 girls transformed into fans at the mention. Every one of her songs is incredibly beautiful. Ren He had listened to songs by Jiang Xihua and Jiang Chun, while some were indeed quite lovely. He couldn't quite call them exceptional. Moreover, the current musical style still resembled that of over a decade ago in his original world. 98 out of 100 songs were about love. I heard the entertainment industry is quite chaotic. Is that true? Su Nua asked, picking up a piece of braised pork. Did your cousin ever mention it to you? The scene was indeed chaotic. Yangshi nodded slightly. However, she hasn't shared much with me. After all, it is improper to speak ill of others behind their backs. Her family is rather reluctant to let her pursue singing, which is why she seldom returns home. To an outsider, this statement might seem trivial, but Ren He gleaned something significant from it. What kind of family would discourage their child from achieving fame through singing? Coupled with the knowledge of Yangshi's father being a diplomat, some conclusions began to form in his mind. Yangshi continued, I actually envy her. How fascinating it must be to sing for so many people. I've even taught myself to play several instruments. Such as? Ren He inquired with curiosity. Guitar, piano, trumpet, drums, and eru. Yangshi replied with a radiant smile, and at that moment, Ren He felt that her beauty shone brightest when she smiled. You can play so many instruments. Then sing for us, exclaimed Duan Xiaolu in delight. We shall be your first audience. Come on. Let's south go to your place and fetch an instrument. Surely, you know your cousin's songs, right? It will be like attending a concert. Ren He chimed in, eager to hear Yangshi singing. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, Yangshi led them to the residential complex where she and her father lived. She fetched a guitar and took Ren He and the others up to the rooftop. Sitting at the edge of the terrace, she asked, What song would you like to hear? Your cousin's song, Warm Breeze, they chorused. All right. Yangshi's delicate fingers glided over the strings, and the notes cascaded like moonlight into the hearts of her listeners, as if time itself were unfurling like fine sand. At that moment, nothing mattered but the music. Beautiful, Ren He thought, savoring the sound from deep within. Yangshi sat quietly on the rooftop, singing gently, and it seemed that nothing could rival the joy of listening to her voice. Yet, this song did not quite suit her. Do you wish to sing? Ren He jestingly asked. I could write a song for you. Yangshi's bright, clear eyes sparkled with excitement. Sure, if you write it, I will sing it. It's settled then, Ren He smiled. At that instant, everyone believed it was merely a jest, yet none could foresee where time would ultimately lead them. This promise served as the nascent thread binding their lives together, marking the beginning of a shift in fate. Later that evening, upon returning home, Ren's mother had once again left, as she often did for business trips, and this return was uncertain. To be frank, Ren He was not well versed in commercial matters. Having traversed into a parallel world, he could only hint a few times. The housing prices are about to rise. His mother seemed contemplative then, but he was unsure if she truly grasped his meaning. Regardless, he had never intended to rely on his parents to shape his life. The path he chose would depend solely on himself, as he prepared to go for a night run. The punishment system suddenly spoke in his mind. Task: complete a free climbing tutorial from the 1st to the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Deadline: 1 week. Failure to complete will result in erasure. Why the sudden task? Ren He opened his writer's assistant app on his phone and discovered that this month's payment had been issued. No wonder the punishment system had abruptly assigned him a task. With 140,000 yuan received, along with his existing savings, he now had 170,000 yuan, a considerable sum for a middle school student. This included a generous 100,000 yuan tip from a wealthy benefactor. Thanks to the efficient operational mechanisms in place, these tips were entirely his without any need for division with the website. 170. 0.000 yuan would allow him a comfortable lifestyle for quite some time. Gone were the days of having only 5 yuan for pocket money each month. How delightful. However, what was this business with free climbing the teaching building? Couldn't he choose a different location? Ren He recalled the teaching building, and the task didn't seem overly difficult, given the numerous leverage points available, external drainage pipes, windowsills, and security bars. As long as he had the stamina, he could easily ascend. At that moment, some skills related to free climbing had already been imparted to him by the punishment system. It appeared that the system had not escalated the task to the level of free rock climbing. Recently, due to his consistent night runs and push-ups, his lower body and arm strength had seen substantial improvement. Nevertheless, since the punishment system had begun issuing such tasks, he realized he needed to further strengthen his finger dexterity. As climbing demands considerable strength from the fingers and wrists, he decided to give it a try. Dressing quickly, Ren He descended and surveyed his residential building. The distance between each floor was not particularly great, and every household had security bars, making the climbing difficulty quite low. The challenge lay in the gap between the security bar on the first floor and the windowsill on the second. Now, he would need to apply the technique the punishment system had instilled in him regarding stabilizing his center of gravity using three-point positioning. Wiping the sweat from his palms, he began to climb silently, gripping the security bar tightly. With a sudden surge, he propelled himself upward, securing his stance against the first floor's security bar. Next, he climbed above the bar, anchoring himself with his feet and left hand against the wall while extending his right hand toward the second-floor windowsill. As his right hand grasped the edge of the sill, his fingers clamped down fiercely, allowing him to swing his body up and secure both hands above. If he performed a pull-up now, he would successfully reach the second floor. However, at that moment, Ren He suddenly sensed something unusual coming from within the second-floor window. Curious, he peeked over to investigate and found a young couple entwined, their upper bodies exposed. The woman had a commendable figure, Ren He thought to himself. Yet, at that instant, the young woman, lost in passion, suddenly raised her head and spotted a half-visible face peering in through her bedroom window, eyes fixated intently on the scene within. It was the second floor, it was night, and the sensation was terrifying. Chapter 27. No more jumping from buildings on this otherwise tranquil night. A woman's hysterical scream pierced the air. Ren He was taken aback by the volume of her voice. What are you waiting for? Run. He hastily scrambled down, lowering his body to dart into the greenery, fleeing in another direction. At that moment, he heard a window open, and a man stood at the edge, bellowing, "Are you insane? Are you insane?" Climbing up to the second floor to peep. My apologies. Ren He thought as he lowered his head and sprinted away, knowing that the man likely hadn't seen his face or attire clearly. However, to err on the side of caution, he decided to wait before returning. At that inopportune moment, he encountered Duan Xiaolu. Ren He quickly said, "Haha, it's time for a night run. Why are you sweating so much?" Duan Xiaolu asked, perplexed. "Oh, I just finished a lap." Ren He explained. "There was someone screaming in the yard earlier. Do you know what happened?" "It wasn't me," he hastily replied, then realized he had misspoken. He quickly added, "I don't know. I just heard the screams, but have no idea what occurred." Duan Xiaolu didn't press further, and the two continued their night run. Later, Ren He heard that the male homeowner seemed to have been so shocked by that scream that he was now embroiled in a divorce. It seemed he would have to be extra careful in the future. On his way home that evening, Ren He tucked the paper with the lyrics of The Brightest Star in the Night Sky into his pocket. In the office of the Academic Affairs Office, the balding director Lu suddenly spotted Ren He's homeroom teacher, Yuan Xiamiao. He quickly called out, "Teacher Xia, come here, I need to speak with you." Xiamiao looked puzzled. "What is up, old Lu? How is that Ren He doing in your class lately? What aspect are you inquiring about?" Xiamiao asked, somewhat baffled. "Specifically, has he done anything outrageous again?" Director Lu stated bluntly. "When we last had drinks, I told you the reason I didn't discipline him. You need to have a serious talk with him. He must understand that engaging in such dangerous behavior not only violates school discipline, but also endangers his personal safety." At this moment, Lu lowered his voice. "Consider his father as profession. If something were to happen to him at school, not just you and I, but even the principal would be implicated. They wouldn't care whether he willingly engaged in dangerous behavior. They would only blame us for failing to supervise him." Each time Lu thought about this possibility, he broke out in a cold sweat. Xiamiao slapped his forehead. "Old Lu, you've hit the nail on the head. I understand now. I will talk to him right away." Turning, Xiamiao headed towards the classroom, and upon reaching the door, he spoke kindly to Ren He. "Ren He, come out for a moment." This was the first time the homeroom teacher had spoken to him so amiably, sending shivers down Ren He's spine. Sure thing, teacher. I'll be right there. At the classroom door, Xiao Miao got straight to the point. Ren He, your academic performance has improved significantly. After reflecting on the last exam, I realized that even if you wanted to cheat, there was no opportunity. Since your grades are good, does that mean you won't need to practice physical education anymore? You won't engage in any more dangerous acts like jumping from buildings, will you? Ren He, aware of the need to be pragmatic in front of his teacher, nodded. I absolutely will not jump from buildings again. Rest assured, I was simply momentarily confused and acted impulsively. Hearing this, Xiao Miao felt a surge of relief and his impression of Ren He improved considerably. He patted Ren He on the shoulder, saying, All right, go back and prepare for class. The weight lifted from his heart. Back in class, Ren He promised, What did the homeroom teacher want? Did you get into trouble again? No. He looked pretty happy just now. He's worried I might jump again, Ren He replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Yangshi turned to look at him. After all, their first encounter had indeed been when Ren He jumped. To be honest, she was also curious as to why he had jumped. Yangshi asked, Are you into extreme sports? Oh, finally someone doesn't think of it as jumping off a building, but rather as extreme sports. However, Ren He clarified, Actually, I'm not engaging in extreme sports. I was merely risking my life to complete a task. No one could comprehend what Ren He meant by task. The next day, Director Liu, idly sipping tea and reading the newspaper, suddenly recalled his conversation with Xiao Miao the day before. He set down the paper and dashed to Xiao Miao's office. Old Xia, how did the chat with him go yesterday? Haha, about that, Xiao Miao chuckled. This student is quite sensible. As soon as I began to educate him, he understood, promising never to engage in dangerous behavior again. Rest assured. That's good. That's good. If he were to have an accident at school, neither of us would escape unscathed, and our lives would be ruined. Director Liu said with a hearty laugh. However, in the next instant, his expression froze as he looked out the window at the adjacent teaching building. There, on the second floor, a boy was climbing up the building using only the security bars, seemingly about to reach the third floor. What the hell, old Xia? What did you teach him yesterday? Director Liu exclaimed in horror. It was none other than Ren He climbing that building. Xiao Miao turned to the window, nearly collapsing in despair. What happened to the promise of no more dangerous behavior? What happened to the momentary confusion? But at that moment, Xiao Miao suddenly recalled Ren He's words. I absolutely will not jump from buildings again. The implication, it seemed, was that he intended to switch to a different activity. How foolish he had been to think this student was commendable. Below the teaching building, a throng of students had gathered, watching Ren He scale the wall. Some girls were covering their mouths in fear, afraid he might fall, while others suddenly found his daring act quite impressive. Yangshi, Su Nuo, and Duan Xiaolu were the first to react, rushing to the third floor, where Ren He had yet to reach. As he climbed, they stretched out their hands. Grab our hands. Ren He shouted urgently, Get away. Get away. The system required him to climb unaided, and having made it this far, he could not allow their assistance to undermine his effort. Don't worry about me. I can do it. Clear the way, clear the way. I'm almost there. Ren He shouted anxiously. Su Nuo was bewildered, thinking, why is he stirring up trouble again after just a few days of calm? Why can't we help him? Chapter 28. The pursuit of wealth. The task assigned by the heavenly punishment system was simply to climb to the third floor. Thus, reaching this point signified that the end was near. Ren He firmly grasped the ledge of the window with both hands, exerting force with his feet against the security bars below, propelling himself into the classroom on the third floor. All the teachers and students gathered below, witnessing his ascent into the classroom, collectively exhaled in relief, finally assured that he had safely made it up. Countless students, who had previously been unfamiliar with Ren He, hastily inquired, Who is he? Isn't he the one who jumped off a building a few days ago? No way. He's back again. I'm only concerned about what he will do next. Many students perceived Ren He as a troublemaker, yet gradually, a portion began to secretly admire his audacity. Numerous teachers were incensed, wondering what was wrong with this student. Not only had he previously escaped punishment for his inexplicable actions, but now he was causing trouble once more. However, the most exasperated were Director Liu and class teacher Xiao Miaohan. Director Liu, while lighting a cigarette in Xiao Miaohan's office, expressed his inner turmoil. Old Xia, do you think our futures will be ruined because of him? I'm feeling quite anxious. Give me one too. I must engage in ideological work with him every day from now on. Xiao Miaohan looked visibly shaken. Yes, we must do a thorough job of ideological work. Director Liu fully concurred. As for punishing Ren He, They dared not even consider it in this society driven by interpersonal relationships. Did they expect to approach Secretary Ren directly and say, "We plan to give your son a serious reprimand"? What do you think? That would be absurd, of course. It would be inappropriate. Xie Miaohan extinguished his cigarette and approached the classroom door, calling for Ren He. "Didn't you say?" Unsure of how to phrase his thoughts, he hesitated. Indeed, Ren He had not jumped again. He had merely switched to a different endeavor. Naturally, Ren He could not engage in semantic debate with his teacher. He quickly lowered his head and admitted fault. "I was momentarily confused." Another moment of confusion? "You must be doing this on purpose." Xie Miaohan thought he could no longer trust Ren He. He decided to devote more time to monitoring him. After all, it was merely 6 months. He could endure. As long as he safely guided this student through high school, it would be someone else's headache thereafter. "All right, you may return," Xie Miaohan said with a pained expression. For some reason, Ren He felt a tinge of sorrow as he watched Xie Miaohan leave. Upon returning to his seat, Su Nua eagerly inquired, "Will you be punished this time?" "Surely not," Ren He replied. "In my previous life, I was naive and inexperienced, believing that teachers were the ultimate authority. However, many who enter society later realize that teachers are merely ordinary individuals. This is not to say they do not deserve respect, but rather that they wield limited power. They too must navigate social dynamics. As long as old Ren does not withdraw, no one will dare to provoke him." He had asked Secretary Huang to make that call solely in consideration of the heavenly punishment task, intending to resolve matters once and for all. Once he weathered the initial wave of parental reprimands, he would enjoy boundless freedom. Who would bother to report him to old Ren? Su Nua, chewing on her snack, queried, "What is your aim?" "If I may say, this physical training is pointless, and it seems to have scrambled your brain. You understand nothing. Studying is meant to enable calm conversations with fools, while physical training allows fools to engage with you in a composed manner. This is crucial," Ren He stated earnestly. "You make a compelling argument," Su Nua conceded, momentarily at a loss for words. After that, Ren He paid no further attention to Su Nua, for the heavenly punishment system had just issued its latest reward. Due to the host's completion of the barehanded climbing task, reward 1-0 physical fitness. What a surprise. Another reward for physical fitness. Ren He immediately felt an increase in strength, and his physical fitness level rose to 4-12. It was noteworthy that this 1-0 represented an explosive power of 160 pounds. At merely 15 years of age, he had surpassed the physical capabilities of an adult. If he continued to fulfill tasks, wouldn't he eventually become superhuman? What could possibly stand in his way? Moreover, Ren He discovered that this increase in physical fitness encompassed numerous aspects: muscle strength, bone density, operational efficiency of bodily functions, vision, hearing, taste, smell, intuition, recovery capabilities, and bodily control. It was remarkably comprehensive. Although Ren He had initially wished for more unusual rewards, such as anti-nausea potions, he found this enhancement quite satisfactory. Being a superhero was intriguing, and he would not be overly muscular. He pondered whether this augmentation would extend his lifespan. Logically, it should, but the higher his physical fitness, the more challenging the tasks assigned by the heavenly punishment system might become. By the way, tonight was Jiang Xiao's concert. After school, Ren He hurried to the supermarket to purchase a plethora of snacks, and the four of them hailed a taxi towards the stadium. Rumor had it that even in the small city of Luo City, tickets for Jiang Xiao's concert had sold out. On the way, Yang Shi distributed the tickets to everyone, revealing they had secured the best front row seats priced at 2005. It seemed her cousin was quite generous. The best seats for concerts by popular stars typically fluctuated around 1680 to 1880, with some even higher or lower. After the year 2000, promoters devised a method to elevate ticket prices by aligning them with the year. Thus, in 2005, the ticket price was set at 2005 yuan. Earlier in the afternoon, Ren He had overheard several classmates discussing the concert. Some were thrilled to have snagged the cheapest tickets, while others were disheartened due to their family's reluctance to purchase tickets. In his previous life, Ren He would have had no reaction to the mention of a concert. After all, he had been financially constrained. The economic limitations of youth were indeed formidable. As they approached the stadium, the throngs of concert-goers grew denser. Despite the cultural stagnation in this parallel world, consumer habits and copyright protection were impressively established. For instance, when piracy was rampant, the most acclaimed novels typically garnered around 40,000 subscriptions per chapter. However, the current highest record had surpassed 100,000. It could only be said that Ren He's divine work was still at a mere 7,000, and there was a long journey ahead. With the end of the month approaching, the new monthly ticket battle awaited. Editor Dongfang Mabai had already informed him of a grand promotional push for the first week of the upcoming month, urging him to prepare more manuscripts. Therefore, Ren He felt it was time to elevate his divine work to the next level. Although the current manuscript fees were ample for an ordinary person, he still had many aspirations. Extreme sports equipment often came at exorbitant prices. He needed to assist his friend Su Nua in IT, and he wanted to support Yang Shi in her singing endeavors. There were numerous expenses yet to come. The pursuit of wealth continued. Chapter 29. The brightest star in the night sky. As the time to enter the stadium approached, we encountered a formidable challenge. An overwhelming crowd made it nearly impossible to reach the ticket gate. This phenomenon is a peculiar aspect of concerts. Often, those without tickets flock to the entrance, hoping to sneak in. Some students, unable to afford tickets, still came to show their support for their idols. Ren He took the lead, deftly parting the throng for Yang Shi and the others. To his surprise, he noticed Vice Class Leader Ren He, clad in a police uniform, accompanied by 2 girls, ready to pass through the ticket gate. Ren He understood this scenario well. When a family member works at the police station, donning the uniform usually grants one easy access to events like these, as concert security is typically managed by the police. However, Ren He was as familiar to Ren He as a stranger, and he had no time for pleasantries. Ren He, spotting Ren He and his companions, appeared somewhat surprised to see them. "Xiaolu, I thought you weren't coming?" he inquired, recalling that he had previously invited Duan Xiaolu, who had declined. Duan Xiaolu smiled and replied, "I came because Yang Shi had extra tickets." Ren He glanced at Ren He and Su Nua, causing Ren He to feel perplexed by the scrutiny. Ignoring Ren He, he led Su Nua further inside. Ren He seemed irritated. Perhaps because Duan Xiaolu had been associating with Ren He and Su Nua, the less popular students. He had missed out on class gatherings, and during their last outing to Baiyun Mountain, he had embarrassed himself. Yet, he dared not confront Duan Xiaolu directly. Instead, he directed his frustration at Ren He. "What business do you have at a concert? Mooch someone's ticket? Oh, how intriguing. If only he knew how sensitive Ren He had become lately." Just as Ren He was preparing to hurl another barb, he suddenly vomited. The dinner he had consumed erupted forth like a vibrant fountain, creating a colorful mess on the ground. Ren He marveled at how effective the anti-nausea potion from the heavenly punishment system was, producing such a spectacular display. He quickly ushered Duan Xiaolu and the others inside. Having spotted several security personnel approaching, along with a few police inspectors, he would have to return the police uniform soon. With the potion's 3 uses exhausted, Ren He felt a twinge of regret. Seated in the front row, he expressed to Yang Shi, "I've never sat in the front row at a concert before. Thanks to you. If it were someone else's concert, I doubt I could have gotten a ticket." Yang Shi replied with a smile. "Is this the kind of stage where you'd want to sing?" Ren He asked. "Well, the stage could be simpler. Without elaborate decorations or backup dancers, just singing would suffice." Yang Shi contemplated before answering. "All right, I shall write you a song," Ren He declared earnestly. Yang Shi chuckled, recalling their previous agreement. "I appreciate your good intentions, but writing a song isn't as simple as you think." Ren He fell silent, for he possessed a song titled The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, obtained through a task. To be honest, he felt no particular affinity for Jiang Xiao songs, which tended to appeal more to girls. Attending this concert was merely an opportunity to spend more time with Yang Shi. As the concert commenced, grand music filled the air, and Jiang Xiao gracefully rose from beneath the stage, singing Warm Breeze, eliciting cheers from the audience. The collective chorus began immediately, showcasing an infectious energy. Yang Shi, raising her phone flashlight above her head, sang along enthusiastically, prompting Ren He to join in, albeit awkwardly, mumbling the lyrics to Nunchaku. He didn't know the lyrics, and the embarrassment was almost overwhelming. Yang Shi, noticing his lack of enthusiasm for Jiang Xiao's music, turned to him with a smile. "What are you mumbling about?" At that moment, Ren He's alarm rang, signaling the heavenly punishment system. Task: climb the 15th floor of the residential building where the host lives. Deadline 1 week. Failure results in annihilation. Curse it, Ren He thought, his face darkening. Is this how the punishment system operates? Thankfully, it was unrelated to the classroom. Otherwise, he would have to face his homeroom teacher. He decided to wait for Ren He to cool off. Suddenly, Ren He realized an important point. He must be cautious when humming songs in the future, lest he inadvertently attract the attention of the punishment system again. However, with a week to complete the task, there was no immediate need for concern. That night, under a sky filled with brilliant stars, with a dazzling stage before him and the girl he adored by his side, Ren He felt a surge of vitality amidst the euphoric chorus. He thought little of the uncertainties of tomorrow or the future ahead. He was simply immersed in the joy of the present, enamored with someone. This, he believed, epitomized youth. He discreetly slipped a sheet of lyrics into Yang Shi's hand. She looked momentarily flustered, glancing at Duan Xiaolu and Su Nuo, but seeing them engrossed in the concert. She relaxed. Ren He found her flustered expression endearing, the concert lights illuminating her delicate features, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a storybook. The concert was a resounding success. During the performance, Ren He even spotted the star Jiang Chun seated 3 rows back in the center, wearing a mask. It was an amusing sight. Was this a case of unresolved feelings and complicated relationships? Yet, if Ren He could notice such details, how could others not? Who on earth wears a mask to a concert? It was far too conspicuous. Tomorrow's headlines would surely feature this spectacle. As the concert concluded and the audience began to disperse, Ren He noticed Yang Shi retrieving a prepared plastic bag, collecting the remnants of the snacks they had consumed. Amused, he assisted her in tidying up the litter. For reasons he couldn't quite articulate, he found this girl extraordinary. Later that night, upon returning home, Ren He received a call from Yang Shi. "Hello, Ren He?" "Yes? What's up?" He could sense the excitement in her voice. He knew why. "Did you write that song?" "I couldn't find it online, and I've never heard it before. It's truly beautiful." Her voice trembled with enthusiasm. The playful agreement on the rooftop had never been taken seriously by her, Su Nuo, or Duan Xiaolu. She understood the difficulty of writing lyrics and composing music, and she would never settle for mediocrity. She longed to create stunning songs herself, but lacked the capability. But today, Ren He's gift of a song was breathtaking. Just like its title, the song shone like the brightest star in the night sky, appearing suddenly before Yang Shi. As she strummed her guitar, attempting to interpret the song, the first notes sent shivers down her spine, leaving her in awe. Can the brightest star in the night sky hear the loneliness and sighs of those who gaze up at it? Ren He refrained from admitting he had written the song, as it felt too awkward to confess. Instead, he said, "This song now belongs entirely to you, as a token of gratitude for your generosity in inviting us to the concert." "I thought it was." Yang Shi hesitated, searching for words. "Ha ha ha." Ren He felt an overwhelming joy in his heart. In that moment, discreetly slipping a sheet of paper to someone was clearly an act of delivering a love letter. Yet the surprise that unfolded was truly monumental. Nevertheless, could this not be seen as another form of a love letter, with all the emotions encapsulated within the song? Chapter 30. Determining the reward direction. How challenging is it to compose a song? Each year, countless new songs emerge, yet only a select few resonate melodiously with listeners. While those that attain the status of cultural phenomena are exceedingly rare. The song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, which debuted in 2011, swiftly gained immense popularity across China. It must be noted that this is one of Ren He's personal favorites. He is unaware of musical theory or how to evaluate a song's professionalism. He simply understands that a song's appeal is paramount. "I still feel a bit unsure. This song is your creation. Could you sing it for me?" "I would love to see how it appears through the eyes of its creator," Yang Shi inquired. Ren He felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although his voice was not unpleasant, it certainly lacked charm. The thought of performing in front of someone he admired and turning it into a comedic disaster was daunting. Ahem, in a couple of days. He could only defer, hastily consulting the heavenly punishment system in his mind. "Can I choose my reward?" "Indeed," came the response. "However, you must forfeit one reward to set the direction for the next task," the system clarified. With this understanding, Ren He realized that he could exchange a single reward opportunity to select a specific direction for his next reward, which the heavenly punishment system would then determine. The dilemma arose. The rewards from the system were quite formidable, and relinquishing one was indeed a painful consideration. Yet, he felt compelled to demonstrate to Yang Shi in the future it was unbearable to subject her to the torment of his mediocre singing voice. Gritting his teeth, Ren He declared to the heavenly punishment system, "I forfeit the reward for climbing the 5th floor barehanded in exchange for a talent in singing for the next reward." "Granted." The system replied calmly. The following day, Ren He promptly procured magnesium powder and a magnesium pouch that could be worn at his waist. Magnesium powder, scientifically known as magnesium carbonate, is a white, odorless powder that absorbs moisture from the hands, keeping them dry and enhancing friction between the hands and rock surfaces, thus facilitating more effective climbing. There are various forms of magnesium powder, including powdered, block, and liquid. The powdered form is widely used in gymnastics and weightlifting. And with the rise of rock climbing, it has become essential for absorbing sweat during climbs. Having experienced sweat on his hands while ascending to the third floor of the teaching building previously, Ren He understood that magnesium powder would be necessary for climbing 5 floors. It wasn't that he couldn't climb without it, but rather a precaution for ensuring his safety. As night descended and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Ren He began his warm-up jog before scaling the residential building where he lived. With prior experience, he felt confident that as long as his stamina held, he would face no difficulties. Upon reaching the second floor, he overheard a heated argument between a man and a woman. What a nuisance, he thought. Continuing his ascent, his home was located on the 5th floor of an old residential complex, the tallest building reaching only 7 stories. He had already opened his window, so when he reached the 5th floor, he could simply enter through it. The heavenly punishment system had just enhanced his physical attributes to 412, allowing him to climb with ease, possessing the vigor of youth and surpassing the physical capabilities of an average adult. However, as he reached the 4th floor, he suddenly spotted a security guard patrolling below, wielding a large flashlight. Following complaints from residents about disturbances on the 2nd floor, security had been instructed to patrol more diligently, checking for any intruders. As the flashlight beam approached Ren He, he realized he could no longer climb at a leisurely pace. He had to act quickly. He applied a bit of magnesium powder to enhance the friction on his fingers, then forcefully pushed off from the 4th floor security window, launching himself to grasp the ledge of the 5th floor window. With a sudden burst of strength, he vaulted into his room and shut the window behind him just as the flashlight beam illuminated the spot he had vacated. The security guard felt as though something had shifted moments ago, but as the beam passed, he found nothing amiss, concluding it was merely a figment of his imagination. "This property manager is relentless," he muttered. "We used to patrol twice a night. Now it's 6 times." In his room, Ren He was drenched in sweat. That had been a close call. If caught by security, he would surely face his parents' wrath, and he dreaded the consequences. Yet, the leap he had just taken felt exhilarating. A brief adventure, thrilling despite the danger. He reveled in that adrenaline rush. The host completed the task. The next reward would be drawn from the realm of singing talent. Done. Ren He wasted no time, instead grabbing paper to sketch out a staff and pinning the title, South Mountain South. The song Sesame Oil Leaves had also achieved tremendous popularity in a parallel world, undoubtedly a phenomenon in its own right. Moreover, the folk genre aligned perfectly with Yang Xi's tastes. By swiftly composing this song, he could expedite the next heavenly punishment task, allowing him the opportunity to sing for Yang Xi. Unexpectedly, the vocal insecurities he had harbored in his past life seemed to dissolve thanks to the heavenly punishment system. Just as he inscribed the final lyric, the system issued a new task in his mind. Task: climb the 17th floor of the host's residential building barehanded. Deadline 1 week. Failure to complete results in annihilation. Another climbing task? Was it their intention to have him ascend the entire building at once? Ren He resolved not to sleep. The security patrol had just concluded, and the next round would occur in an hour. He decided to complete the task that very night. Stealthily donning his magnesium pouch, he descended the stairs. His body still felt warm, negating the need for another warm-up. He was ready to climb. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he found silence. The earlier argument must have exhausted the participants. As he ascended to the 5th floor again, Ren He began to feel a slight ache in his muscles. Adding the 3 floors he had already climbed that morning, he had scaled a total of 13 floors today. If he completed this 7-floor climb, it would amount to 15. To be candid, the average adult's stamina was not particularly robust, and Ren He's muscle soreness was likely a consequence of his reduced weight. Chapter 31. Singing techniques. Ren He glanced upward. It was merely a 2-story ascent. With a bit of magnesium powder on his hands, he steeled himself and continued his climb. This form of exercise often proved to be far more intense than indoor workouts. While the latter could certainly sculpt a muscular physique, it lacked the exhilarating thrill of confronting life's challenges. When his hands finally grasped the edge of the rooftop on the 7th floor, his feet relinquished all support, leaving him solely reliant on his grip. Rather than immediately pulling himself up, Ren He turned to gaze downwards. The height of the 7th floor was considerable. In his previous life, merely looking down from such a height would have invoked a rush of anxiety, with sweat pooling in his palms. Yet now, he reveled in the serene moment perched on the precipice between life and death, enveloped by the night. What, indeed, is the pursuit of life? Each individual harbors a unique answer. Some are drawn to beauty, others to familial bonds. Some crave stability, while others indulge in extravagance. In this moment, Ren He felt he had discovered his own aspiration. With a sudden surge of energy, he propelled his upper body onto the roof, flipping himself over with ease. The task concluded, he awaited the rewards from the punishment system. Host has completed the 17-story barehanded climbing task. Reward: singing techniques. Indeed, the targeted rewards seemed more reliable. In an instant, techniques concerning breath control, vocalization, oral resonance, and enunciation flooded his mind. Only now did he comprehend how rudimentary his previous singing had been. Ren He attempted to sing a couple of lines from The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, and to his surprise, his voice resonated with newfound elegance. Many singers, despite their efforts, often exuded a rustic quality, and that was no mere coincidence. However, he felt no need to delve into this further. All he desired was to sing in front of Yang Shi without embarrassment. Still, he resolved to use these targeted rewards sparingly, lest he diminish their value through overuse, which would indeed be a pity. Even a potion for nausea would suffice. While it might not serve a significant purpose, it was certainly amusing. He found himself both anticipating and resisting the punishment tasks. The thrill of danger was exhilarating, yet overindulgence could lead to mishaps. Just like last night, when he had unwittingly been ensnared by the punishment system after humming a tune. Caution was warranted, but such spontaneous singing was a habitual trait for many, himself included. Often, he hummed melodies without conscious thought. Moreover, this unconscious behavior extended beyond mere song. The tense day drew to a close. Ren He had climbed a total of 15 stories. His muscles weary yet aware that a night's rest would restore him. Upon entering class the next morning, he immediately noticed Lu Yinghai glaring at him with an icy demeanor. He found it amusing. After all, they were merely middle school students. What could possibly warrant such animosity? The grudges formed during school years seemed trivial upon reflection, akin to childish play, so Ren He paid little mind to it. With only a month remaining in the semester and the looming midterms next term, they would soon be scattered across different schools, making future encounters unlikely. He pondered what school Yang Shi aspired to attend. As a new month commenced, Ren He eagerly awaited the grand recommendation for his novel. At 2 in the afternoon, he logged into the Shengshi Chinese website and discovered that the homepage had indeed featured the cover of his divine book. He promptly published a message announcing the new month and urged everyone to support his work in the monthly ticket rankings. Upon careful observation, he noted that the monthly ticket leaderboard was dominated by two titans, Journey of the Wind and Tales of the Otherworldly Hero, both of which had amassed tens of thousands of votes over the third-place contender. Beyond the top two, the competition was not particularly fierce. His divine book had, after a period of cultivation and accumulation, surpassed the threshold of 8,000 subscriptions. However, breaking into the top 10 of the monthly ticket rankings still felt like a distant dream, as none of the works within the top ranks had fewer than 10,000 subscriptions. Yet, he would not remain at a steady 8,000 subscriptions forever. The grand recommendation was a golden opportunity. While it may seem he had received numerous recommendations, a significant portion of readers had yet to discover his divine book. Many readers were engrossed in other titles, oblivious to the website's recommendations, and thus missed out. Therefore, whether it be the works of established authors or those of newcomers, the website's recommendation slots were of paramount importance. Those works with 10,000 subscriptions did not achieve such numbers overnight. They were propelled by a series of recommendations. Each recommendation inevitably attracted new readers. The grand recommendation, however, was the most powerful endorsement of all. Typically, a book must exceed 800,000 words to qualify for such a promotion. Yet Ren He's divine book had garnered it at just 600,000 words, leaving many authors feeling somewhat envious. The discussions surrounding the perceived lack of depth in his divine book had been incessant, and the trend seemed to be escalating. In various literary forums, his work had become a frequent target for criticism. It appeared that for some, a day without disparaging his divine book was incomplete. With each update, they would mock the content, even scrutinizing grammar and punctuation with a sense of derision. However, Ren He had never paid heed to such discussions. He wrote solely for profit. He understood the principle of balancing artistic integrity and commercial success. Sacrificing quality for the sake of reputation would yield losses rather than gains. If he desired fame, he had already acquired enough through the three-character classic and had chosen to keep his identity secret through zhouwoming. Thus, while literary forums erupted in fervent discussions, harshly critiquing his work, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. His divine book continued to update on schedule, its performance remained steadily on the rise, and the author remained silent. It was as if he were entirely indifferent to the scathing remarks regarding his work. Yet, what they failed to realize was that Ren He was not indifferent. He simply had not seen the criticisms at all. Following the grand recommendation, all new readers would first peruse the initial 240,000 words of free chapters. The moment they completed these chapters marked the resurgence of his subscription growth. That evening, apart from finishing his night run and enjoying a refreshing shower, Ren He was engrossed in refreshing the data on his phone. He sensed that he might finally breach the 10,000 subscription barrier that very day. His divine book had climbed to the 11th position on the monthly ticket leaderboard, just a step away from entering the ranks. Chapter 32. The Battle for Monthly Votes. Initially, as a novice author, Ren He had no intention of contending for a position among the top 10 in the monthly vote rankings. However, the unexpected success of his divine book instilled in him a flicker of confidence. Now, he found himself merely one spot away from the coveted list. With keen focus, he watched his subscription numbers soar from 8,000, swiftly surpassing the 10,000 mark in the early hours, thus achieving the status of a 10,000 subscriber author. Yet, his position in the monthly vote rankings remained stagnant at 11th place, just 2,000 votes shy of the 10th. He believed it was time to unveil the ace up the sleeve of online authors. It is widely acknowledged that traditional literary authors often require an hour to craft a mere 1,000 words, meticulously refining every detail to render their novels captivating. Some narratives are intricately woven, creating a labyrinth of interrelated plots, a writing style that is undoubtedly taxing on the intellect. Where, then, does Ren He excel? In his remarkable updating speed. The formula for rapid progression he mastered in his previous life had become commonplace. With this divine book, he needed little contemplation. Pure enjoyment was paramount. In terms of quality, the accelerated pace of updates might introduce some flaws, yet divine books have never been renowned for their quality, a point often criticized by many authors. While divine books are undeniably enjoyable, if one were to assert their quality, they would surely be met with denial. Furthermore, Ren He never intended to steer this book towards quality. His sole aim was profit, eschewing any lofty ideals. As for the authors who disparaged him, he simply chose to ignore them. If someone were to confront Ren He directly, claiming, "This is merely a novice piece," he would respond with unwavering confidence, "Indeed, it is a novice piece." He promptly issued a statement. "Dear readers, let us play a game. From now on, for every 1,000 monthly votes I receive, I will add 3 more chapters." His divine book had long been under the scrutiny of many authors, and once he issued this statement, the author community was abuzz with curiosity. Is this fellow writing without a thought? How dare he propose such a rule? For authors like them, merely ensuring a daily update was a significant achievement. It was not uncommon to encounter days of stagnation due to plot blockages, rendering updates a frequent source of reader complaints. In such circumstances, who would dare to play the update game? Yet, Ren He did. Immediately, readers began commenting in the review section. "The fox is up to something. I noticed he's currently in 11th place. He's aiming for the top 10. Haha, what a scheme. Vote for him. I want to see updates. I've never seen an author take such bold risks before. Let's support him with votes and see how many extra chapters he can produce. Should we push him to finish early?" Within just 1 hour, the monthly votes for the divine book surged by an astonishing margin, reaching 3,140 votes, propelling it into the 10th position. "Fox, where are the updates?" came the eager calls. "They're on the way," Ren He replied with a smile, promptly releasing all 9 chapters of his stockpile, while still holding on to an additional 17 chapters accumulated over the month, utterly unperturbed by the rapid increase in votes. However, upon completing these 9 chapters, he inadvertently reached a significant climax, leaving readers frustrated. This cliffhanger. I'm tempted to send a blade to the fox. Who has still got votes? Quick, vote for him to get those updates. Out of votes. Let us tip him. Frustrated, they resorted to tipping, knowing that a donation of 100 yuan would grant them a monthly vote. With many readers out of votes, this delighted Ren He. That afternoon, the author community was so engrossed in the monthly vote rankings that they lost all motivation to write, while those in the top 10 felt a tightening in their chests. Meanwhile, the author who had just slipped to 11th place wore a grim expression, wishing he could emulate Ren He's explosive success, but found himself stymied by a stagnant plot. How much more can he possibly update? Is he hoarding stockpiles? He usually produces at least 3 chapters a day. If he has that many stockpiled, it's quite terrifying. His writing speed is akin to a landslide in the literary world. Goodness, I've fallen to 10th place. He has risen. As everyone realized this, they were stunned. What the heck? 2 titans fell in one afternoon, and this is a rookie author? By that afternoon, Ren He had exhausted all of his stockpiled chapters. He had also written no additional chapters. An ominous premonition washed over him. Suddenly, a comment from a wealthy, inebriated reader appeared. I just woke up after a night of heavy drinking and stumbled upon this intriguing game. I finished the updates. Can you share a bit more? Fox. Tips incoming. The red envelope has been sent. Ren He quickly checked his back end. To his astonishment, the inebriated reader had tipped 100,000 yuan. While many prominent authors in his previous life had received tips in the millions, such a substantial tip was unprecedented for him. He then glanced at the red envelope section. This time, the inebriated reader had sent a staggering 3,000 monthly vote red envelopes, meaning Ren He was now obligated to update at least 12 more chapters. This was spiraling out of control. Ren He had initially thought that an influx of monthly votes would merely deplete his stockpile, a perspective limited by the fact that his earlier works had not achieved great popularity. He had not anticipated such a substantial response. Clearing his throat, he posted a comment. Ahem, the game ends after midnight tonight. The readers erupted in laughter. Is the fox backing down? No backing down now. We're enjoying this too much. Before midnight, let us go for another round. Ha ha, let us do it. Ren He watched helplessly as he found himself owing 9 more chapters. That day, he truly experienced a blend of pain and joy. Chapter 33. The Stargazing You. Even with Ren He's prodigious writing speed, the backlog of 21 chapters proved to be a daunting task. It took him 4 days to finally settle the debt. Upon its completion, some playfully taunted, Hey, Ren, when's the next gaming session? Gaming session, my foot. I nearly killed myself. However, the increased frequency of updates naturally led to more generous donations, and the subscription rate soared at an astonishing pace. Following the grand promotion, the book's average subscriptions skyrocketed to 15,000. Moreover, the influence of the literary duel further amplified the book's impact, creating a virtuous cycle. Finally, he could relax. The literary duel had concluded. Su Nua, seated beside him, noticed his pallor. Why do you look so haggard? You wouldn't understand, Ren He retorted. Rolling his eyes, he scribbled a note for Yang Shi. Shall I serenade you with the brightest star in the night sky tonight? Yang Shi, pleasantly surprised, replied in kind. Yes. Let's leave together after school. Su Nua eyed their exchange of notes with suspicion. Since when had their interactions become so frequent? Since Yang Shi's transfer. Her striking beauty and demeanor had quickly made her a prominent figure in the school. However, in 2005, junior high students weren't so overt in their pursuit of girls. Only a few were, with most admiring from afar. Of course, she also received love letters. Consequently, Ren He would often linger near her classroom door, ready to intercept anyone handing over a neatly wrapped letter addressed to Yang Shi. He would accept it with a smile, only to promptly discard it in the trash. Su Nua hesitated. Isn't that a bit harsh? Ren He glanced at him dismissively, offering no response. When school ended, Su Nua invited him to walk home together, as their houses were in the same direction. You go ahead. Ren He waved him off, heading towards the school gate. Su Nua, intrigued, watched as Ren He met up with Yang Shi and then headed in the direction of her house. Su Nua felt a pang of shock. Those 2 Yang Shi brought Ren He home. Her father hadn't returned from work yet. Yang Shi retrieved her guitar and led Ren He to the rooftop. The apartment building where Yang Shi lived was old-fashioned. Reaching the rooftop required climbing a ladder from the top floor. Yang Shi initially intended to go first but blushed and said, You go ahead. All right. Ren He agreed cheerfully. Yang Shi was wearing a dress today, and he wondered if she hadn't realized it herself. Autumn had arrived. Although Yang Shi wore leggings, it was still awkward for a boy to be looking up at her as she climbed the ladder. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yang Shi smoothed her dress and sat quietly, her hair gently swaying in the breeze. This was likely the girl Ren He had always dreamed of. A second chance to relive his youth with passion, and of course, a girl who captivated his heart. Yang Shi smiled. I'll accompany you on the guitar. I want to hear how the creator interprets this song. When it came time to sing, Ren He felt a tinge of nervousness. Although the reward from the heavenly punishment system was miraculous, and he had found that his singing had indeed improved, he still felt self-conscious in front of the girl he admired. However, as the tranquil guitar intro flowed from Yang Shi's fingers, Ren He seemed to find his composure. He recalled the first time he had heard this song. When he was young and arrogant, having just experienced setbacks, he had listened to it countless times, feeling as if someone had embraced him in the darkness. Indeed, this song was not about sadness. It was the ardent tears of loneliness, shimmering like crystals in the moonlight. With that person waiting beneath the moon, playing the guitar. The brightest star in the night sky, can you hear me? The loneliness and sighs in the hearts of those who look up. For some reason, Ren He's voice was particularly suited to this kind of low, emotional song, instantly piercing Yang Shi's heart. Ren He seemed somewhat solitary. Loneliness is gentle, but solitude is resilient. Yang Shi could sense the strong and unwavering core within Ren He, which he rarely revealed to anyone. When Ren He first heard this song, he was embroiled in office politics, quickly adapting to his role after leaving school. He displayed cunning and resourcefulness beyond his years in the process of self-preservation, ultimately emerging victorious. However, sometimes winning wasn't true victory. Once, Ren He and his childhood friend had too much to drink, and he said with a wan smile, "From now on, I can no longer claim to be a good person." What defined a good person? Ren He himself didn't know. "I pray for a transparent heart and eyes that can shed tears. Give me the courage to believe again, to embrace you beyond the lies." As Ren He sang this, Yang Shi suddenly felt as if he truly wanted to embrace her, and she felt as if she had already been enfolded in his song. When the song ended, Yang Shi remained silent for a long time. She suddenly had the urge to embrace Ren He but restrained herself, smiling. "I didn't expect you to sing so well. After hearing you sing, I feel like my understanding of this song was indeed lacking." Ren He was taken aback. Had he succeeded in showing off? He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Yang Shi. Yang Shi was surprised. What was this? Another song, or a love letter? If it was another song, she could hardly believe he could be so prolific. If it was a love letter, she hesitated whether she should accept it. Her father was a diplomat, and she had lived with him after her parents divorced, so she had traveled to many places, including when her father went abroad. Therefore, she had a broad perspective and understood the dynamics between boys and girls, and she was more mature than one might expect. She had met many unique boys, prodigal football players or youngsters who received software company employment offers at 14, or even the pleasure-seeking scions of wealthy families from Kyoto. But she always felt that Ren He was somehow even more special. This feeling was unfounded, purely intuitive. She had no particular thoughts when she saw those boys, only admiring them as friends. Undoubtedly, she had a good impression of Ren He. Like that song, after Ren He sang it, he seemed to have transformed into the brightest star in the night sky. But she felt it was too soon. She eventually took the paper and opened it, revealing another song, Nanshan South. "Did you write this recently?" Yang Shi's heart lightened when she saw it wasn't a love letter, but as she tried humming the song, she found that it once again successfully captivated her. "Consider it so," Ren He grinned. "Familiarize yourself with the score first, and I'll sing it for you when I have time." "Do you have any plans to become a singer?" Yang Shi asked. "I can't accept this score. It's too precious. You sing so well, why don't you sing yourself? With your talent, you could definitely succeed." "I have more important things to do," Ren He said calmly. His ambitions lay elsewhere. Yang Shi's eyes sparkled, and she suddenly smiled. "All right, how about you write 10 songs for me directly, and I'll release an album?" "Haha, no problem. I can definitely fulfill that small request. It's just 10 missions. One must never back down when pursuing a girl." "What should the album be called?" Yang Shi pondered. "Since it's your song, you should name it The Stargazing You." Chapter 34. The Royalties of the Three-Character Classic, Zhai Xingdu and I. Yang Shi pondered over the name, a smile suddenly breaking upon her lips. "If I were to release an album, I would name it Zhai Xingdu and I." In the first 15 years of her life, due to her father's influence, her existence was far from tranquil, in contrast to the calm lives of other girls. Hers could be described as eccentric and surreal. Yet, meeting Ren He and witnessing his extraordinary creative talents made her feel as though her return to her ancestral home in Luoyang was akin to embarking on a most bizarre journey. Almost surreal. With dreams in her heart, she sought knowledge of music theory and instruments, and unexpectedly, the possibility of that dream materializing began to emerge. "Thank you," Yang Shi expressed sincerely. Just as she was about to say more, a man's magnetic voice resonated from the staircase. "Yang Shi, dinner is ready." It was her father. Ren He froze momentarily, a sense of panic washing over him. Was this the moment when his pursuit of someone's daughter would be uncovered? How utterly unforeseen. In youth, the most daunting figures were not only one's own parents, but also the parents of others. The sound of footsteps echoed as Ren He realized that the man was climbing the stairs. He instinctively sought a hiding place, but the rooftop offered no concealment. Should he descend? After all, he was fit enough to scale the stairs. Just as he prepared to leap down the wall, Yang Shi suddenly laughed and pulled him back. "What are you doing? No need for that. My dad is quite easygoing." "Easygoing?" Ren He thought. "That's only when the other party's intentions are pure, but mine are anything but innocent. I feel so exposed. Sometimes, He felt she was not like her peers, but now, she seemed genuinely amused, finding Ren He's current demeanor quite entertaining. You don't understand. Before he could finish, he noticed Yang Shi's father, Yang In, peering from the entrance of the rooftop. His hair was neatly styled, though he had changed into casual attire, appearing quite amicable. Hello, uncle, Ren He awkwardly greeted, sharing a brief, tense moment of eye contact with Yang An, fearing he might be met with a furious response. It's you, the boy who jumped off the building. Yang An recognized Ren He, chuckling. Come down and join us for dinner. What a close call. Ren He wiped the sweat from his forehead, while Yang Shi laughed. See, my dad isn't as scary as you thought. Let us eat first and see if it's a banquet of doom, Ren He retorted, following Yang Shi downstairs. Upon entering, he spotted the dining table adorned with 4 dishes and a soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, sweet and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried pork, cold jelly, and a seaweed egg drop soup. Each dish appeared quite appetizing. He hadn't expected Yang Shi's diplomatic father to possess such culinary skills. Yang In gestured for Ren He to sit. I heard you helped Yang Shi write a song called The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. I've heard her sing it. It's quite impressive, with excellent lyrics. Too kind, Ren He replied, feeling stiff. All his notions of being physically fit and mature crumbled before the future father-in-law. The only truth was making him happy. Have you studied this field before? Did you seek a teacher? Yang In suddenly inquired, as he served Yang Shi some shredded potatoes. I'm self-taught, Ren He replied. Huh, not simple. Yang In chuckled, amused by Ren He's response. No need to be so formal. I'm not a man-eating tiger. As dinner progressed, Ren He was surprised that Yang In did not mention any restrictions on future interactions between him and Yang Shi. It seemed as if he truly believed Yang Shi could handle things for herself, just as he had stated over the phone. Such a father was indeed commendable. Unlike his own mother, who would interrogate him for half an hour over the smallest matters. During the meal, Ren He noticed that Yang Shi's family television was broadcasting a foreign news channel. He was intrigued, aware that there were inexpensive TV cards for computers that allowed access to international channels, but he was unsure how Yang In managed it. Perhaps it was a unique arrangement on his part? The television displayed reports on terrorism and chaos in Africa, and Ren He found it quite captivating. Yang In, surprised, asked, Can you understand this? Just a bit, Ren He modestly replied. Having studied at Berkeley as an exchange student, his spoken English was satisfactory. Yang In proceeded to ask him a few simple questions in English, to which Ren He responded confidently. There was no harm in letting his future father-in-law see his versatility. After dinner, as Ren He walked home, the cool evening breeze was refreshing, and he relished the tranquility of the moment. He could now sing to Yang Shi and momentarily set aside his tasks. With over half a month until the next payment from Shengshi Chinese network, he could afford to relax. However, just then, Ren He's phone rang. The sight of Zhou Wuming on the screen filled him with a foreboding sense of dread. Hello, Mr. Zhou. The 3-character classic has been published in various formats, and the royalties from the first phase have been credited to your account. Please check. Zhou greeted cheerfully. Do you have any other works coming up? Oh no. Upon hearing the word royalties, Ren He felt a wave of despair. Indeed. Task. Leap from the rooftop of the teaching building and return. Deadline 1 week. What the hell? Did that mean he had to jump off the building again and return? Just as he thought he could finally rest, another task had sprung upon him without warning. Ren He composed himself and replied calmly over the phone. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. I currently have no new works, and, next time, please refrain from transferring royalties automatically. I will contact you when I need them. Oh, Zhou inquired, intrigued. Weren't you previously eager for money? Why the sudden change? Ren He sighed, feeling as if he were silently suffering a bitter dilemma. I've been reflecting. I want to become a noble person, a pure person, a moral person, someone who transcends base desires, and a person beneficial to the people. Task. Bear a desk and perform 50 squats. Deadline 1 week. What? Wasn't that just a quote from Chairman Mao? Were they serious? Chapter 35. The Tears Potion. Ren He found himself caught in a whirlwind, seamlessly transitioning between 2 tasks within a mere minute. If the first task was somewhat manageable, the second was downright exasperating. Reciting a quote from Chairman Mao before being bombarded with yet another assignment? Where was the sense in that? Ren He harbored serious doubts about the intentions of this so-called punishment system, suspecting it was designed to vex him deliberately. He had occasionally drawn upon famous sayings in the past, yet had never encountered a task until now. It was evident that this system was far from legitimate. Old Zhou chuckled at Ren He's words. Look at you, becoming so enlightened after just a few days apart. Have you been influenced by me? Ever since our last meeting, I decided to turn over a new leaf myself. By the way, what is the royalty this time? Ren He inquired with curiosity. 410,000, Zhou replied, his tone laced with mirth. If you hadn't asked about the amount, I might have thought you were someone else. The three-character classic is receiving an excellent response in early education, and this is just the first batch of royalties. There will be more to come. Ren He was taken aback by the significance of proper copyright protection. Earning 410,000 from the initial royalties of a simple three-character classic was no small feat for an ordinary person. Such a sum could sustain a lifetime. After all, with so many children in China, the sales from parents purchasing a single copy each amounted to a considerable figure. The absence of piracy was indeed a blessing. With this, he found himself in possession of 580,000, a substantial amount indeed. In 2005, one could purchase a modest villa in Los Angeles for that sum, especially when compared to the soaring prices in subsequent years. However, he had no interest in hoarding real estate. There were myriad ways to utilize his funds. So why not choose something he truly enjoyed? Moreover, once wealth surpasses a certain threshold, it merely becomes a number. He had far more aspirations to pursue. Acquiring a few properties sufficed. The thought of starting over in real estate felt rather uninspiring. What to do with the 580,000? Perhaps purchase a vehicle for convenience, as it was rather inconvenient to be without one. Yet, the realization that he didn't even possess a driver's license made the idea rather frustrating. Should he call Uncle Huang to arrange for a license? It was known that regulations on acquiring licenses were not as stringent at present. He decided to take it one step at a time. Meanwhile, Ren He's homeroom teacher, Xian Miaohan, was experiencing a restless spell. His eyelids were heavy, and sleep eluded him as thoughts of Ren He spun in his mind. He felt trapped, unable to scold or reprimand him. What was he to do? The previous night, while drinking with Director Liu, he noted that Liu, much like himself, was nearly graying under the stress of dealing with Ren He, their troublesome student. After a few too many drinks, Liu repeatedly emphasized, "We must ensure he encounters no further danger. We need to conduct thorough ideological work with him." Xian Miaohan felt a pang of bitterness. I want that too. He arrived at school early, meticulously cleaning his desk, though he lacked the motivation to prepare his lessons. He ambled to the doorway of his classroom, lost in thought as he gazed up at the two connecting teaching buildings. It was a daunting height and distance. He wondered how Ren He dared to leap across. If it were him, he would certainly not attempt such a feat. Who would willingly gamble with their life? With a family background as favorable as his, a bright future lay ahead through diligent study. Why would he risk everything? At that moment, Xian Miaohan was startled by heavy breathing emanating from the classroom. It was still half an hour before class. Students rarely arrived that early. Who could it be? Upon opening the classroom door, he was met with the sight of Ren He, who was squatting with a wooden desk balanced on his shoulders, panting heavily. "Ren He, what on earth are you doing?" Xian Miaohan exclaimed in disbelief. Ren He looked up with a grin. "Teacher, I'm working out." Working out, the very phrase made Xian Miaohan's head spin. "Could you put the desk down for a moment?" "Just a second. I have 12 more to go," Ren He replied calmly. It was undeniable that the desk was quite heavy. Managing a dozen squats while bearing such weight was commendable, though he knew he could ultimately complete 50. As Xian Miaohan observed Ren He squatting, he realized this was less hazardous than climbing stairs. Perhaps it's best to stick to indoor exercises from now on. Climbing stairs can be perilous, he suggested. Agreed. No more climbing stairs, just a moment of folly. Ren He finished his squats and placed the desk down, readily acquiescing. Xian Miaohan felt a surge of relief. Perhaps his efforts in ideological education were finally yielding results. Your physique shows improvement. It's evident that your exercise regimen is effective. Ren He's physique was deceptive. Clothed, one might not notice, but stripped bare, he bore a sculpted and explosive form. Yet, Xian Miaohan was perhaps too quick to celebrate. The system announced, "Host has completed the task of performing 50 squats with a desk. Reward, Tears Potion, usable 3 times. Ah, another potion type. How intriguing. I wonder what effects the Tears Potion might have." Ren He mused, feeling a twinge of curiosity about whom to test it on first. Though he decided against using it on Xian Miaohan, opting instead to wait for a more opportune moment. Later that morning, Xian Miaohan concluded his class and made his way to the academic office, where he encountered Director Liu. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Old Liu, guess what? Thanks to my guidance, Ren He has abandoned those reckless stunts and has taken up indoor exercise." Director Liu's face lit up with surprise. "Really?" "Indeed. When I visited the classroom this morning, he was practicing squats. As long as he avoids reckless behavior, he can squat to his heart's content." Siem Yaohan felt a swell of pride, though he refrained from mentioning that Ren He was squatting with a desk. Reflecting on it, he found it curious that Ren He could manage to squat 10 times with such a heavy desk. He himself would have struggled. Director Lu chuckled to himself. Yes. Let him squat as he wishes. Let us just ensure our jobs remain secure. Finally able to relax, Siem Yaohan lit a cigarette in the office and offered one to Director Lu as well. Just then, a young intern burst into the office, breathless and panicked. Director Lu, something terrible has happened. A dark cloud loomed over Director Lu's mind as he sprang to his feet. What is it? The intern, still catching his breath, stammered. Teacher Xie is here too. That Ren He from your class, trying to jump off the building again. Siem Yaohan's face fell as if struck by lightning. What happened to the trust between them? Last time he promised not to jump, he ended up climbing. Now he claimed he wouldn't climb, yet here he was, attempting to leap. Was this a game to him? This was not a momentary lapse in judgment. Rather, it seemed he was perpetually confused. Chapter 36. Speak clearly. What are you still doing? Hurry up and go outside to take a look. Director Lu shouted in exasperation. Siem Yaohan, we might just perish because of you. A group of teachers rushed out of the teaching building, with Director Lu leading the charge towards the rooftop. They split into 2 teams, each determined to reach the roof of their respective buildings in hopes of stopping Ren He before it was too late. This situation had arisen after a student reported Ren He to a young intern teacher. The student had been one of the young couple on the rooftop when Ren He had attempted to jump. The traumatic event had left his girlfriend with an enduring shadow, to the extent that she now refused to go to the rooftop with him. Confounded by Ren He's reckless behavior, he felt compelled to alert the teachers as soon as he saw Ren He running upstairs after class, insisting that they take severe action against this troublesome student. Meanwhile, students had gathered, peering over the railings to see what was happening. All eyes were on Ren He. Just as the teachers were nearing the rooftop, a voice cried out from within the building. He jumped. Incredible. He jumped over. Director Lu's heart sank at the initial cry of jumped, but he quickly exhaled in relief upon hearing the students proclaim that he had succeeded. Thank goodness, he made it, he thought to himself. Being a director of the Academic Affairs Office was no easy task. While others could enjoy their role with leisurely tea and newspapers, he found himself perpetually on edge. He resolved to procure some fast-acting heart medication for the day ahead. Suddenly, a student shouted, "Look, what is he doing? Oh no, he is going to jump back." What? Jump back? My goodness. Director Lu's heart raced once again. Regardless of his breathlessness, he continued to ascend. Upon opening the rooftop door, they caught sight of Ren He preparing for another leap. Don't jump. Speak clearly. But it was too late for words. Ren He stepped off the edge, his body gracefully suspended in the air. He noticed Yang Shi looking up from the classroom window and smiled at her. Wasn't he their first encounter during his first leap over the teaching building? To his surprise, Yang Shi smiled back amidst her worried expression. In that moment, Ren He landed safely on the rooftop, prompting an eruption of cheers from the crowd below. Amazing. So thrilling. We admire you. You did it again. With each leap, the students who once deemed him insane now regarded him with newfound admiration, declaring him exceptionally impressive. Some girls even thought he looked undeniably cool while jumping. Director Lu's heart bled at the sight of the jubilant crowd. Whoever is cheering, step forward. I'll ensure you receive a reprimand. Yet, when it came to Ren He could not afford to be too harsh, fearing that another stunt might ensue. He forced a calm demeanor and said, Ren He, please stand still. Just as the teachers from the opposite building rushed onto the rooftop, Director Lu shouted, hold him down. No need, no need. Ren He quickly exclaimed, let us talk this out. Now you want to talk it out. Director Lu stormed back to the Academic Affairs office, waiting for the teachers to bring Ren He to him. Upon entering, Ren He immediately confessed, I was just momentarily confused. Siem Yaohan gazed vacantly at the ceiling. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Ren He, Director Lu implored earnestly, what benefits do these dangerous actions provide you? None, right? You want to earn extra points on exams. And your parents would surely be furious if they found out. Rest assured, I want to inform them this time, but this must absolutely be the last time. He paused, adding, consider my position as well. I've been in this profession long enough to know that teaching is a high-risk occupation. Ren He rubbed his nose, aware that he had indeed acted inappropriately, constantly causing trouble despite having promised otherwise. However, he felt trapped by the demands of the celestial punishment system. He wished to jump at night, but poor visibility made it perilous, and the school locked its doors after dark. He couldn't expend all his energy scaling the building just to leap. It was too risky. At that moment, Siem Yaohan snapped back to reality, suggesting, Let us switch class advisors. I can't handle this anymore. Don't say such things. Director Lu quickly interjected. Knowing that while Xian Yaohan was vital, no one else seemed willing to take on the responsibility of the class. As for the punishment of Ren He, it was a matter that would go unresolved, but a thorough ideological education was unavoidable. Students began to murmur, questioning why Ren He had faced so little consequence for his antics. If it were anyone else, expulsion would likely have been the result. Yet Director Lu was known for his sternness. Rumors began circulating about Ren He, with some suggesting that his family had bribed the principal, while others speculated about his influential connections. Yet, skepticism arose. Wasn't he just a poor kid known for having only 5 yuan in pocket money each month? When Ren He returned to his seat, Yang Shi turned to him with curiosity. What does jumping off a building feel like? Is it fun? Well, it's quite dangerous, so you shouldn't try to imitate me. As for the feeling, it's like flying, quite exhilarating, Ren He replied honestly. Although he was risking his life, he didn't want anyone else to follow in his reckless footsteps. Such endeavors should not be attempted lightly without experience. He had only taken that leap out of desperation during his first attempt. At that moment, the vice-class leader, Lu Yinghai, sneered from a distance, seeking attention. Is this kid really so resentful? Ren He pondered, scratching his chin. The celestial punishment system chimed in. Host has completed the task of leaping back and forth across the teaching building. Reward: enhanced memory. Chapter 37. An overflow of emotions. Exceptional memory? What kind of reward is this? Ren He earnestly sensed that the treasures buried in his memory had been unearthed and were now prominently displayed for his perusal. This included even the pinyin and Chinese characters he had learned during his kindergarten years. Typically, human memory is limited. Even the most proficiently mastered skills can become rusty after a period of neglect. This is an inevitable reality. While the human brain is remarkably developed, the utilization of its capacity remains insufficient. Some memories are buried deep within the recesses of the mind. Yet this extraordinary memory reward forcibly brought all those dormant memories to the surface, ensuring that they would never be forgotten again. Ren He felt a twinge of confusion. This reward seemed rather potent. At times, it manifested in such a way that merely passing through a location allowed him to vividly recall the scene, the number of people present, their attire, and every word spoken, all awaiting his review. Why had the punishment system suddenly granted him such a reward? Was it perhaps afraid that he might forget the classics of the parallel world? Although Ren He had always possessed a strong memory, it had never reached this level. Now, it seemed he could recall every word from the literary masterpieces he had encountered without a single error. Was the punishment system's ultimate goal to utilize him in refining the literary trajectory of this world? If so, why impose punitive tasks upon him? In his mind, Ren He negotiated with the punishment system. You see, we both have needs. Why not cancel the punitive tasks? In that case, I could simply transcribe daily. However, the punishment system offered no response. It suddenly dawned on him that the system did not require his consent. Much like the creation of the song The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, it would autonomously issue creative tasks. Nevertheless, receiving a reward was ultimately a positive outcome. And he should be grateful. This way, he need not worry about the classics fading from his memory. At that moment, the Chinese teacher entered, placing a stack of papers on the lectern. Today, we will grade the papers. You all are aware of the results from the last monthly exam. Some students must solidify their foundational knowledge and avoid losing points on minor questions. During this exam, all the teachers unconsciously overlooked the papers of Ren He and Su Nuo, as their scores had improved in an almost eerie manner, leaving some skeptical about the authenticity of their efforts. The Chinese teacher announced, the highest score in this Chinese exam goes to our vice class monitor, Lu Yinghai, who lost no points on the minor questions, and his essay was exceptionally well written, showcasing a unique simplicity regarding environmental protection. Such an essay deserves a high score without question. Lu Yinghai, please read your essay to the class. Initially, Ren He felt indifferent upon hearing this, but when Lu Yinghai stood at the podium with his paper, a sudden realization struck him. The tear-inducing potion. Lu Yinghai, with a hint of pride, glanced at his classmates and began to read. Title: The Soul of the Earth. However, at that moment, tears streamed down Lu Yinghai's face, rendering him unable to continue. Ren He quickly applauded. Wow, the emotions are overflowing. What a magnificent piece. Lu Yinghai, now weeping uncontrollably, gazed at Ren He and cried out loud, tears gushing forth like a fountain. Ren He, taken aback, thought to himself, this tear-inducing potion is rather impressive. Tears are being expelled with such force. Produced by the punishment system, It truly is a fine product. The entire class inexplicably joined Ren He in applause, their expressions bewildered. What on earth is happening? Is reading an essay supposed to be this dramatic? The Chinese teacher, equally perplexed, hurriedly comforted Lu Yinghai. Haha. It seems our vice class monitor truly poured his heart into this essay, which is wonderful. To write well, one must first move oneself before moving others. Now, please stop crying and read it out loud. Yet, Lu Yinghai could not cease his tears. It was beyond his control. What began as a regular Chinese class devolved into Lu Yinghai, crying for over 20 minutes, nearly collapsing from his emotional turmoil, leaving the teacher in shock. This could certainly leave a psychological scar. How could students ever read essays properly again? During this time, Ren He initiated applause 5 times, and each time, Lu Yinghai's expression morphed into one of despair, his sobs echoing throughout the classroom. The teacher, at her wit's end, instructed Lu Yinghai to return to his seat, feeling particularly annoyed with Ren He for his disruptive antics. As Lu Yinghai sat down, the teacher's expression turned icy. Ren He, as he was still clapping, Ren He instinctively stood up. Huh? It wasn't me. The classmates erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha, what a reaction. However, no one attributed Lu Yinghai's emotional breakdown to Ren He, for if that were the case, it would surpass the bounds of common sense. Yet, Lu Yinghai now loathed Ren He intensely. Each round of applause felt like a dagger piercing his heart. In their youth, causing one another to lose face was akin to an act of familial betrayal. Nonetheless, Ren He paid little heed to Lu Yinghai's resentful gaze. After all, he was merely a child. Why was he opposing him without provocation? Ren He, when it came to grudges, could be quite formidable. With 2 doses of the tear-inducing potion remaining, Ren He mused that the punishment system ought to grant him 10 rewards for full satisfaction. Yet, after the issuance of this extraordinary memory reward, Ren He realized a critical truth. Even if he wished to halt, the punishment system would not allow it. Just the previous night, uttering a quotation from Chairman Mao had resulted in a task. This was a warning. That evening, Ren He continued to accompany Yang Shi to practice songs on her rooftop. He relished the experience. Might he eventually create a pop diva? That would indeed be a source of pride. Yang Shi lived approximately 7 or 8 kilometers away from him. As was customary, she called him over for dinner, and he resolved to run home afterward, foregoing the need for a night run. When the time for her nightly exercise arrived, Duan Xiaolu waited downstairs for a long while, without seeing Ren He, unsure why she felt compelled to wait, merely sensing a twinge of disappointment, as though she had missed something significant. Chapter 38. Obtaining a driver's license after shedding tears in Lu Yinghai's Chinese class, he became somewhat of a sensation. Have you heard? A student from class 2 of the 3rd year was reportedly asked by the teacher to read an essay, and he wept for over 20 minutes, almost fainting from his sorrow. Surely, it cannot be that severe. Ah, you wouldn't understand. The students in his class are saying he is quite effeminate. Lu Yinghai happened to overhear this gossip and was on the verge of shedding tears of humiliation. However, whenever he reflected on the events of yesterday's class, the person he resented most was still Ren He. The applause he received was something he would never forget. Upon arriving at class in the morning, he informed all his classmates that tomorrow was his birthday, and he intended to treat the entire class to a meal. He repeated this to every student, including Su Nuo, Duan Xiaolu, and Yang Shi, who were familiar with Ren He, yet he deliberately omitted Ren He from his announcements. He was adept at isolating individuals within the class. This would also mitigate the impact of his inexplicable tears from the previous day. Naturally, those who partook in his feast would feel reluctant to continue discussing his emotional outburst. Furthermore, this was an opportunity to showcase his family background and influence. It was common for second-generation students to surround themselves with friends during their school days, and his goal was to isolate Ren He, thereby causing him inner turmoil. However, these were merely childish tactics. When Su Nuo mentioned this to Ren He and assured him that she would not attend, Ren He felt exasperated. What has happened to today's youth that they resort to such ostentation? He wondered about the position of Lu Yinghai's family within the Public Security Bureau that had fostered such a character in him. Ren He did not let such matters trouble him. He was preoccupied with the idea of purchasing a vehicle and, first and foremost, obtaining a driver's license. He called Uncle Huang, and after 2 rings, the call was answered. Ren He smiled and said, "Uncle Huang, I have another favor to ask. I hope you don't mind. I hope I didn't cause any trouble last time by informing Secretary Ren." Huang Yu rarely joked with Ren He. "Not at all. You have been a great help. Now, what can I assist you with?" Ren He got straight to the point, knowing that Uncle Huang would certainly relay the message to his father. as he wouldn't want to bear the responsibility if something went awry. Has your mother bought you a car? But you're not yet 18. So why the need for a driver's license? Huang uncle inquired, perplexed. If I had to wait until I turned 18, I wouldn't need to trouble you. Ren He replied with a roll of his eyes. Oh, I understand now. But why do you need a license? Given your mother's disposition, she likely won't buy you a car at this time, right? Even a bit of pocket money would be a blessing. Huang Yuo was quite familiar with Ren He's family, having been with old Ren for 3 years. Let us not dwell on that, shall we? Just tell me if you can help, Ren He replied, somewhat exasperated. Huang Yuo pondered for a moment. Since Ren He didn't own a car, making a call on his behalf wouldn't pose any issue. He had dealt with Ren He enough to know that he was quite decent compared to other second-generation students. However, he sensed a change in Ren He, although he could not pinpoint what it was. He agreed, I will contact you shortly. I'll let you know once I have an update. Once the agreement was made, Ren He felt assured. In 2005, obtaining a driver's license was not overly stringent. With money, it was quite easy to acquire one, as there were no surveillance cameras, and examiners were typically affiliated with the driving school. It was common practice for instructors to take the test on behalf of students. Ren He had contemplated what vehicle to purchase for quite some time. A Mercedes seemed too businesslike, while a BMW or Hummer felt rather kitsch. Moreover, he considered the nature of his activities with the Tianfa system, which might require him to traverse rugged terrains. Rather than settle for a subpar vehicle, he resolved to invest in a quality off-road vehicle. Yet, there were numerous options among off-road vehicles. Japanese models were frequently recommended for off-roading enthusiasts. Of course, one could not overlook the domestic Wuling-Hongguang, which was prevalent on the Sichuan-Tibet route. Suddenly, an idea struck him. A legendary vehicle, the Ford Raptor series. He hurriedly opened his phone to check if this vehicle existed in this parallel world, and indeed it did. Although the Ford Raptor is technically classified as a pickup truck, it is an off-road capable beast, the king of pickups. Many would shy away from choosing it due to its classification, but Ren He found it undeniably formidable. This vehicle was not inexpensive, after factoring in modifications for off-roading, including dual side steps, a larger fuel tank, and an overall lift. It would likely cost around $2.6 million. Given that he currently had only around 500,000, he was still quite far from his goal. Ren He pondered, unsure why he would spend over $2 million on a pickup truck, yet he had already resolved that this would be the vehicle for him. As for the remaining difference, he could earn that back. If necessary, he could always purchase it later. After all, obtaining a driver's license was not an immediate affair. But if he intended to venture outdoors frequently, a vehicle that was both off-road capable and spacious enough for cargo was indeed essential. With a clear goal, he felt invigorated and decided to work tirelessly on his writing. For men, cars are akin to cherished toys. Women may never understand that men never truly grow up. They merely acquire more expensive toys as time passes. At that moment, his editor, Dongfang Maobai, contacted him via messaging software. Someone wishes to purchase the full copyright of Shinshu for $1.7 million. Will you sell? Oh, has someone already set their sights on the rights to Shinshu? Ren He mused. Although he was currently in need of funds, Shinshu, as the progenitor of web novels, held a value far exceeding that sum. The full copyright encompassed adaptations for film, television, games, and animation. Selling it would mean relinquishing a significant portion of ownership. In his previous life, the full copyright of a wildly popular fantasy novel started at $1.7 million. Thus, he had no intention of selling. He would wait for Shinshu to reach its peak and for it to gain influence throughout society before discussing copyright partnerships with these merchants. Ren He had absolute confidence in this. In the previous world, the number of people who did not read online novels had diminished significantly, as they had become the most affordable and accessible form of entertainment. Shinshu aimed to usher in an era of entertainment in this parallel world, eschewing dullness and transforming the purpose of writing into a means of entertaining the masses. He believed that, in time, very few in China would remain unfamiliar with Shinshu. That would be the opportune moment to negotiate rights. What could the copyright of the progenitor of web novels be worth? Ren He held boundless anticipation regarding this. Chapter 39. No money worries Ren He informed Dongfang Maobai that he would not be selling the copyright, suggesting they could discuss it later. Oh, that is indeed a wise choice, Dongfang Maobai remarked. We all have high hopes for the future success of the divine book. As long as the pacing remains steady, the income from the copyright will far exceed what we currently have. Keep it up. Ren He closed the communication software, feeling no urgency at the moment. His primary task was to assist Yang Shi in producing more songs, at least enough for a complete album of 10 tracks. Having already composed 2, he had 8 remaining, translating to 8 tasks. He reassured himself that it was manageable. With determination, he could push through. Additionally, if the heavenly punishment system could reward him with enhancements to his physical abilities and anti-nausea potions, that would be splendid. The question loomed. Which song should he choose for Yang Shi's third track? This posed quite a dilemma. Yang Shi possessed an ethereal charm, standing out in a crowd with her easygoing demeanor and matured disposition. However, prolonged interaction revealed a distinctly independent, yet solitary essence. Ren He soon realized that her solitude stemmed not from loneliness, but rather from an overwhelming independence. Suddenly, he recalled a female singer, Chun-Li, whose song seemed fitting for Yang Shi. Her music might suit Yang Shi well, he mused, stroking his chin. Yang Shi excelled in her mid-range vocals, delivering melodies that were both soothing and evocative. He decided to write her a rendition of Chan Li's The Wonderful Ability song, sensing that combustible and explosive might be beyond her reach at this stage. Upon completing the lyrics for the Wonderful Ability song, the heavenly punishment system promptly issued a new task: perform 100 squats while bearing a desk, with a deadline of 1 week. The number of squats had doubled this time. Ren He felt that 50 was a reasonable limit, while attempting 70 or 80 would be pushing it. Completing 100 seemed quite daunting. He realized the tasks set by the heavenly punishment system were challenging yet attainable, designed not to overwhelm him with impossibilities. This understanding brought him some comfort. That evening, while on the rooftop of Yang Shi's home, Ren He handed her the neatly folded letter. Yang Shi chuckled, remarking on how it always felt like he was presenting a love letter. A hint of innocent romantic tension lingered between them, yet neither seemed eager to confess their feelings. As Yang Shi examined the lyrics, her curiosity piqued. These lyrics are quite peculiar, she commented. Indeed, they possess a certain strangeness, Ren He replied with a smile. Why don't you provide the accompaniment while I sing it for you? All right, Yang Shi said, watching as Ren He, clad in a simple t-shirt, perched himself on the edge of the rooftop railing. She gasped, be careful. Don't fall. Don't worry, I'm fine, he chuckled. I had forgotten that you are the one who dares to leap from the teaching building, Yang Shi chided playfully. Haha, let's start the accompaniment, he urged. In Chun Li's original version, the guitar stood out prominently, and any additional instrumentation felt superfluous. Thus, the rooftop, with its gentle breeze rustling their clothes, provided the ideal atmosphere for their performance. I have witnessed storms beneath the desert, seen the ocean embrace sharks, chased dusk into dawn, yet I have never encountered you. I understand that beauty fades, and beyond life, there is life. I know there are verses in the wind, but I do not know you. I have heard desolation transform into liveliness, dust bury castles, and the sky refuse birds to fly, yet I have never heard you. I comprehend that the present is filled with bubbles, and that silence is the bitter yet effective remedy. I grasp what fills me with pride, but I do not understand you. The lyrics flowed from Ren He's lips like a vivid dream. While most verses seemed whimsical, akin to a young girl gazing out her window in boundless imagination, the final line revealed a bittersweet longing typical of youthful love, filled with uncertainty, yet brimming with joy. Yang Shi listened, captivated, as Ren He finished singing the Wonderful Ability song. She was at a loss for words. Why was it that Ren He could consistently unveil such astonishing songs? Creating music was no simple feat if it were, after all her years of learning. Why had she not crafted a piece that satisfied her? The extraordinary talent of Ren He left her utterly speechless. He freely gifted her these remarkable songs, yet she felt hesitant to accept them. Ren He, you are truly remarkable, but I cannot continue to accept these songs. Do you realize how much these could fetch if sold to a star? Ren He chuckled, but I am not in need of money. This revelation left Yang Shi dumbfounded. Not in need of money. Each song could be worth thousands, if not tens or hundreds of thousands. Surely you must know the value of your music. That is mere pocket change, Ren He replied with a grin. Yang Shi felt a genuine sense of helplessness. When had thousands of dollars become trivial? You need not worry. Just repay me when you start earning, Ren He suggested. Being a singer is quite lucrative, with endorsements and commercial activities fetching millions. This is a long-term investment. I may not participate in those commercial activities. I only wish to sing, Yang Shi clarified. That still yields substantial earnings. Come on, if you aspire to be a star, you must embrace the mindset of one. You will soon understand. I truly am not in need of money, Ren He reassured her with a smile. Yang Shi seemed to come to a realization, smiling as she said, all right, if I were to become a star, we shall calculate the value of each song at the highest price. Ren He murmured, by then, my money will be your money. What did you say? Yang Shi's face flushed crimson. Although Ren He spoke softly, she heard him clearly. She had encountered straightforward confessions before, but never one so brazenly confident. Each time he handed her lyrics felt like passing a love letter, so shameless. Haha, it's nothing, nothing at all. Why hasn't your father come to call us for dinner yet? Ren He inquired, curious. He's out for an important engagement this evening, Yang Shi explained. I could treat you to dinner. Sounds good. Let us go to that little Hunan restaurant near your house, Ren He agreed, helping her carry the guitar down the stairs. He pondered a question. Had Yang resigned? The phrase important engagement seemed to echo Yang own words, as he informed his daughter of his evening commitments. What sort of engagements could a diplomat in Luoyang possibly have? Chapter 40. Why are you crying? Duan Xiaolu stood beneath the building of Ren He's family, gazing up at the fifth-floor window. The lights were extinguished. The house was empty. In the past few days, she had not encountered Ren He during her evening runs. Yet she could not bring herself to inquire why Ren He had stopped running. Her melancholy had no outlet for expression. It seemed as though life had reverted to its previous course, the one before Ren He's presence. She was meant to follow her meticulously laid plans, successfully gain admission to high school, excel academically to secure a place in the nation's finest university, strive for the position of student council president, and graduate with an illustrious resume. This, perhaps, was her life's trajectory, one devoid of mistakes, where countless admirers would ultimately select the most exceptional among them for marriage and family. Yet, she once glimpsed an alternative path through Ren He, a choice she had now renounced. At that moment, the distant sound of running reached her ears. She turned towards the intersection and saw Ren He, drenched in sweat, sprinting into the community. Upon noticing Duan Xiaolu, Ren He smiled. What a coincidence. Oh, I was just thinking that running back from Yang Shi's place would save me time for my evening jog. It's all exercise anyway, he explained. Having calculated that the distance from Yang Shi's home back to here was precisely the ideal amount of physical activity. Oh, I was wondering why I hadn't seen you these past few days, Duan Xiaolu mused silently. Was Ren He's choice influenced by the routine of running in the same space every day? The distance from Yang Shi's home to here. What was she thinking? Duan Xiaolu chuckled at her own folly, then said to Ren He, all right, you should hurry back. I was just about to go for a run. Okay, see you tomorrow. Ren He waved and ascended the stairs. Duan Xiaolu jogged a few steps forward but suddenly lost interest, opting instead to return home. Meanwhile, Ren He settled in at home and began organizing the drafts for his novel. He had come to appreciate the significance of having a backlog of material. When encountering a benefactor, no amount of preparation could ever suffice. His novel's average subscription had recently surged to 18,000, and it held a stable 7th place on the monthly ticket rankings. Advancing further would prove challenging, but falling from this position was equally difficult. He found himself in a rather precarious situation. Nevertheless, for most authors, Ren He, the Navi author, was on the verge of ascending to the esteemed ranks of high-tier writers, at the very least, a quasi-legend. To become a true legend, however, one must first partake in a divine battle to prove oneself. Yet Ren He felt no urgency. Such a battle could not be waged in the short term. This was merely a time for accumulating influence. The following morning, Xie Miaohan arrived at the classroom early, as was his custom. Only to find Ren He was the first to arrive at school yet again, engaged in the familiar sight of squatting with a desk on his shoulders. This scene sent 1,000 alarm bells ringing in Xie Miaohan's mind. Was Ren He doing squats the last time he attempted to jump off a building? Was this a prelude to another lead? Was he warming up? Cautiously, Xie Miaohan approached Ren He and asked, so, are we warming up again? Warming up? Ren He chuckled at the misunderstanding. It seemed Xie Miaohan thought he was preparing to jump again. He quickly reassured him. Rest assured, Teacher Xie, I will behave today. Don't give me that. You've always promised that before, and look what happened. It's fine. Just jump. I'm mentally prepared for it. Xie Miaohan remarked with an expression of resignation. Ren He awkwardly retorted, why don't you trust me anymore? You're simply not trustworthy. In the morning, when Director Liu encountered Xie Miaohan, he inquired, Old Xie, have you spoken to that kid again? The principal is quite concerned and insists we ensure his safety. I did. I just had a conversation with him this morning. Xie Miaohan replied calmly. And what did you say? I told him, go ahead and jump. I'm ready for it. Xie Miaohan stated nonchalantly. Director Liu was taken aback. Old Xie, you can't just throw caution to the wind like that. We need to change class advisors immediately. I refuse to be the one. All right. Director Liu seemed flustered. I'll go speak to the principal right away. Old Xie, keep your cool. Fine. I'll await your news. If nothing changes in 2 days, I'll tell Ren He, jump if you want. If you don't, I will. Xie Miaohan jested. spitting a few droplets towards Director Liu in amusement. At this moment, Ren He remained seated in class. He had barely managed to complete his task of 100 squats that morning. However, the reward from the divine punishment system was somewhat lackluster. Guitar playing skills, specialization. This marked the first time he had seen the system specify specialization as a standard. Did this imply that rewards could indeed vary in quality? What might a higher tier nausea potion yield? Moreover, did the music theory knowledge he had previously acquired also come with a specialization level? Was there a distinction beyond specialization? Perhaps a master level? He remained skeptical. Some rewards, regardless of their tier, seemed rather trivial to him. Nonetheless, today's reward did hold some merit. Not only could he collaborate with Yang Shi on song research, but he could also explore guitar playing techniques. As classmates gradually filtered into the classroom, they engaged in discussions about the lavish dinner hosted by Liu Yinghai the previous night, which was reportedly quite extravagant. When Liu Yinghai entered the classroom, numerous students greeted him, with some making small talk, likely influenced by the dinner's allure. Middle schoolers are so easily swayed. Just one meal suffices, Ren He mused. Liu Yinghai reveled in the attention. He genuinely enjoyed the feeling of being the center of admiration. After all, what young person wouldn't relish such attention? Although Yang Shi, Duan Xiaolu, and Su Yuqing were absent, he still felt a great sense of fulfillment. He even made a point to loudly discuss the previous night's dinner beside Ren He. I thought the abalone at that restaurant was a bit stale. Otherwise, everyone should have come to sample it. Sure, I'll treat you to abalone at the seaside for $20 each until you're sick of it, Ren He chuckled. Feeling as though he were watching a variety show, he believed Liu Yinghai was simply asking for a reprimand. After Liu Yinghai finished speaking, he discreetly observed Ren He's reaction, hoping for a frown. However, at that moment, tears unexpectedly streamed down Liu Yinghai's face. All the classmates were taken aback. Why was he crying during a perfectly normal conversation? Then, they watched as Ren He suddenly stood up and applauded. Wow, such deep emotion. Chapter 41. Let him help me write a song. Liu Yinghai found himself perplexed, questioning the reason behind his sudden emotional turmoil. Just moments ago, he was basking in pride, only to be engulfed by an inexplicable sorrow. It seemed that each bout of tears was somehow connected to Ren He. Yet he could not fathom how Ren He could evoke such feelings. Surely, it was unfathomable. This emotional episode led Liu Yinghai to take a sick leave, spending 2 days in the hospital for examinations, only to be told by the doctor that he was perfectly healthy. His classmates initially dismissed the incident as a fluke, but soon realized that Liu Yinghai was indeed prone to tears. Just days prior, Liu Yinghai had treated everyone to a lavish meal in hopes of erasing any memory of his unexpected weeping. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and he found himself in tears once more. Ren He still had an opportunity to use his tear-inducing medication and, without hesitation, considered employing it on Liu Yinghai again. However, he preferred to avoid unnecessary interactions, aware that the effectiveness of such potent remedies could be needed in the future. 2 days later, while Ren He was practicing songs with Yang Shi on the rooftop, he received a call from Uncle Huang. Upon answering, he was informed, "I've arranged everything for you. Go to Mongshan Driving School to get your license." Ren He chuckled at the efficiency of Director Huang and playfully acknowledged his position. "Rest assured, if anything goes awry, do not tell your mother I assisted you in obtaining your license." With a light-hearted promise, Ren He ended the call, pleased that the driving license was secured. Though he still needed to gather funds for a car, it suddenly dawned on him that he must accelerate his efforts to earn money. In terms of music, despite possessing numerous classic songs, he realized that opening a studio was not feasible. Each song represented a task, and he could merely supply Yang Shi without overexerting himself. If he were to train more newcomers, the sheer volume of tasks could be overwhelming. Why was it that others could traverse through life effortlessly with their advantages while he faced such trials? Moreover, he needed to contemplate alternative income sources outside of the entertainment realm, ensuring that he wouldn't lack funds or be burdened by tasks during times of rest. In the past, the thought of copying songs had weighed on him, but things had changed. He had worked hard to accomplish his tasks. So why shouldn't he benefit from them? Ren He visited the driving school, and it was evident that in this age, connections could facilitate any endeavor. The entire process of acquiring a driving license took merely 2 hours. His urgency to obtain the license stemmed from another reason. He was still too young to apply for an ID card, and a driving license could serve that purpose. That evening, when Yang Shi called her cousin, she mentioned her potential singing aspirations. "Jiang, see you inside on the other end of the line. Becoming a singer is no easy feat, and our family has never held this industry in high regard. Just look at Grandpa's attitude. No worries, my dad supports me, Yangshi replied with a smile. To be honest, her uncle's open-mindedness was refreshing. If only the grandfather could be as understanding. Yet, becoming a singer was indeed challenging, involving not only the quest for songs, but also navigating the intricate web of relationships in the industry, often at the expense of personal space. Think it over carefully. If you're ready, I can help you with song invitations, Jiang Siyuan pondered. But don't hold too much hope. There are only a handful of renowned songwriters, and their songs are not easily obtained. Newcomers without a hit are often overlooked. No need for that. I have songs. I called you to let you listen to a few I've got, to see what you think, since you have more experience, Yangshi explained, confident in the 3 songs given to her by Ren He, at least for her own taste. Oh, I heard from Uncle that you were self-studying. But I didn't know you could write songs. Jiang Siyuan's interest peaked, excited to assist her cousin. These 3 songs were written by someone else. I'll sing them for you. Yangshi thought it best not to reveal they were Ren He's creations. Suddenly, Jiang Siyuan remarked, "Are you in a relationship?" "Huh, no." Yangshi stammered, caught off guard. Don't believe those boys. When they say they'll write you a song, they lack the qualifications. In this vast and professional industry, it's as difficult as constipation to produce a couple of good songs. Boys, you trust them? Jiang Siyuan scoffed, recalling Jiang Chun's empty promises of writing her a song, which ultimately proved fruitless. Ahem, cousin, let's not dwell on your personal matters. Can I sing for you now? Sure, sing away. Let me see what caliber this boy next to you possesses. Jiang Siyuan's tone remained less than favorable, seemingly reminded of Jiang Chun. Yangshi adjusted her guitar and microphone, placing the phone appropriately. She began with the first song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, followed by Nanshan Nanshan, and concluded with Wonderful Ability Song. By the end, she felt elated, marveling at the fact that she had 3 beautiful songs. How was it? She eagerly asked. Instead of a prompt response, she was met with a long silence. Finally, Jiang Siyuan took a deep breath and asked, "Did Uncle help you find a top songwriter?" "No, they're all written by my classmate. He sings beautifully, but doesn't he intend to pursue this path?" Yangshi clarified. "Your classmate? Are you sure?" "Absolutely," Yangshi replied, intrigued by her cousin's reaction. "Could he write a song for me? I still need a title track for my next album." Jiang Siyuan's unexpected request left Yangshi momentarily stunned. Initially, Jiang Siyuan had approached the conversation with a mindset of comforting her cousin, but after listening to the songs, she was utterly taken aback by their quality. The astonishment stemmed from her previous underestimation. The contrast was staggering. In today's entertainment industry, where only a few songs were truly remarkable, Yangshi's classmate had managed to provide her with 3. Sell the songs for 800,000 each. Asking Ren He to write for my cousin? Yangshi hesitated. While she was unaware of the arduous tasks attached to each song Ren He penned, she understood the creative process was no simple feat and felt it wrong to make such a decision unilaterally. "I can't decide this for you, sister. I'll just ask him." "Fine, I want to take his songs for free. I'll offer 400,000 for each." Jiang Siyuan explained. "My current company has had some disagreements with the top songwriter, so I haven't received any good songs lately. If I don't have a strong enough track to support the album, I may have to postpone its release. In this industry, it's like rowing against the current. If I stop, I'll be left behind." "All right, let me ask him," Yangshi replied thoughtfully. "To show my sincerity, I can even make a trip to Luocheng." After hanging up with her cousin, Yangshi called Ren He, summarizing the situation. She explained that he could make his own decision regarding the matter, without any pressure. Ren He was somewhat surprised. Why the sudden desire to have Jiang Siyuan request a song? A song priced at 400,000 is indeed enticing. However, his primary focus remains on composing songs for Yangshi. He politely declined, stating, "I have been contemplating your songs lately and do not intend to assist others for the time being. Please convey my message to your cousin." He made a clear distinction. Yangshi is Yangshi, and her cousin is her cousin, not his. There was no need for him to play the benevolent character. Yangshi conveyed Ren He's words to Jiang Xiao, who calmly responded, "I have just booked a flight to Luocheng for tomorrow morning. I intend to personally invite him for a song." Yangshi was taken aback, her mouth agape. Was Ren He's talent truly of such significance in her cousin's eyes? Although she understood the rarity of good songs, she had yet to immerse herself in the entertainment industry, thus unaware of just how precious they were. The number of capable songwriters in the industry was exceedingly scarce, and based on Jiang Xiao's own experiences, sometimes after inviting a songwriter, the results were not always chart-topping hits. Some songs were even deemed unsuitable for inclusion in albums. However, She had thoroughly enjoyed the 3 songs she had sung earlier. And in her mind, she had already regarded Ren He as a golden songwriter. The probability of him producing quality songs was exceedingly high. All 3 songs were exceptional. She conveyed this to Ren He, feeling somewhat apologetic. "I'm sorry, my cousin will come to discuss things with you tomorrow morning, and I cannot stop her." Ren He laughed. "Not a problem at all. In fact, it's beneficial for me. I can negotiate the pricing with her further." At this moment, he formed his own thoughts. Everything could await Jiang Xiao's arrival. He had no reason to hold Shi accountable. After all, who would turn down an opportunity for financial gain? As long as the other party could meet his desired price, he had already contemplated the songs he could offer. Although consecutive tasks were indeed tedious, if the counterpart was worth the price, there would be no issue. The following morning, Shi proactively sent Ren He a note informing him that her cousin had arrived. "Shall we have lunch together?" Ren He replied affirmatively. When school ended at noon, Shi led Ren He to an inconspicuous little restaurant, where they found Jiang Xiao already seated inside. She scrutinized the boy beside Shi, noting his somewhat slender frame. However, Jiang Xiao's discerning eyes detected the solid muscles beneath his clothing. He appeared neat and tidy, dressed in nothing ostentatious, yet impeccably clean, leaving Jiang Xiao with a favorable first impression of Ren He. Given their age difference of nearly 12 years, Jiang Xiao composed herself. Realizing she ought to take the initiative in this encounter, as her age and status could impose a sense of pressure upon the middle school student. Unexpectedly, however, the negotiation began with her rhythm being disrupted. Ren He sat down and greeted her with a smile. "Hello, cousin." Shi immediately bristled. Why was he addressing her as cousin? Yet, Ren He ignored her and turned to Jiang Xiao, stating, 3 songs, each priced at 800,000. I can produce them right now. If not, we can conclude our meal and part ways." A flicker of confusion passed through Jiang Xiao's eyes. This boy recognized the value of his creative talent. She had previously wondered if he was unaware of the worth of those 3 songs, which is why he so readily offered them to her cousin. However, reality proved otherwise. Truth be told, Ren He's songs might not have been valued so highly in a previous life, yet in this parallel world where quality songs were scarce, he was entirely confident. Jiang Xiao contemplated, what kind of songs could possibly warrant a price of 800,000 each? That exceeded her budget. What if these 3 songs did not meet her expectations? Why did he possess such unwavering confidence? Moreover, what had he just stated? Jiang Xiao sought clarification from Ren He. "You can produce them right now?" "Indeed. Then why not wait until your songs are completed before we discuss the price?" Ren He chuckled. "That works too. After all, we lack a foundation of trust." He produced paper and a pen from his pocket and began composing. He had given careful consideration to these 3 songs. First, they must not clash with Shi's musical style, as he intended to reserve songs suitable for her. Secondly, these 3 songs were classics among classics, perfectly aligned with Jiang Xiao's penchant for love songs. The first song, unfortunately, It's Not You by Liang Jingru. Upon completing the first song, he presented the first sheet of paper to Jiang Xiao, then proceeded to write the second. The second song, Courage by Liang Jingru. The third song, No Ifs by Liang Jingru. These were the 3 songs that had once catapulted Liang Jingru to fame in a bygone era. Unfortunately, It's Not You had taken the world by storm upon its release, echoing through the streets and alleys of that time. It also won the annual Golden Song Award at the 20th Chinese Music Awards. The entire composition boasted a melodious rhythm, seamlessly balancing pace and weight, characterized by a rich, layered texture. Most notably, Liang Jingru's flawless blend of true and falsetto voice was remarkable. Courage and No Ifs were also undeniable chart toppers. Any one of them could stand as an exceptional song. Whether they were truly worth 800,000 was subjective. Ren He glanced up at Jiang Xiao and noticed she seemed completely captivated by the 3 songs. Jiang Xiao held the 3 sheets of paper in her hands, filled with lyrics and melodies. At her level of expertise, melodies would be conjured in her mind upon seeing the score. Yet, she found herself puzzled. Could this truly be a song created on the spot by a middle school student? Chapter 43. 3 Consecutive Tasks. What was Jiang Xiao doing during her middle school years? As she gazed at Ren He, she couldn't help but reflect on the importance of diligent study and personal growth, pondering whether one could truly avoid romantic entanglements throughout those formative 3 years. Previously, she had held a disdainful view of the notion of genius, believing that anyone could achieve greatness through hard work, that true talent was simply the result of persistent effort. Yet now, she had come to a profound realization. Some individuals may very well start their lives ahead of the curve. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiao, Ren He's focus was far from her and Yang Shi. Rather, it was fixated on his daunting tasks. Task: complete 60 squats while bearing a desk within 1 minute. Deadline: 1 week. Task: perform 100 push-ups in 1 minute. Deadline: 1 week. Task: scale 15 floors of the residential building within 5 minutes. Deadline: 1 week. Goodness, how had all three turned into time-sensitive challenges? Was it possible that writing them all at once had inadvertently escalated the difficulty set by the divine punishment system? How vexing. These tasks were undoubtedly tailored to his limits, meaning he would have to exert himself to the utmost to succeed. After all, the world record for push-ups in 1 minute was merely 110. He was on the verge of challenging that record. Ren He mused that he would need to be cautious when composing songs in the future, lest he encounter an exceptionally difficult time-sensitive task. He calculated that scaling the residential building within 5 minutes was the most feasible option, as it might allow for some clever tactics. If he were to complete this task, the subsequent physical rewards would potentially ease the challenges of the other two. However, the thought of accomplishing 3 consecutive tasks was quite daunting. Suddenly, Jiang Xiao spoke up. These 3 songs are indeed excellent. I can assure you of that. However, 800,000 seems a bit excessive. Excessive? Ren He couldn't help but bristle at the idea that his life was valued at only 800,000. That simply wouldn't do. He insisted on the 800,000 figure, as it would allow him to purchase a vehicle, although acquiring the car would ultimately lead to a return to square one. He reasoned that earning money was fundamentally about spending it. After all, what mattered most was happiness. It is not excessive. That is my final offer. If you were not Yang Shi's cousin, we wouldn't even be having this discussion, Ren He thought, feeling a twinge of imbalance regarding his own tasks. Writing songs for Yang Shi was driven by his affection for her, and he deemed such sacrifices worth it for lifelong happiness. Jiang Xiao paused, taken aback by his sudden shift in demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Very well, 800,000 it is. I hope you understand my sincerity. If suitable works arise in the future, I am still willing to pay a premium for them. There won't be any in the near future." Ren He declined outright, but then considered the possibility of her speaking ill of him in front of Yang Shi. It dawned on him that she was indeed Yang Shi's cousin, prompting him to add hastily, "If I do have something, I will inform Yang Shi." Jiang Xiao remained unfazed by Ren He's abrupt display of temperament, attributing it to the common traits of a successful creator. She departed with the 3 songs, and the 2 million would be deposited the following afternoon, enabling Ren He to finally purchase a vehicle. However, before acquiring a 4-wheeled automobile, he intended to first secure a 2-wheeled one. Engaging with the divine punishment system, Ren He anticipated that mastering mountain biking and downhill racing would eventually become a reality. Notably, superior bicycles often required custom specifications to optimize performance. When the time came for a new task to be issued with a 1-week deadline, he would need to have a bicycle ready at his disposal. The peak speed of downhill racing could reach an astonishing 150 kilometers per hour. What did that signify? Most individuals hesitate to drive their 4-wheeled vehicles at such speeds on highways, let alone descend a mountainside on a bicycle. At that moment, one would scarcely dare to apply the brakes, for a mere touch could lead to disaster. Not only must the bicycle be of high quality, but it also required a frame made of aluminum alloy and carbon fiber. Additionally, he needed a complete set of protective gear, a connected armor comprising shoulder, arm, elbow, wrist, and chest guards, knee guards extending to the shins, and a waist belt. Naturally, a pair of soft, high-quality leather gloves was essential as well. Furthermore, specialized biking shorts with reinforced padding for key areas such as the inner thighs and buttocks were imperative. Otherwise, one might find themselves severely injured after a single downhill run. Where would they seek justice? Of course, he had no intention of purchasing an exorbitantly priced bicycle. That would be a frivolous expenditure. Upon conducting an online search, he discovered a company called TK, reputedly a leader in mountain bikes within a parallel world. Upon reviewing the prices, which generally exceeded several tens of thousands, he directly contacted customer service to custom order his mountain bike for $99,800, along with an entire set of protective gear. Once he had both 2-wheeled and 4-wheeled vehicles, the high-priced mountain bike could be conveniently stored in the back of a massive pickup truck, which could even be modified into a travel vehicle, alleviating concerns about exposure to the elements. And thus, he had expended a total of 140,000. Money truly seems to have lost its value, Ren He lamented. reflecting on the reality that achieving mastery in any endeavor often necessitated considerable financial investment. When he arrived at the Ford dealership, the sales staff regarded him with skepticism. Dressed modestly and appearing youthful, they assumed he was merely a child window shopping. Ren He clicked his tongue in frustration, lamenting the lack of service that matched the pace of socialist development. "I am here to buy a car. Someone should attend to me," he called out. The sales manager exchanged glances with his colleagues, astonished that this young boy was indeed a serious buyer. One salesperson approached him, suggesting, "You may browse the showroom. Our most popular models are on display, and they offer excellent value." Realizing that no one intended to assist him, Ren He felt compelled to confront this unacceptable attitude to ensure the progress of socialism. "You can step aside. Bring someone more competent." Competent? How absurd. The sales manager was taken aback, as no adult would tolerate being addressed in such a manner by a mere child. With a scowl, he replied, "Please do not cause a disturbance." Had this been after 2010 in his previous life, such a remark would have resulted in a complaint that jeopardized the manager's monthly bonus. "What is the price of the Ford Raptor F750? Ren He inquired directly. The sales manager burst into laughter. "The Raptor only comes in an F650 model. Are you joking? Don't pretend to be an adult before you've even grown up." He had completely dismissed Ren He as a mere nuisance. At that moment, a young female colleague, also clad in a sales manager's suit, tugged at his arm and whispered, "That's a bit much. Maybe tone it down." Suddenly, Ren He recalled that the F750 was only released in 2013. Pointing at the young woman, he declared, "Your sales figures are impressive, but I will take the F650. Let's proceed with the paperwork." In this parallel world, a driver's license could serve as a substitute for identification, which was why he had hastened to obtain one, to facilitate the acquisition of driving permits and other necessary documents, making future endeavors considerably more convenient. The male sales manager scoffed. "You really think you can pull this off? Get out of here, or I'll have to escort you out. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the divine being of the magical calamity, to the splendid and resplendent moments provided by the heavens, to the enchanting elf foam, to the fervent enthusiasts of daily novels, and to all those who continue to embody the spirit of youthful exuberance. Today, as always, I find myself amidst a labyrinth of profound challenges. To Wang Xiao, Lulu Love, the troublesome alter ego, dear brother Miyuki, Zawai Dijuan, who yearns for dawn in the dead of night, Haidu and Dami, the dancers of time, the flea, and all others whose names elude me. Two souls intertwined in a singular world, to Aodian, Ishao Xia, Mi Luan, the ephemeral wine of the floating world, me and Li, the rectifying hacker, I, known as Meow Sauce, Mo Yin, and the dream of a bygone era, in the name of philosophy. And to the esteemed classmates of Huanyuet Songfeng, I express my deepest appreciation for your generous support over these past few days. Chapter 44, Nouveau Riche Aura. The female sales manager, disregarding the nearby male colleague, addressed Ren He directly. "Good day, I'm Jiang Zhouzi. The F650 model is currently unavailable in Luo City. Its price is 1.68258 million, and it comes in standard, mid-range, and high-end configurations with varying engine displacements. Which variant are you interested in? If you decide to purchase, there might be a one-day waiting period for it to be transported from the provincial capital." Ren He initially ignored her and playfully remarked to the male sales manager, "Look, in this harmonious society, I'm not inclined to quibble with you. Otherwise, if I were to nitpick over every detail, how would socialism flourish? We should embrace unity and mutual assistance while considering selfishness a disgrace." As Ren He uttered these words, he abruptly paused, cautiously awaiting any reaction from the punishment system. Ultimately, there was none. He narrowly avoided disaster. He had been on the verge of reciting the 8 honors and 8 shames when he suddenly recalled the existence of the punishment system, bringing himself to an abrupt halt. However, he was now certain that the previous Mao Zedong quote mission had been deliberately orchestrated by the punishment system, as he hadn't completed it then either. What a trap. The male sales manager was bewildered, wondering why the sudden shift to ideological education. High-end configuration, maximum engine displacement. Let's proceed with the paperwork. I'll collect the car around this time tomorrow afternoon, Ren He stated without hesitation. After his rebirth, he had contemplated purchasing an ordinary off-road vehicle for a more understated appearance, avoiding the impression of a nouveau riche. However, he reconsidered, deciding that there was no need for such pretense. Happiness was paramount, regardless of others' perceptions. I am a nouveau riche. So what? That so-called detached mindset was something that could only be achieved after acquiring everything one desired. He was merely starting from scratch and wanted to experience the sensation of being a nouveau riche. Besides, what was wrong with being a nouveau riche? Jiang Zhouzi silently retrieved the contract and the POS machine. She hesitated, seemingly unsure if Ren He could afford such an expensive vehicle. A car priced at over 2 million was undoubtedly in the luxury car category. Ren He smiled. I'll swipe my card first. Then sign the contract to alleviate any concerns you may have. Include the vehicle purchase tax, compulsory insurance, and comprehensive insurance fees in the total. He handed his card to Jiang Zhouzi, who bit her lip and initiated the POS machine. Finally, she returned it to Ren He for PIN entry, explaining, "There's a discount on this vehicle, totaling 148,000. The 2.58 million I mentioned earlier was just the manufacturer's suggested retail price. The fees include 56,000 for comprehensive vehicle insurance, 210,000 for vehicle purchase tax, 210,000 for consumption tax, and miscellaneous expenses such as license plate fees. The total price is 2.84 million, and we're including a modified fuel tank and boarding ladder as complimentary gifts." Ren He gasped inwardly. He was fortunate that his card held precisely 2.84 million plus some change after purchasing the bicycle. If they hadn't offered a discount, his attempt to flaunt his wealth would have resulted in utter humiliation. Having never bought such a luxurious car in either his past or present life, he was unaware of the exorbitant vehicle purchase tax. He had almost dug his own grave. At that moment, Ren He felt a surge of appreciation for Jiang Zhouzi. However, he still felt a twinge of pain. After buying this car, he was practically back to square one. By this time, the 4S store staff had gathered to watch. The male sales manager recounted the earlier events, adding snide remarks as he spoke. After swiping, he would have discovered a lack of funds. However, as Ren He entered his PIN, the POS machine issued a receipt. Everyone was stunned. If there were insufficient funds, the receipt would not have been printed. This meant that the other party had indeed transferred 2.84 million to the 4S store's account via the POS machine. This time, it was their turn to gasp in shock. An inconspicuous young man had walked into the store and purchased a luxury car worth over 2 million, and they had almost driven him away. Everyone involuntarily glanced at the male sales manager, whose mind had gone blank. He could hardly believe what had transpired. Jiang Zhouzi was the most astonished. Initially, she had intervened because she felt Ren He had been treated unfairly, but she had unexpectedly closed a major deal. The commission from this single sale would be equivalent to 2 months of her salary. However, Ren He didn't relentlessly pursue the male sales manager. There would always be people who judged others with prejudice. He wasn't the first, nor would he be the last. There was no point in dwelling on it. The following afternoon, Ren He came to drive away the car. In truth, if he hadn't gained several centimeters in height due to his recent physical training, he would have been virtually invisible to onlookers, giving the impression of an unmanned vehicle. Ren He parked the car downstairs from his home. He didn't plan on driving it frequently for the time being, as he was currently focused on daily exercise and running. Furthermore, he couldn't drive this thing to school. He could ride his bicycle more often once it was delivered. As he locked the car and entered the residential building, he didn't notice that Duan Xiaolu was watching him from a distance as he emerged from the vehicle. Duan Xiaolu wasn't sure why she was waiting there. Initially, she had been curious about the behemoth, as she had never seen this car in the neighborhood before. It also lacked license plates, indicating that it had just been purchased. However, she never expected Ren He to be the one who emerged from the car. For reasons unknown, she hid in the shadows away from the streetlights, seemingly not wanting Ren He to see her, just as she had when she discovered Zhou Wuming's visit to Ren He from Kyoto. This felt like her own little secret. No one knew that Ren He was like this after school, yet she did. Ren He enjoyed admiring his car every day on his way to school, indulging in the nouveau riche lifestyle. However, after just a couple of days, his parents unexpectedly returned home simultaneously. As Ren He entered, he overheard his mother disdainfully saying to his father, "Did you see the car downstairs? It's so nouveau riche. I wonder who bought it. It's so ostentatious." His father replied calmly, "Don't meddle in other people's business. Just don't buy such a car yourself. Phew, it's a good thing they don't know this car belongs to me. Otherwise, the ideological education would never end." Close call. Close call, Ren He thought. He planned to keep this a secret, ensuring that he didn't even mention it in his sleep. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Ren He casually inquired, "Why are you two back at the same time? That's rare. Have you forgotten your own birthday?" His father looked at Ren He calmly from behind his glasses. "Let's go out and have a nice meal for your birthday. Your mother is too irresponsible, always preoccupied with her work, leaving her son to eat frozen food every day. As if you've ever cared about him?" His mother retorted immediately, At least I know to buy frozen food for my son. What about you? Ren He quickly interjected. Ahem, ahem, let's go, let's go. Let's go out to eat. You two shouldn't argue about this anymore. He hadn't expected these two busy individuals to remember his birthday, and Ren He felt a warmth in his heart. After all, he hadn't celebrated his birthday in ages after becoming an adult in his previous life, which was why he had almost forgotten. Weekend bonus chapter. Chapter 45. The new class teacher the next day. The news of Ren He purchasing a luxury car made headlines. The newspaper did not disclose any personal information about Ren He, for there were countless individuals acquiring vehicles, and many among them were luxury cars. Although Luo City is a small place, it is not impoverished. The reason this incident caught public attention was solely due to Ren He's tender age. The headline read, "Middle school student purchases luxury car for $2.84 million in cash." Upon seeing this in the Luo City Daily that morning, Ren He felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed he had already made the news twice since his rebirth. At that time, television and print media had not yet declined, so once the story broke, nearly everyone in the city was aware of it. The tale of a middle school student acquiring a luxury car became the most intriguing news in Luo City, prompting widespread speculation about the identity of this student. News reporters flocked to the dealership, eager to uncover the student's details. However, Zhang Zhouzi had meticulously safeguarded all contracts and information concerning Ren He. In the classroom, discussions about the identity of this middle school student ensued, with some even speculating it to be Lu Yinghai, given his usually extravagant demeanor. Lu Yinghai merely chuckled, his vanity preventing him from confirming or denying the rumors. Who could it be? Only Duan Xiaolu knew, and behind her, Ren He was casually bantering with the chubby Su Nua. As Ren He pondered how to tackle his 3-time limited tasks, he recalled his earlier attempt that morning. He had fallen short on the deep squat requirement. Confirming his suspicion that these tasks were tailored to his current limits, he resolved to try the task of climbing 5 floors within 5 minutes that evening, as he sensed it would be the most challenging of the 3. Suddenly, a classmate whispered, "Do you all know? We are getting a new class teacher." "A new class teacher? What about Mr. Liu and Mr. Xie?" Someone asked, taken aback. "Mr. Liu has gone to teach mathematics in the high school department. I heard our new class teacher is the fiercest from the high school department. A language teacher named Li Luo? I haven't heard of him. How fierce is he?" All the students he taught were quite fearful of him. He is now retired but has been reappointed by the school. At this, Ren He felt that the school's decision was rather astute. Previously, Director Liu and Mr. Xie had been closely monitoring his actions, and he understood their rationale. They feared he might cause trouble at the school, which could lead to repercussions from Oldrin. Even if Oldrin did not blame them, there would be those eager to curry favor with him. Power often attracts many willing to serve. Though Director Liu appeared older, he was only in his 40s and still had career prospects, while Mr. Xie could not bear the pressure. Ren He had no intention of opposing the school. That would be folly. However, he felt somewhat trapped in his situation. It was a bit embarrassing. Choosing to rehire retired teachers often reflects a responsible generation, and these individuals, having retired, seek merely a modest supplementary income. If issues arise, they can simply take the blame and return to a life of leisure. What could one do about such an elder? They serve as the perfect scapegoat. Quite clever indeed. As Ren He contemplated this, a classmate yelled from outside, "Ren He, Director Liu wants to see you in the Academic Affairs office." Why would Director Liu call for him? Ren He hurriedly made his way there. Upon entering the office, he noticed a slender yet sprightly elder standing beside Director Liu, whose eyes were keen, but for some reason, Ren He felt as though he was being scrutinized like a criminal. Director Liu smiled. "Ren He, this is your new class teacher, Mr. Li Luo." "Hello, Mr. Li," Ren He said politely. At that moment, Director Liu excused himself, leaving Ren He alone with Mr. Li Luo, who fixed his gaze on Ren He and calmly stated, "I asked Director Liu to summon you. Before I took on the role of your class teacher, I had heard of you, so I wanted to have a chat." Ren He raised an eyebrow. This elder was far from courteous. He replied, "No problem. Please go ahead. I'm listening." Mr. Li nodded. "When Mr. Xie first began teaching, he shared an office with me. You managed to pressure him into resigning, which is quite an achievement. However, I must tell you, as a student, your primary responsibility is to study diligently, not to engage in attention-seeking antics. Do you understand my point?" Ren He smiled, sensing a personal attack, and replied, "I don't understand." Mr. Li Luo was evidently accustomed to being authoritative. To be honest, Ren He had no intention of provoking anyone or causing trouble. A diploma held little significance for him. He simply enjoyed his school life. Many who ventured into society after a few years long to return to full-time schooling. and Ren He was no exception. Yet, Mr. Lee's immediate hostility left him feeling no obligation to bow down or apologize. Mr. Lee frowned. Don't understand? I know you have a strong background, but in school, you are merely a student. Avoid doing things that seek attention. I am nearing the end of my tenure, and while others might hesitate, I will not. However, please understand that I am not seeking attention, Ren He retorted. While you may be responsible, that does not inherently validate your teaching methods. I do not find it commendable for a teacher to intimidate their students upon first meeting. Perhaps you are accustomed to students fearing you. Hence, upon your rehire, you readily agreed, greatly satisfying your vanity. Shall I continue? Ren He smiled. As for the future, I hope we can coexist harmoniously. However, I have heard that while you excel at managing students, your teaching quality leaves much to be desired. Mr. Lee trembled with anger, instinctively reaching for something to strike Ren He, but Ren He merely turned and walked away. If you uphold professional ethics, you will earn respect. However, corporal punishment is not a method a teacher should employ. Ren He had heard that this elder resorted to corporal punishment at the slightest provocation. In the past, his age had deterred anyone from confronting him, and he had even humiliated a girl to the point of her transferring schools. Such behavior was unacceptable. In his previous life, Ren He had a mathematics teacher named Wu Hongpu, who never resorted to corporal punishment. He was humorous and adept at befriending students. Tragically, he succumbed to lung cancer just 2 years after Ren He graduated. This was the kind of teacher Ren He respected, not someone like Li Luoha. Some might say that teachers serve as parental figures within schools, but Ren He has never subscribed to that notion. Those with ethics are true teachers. Those lacking them are merely employees of the institution. Chapter 46. Taking risks. Ren He returned to class, deep in thought. It was quite frustrating. He had been doing well in middle school, and with merely half a year left until graduation, an unexpected twist had occurred. While other protagonists in such narratives often found themselves with beautiful teachers, his fate had dealt him a middle-aged man as the first instructor and a second teacher who had a penchant for corporal punishment. The absence of comparison certainly lessened the pain, and Ren He was exceedingly dissatisfied. During the first period in the afternoon, Li Luoha entered the classroom with teaching materials tucked under his arm. Hello, students, he announced. I am your new homeroom teacher, Li Luoha. From now on, you will be under my guidance in your studies. With over 40 years of teaching experience, including more than 30 years as a homeroom teacher, I am quite aware of your current sentiments. I have 3 rules for the class, which I will clarify shortly. Should you choose to violate them, do not blame me for being blunt. Although I am retired, Director Liu has earnestly invited me back, and I am delighted to continue contributing to this school. Having been here since its inception, I dare say the principal may not be as familiar with this place as I am. At this point, emotion overwhelmed Li Luoha, and he began to weep profusely. The depth of his attachment to the school was palpable. Ren He, feeling a pang of sympathy, was compelled to lead the applause, albeit with the annoyance that this was a squandered opportunity for his own tears. He had initially planned to observe events quietly, avoiding conflict. But the teacher's assertion of his unparalleled familiarity with the school stirred something within him. As Ren He inquired further, he learned that Li Luoha had a troubling history that included humiliating female students, leading some to transfer schools, as well as inappropriate behavior towards them. It was perplexing how such a teacher could retire without consequence. Perhaps the system was not sufficiently robust. Li Luoha's tears lasted over 20 minutes, during which he attempted to rein them in with sheer will, ultimately failing. The power of his emotions was not something a mere mortal could comprehend. In the end, he declared the class dismissed and was not seen again that afternoon. When class ended, all eyes turned to Liu Hai, who was bemused. Why are you all looking at me? I merely shed a couple of tears, he thought. At that moment, he realized that the 2 times he had cried in middle school would likely become a lifelong joke among his classmates. Unbeknownst to them, however, was the conversation between Li Luoha and Ren He, which might have revealed a sensitive truth. Those who had crossed paths with Ren He had also shed tears. Thus, this incident was collectively interpreted as a sign of poor feng shui in the classroom. Indeed, some girls felt anxious, fearing that the classroom might harbor malevolent spirits. Ren He recognized the implications of the situation. With 3 tearful episodes occurring within the classroom, suspicions could arise. He decided it prudent to refrain from further use of his tear-inducing substance. That evening, Ren He chose not to visit Yang Xie's home, as the recent tasks were quite overwhelming. He resolved to pause his songwriting efforts until he completed those assignments. Unexpectedly, Yang Xie had handed him a stack of materials and a USB drive earlier that day. These were resources on extreme sports that she had requested from a friend abroad. Slightly embarrassed, she explained, I thought you might find this helpful. My friend enjoys sports too, so she kindly sent some information back. Ren He smiled at her, appreciating her thoughtfulness, though he felt he did not require any additional materials for his endeavors. The most scientifically accurate information would be provided directly by the heavenly punishment system before task initiation. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this and replied, Thank you. I must treat you to a meal for this. As for the essentials of free climbing, Ren He had honed his skills to near perfection. He had developed a keen understanding of how to identify support points on walls and leverage them swiftly. It was undeniable that the knowledge imparted by the heavenly punishment system was invaluable. Without it, he would have taken far longer to figure things out, let alone complete his tasks. Glancing in the mirror, he noted that his previously slender physique had become more robust. His abdominal muscles were now defined, a feat he had never dared to aspire to in his past life. Achieving six-pack abs was notoriously difficult, especially the lower two, which were often influenced by genetic factors. Conventionally, one could expect to see 6 above the navel and potentially 2 below. Ren He was confident that he would eventually achieve an 8-pack. At midnight, with magnesium powder secured at his waist, Ren He descended the stairs. The timing coincided perfectly with the end of the security patrol, and most residents were already asleep. Dressed only in a short-sleeved t-shirt during this late autumn, he was tasked with working against the clock, necessitating a thorough review of his climbing route using the techniques ingrained in his memory by the heavenly punishment system. The climbing route was crucial, particularly on vertical surfaces. Without adequate support points, one could find themselves stranded mid-climb. Many believed that free climbing required no preparation, a misconception perpetuated by films. Even the world's best climbers engaged in meticulous planning. Ren He scrutinized the wall before him, mentally calculating the time required for each ascent. He soon realized that using conventional methods, he would not meet the 5-minute requirement. The heavenly punishment system was indeed pushing him to take risks. This was a genuinely life-threatening task. Determined to abandon the ordinary, Ren He conceived an alternative approach. He would leap from the lower security window directly to the upper one, disregarding support points altogether. This principle of taking the shortest path between 2 points gave him a surge of adrenaline. Sweaty palms revealed his apprehension, yet extreme sports required an imaginative leap of faith. He coated his hands with magnesium powder and ensured optimal friction. With resolve, Ren He decided to proceed with his bold plan. Unbeknownst to him, however, Duan Xiaolu had been observing him from a distance for quite some time. Gratitude is extended to Ji Wei, Emperor Jun, Knight's Long Song, Yishao Xie, Demon Calamity God, Li Luan 95710, Rush Go On, Lulu, IQ Explosion, Apple, and Mu Chi Gidge for their generous support. I deeply appreciate it. I humbly seek your endorsements and collections for this chapter. This is my second book. During the initial phase of my first, I was unaware of how to ascend the rankings, causing me to miss many opportunities. However, with Big Player, I hope to achieve a modest goal of entering the top 10 of the new book list next week. I kindly ask those who find merit in my writing to cast their valuable recommendation votes. The venerable work League of Legends, the era of catastrophe, is nearing its conclusion. For those who appreciate this style and indulge in the game of League of Legends, I encourage you to take a look. A personal VIP group is available for fans with disciple status or above. This is essentially the full subscription group for Catastrophe 230333683. There is also a general group with no restrictions 3448579115. My personal Weibo account is Ren He, the Great Monster. Please grant mercy, O King. Chapter 47. Get Up. At midnight, the deep autumn chill had set in. Duan Xiaolu, clad in a fitted sweater, stood in the shadows at a distance, her form elegantly outlined by the sweater and jeans. She observed Ren He, who was earnestly performing warm-up exercises beneath his apartment building. What was Ren He up to? In the next moment, she suddenly saw his body move, akin to a nocturnal bird emerging from the darkness. Before Duan Xiaolu could comprehend the situation, Ren He's muscles unleashed their power. With a powerful push of his legs and a slight exertion of his hands against the security window, he propelled himself up to the second floor. It was breathtakingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the 3rd floor. His daring maneuvers continued, almost eliciting a gasp from Duan Xiaolu. She covered her mouth in astonishment as she watched him ascend with reckless abandon, pursuing speed without regard for safety. The height was considerable. What if he fell? Did he not fear the consequences? Duan Xiaolu suddenly grasped the meaning behind Ren He's earlier words about the differing choices individuals make in life. She had never imagined he would opt for such a perilous path. This was previously inconceivable to her when watching foreigners engage in extreme sports. She had found the activity dull. Yet now, witnessing someone risk their life before her eyes, her blood surged with excitement, her palms slick with sweat. When she regained her senses and looked up again, Ren He was completing his final move, his hands firmly grasping the windowsill of the 5th floor. The window was already ajar, and with a sudden surge of strength, he leapt inside. Duan Xiaolu could almost hear the fabric of his clothes rustling in the cold wind. In the courtyard, she remained, shrouded in silence, alone in the shadows. Inside his room, Ren He wiped the sweat from his brow. Moments earlier, while on the 4th floor, he had experienced a brief moment of peril. The security window showed signs of rust, and he had heard the sound of screws snapping under his weight. He realized he could no longer blindly trust seemingly sturdy structures for such activities. He received a notification from the punishment system. The host has completed the task of climbing the 15-story apartment building within 5 minutes. Reward, physical fitness 1. 0. Upon hearing the reward concerning his physical fitness, Ren He was elated. Indeed, completing the first of the 3 tasks made the subsequent ones seem effortless. What is my current fitness level? Ren He inquired. 5. 23. Previously it was 4. 12. Adding the 1 point for fitness should logically make it 5. 12. It seems that the additional 0. 11 reflects my recent growth. Prior to the intervention of the punishment system, Ren He's fitness level had been 1. 6. Henceforth, disregarding rewards, he could naturally achieve around 1. 31 to 1. For in growth attributes, he attempted the task of performing 100 push-ups in 1 minute, but failed due to the considerable energy he had just expended. However, he remained unconcerned. The intensity of the previous exercise had left his arms somewhat fatigued. With proper rest, he was confident he could easily conquer this task. He eagerly anticipated the rewards from the subsequent 2 tasks. The following day, Ren He set out early. As he descended the stairs, he took a moment to admire his magnificent vehicle, relishing the notion that he had earned enough to purchase such a luxury car. He was unbothered by others calling him a nouveau riche. He embraced it with pride. He had assumed he would be the first to arrive at class, as he wished to avoid the embarrassment of doing squats and push-ups while carrying a desk in front of his classmates. When he arrived, dawn had barely broken. Winter days are notoriously brief. However, just as he was about to retrieve his keys to unlock the door, he was taken aback to find Li Luoha already seated at the podium. Good morning, Teacher Li, Ren He greeted with a cheerful smile. Li Luoha seemed lost in thought until Ren He's voice brought him back. You're here quite early. If you dedicated your efforts to studying, you'd likely secure a place at a prestigious university. A prestigious university? That won't do. My goal is Tsinghua University or Peking University. I've set that aim since childhood, Ren He replied with a grin. In truth, it was your sorrowful mood yesterday that affected me. Seeing you so emotional made me feel I ought to study harder for your sake. That was certainly an inappropriate remark. Li Luoha's brows furrowed, his chest burning with indignation. Students like you will merely become parasites in society. What contribution can you possibly make? Why should I concern myself with contributing to society? If I take care of myself, isn't that sufficient? Have you studied capital? As long as everyone does their part, that is a contribution to society. Ren He smiled as he took his seat. Having taught for over 40 years, Li Luoha had encountered defiant students before. But Ren He's unwavering arguments posed a unique challenge to his authority. Have you fulfilled your duties as a student? He retorted. You may have a misunderstanding about society. It requires more than just intellectuals. My physical strength could be utilized for manual labor. Have you heard of bricklaying? It's a profession for migrant workers, contributing to socialism. What do you think of my skills? As he spoke, Ren He hoisted a desk and began executing rapid squats before Li Luoha, his muscles taut and brimming with explosive strength. Li Luoha was visibly taken aback. What is happening? We were just conversing. Why did you suddenly start squatting? Who wants to watch you squat? Get up, Li Luoha bellowed. What are you doing? Are you trying to show off? He instinctively reached for a ruler to strike Ren He, but as he beheld Ren He's tensed muscles, akin to steel, he hesitated. With so few students present, someone as wild as Ren He might even retaliate. Li Luoha understood he could not expel Ren He. He had been contemplating how to manage Ren He without jeopardizing the school's interests. Thus, at that moment, the authority he had maintained for over 40 years as a teacher proved utterly ineffective before Ren He. Ren He smiled at Li Luoha's expression. For the purpose of training was to enable one to engage in reasonable discourse with fools, and that was precisely what was unfolding now. Chapter 48. Reviving the Sales of Wuxia. Li Luoha, a seasoned instructor for over 40 years, felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. In the past, even when feigning casual touches on the female students under the guise of guidance, they would not dare to protest. Yet, at this moment, he perceived before him not a mere middle school student, but a formidable beast. Furthermore, Ren He's remarkable maturity and composure instilled in him a profound sense of pressure. This student was indeed a challenging adversary. As Ren He completed his squats and lowered the desk, Li Luoha inexplicably exhaled in relief. Finally, it had come to a halt. However, just as he prepared to speak again, Ren He commenced doing push-ups. Would it ever end? Fuming with indignation, Li Luoha trembled, opting to turn away. Out of sight, out of mind. He began to question his earlier decision to accept the school's offer to rehire him. How spirited he had felt upon hearing the school's intent to reinstate him. Not long after Li Luoha exited, Ren He stood up, having completed both time tasks ahead of schedule. Such was the power of enhanced physical fitness. Ren He felt he could even challenge the world record for push-ups, though he found the idea rather pointless. Those who sought to break world records did so for various reasons, to prove themselves, to gain fame, or to earn a living through performances, among others. Yet, Ren He had no such need. He sought neither notoriety nor validation from others. Upon completing the tasks, the system rewarded him with 3 doses of vomit-inducing potion. Additionally, he received the reward of guitar skills, master level. Upon hearing about the vomit potion, Ren He was pleasantly surprised. He had found it remarkably effective in the past, and regretted not having enough doses then. Now, he was granted 3 more. However, the second reward seemed somewhat superfluous. It also confirmed that the abilities awarded by the punishment system indeed varied in rank. This could explain why his musical theory knowledge was limited to merely writing and recognizing scores. Creating new songs with his abilities was entirely out of reach. Ren He realized that further rewards in musical theory were unlikely. Otherwise, he might as well write songs himself, rendering the punishment system redundant. Surely, the system's rewards must have their limitations. With the successful completion of the 3 tasks, Ren He felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Carrying the burden of tasks felt akin to being in debt, which was uncomfortable. Speaking of which, his bicycle would soon be ready for pickup. Once it arrived, he could take a leisurely ride. Ren He had a little over 1,000 yuan left. Before his next payment arrived, he would be quite impoverished. With still more than half a month to wait, the pace of income was far too slow. Perhaps he should consider another source of revenue? In his past life, who was Ren He's favorite author? There were many, but if he had to name one as the utmost favorite, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Nan, the writer of Jiuzhou, The Floating Records, and Dragon Clan. However, Jiang Nan had a notable flaw. He left many plots unfinished. Ren He himself had never read the conclusion of Dragon Clan, and the idea of attempting to conclude it himself was utterly impossible. While he had confidence in writing light novels to hone his skills, continuing a work like Dragon Clan was beyond his capacity. Ren He was acutely aware of this limitation. So what should he write? At that moment, Ren He thought of another author he greatly admired, Feng Ge. Among the new generation of wuxia novelists in China, Feng Ge was the only one recognized as a pillar of the post-Jin Yong era. His notable works include Kunlun, Songhai, and Ling Fei Jing. His writing is grand and magnificent, particularly adept at structuring plots and escalating tension. His wuxia style emulates the weightiness of Jin Yong while introducing refreshing elements. Feng Ge and Jiang Nan had accompanied Ren He throughout his middle and high school years, and notably, by the time Ren He had traversed to this world, Kunlun, Songhai, and Ling Fei Jing had all reached their conclusions. This was the legendary Shan Hai Jing trilogy, regarded as a classic in postmodern wuxia literature. In this parallel world with a relatively low cultural entertainment level, presenting such a trilogy could very well elevate Ren He to the status of Jin Yong in this era. Would adaptations into films and television series not follow like a tidal wave? Regarding the publishing platform, Ren He still intended to collaborate with Zhou Wuming. Although the Kyoto Daily would never serialize a wuxia novel, the Kyoto newspaper group had numerous platforms, including the largest wuxia magazine in the nation, Jingu Wuxia. He called Zhou Wuming. "Old Zhou, I have a new work. Would you be interested?" "A new work?" Zhou Wuming responded with immediate excitement. "Is it something like the 3-character classic?" "Cough. No, it's a wuxia novel." Ren He clarified. Zhou Wuming nearly choked on his saliva. "What? You can't be serious. Did you hear wrong? It's indeed a wuxia novel. Why would you submit that to me?" Zhou Wuming's tone was laced with exasperation. "Isn't it because we have a good relationship? You know their essay magazine called Jingu Wuxia under the Kyoto newspaper group?" Ren He attempted to build rapport. "You think writing wuxia in your spare time is a good idea? Even if your goal is to make money, wuxia isn't the first choice. Though Jingu Wuxia is the largest wuxia magazine currently, its sales are still quite limited compared to others. Zhou Wuming remarked with irritation. Well, I'm here to save our sales. Ren He retorted confidently. He firmly believed that during his middle school years, Kunlun had been a sensational hit nationwide, and it was exceptionally suitable for adaptation. Are you that confident? Zhou Wuming inquired curiously. Indeed I am. Ren He replied cheerfully. He had perused contemporary wuxia novels, finding them merely mediocre, lacking in dramatic twists and vivid imagination. With Kunlun as his starting point, he felt it could be deemed nearly perfect from any perspective. Send it to me. Let me have a look. Come on, it's the 21st century. Provide me with an email, and I'll send it over. Zhou Wuming raised an eyebrow. What? Do you think I'm out of touch with the times? Of course not. Just send me your email, and I'll get it to you in the next couple of days. Ren He quickly reassured. Fine. I'm curious to see what kind of wuxia novel you have so much confidence in. Zhou Wuming grumbled as he hung up. When he heard about the new work, he had anticipated Ren He had penned another classic, only to find out he was rewriting a wuxia novel. If he were to discover that Ren He was also writing a light novel on Shengshi Chinese Network, he might just come to Luocheng to have a serious talk with him. Gratitude to the students who generously supported. Out Yin, Ri Tian, Lianchen Meijing. Stable Happiness, Muyu Chen Ling, Revised Hacker, Destined for 3 Lifetimes. Bo, Super Delicious, Yi Xiao Xia, Qiu Ruo Feng, Gu Xiao Tian. I sincerely thank you. Chapter 49. The Unbridled Youth. Now, aside from the daily task of updating his divine novel, Ren He had an additional responsibility to transcribe Kunlun from memory. However, this endeavor proved to be significantly easier, as the magazine Ancient and Modern Martial Arts was published bi-monthly, allowing him to submit around 10,000 words once every 2 weeks. This task would coincide with the bi-monthly payment, resulting in merely 2 assignments per month, which Ren He felt he could manage. During class, he began to write the opening of Kunlun, halting at the climax of the first minor conflict before sending it to Zhou Wuming for submissions to such magazines. If one had a familiar connection, it was unnecessary to complete the piece before submission. Continuous updates sufficed. This was also the reason Ren He saw Zhou Wuming. By the 3rd period, he had completed his work, but his fingers were weary from typing on his phone. Just then, Li Luoha entered the classroom with handouts, and Ren He could sense the murderous glare directed at him from Li Luoha. Ren He scoffed. There was truly nothing worthwhile to discuss with such a person. Li Luoha placed the handouts on the desk and addressed the class with a cool demeanor. Today, my role is not as your Chinese teacher, but rather as your homeroom teacher. Therefore, we shall not engage in language lessons this period. Instead, we will discuss how students should study diligently in school and understand the importance of adhering to rules. Ren He nearly gagged at this remark. Was it not blatantly aimed at him? He found Li Luoha quite amusing. Why not simply teach well and maintain a respectful distance? There was no need to assert authority as a homeroom teacher. He found himself reminiscing about Xian Miaohan, who had been a model of integrity and a teacher of virtue, only to lament the excesses of the heavenly punishment system. As Li Luoha's gaze flitted past Ren He, he suddenly inquired of the class, "Is there anyone who wishes to share their thoughts on school regulations?" The students exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by this new homeroom teacher's sudden seriousness. Among them, Ren He, however, grew increasingly animated, realizing that this homeroom teacher was targeting Ren He due to personal circumstances. He was particularly attuned to interpersonal dynamics. Thus, when Li Luoha emphasized rules and discipline, he discerned that this was a veiled attack aimed at Ren He. Who did Ren He loathe the most? None other than Ren He. He promptly raised his hand. "Teacher, I would like to speak." "Very well, please introduce yourself first." "As I am still unfamiliar with all of you," Li Luoha responded amiably, appreciating obedient and understanding students. "Good teacher, I am Ren He, the vice class leader of class 3-2, Ren He proclaimed proudly. "Ah, the vice class leader. Well done," Li Luoha replied with evident delight. "Now, please share your understanding of school regulations and discipline." The classroom fell into an unsettling silence, as if plunged into an endless abyss. After 2 previous bouts of tears, Ren He suddenly began to vomit. The students stared in shock as the repulsive substance erupted from Ren He's mouth, spraying several meters ahead. Those seated in the line before him were completely caught in the fallout, while Li Luoha, although standing on the podium, was alarmingly close to the 3rd row. Li Luoha could feel the slick, slimy sensation on his face and the acrid scent of gastric acid. He was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Completely unprepared for such an event, the classroom was enveloped in a deathly silence, with only Ren he inwardly lamenting the diminishing opportunities for the vomit-inducing concoction. The female student in front of Lu Yinghai screamed upon witnessing the mess covering her, hurriedly shedding her jacket and fleeing in tears. To Ren He's astonishment, Li Luoha also began to scream like a banshee, followed by a furious outburst. What has happened to this class? How dare you openly attack the homeroom teacher in class? Ren He could hardly contain his laughter at the absurdity of the situation. An open attack on the homeroom teacher? Yet Lu Yinghai was unable to cease his vomiting, the material continuing to spew forth like a fountain. Ren He turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, Li Luoha was losing his composure. I will expel you. I will expel you. How dare you attack me in class with such a vile and despicable method? Lu Yinghai was at a loss, unable to explain himself in the midst of the chaos. Yangshi suddenly turned and whispered, "Wasn't it him who vomited at the concert we attended last time?" Yes, it was him. Su Nuan nodded vigorously, convinced that Lu Yinghai's behavior was utterly outrageous. Had he perhaps consumed tainted milk as a child, leaving behind some lingering ailment? The center of the classroom was now completely vacant, littered with filth. As a nauseating odor permeated the air, there was no hope of continuing the lesson. The next teacher would likely refuse to enter the room. Ren He pondered for a moment before pulling out a sheet of paper and swiftly writing down a song he had contemplated for a long time. To Dolly. This song, created by Hao Yun for the film Heartflower Roadblock, had transcended the film's narrative in Ren He's heart. Is it not true that life can often feel unsatisfactory? If one is unhappy and does not cherish their surroundings, perhaps it is better to journey westward to Dolly. The song struck deep within Ren He, resonating with his sense of dislocation following the end of internal strife at work. Having emerged victorious, he still found himself trapped in a life of compromise. Most people adored this song, likely enchanted by Hao Yun's languid voice and the overwhelming sensation of freedom it conveyed. It was a widely celebrated folk ballad, cherished by many. Thus, Ren He chose it as the fourth song to present to Yangshi, though her mindset may not fully embody its essence. Ren He simply wished to escape this absurd and nightmarish classroom alongside her. He gently patted Yangshi's shoulder, and as she turned to glance at him, Ren He flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Shall we skip class together? Though Yangshi had never skipped class before, she could not help but nod in agreement upon witnessing Ren He's radiant smile. Perhaps the youth of a boy and girl should indeed revel in unbridled youth. An additional chapter is presented, with gratitude to the lovely classmate Long for contributing 50,000 coins. Thanks also to Slevin for 10,000 coins. And to the two in a world for 4,000 coins. Thank you to I Wish to Become Your Shadow for Life, and to the friend who supported me. Chapter 50, The Guitar Master Task. Complete a 1,000-meter run in 2 minutes and 30 seconds, with a deadline of 1 week. Ren He pondered this briefly before dismissing the task from his mind. He recalled that in his past life, the world record for the 1,000-meter run was completed in 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Thus, his current challenge was far from the limits of human capability. Considering his present weight and strength, he believed this task would not be overly daunting. Seizing the moment when chaos reigned in the classroom, Ren He and Yangshi sprinted out of the school, heading towards the rooftop of Yangshi's home. As they emerged from the school gates, they exchanged a knowing smile, with Ren He teasingly asking, "Does this count as leading you astray? Have you ever skipped class before?" "Never. Although I've often wanted to try," Yangshi admitted, a hint of excitement in her voice. "Honestly, skipping class feels a bit exhilarating. Did you often travel abroad with your father? What did you do about school?" Ren He inquired, perplexed by the notion of constantly moving without changing schools. "I self-study. Many of my courses, as well as my music and instruments, are learned independently. Thankfully, I managed to keep up," Yangshi explained. "Whenever we change locations, I mostly stay at home and read." "Does your father take you traveling because he worries you won't be cared for? What about your mother?" Ren He asked curiously. "It's not about concern for my well-being. My grandparents want to take me in, but my father fears I might pick up bad habits. He believes that experiencing different countries, some with good economic conditions and others without, will aid my personal growth. As for my mother, she divorced my father, started her own business, and sometimes they go a year without seeing each other, which led to their separation," Yangshi said, her tone turning somber when mentioning her mother. "Concerned about living with your grandparents and developing bad habits?" Ren He mused, finding her statement somewhat awkward. He suspected that Yang-en was more worried about Yangshi developing frivolous habits in Kyoto, as it was quite normal for grandparents to indulge their grandchildren. Regarding Yangshi's mother, he presumed they rarely met and wondered what kind of woman she was, considering she was destined to be his future mother-in-law. Upon reaching the rooftop, Ren He mysteriously produced a neatly folded piece of stationery from his pocket. Yang Shi was somewhat exasperated by his insistence on such theatrics, akin to a love letter, and she snatched the paper from his hands. What song did you write this time? To Dolly, Ren He replied with a grin. Today, you won't need to accompany me. I'll play solo. His guitar skills had inexplicably elevated to that of a master, which felt somewhat absurd to him. He would have preferred a more poignant experience. Yet he was a person who sought to adapt to circumstances. Yang Shi's face lit up with surprise. You can play guitar? Why didn't you mention it before? Clearing his throat, Ren He felt slightly embarrassed. Well, this is a recent reward, and I typically refrain from playing for others unless they are competent listeners. Now, I believe you qualify. Yang Shi burst into laughter, realizing that Ren He's most distinctive trait was his unabashed confidence. Yet, being around him always brought her joy. All right. Enough boasting. Sing for me already. Very well, listen closely. Ren He raised an eyebrow and instantly immersed himself in an emotional state. As Yang Shi observed him, she suddenly sensed that this boy, whom she had encountered during her most beautiful years, did not seem as joyful as she had imagined. Are you dissatisfied with life? It's been a long time since I've truly smiled, and I'm not sure why, Ren He sang, seemingly laying bare his inner confusion before Yang Shi, who felt a pang of empathy. Yet, amidst this, Yang Shi suddenly realized something remarkable. Ren He's guitar playing possessed a certain enchantment. The same notes, when played by him, felt almost magical. After he finished a song, Yang Shi sensed that no matter who accompanied him, the music would be rendered beautiful. She found herself beginning to believe Ren He's earlier assertion. I generally do not play for others unless they are qualified listeners. Now, I feel you qualify. With such talent, it was indeed reasonable for him to be selective about whom he played for. Having also learned guitar, she felt an insurmountable gap between her skills and Ren He's. Watching him languidly seated on the rooftop, his fingers delicately dancing across the transparent strings, the notes flowed into her ears, and she had to admit she was captivated. She had never thought she would admire anyone, given her fiercely independent nature. Yet, perhaps it was simply that she had not yet encountered anyone remarkable enough. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Shi asked, You possess a remarkable talent for music. Your guitar skills are on par with your songwriting. But why? We've discussed this numerous times. Ren He chuckled, handing the guitar back to her. My aspirations lie elsewhere. I have passions that I cherish more. What are they? Yang Shi inquired with curiosity. Well, we'll discuss that later, Ren He smiled. In the meantime, practice the 4 songs I wrote for you. In Ren He's understanding, creating an album necessitated certain standards for the songs included, some tracks of a specific type and others of varying genres, depending on the artist's style, aimed at broadening the audience. However, he was not particularly knowledgeable in this area. While other artists might focus on jazz or pop, for him, the only requirement was that the songs be melodious. Since he did not excel in that aspect, he chose not to dwell on it, believing that if every song on the album was appealing, it would surely sell. He had full confidence in these songs. While Yang Shi practiced, she suddenly looked up and asked, How does one debut? Do you participate in a talent show? Ren He was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you going to ask your cousin for help? If she assists, the agency would likely take it seriously, but I've heard her company is chaotic. So I'd rather avoid that. Yang Shi lamented. Ren He rubbed his chin, contemplating for a while before saying, Don't worry about it. I'll handle it. Just wait for the winter break. What brilliant plan do you have? Yang Shi inquired with a smile, inexplicably inclined to trust Ren He. Some secrets must remain undisclosed. You'll discover it in due time. Congratulations to Yishao Xie for becoming a father. Wishing you and your family happiness and health. With added updates for you. Chapter 51. Zhou Wuming's urgent plea for more that evening. Ren He wondered why Yang hadn't called them for dinner. He inquired of Yang Shi, Is your father particularly occupied lately? Yes, he's collaborating with a hospital and some national leaders on a medical exchange program spanning 16 countries. It's in the preparatory phase now, and they'll be departing before our final exams, Yang Shi divulged. Ren He furrowed his brow. Why would a former diplomatic envoy participate in such a seemingly random medical exchange? Perhaps it was ostensibly a medical exchange, but in reality, it seemed Yang Shi's father was more complex than he appeared, even undertaking such missions. He refocused, asking, Is he taking you along this time? No, Yang Shi replied, shaking her head. I'll be staying in Luoyang during the winter break. It seemed Yang In was aware of the higher risk factor involved in this trip and chose not to bring his daughter. Moreover, his previous role as a diplomatic envoy involved being stationed in a particular location, making it normal for his child to accompany him. This time was different. Ren He could only describe Yang Un's mission with one word, espionage. It seemed the reason for his resignation was not so simple. During a nation's rapid development, such endeavors were inevitable. As a Chinese citizen, Ren He sincerely hoped for the safe return of every compatriot who ventured out. However, now that Yang En was away, Ren He felt it was his duty to take care of Yang Shi. He thought gleefully, the future father-in-law is a bit restrictive after all. If Yang Shi knew what Ren He was thinking, she'd probably scold him for his audacity, already referring to her father as his future father-in-law. Intuitively, Ren He sensed that he might encounter similar situations as Yang En in the future. Whatever, he thought, I'll deal with it when the time comes. The next morning, Ren He went for a run at school, hoping to complete the task he'd received for riding going to Dali. In his previous life, Ren He would have been lucky to run 1,000 meters in 4 minutes. Now, he had to complete it in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The thought was exhilarating. He recalled Liu Yinghai's incident with Li Luoha yesterday and wondered how it would be resolved. Li Luoha had roared about expelling him. But Liu Yinghai's family background wasn't so simple that he could be dismissed so easily. Ren He glanced at the clock. It was 7:30 a.m. The inner circle of the track was 250 meters, meaning 4 laps would complete 1,000 meters. Typically, middle school students would start a 1,000-meter run at a slower pace and then sprint towards the end, some starting their sprint with 200 meters left, others with 150 meters. Due to their limited stamina. However, Ren He was different. The time limit didn't allow him to choose a gradual approach. He had to sprint from start to finish. Start. Ren He dashed off like the wind. The sun had just begun to emerge on the horizon. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Ren He was grateful for the chance to transmigrate and for the opportunity to choose his life again. And this time, he would live it to the fullest. As he sprinted the final 200 meters, Ren He's speed suddenly surged again, like the sun piercing through the clouds, its fiery light instantly spreading across the sky. Like life in full bloom. 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Task complete. Ren He gasped for air. Even with his enhanced physical abilities, such a sprint was exhausting, but exhilarating. Host has completed the task. Reward, basic combat techniques. Ren He was taken aback. The reward was quite different from what he'd expected. Why this? I don't intend to get into fights with anyone. A flood of memories merged into Ren He's mind, natural attack patterns for dealing with adversaries, permanently etched into his mind as instinctive reactions. Ren He realized that these attack patterns focused on the eyes, nose, jaw, throat, elbow, wrist, chest, abdomen, knee, waist, neck, and the back of the head, with a particular emphasis on the lower abdomen. Such ruthless and underhanded tactics? Ren He was bewildered. Did this combat art primarily involve striking the groin? But then he understood. The groin was a man's most vulnerable area. In a life-or-death struggle, why not target the most vulnerable spot? He had once heard an old martial artist say that in the era when martial arts were most focused on killing, striking the groin was a primary means of subduing opponents. If one didn't aim for vital points, one shouldn't strike at all. That makes a lot of sense. But this was just basic combat techniques, directly granting Ren He muscle memory. The heavenly punishment system was indeed extraordinary. What would advanced and master combat techniques be like? Most boys, during their youth, wished to possess absolute power, to be heroic and righteous. How cool would that be? Ren He's phone suddenly rang. He smiled when he saw the caller ID, Zhou Wuming. Old Zhou, why are you calling me so early in the morning? Well, I just wanted to ask how much of Kunlun you've written. Zhou Wuming's voice sounded somewhat weary. Just what's in your hands, Ren He replied cheerfully. Zhou Wuming's tone suddenly rose. That's it. Yeah, that's enough for the first submission, right? Ren He said matter-of-factly. Hurry up and finish the rest of it, you hear me? Zhou Wuming's voice seemed displeased. Ren He chuckled. Ahem, old Zhou, what time did you go to sleep last night? Or should I say, did you not sleep at all to read Kunlun? Get lost. I'm giving you 2 days to submit another 20,000 words. Or I'll go to Luocheng and watch you write it. Zhou Wuming ordered gruffly before hanging up. He rubbed his temples and sat on the sofa in his office. How long had it been since he'd pulled an all-nighter? Yesterday evening, just as he was about to leave work around 10 p.m., he remembered Ren He saying he had sent Kunlun to his email. He thought he'd take a look at what this novel that was supposed to save wuxia sales was like, just to see how smug the kid was. As a result, he read until morning. He finished the first read around midnight, but he was still somewhat unsatisfied. He called Ren He in the middle of the night, urging him to update, but the kid had turned off his phone, infuriating him. So he read it again, until 7:30 a.m., when he called Ren He again. To be honest, Zhou Wuming understood why Ren He was so confident that he could save wuxia novel sales. In fact, saving sales meant saving wuxia novels. Current wuxia novels were still just about punches and kicks, with basic martial arts techniques flying everywhere. Some chapters were filled with nothing but the sounds of fighting, occupying a quarter of the entire chapter. Compared to Ren He's Kunlun, what were those? They were comic books. No, I need to get some sleep. After I wake up, I'll ask the kid how much he's written and have him send it over. Chapter 52. The Kyoto Daily is sold out. With a smile dancing at the corners of his mouth, Ren He tucked his phone back into his pocket. To be honest, he was quite surprised that Zhou Wuming was so captivated by his work. However, knowing that a literary giant like Zhou was enthralled only bolstered his confidence in Kunlun. Since Zhou Wuming had graciously urged him to write more, his foremost task now was to pen additional chapters for Kunlun. After all, writing it was not much different from composing serialized web novels. The heavenly punishment system only assigned tasks upon receipt of manuscript fees. Yet by midday, he had scarcely written anything when Zhou Wuming's call came through again. How much have you written? 5,000 words. Ren He replied, momentarily taken aback. That's something. Send it over. I'll review it, Zhou Wuming asserted with an air of authority. If he wanted to read it, he could simply say so instead of pretending to help with the review. Nevertheless, Ren He sent it to him. Before hanging up, Zhou Wuming added, "Hurry up and finish the rest. Don't worry, once your manuscript is out, the copyright dealings will be handled by Kyoto Daily, and you will not be shortchanged." Leaning back against the sofa, Zhou Wuming pondered. He felt an inexplicable surge of nostalgia. Who, in their youth, had not harbored a fervent dream of martial arts? He had. And he had once poured considerable effort into it. However, the domestic martial arts genre had yet to produce a breakout work, causing his enthusiasm to wane. It had been over 20 years since then, hadn't it? Back then, he was a struggling scholar, a junior editor. Now, he was the editor-in-chief of Kyoto Daily. Zhou Wuming stepped outside his office and addressed his colleagues. "Adjust tomorrow's layout. Revise the entertainment section. I have a manuscript that needs to be included." Everyone froze, bewildered by the significance of this manuscript. A young man timidly spoke up, "Zhou Lao. Tomorrow, we are publishing news about Jiang Xiang's upcoming album release. Many people are looking forward to it. That's irrelevant. It's just an album release. Do as I say." Zhou Wuming insisted before retreating to his office to send the manuscript to his subordinates. A group of employees surrounded a middle-aged editor, eager to know what manuscript could prompt such a significant change in layout. When the middle-aged editor opened his email, he was taken aback. "No way. A martial arts novel. Is this for real? Zhou Lao is actually changing the entertainment section to serialize a martial arts novel? This is outrageous." Standing up, the middle-aged editor shooed everyone away. "Get back to work. This is a mess." He sat down, eager to review the manuscript, genuinely curious about what kind of martial arts novel could inspire such a monumental decision. After all, Kyoto Daily had never serialized a novel before. It was said that decades ago, one of the most crucial components of newspapers was serialized novels, with a captivating story often boosting sales. Yet, the current landscape was vastly different, and Kyoto Daily was not just any local publication. It held a representative status. However, as the middle-aged editor immersed himself in the manuscript, he found himself captivated. This martial arts novel was unlike any he had previously encountered. The narrative was ingeniously crafted, and the grandiose storyline truly embodied the essence of chivalry. At 10 p.m., the middle-aged editor stretched, and the junior editor on duty timidly inquired, "Why are you leaving so late today?" "Oh, I got so absorbed in reading the manuscript," he blurted, then quickly corrected himself. "I was reviewing the manuscript." "Now, hurry and send it to the publishing department." He wondered if Zhou Lao had any more chapters. As he donned his coat, his thoughts drifted. Ren He remained oblivious to the fact that his novel, originally intended for Jingu Wuxia, had been featured in Kyoto Daily. Tomorrow, countless readers would not only discover Kunlun, but it would likely create a sensation. In the morning, an avalanche of newspapers rolled out of the printing house. As they reached various sales points, distributors paused in confusion upon seeing the entertainment section was absent. Instead, emblazoned across the top of the page were the bold characters Kunlun. What is this? A martial arts novel? Has Kyoto Daily started serializing martial arts novels now? Could it be they have run out of entertainment news to publish? Gradually, they all became engrossed. This martial arts novel was refreshingly distinct from the usual fare, exceedingly captivating. At that moment, a customer entered a bookstore. "Boss, I'll take a copy of Kyoto Daily." "Quickly. Young man, want to grab a couple for your friends?" Today's edition has been revamped. The entertainment section has transformed into a martial arts novel, and it's absolutely gripping. "I have a feeling it will sell out today," the excited owner exclaimed. "What novel is so captivating?" the young man asked as he approached the counter. flipping through the newspaper to find the novel in the entertainment section, only to become engrossed for an extended period. "Hey, are you buying or not?" the owner pressed. "Huh?" The young man snapped back to reality. "Yes. I'll take 5 copies." He handed over 10 yuan. "Today's Kyoto Daily has increased in price," the owner said with a grin. 3 yuan per copy. "When did that happen?" "Isn't the retail price listed as 2 yuan? "Doesn't matter. I raised it," the owner chuckled. "Do you want it or not?" "Others are waiting." "Fine, 3 yuan it is." "That's quite a markup." "You're really pushing it, boss," the young man grumbled, reluctantly handing over 5 more yuan. On this day, Kyoto Daily recorded its 3rd sellout since its inception. Unlike previous occasions, this time, even after multiple reprints, the demand remained insatiable. Many heard the buzz about the martial arts novel and scoured bookstores and newsstands, all sold out. Left with no choice, they resorted to borrowing from friends. The middle-aged editor sat on the sofa in Zhou Wuming's office, reflecting, "Zhou Lao, you truly are remarkable. When did we ever dare to dream that Kyoto Daily could achieve such sales? It has tripled." Zhou Wuming chuckled. "To be honest, I'm a bit surprised myself. Our cultural offerings are quite scarce. There are too few forms of entertainment for the public. Thankfully, I didn't publish it in Jingu Wuxia." "Zhou Lao, who is the author? We need to compensate them for their work. Also, do you have more chapters? Please let me see," the middle-aged editor joked. Zhou Wuming's expression turned wistful. "I have none. That Ren He fellow writes far too slowly." In reality, he wasn't writing slowly, but in the eyes of readers, the author's updates would always feel insufficient. They longed to devour the entire novel in one sitting for the ultimate thrill. The middle-aged editor paused. "Ren He? The one who writes 3-character classic? That junior high student?" "Yes, that's him." Chapter 53. Zhou Wuming personally went to Luocheng to urge for updates. By the time Ren He learned that Kunlun had already been published in the Kyoto Daily, it was already afternoon. Zhou Wuming called again to push for updates. Ren He felt a bit uncomfortable with the reader's insistence for updates. Zhou Wuming stated on the phone, "I plan to have your novel serialized weekly, so you must submit 20,000 words by every Saturday. Did you consult me before deciding on a weekly schedule?" "I'm already working on another book," Ren He negotiated. "Can we do bi-weekly instead?" If it were weekly serialization, it would mean a fixed workload of 4 or 5 tasks within a month. Furthermore, the genre of divine books thrived on the quantity of updates, often experiencing bursts of creativity. Since the last surge, he had barely managed to store over 20 chapters. With the end of the month approaching and the subsequent battle for monthly votes looming, he knew that when Dongfang Mabai provided him with a favorable recommendation slot, another burst of creativity would be inevitable. Those affluent readers were sharpening their knives, waiting to pounce. He understood that one could not afford to be timid during such times. Timidity equated to lost opportunities. "No," Zhou Wuming resolutely rejected him. "We will stick to the royalty agreement based on the Sanzi Jing. The Kyoto newspaper group has acquired the rights, and each serialization will grant you the highest level of remuneration. Essentially, for every 20,000 words serialized, you'll earn over 30,000 yuan. Are you really going to turn down that kind of money?" Both sides stood to gain financially, and it was evident that Kunlun would likely secure comprehensive copyright operations sooner. Judging by the royalties from the Sanzi Jing, Kunlun's earnings could multiply several times. Thus, Ren He relented. "All right, I'll proceed as you suggest." It was merely a matter of dedicating a bit more time to writing each day. So what was the big deal? This time, the public reception of Kunlun was markedly different from that of divine books, which were criticized for their lack of depth and quality. In contrast, Kunlun received unanimous acclaim for its imaginative storytelling and grandiose prose. If the public were to discover that these 2 books originated from the same author, one could only imagine their astonishment. Moreover, with Kunlun's release, Ren He's pen name remained undisclosed, and one must commend Zhou Wuming for effectively protecting Ren He's identity. He had his own motivations. Since Ren He wished to keep his identity private, Zhou Wuming decided to maintain that secrecy. Otherwise, if other media groups approached Ren He, it would be a loss for the Kyoto newspaper group. The ability of Ren He to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, potentially tripling sales, was a talent that simply could not be overlooked. The following day, throngs of people lined up to purchase the Kyoto Daily, and the first batch of newspapers was snatched up almost immediately. When had such a phenomenon occurred in the realm of Chinese culture? The plot was simply too captivating, and the previous day's climax had left everyone anxious for more. However, when they laid eyes on the newspaper, they were momentarily stunned. Jiang Xiao's new song was released, and it appeared that old flames were rekindling between Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chun. The newspaper prominently featured candid photos of Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chun dining together. A sensational headline. Yet, everyone was puzzled. Where was Kunlun? Were they joking? Where was our Kunlun? The shopkeeper, with a distressed expression, replied, "That is indeed the Kyoto Daily. I also wanted to see the serialization. Look at the small text below the entertainment section." What text? Everyone leaned down to look, only to find a line at the bottom of the entertainment section. Kunlun serialized every Saturday. Oh no, Saturday? That is a whole week away. How am I supposed to survive this week? Someone exclaimed, "I'm going to call the police to complain about the Kyoto newspaper group." On that day, the police officers were left bemused, as numerous individuals called in to complain that the Kyoto newspaper group had failed to serialize Kunlun. "I want to see it too. Who should I complain to?" One officer muttered under his breath. Kunlun had become a sensation, garnering attention far beyond Ren He's expectations. Thanks to the vast audience of the Kyoto Daily, spreading throughout Beijing and the surrounding areas. By this time, even from farther regions, people had heard of the captivating martial arts novel, Kunlun, but due to copyright protection, they were unable to access it, as it was not distributed elsewhere. At this moment, some individuals resorted to clandestinely printing and selling pirated copies of Kunlun, prompting the Intellectual Property Bureau to swiftly launch a joint operation with the police, apprehending everyone involved in the production and sales of the pirated editions. Given the cultural void, the legal penalties related to intellectual property were severe. This phenomenon could be attributed to the adage, "The more one lacks something, the more one values it," which in turn manifests as harsher sentencing in criminal law. This was the reason why intellectual property protection was so stringent in parallel worlds, with sentences starting at 3 years and no upper limit. Thus, Zhou Wuming made an urgent decision to release a standalone edition of Kunlun. To publish this, he needed to travel to Luoqing to obtain written authorization from Ren He. However, Zhou Wuming insisted on going personally, leaving everyone puzzled as to why the chief editor of the Kyoto newspaper group would concern himself with such trivial tasks. Only Zhou Wuming understood that he wished to ascertain whether Ren He had secretly stored away chapters. Unbeknownst to Ren He, Zhou Wuming would be personally going to Luoqing to urge for updates. He thought a mere phone call would suffice. He was still too young. That night, Ren He lay in bed, deep in thought, contemplating the need to get busy. He resolved to write Yang Shi's 5th song the following day. One must strike while the iron is hot in matters of romance. But what should the 5th song be about? To be honest, there weren't many songs that suited Yang Shi's temperament. Her musical path was rather narrow. If he made her sing a pop song, it would be kitsch, and rock music would be a challenge for him to bear. Eureka! The 5th song would be Jolin Tsai's Prague Square. This was a song written by Jay Cho for Jolin Tsai in his previous life. In truth, Ren He had only listened to those few songs written by Jay Cho for her. One must admit that Prague Square was indeed a classic, primarily due to its captivating melody. With inspiration struck, he rolled over, pulled out some stationery, and began composing the lyrics and music for Prague Square, completing it swiftly. The task was to complete a 5,000-meter run within a time limit of 14 minutes, due within a week. What? I just finished 1,000 meters. And now I have to do 5,000? How many laps is that around the track? 20 laps. And I have to do it within 14 minutes? What was the fastest record for 5,000 meters in my previous life? Wasn't he at around 12 minutes and 37 seconds? Fortunately, Ren He now possessed extraordinary memory. He could recall nearly everything he had heard or skimmed through in his past life. His 14-minute limit was likely a mercy from the heavenly punishment system. To be honest, his physical fitness of 5'23" now far exceeded that of an average adult. However, achieving world records was not something ordinary individuals could accomplish. Just consider the challenge of having an average person run 5,000 meters. Whether they could even complete it was a question in itself. Thankfully, Ren He benefited from his youth and lighter weight, enabling him to accomplish this challenge. Chapter 54. Raising Prices Early in the Morning. Ren He set out for school at 7 o'clock, having a modest breakfast before embarking on his tasks for the day. The owner of the breakfast shop noticed that Ren He seemed to have gained some strength, exuding a vitality that was rarely witnessed. Just as he was about to commend Ren He on his robust physique, he abruptly fell silent. An ominous shadow loomed. Upon arriving at school, Ren He was astonished to see Li La striding across the playground towards the classroom building. He wondered if Lu Yinghai's earlier outburst had managed to awaken him. "Good morning, Teacher Li," Ren He greeted while warming up at the side of the field. Li Luaha, upon recognizing Ren He's voice, raised his sparse eyebrows. His age spots particularly unsightly as he replied coolly, You skipped class the day before yesterday, didn't you? Your parents pay tuition for you to attend school. Not to skip classes, but perhaps it's for the best, as it spares your classmates from your influence. Before Liloha could finish his sentence, Ren He, uninterested, commenced his tasks. Liloa's face turned a shade of green. I'm speaking to you. Stop right there. Ren He, however, had no intention of heeding him, continuing to run. His task was time-sensitive, and stopping was not an option. It was early in the morning, and he found it tiresome to deal with such nonsense. If Liloa had the audacity, he could expel him. Left with no recourse, Liloa felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustrations. After 4 decades of teaching, he had never encountered a student so disrespectful, and this one even dared to openly defy a teacher. Determined, he began to chase after Ren He, intending to lecture him while running. However, as Ren He completed his warm-up and accelerated, Liloa struggled to keep pace, panting heavily as he watched Ren He gain speed. He decided to stop running. Liloa felt that the indignities he had endured throughout his life paled in comparison to the past few days. It was utterly unjust. As Ren He approached the 16th lap, he glanced at the time. His energy expenditure was still manageable with 3 minutes remaining. If he pushed himself to the limit, he could surely complete his task. He looked over at the sidelines, where Liloa had turned pale, evidently waiting for him to stop so he could continue his scolding. How resilient Liloa was. In those final 3 minutes, Ren He accelerated once more. The task set by the celestial punishment system was designed to extract his potential. Half-hearted efforts would not suffice. Liloa had planned to wait for this troublesome student to finish before continuing his lecture, but as Ren He surged forward, he felt as if the boy was flying. Had he ever witnessed a student run this fast in all his years of teaching? Perhaps not. As the homeroom teacher, he had never paid much attention to athletics. What future did sports hold? How many could become national athletes? In his experience of enforcing road education for 40 years, Liloa believed that only diligent study could lead to success, dismissing all else. By this time, students had begun arriving at school, and as Ren He finished his run, few had witnessed his sprint. He had been relatively low-key lately, focused solely on accomplishing his tasks without seeking fame. Suddenly, someone called out from not far away on the playground. Ren He. Ren He. Turning around, Ren He was taken aback to see Zhou Lao's. What was he doing in Luoqing so early in the morning? Oh right. He recalled Zhou Lao's mentioning yesterday that he would be signing the Kunlun copyright contract. However, he had assumed a mere signing editor would suffice, never expecting Zhou Lao's himself would come. Having completed his task, Ren He approached Zhou Wuming, who informed him. You have any manuscripts left for Kunlun? Zhou Wuming asked sternly. So you're not satisfied with just calling to urge me on, but you've come in person? Ren He was perplexed. Was this literary giant truly so insistent? Hurry up, do you have any manuscripts? Zhou Wuming pressed impatiently. Well, yes. How many? Over 9,000 words, I believe. Where? In my phone. Get it out quickly. Zhou Wuming insisted. I need to review the quality of your subsequent work to determine if your novel warrants such high royalties. Did you have to come down so hard for an update? Ren He reluctantly handed his phone to Zhou Wuming. Let us go. You probably haven't eaten yet. I'll treat you to soy milk and fried dough sticks. You're treating me to soy milk and fried dough sticks after making so much money? Zhou Wuming scoffed. At this hour. You'd be lucky to find a place selling lobster, Ren He replied. Now, stop dawdling. Don't you have class? Zhou Wuming suddenly remembered Ren He was still a student. Well, it doesn't matter if I attend or not. My homeroom teacher would prefer I didn't show up. He even spoke to me this morning, saying my skipping class was beneficial for my classmates. Ren He said cheerfully. How can your teacher be like that? It's outrageous. Teachers should strive to help students, not push them away. What kind of ethics is that? Zhou Wuming was incensed upon hearing Ren He's words. He felt the teacher was utterly incompetent. Calm down. I'm not even upset. I just finished my run and am hungry. Let us eat, Ren He urged. Surprised at Zhou Wuming's sense of justice, he quickly pulled the elder outside. Do you know how popular your Kunlun is in the Beijing-Tianjin region? Zhou Wuming remarked, recounting scenes of people lining up for the Kyoto Daily, a sales volume he had long coveted as an editor. After a moment of contemplation, Ren He replied, that one do, the royalties need to be increased. Stop right there. I was merely trying to make you feel proud, not to have you take advantage of it. Zhou Wuming rolled his eyes, bemused at why he found bantering with this young fellow amusing. Oh, if it doesn't increase, then it doesn't. Chapter 55. Li Luohua stood by the playground, awaiting the opportunity to reprimand Ren He once more. However, just as Ren He finished his run, he walked away with an elderly gentleman. This was utterly intolerable. Did he not regard his homeroom teacher at all? Yet, in truth, most individuals who venture into society reflect on the title of homeroom teacher with a sense of authority during their school years, only to dismiss it as trivial after graduation. Suddenly, Li Luohua was taken aback. Why did that old man seem so familiar? He himself taught Chinese and had a penchant for writing, though his submissions to various newspapers and magazines had vanished without a trace. However, anyone who has followed the literary scene in China would surely know of Zhou Wuming. Li Luohua was filled with astonishment. Why would Zhou Wuming visit the school to see Ren He? Could they possibly be related? He had never considered the idea of Ren He being associated with literature. What could a troubled student possibly write? He had spent a lifetime submitting pieces to newspapers, only to be rejected. So how could a mere child possess such qualifications? Thus, he had already concluded that Ren He and Zhou Wuming must be relatives. He pondered whether he should use Ren He as a means to connect with Zhou Wuming. Li Luohua had long believed his writings were overlooked, rather than lacking in talent. Gradually, he made his way to the office, his mind swirling with thoughts of befriending Zhou Wuming through Ren He and the possibility of his work finally gaining recognition. However, reality would soon prove him mistaken. Ren He and Zhou Wuming sat in a breakfast shop, where Zhou Wuming, wearing his reading glasses, was engrossed in the latest chapter of Kunlun while sipping soybean milk. He appeared anything but a literary giant. As he read, he tossed an envelope at Ren He. Sign this. It won't betray you. Stick to the principles and write Kunlun well. This novel will undoubtedly bring you unimaginable rewards. Our era has witnessed a cultural disjunction, and any outstanding work is bound to emerge, as people crave such content. With the enhancement of material life, there is an inevitable pursuit of spiritual pleasure, and Kunlun arrives just in time, as if to rescue everyone's leisure time. Ren He found this notion credible. If Kunlun was indeed as popular as claimed, its earnings might rival those of successful physical book authors. After all, in the past, the top spots on the wealth rankings of authors were often occupied by those who published tangible books. At that moment in 2005, online literature had yet to fully flourish. The mainstream still favored physical literature. Yet, if an online work could eventually ascend to greatness, it would not be far behind. Indeed, Ren He's aspirations for Kunlun far exceeded the expectations of those authors on the Shengshi Chinese Literature Network. To them, it seemed merely a fleeting success, a stepping stone for Ren He to gain the capital to strive for the highest echelons of literary fame. As for achieving that pinnacle, he thought he would save that ambition for his second book. After all, no one had yet achieved such a feat on the Shengshi Chinese Literature Network. However, Ren He held a different perspective. In his view, divine books had yet to truly unleash their potential, waiting until they reached 1,000,000 words. Many readers preferred to wait until a novel was completed or felt that insufficient word count failed to provide enough satisfaction. Thus, a great number of readers chose to let the book fatten before diving in. Zhou Wuming imparted his wisdom. I have encountered many so-called geniuses. Some possess extraordinary memory, while others gain admission to prestigious universities at 12. Yet, in my eyes, you are perhaps the most talented I have ever seen. However, with great ability comes greater temptation, as the options available to such individuals are vast. Consequently, some stray from their intended paths in life. I hope you cherish your gift. Ren He felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was reluctant to engage further. Though he had earned his place through hard work, to accept the label of genius felt excessive. Furthermore, writing novels was ultimately a side endeavor. To suggest he had returned to rejuvenate the cultural arts of the Chinese nation was an overestimation of his intentions. Nonetheless, he refrained from dampening Zhou Wuming's enthusiasm, vaguely assuring him he would diligently update Kunlun. Satisfied with the updates, Zhou Wuming departed, repeatedly urging Ren He to send him chapters for review immediately after completion. Once Zhou Wuming left, Ren He sauntered back to class, quietly chiding Su Nuo. You've become rather audacious, skipping class so brazenly this early in the morning? I was given permission to skip class by Li Luohua himself. Ren He replied with confidence. Su Nuo was visibly taken aback. Really? How did you manage that? Maybe I should leap off a few buildings too. Ren He shrugged nonchalantly. This was a desperate gamble to avoid class, Su Nuo contemplated, realizing that perhaps attending class faithfully wasn't so bad after all. As Ren He settled down, he discreetly passed a folded note to Yang Shi, reminiscent of the thrill of young love during their school years, as if they shared a delightful secret that they were reluctant to disclose to others. Yet, neither had broached the subject directly, nor had anyone clearly rejected the notion. It was akin to the soft, warm glow of an orange sunset peeking through evening clouds, fuzzy and gentle. Yang Shi was astonished by Ren He's songwriting speed. Counting the song he wrote for Jiang Xiyu, this was already several. Last night, Jiang Xiyu had shared snippets of 3 songs, partly to share with Yang Shi and partly to seek Ren He's feedback on arrangement ideas. Of course, she had considered that the difference between songwriting and its final arrangement was significant. As a high school student who had never even set foot in a recording studio, Ren He's suggestions, she thought, might not hold much weight. Yet, inexplicably, she felt a flicker of hope. When Yang Shi opened the note, the moment she saw the score, the main melody sprang to her mind. It was beautiful. Almost immediately, she was captivated, sensing an innate charm in the song. However, the style of the lyrics seemed somewhat peculiar. Indeed, for many, Jay Cho's music possessed an enchanting quality. Naturally, there were also many who did not appreciate him. This was entirely normal. No one could be universally adored, nor universally despised. Even Ren He's most loathed figure, Guo, a quintessential shameless literary figure, lecherous and opportunistic, had inexplicably garnered admirers. Such matters were as incomprehensible as a fly being drawn to refuse. Ren He pondered for a moment and sent another note to Yang Shi. I must sing this song for you. Otherwise, you may not grasp its essence. At that very moment, as Ren He pursued his romantic interests, the entrance to the Kyoto newspaper group was suddenly blocked. A massive banner hanging prominently. We strongly demand daily updates of Kunlun. Chapter 56. Forever on the road. The incident of the Kyoto newspaper group being besieged quickly became the talk of the town. Primarily because the crowd had gathered to demand that Kunlun be serialized daily. Their excitement was palpable. Shall we join the protest too? Upon returning to the headquarters of the Kyoto newspaper group that evening, Zhou Wuming was taken aback by the throngs of people encircling the entrance. The police were present. Yet their attempts to disperse the crowd proved futile. The people insisted on daily installments of Kunlun or they would not leave. This unexpected fervor for martial arts literature caught Zhou Wuming off guard. He had not anticipated such heightened enthusiasm. It seemed the previous martial arts stories had simply failed to captivate the audience. Stealthily, he entered through a back door used for deliveries and, upon reaching his office, tossed the contract to the signing editor. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, increase the per 1,000-character fee for Kunlun. Transfer the payment for the first installment immediately, and I will handle the rest. However, the current payment standard was already the highest, surpassing even by most. The middle-aged editor paused, taken aback. There must be a precedent. If others can rally readers to the Kyoto newspaper group, I shall extend them similar compensation, Zhou Wuming replied, massaging his temples. Comrades, do you not realize that an opportunity to surpass our limits has arrived? Let us await the outcome. Meanwhile, Ren He was savoring a peaceful day without tasks. Having completed his writing for the day, he looked forward to practicing songs with Yang Shi without any burdens. However, as he reached the rooftop, he received a call from Zhou Wuming. That old man isn't going to push for more updates again, is he? Ren thought, having already sent him the content for the upcoming Saturday's serialization. Upon answering, Zhou Wuming informed him, I've transferred your payment for the last installment and increased your rate. Ren's heart sank. Task. Complete 45 pull-ups within 1 minute on the anti-theft window outside your classroom by 9:40 a.m. tomorrow. He cursed inwardly. The tasks were arriving too swiftly for him to prepare. Why was this one so absurdly detailed? In the past, such stipulations had not existed. Moreover, the specified location was right outside his classroom on the 3rd floor, suspended in midair. This meant he had to climb from the ground to the 3rd floor before 9:40 a.m. and then perform 45 pull-ups within a minute. This was a compounded task. Could it be that the heavenly punishment system had begun issuing more difficult challenges? The issue was that 9:40 a.m. coincided with the 2nd period of classes. Who teaches that class again? He pondered. It's Chinese class. Hello? Zhou Wuming noticed the silence on Ren He's end, assuming there was a signal issue. Yes, Zhou Laosher, please continue. Ren snapped back to attention. Today, the Kyoto newspaper group was surrounded by your readers, Zhou Wuming stated calmly. They demand daily installments of Kunlun. Initially, I had planned to break the weekly content into daily updates, but the readers are not fools, so. Ren immediately grasped Zhou's implication. If he were not busy with writing his divine book, producing 20,000 words of Kunlun daily would be effortless, as it all resided in his memory, ready to be transcribed onto the computer. The problem was keeping up with updates for the divine book. A hiatus could ruin a career. However, he couldn't confess to Zhou that he was also writing a light novel for profit. He feared Zhou would insist he halt his divine book's updates. Cough, Zhou Laosher. You understand that if one pursues speed too fervently, the quality will undoubtedly decline. I must ensure the quality remains high, he asserted earnestly. Indeed, Zhou Wuming mused. I understand your predicament. How about this? Let us not agree outright, but instead serialize on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. This way, it will ease their expectations. And I won't be overwhelmed either. Does that work for you? Ren proposed. At this moment, Zhou Wuming began to worry about the quality. Will you be able to maintain the standard? You must not ruin what could be a classic novel. Rest assured, the manuscript for Kunlun, totaling 950,000 words, is firmly lodged in my mind. It will not disappoint. Very well, ensure you submit your drafts on time. Zhou Wuming concluded the call. Ren calculated that he had a month and a half before his winter break, during which he could diligently write Kunlun. After all, once the break began, he might have less time to devote to it. However, he seemed to have forgotten to tell Zhou not to send payments so frequently. While Ren was on the call, Yangshi listened in. Once he hung up, she inquired, Are you writing a novel? Is it called Kunlun? During the call, Ren had not intentionally hidden the conversation from her, so she had caught snippets of Zhou's voice, enough to ascertain the book's title. However, Kunlun had yet to gain significant traction, being only in its first installment. So she was unfamiliar with it or the person on the other end of the line. Yes, it's a novel I'm writing, Ren replied cheerfully. Can I take a look? Yangshi tilted her head curiously. It's not finished yet. Once it's complete, I'll give you a copy, Ren deflected. Yangshi wondered why Ren had chosen to forego his musical talents for writing novels. Perhaps this was what he meant by pursuing his aspirations? Maybe everyone has individuals in their lives who continually challenge themselves in new realms, moving beyond past achievements to remain ever on the road ahead, both in spirit and in body. Such individuals shine like beacons of inspiration, invigorating our spirits, banishing negativity, and propelling us forward. In that moment, Ren He seemed to embody such a person to Yangshi. She pondered how she would react upon discovering that Ren was writing for financial gain. After Ren departed that evening, Yangshi returned to the rooftop, repeatedly strumming and singing the songs he had gifted her. Each piece resonated with her, each one uniquely hers. Each one a token of his affection. This sensation was new to her. At the tender age of 15, she learned the art of longing. Gratitude to Fenglin Youqi, Tianjian, Wu Yaotang, Book Friend 130405, by Li Jingyun, Jazz Feng Xiao, Yiling Feng, and Miyu Li for their generous support. Chapter 57. Li Luohua has gone mad. Agreeing to Zhou Wuming's request to work every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday meant that Ren He's workload would significantly increase. However, he believed that earning more money while young was not a disadvantage. His dream was to become a wealthy idler in his later years. Many people find themselves with time but lacking money, or with money yet devoid of time. Ren He desired neither of these lifestyles. Moreover, he had resolved to complete the entirety of Kunlun before the winter break. When he first read Kunlun, he was still in high school, a youthful boy filled with dreams of chivalry. At that time, he had a good brother named Li Xiang who shared in this experience. Both of them had been at the bottom of their class, but during his senior year, Ren He suddenly became enlightened and dedicated himself to his studies. Sleeping only 4 hours a night, awakening at 4:30 a.m. to memorize history, politics, geography, and the entirety of English closed tests. His hair turned half gray within 6 months. He sacrificed all leisure activities, yet he never abandoned Kunlun, which only concluded before the college entrance exams. Upon graduation, Li Xiang chose to enlist in the military, and at that time, Kunlun had not yet been published as a standalone volume. It was still serialized in magazines. Ren He gifted all the serialized issues of Kunlun to Li Xiang. For him, Kunlun represented a cherished memory. Now, he wished to share this beauty with others. Of course, the most crucial aspect remained the pursuit of wealth. By the time the second class of the morning began, Li Luohua entered the classroom with handouts, instinctively glancing at Lu Yinghai and Ren He. Lu Yinghai sat upright in his seat, hoping to amend the awkward impression left by their previous encounter through diligence. Wishing to demonstrate that he and Ren He were not of the same ilk, Li Luohua's gaze shifted to Ren He's seat, only to find it empty. Has he skipped class again? He mused. It's best for such students to stay away from school. If they skip class, their academic performance will inevitably plummet, and without credentials, they face a bleak future. Li Luohua's view of the world was rather narrow. It is alarmingly simple to cause a student's grades to drop. Just ignore them 3 times, and they will struggle to hold their head high before their teachers, eventually developing an aversion to learning. Li Luohua was well versed in the art of student destruction. At that moment, Ren He coated his hands with magnesium powder. Glancing at the time, 9:36 a.m. It was time to begin. The campus was mostly deserted after classes commenced, with no one to witness his actions. Unbeknownst to many, Ren He was preparing to engage in free climbing once more. He moved with remarkable agility along the wall, almost as if he were gliding effortlessly. A professional climber would surely commend the perfection of his movements. He swiftly reached the position below the third-floor classroom, securing himself against the wall and checking his watch. 9:39 a.m., just 1 minute to go. The anti-theft windows of the teaching building differed from those of residential buildings. The latter often protruded, allowing for clotheslines or flower pots, while the former were flush with the wall and fitted into the window sill. Consequently, performing pull-ups here was different from using a horizontal bar, employing different muscles. However, for Ren He, this was hardly a challenge, and due to the combined task, the requirement for repetitions was not overly strict. In his previous life, the record for pull-ups in 1 minute was 56, but he only needed to complete 45 this time. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Start. In the classroom, Li Luohua was reading from his textbook when he inadvertently glanced up and noticed a peculiar object rising and falling outside the window. Initially dismissing it, he soon felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, he looked up sharply, only to see Ren He's head bobbing outside the window, an utterly bizarre sight. There was no support on that side of the wall, no corridor. Ren He's actions appeared as if he were floating, resembling a ghostly apparition. Stunned, Li Luohua wondered how Ren He had ended up there and what he was doing. Was this an illusion? At that moment, Ren He caught Li Luohua's gaze and flashed a grin. Li Luohua felt a jolt of anxiety surge within him. His emotions spiraled out of control. Ren He, what are you doing? Everyone turned to follow his gaze, witnessing Ren He's head intermittently appearing outside the window. Ren He had no choice. Pull-ups required that his head surpass his hands to be deemed legitimate. Lu Yinghai, witnessing Ren He's ostentatious display, felt a surge of excitement. He knew that Li Luohua despised such antics, and the previous incident had already shown that Li Luohua held a deep-seated disdain for Ren He. Perhaps, if he positioned himself as an ally of Li Luohua at this moment, he could prompt a reassessment of his own character. He stood up, exuding righteous indignation, and shouted, "Ren He, what are you doing? Do you realize you are violating school rules? As the vice class monitor, I command you to come down immediately." He then turned to Li Luohua, stating, "Teacher, I strongly urge the expulsion of this." Ugh, the classroom of Class 2, Year 3, resembled a surreal film set. Students with expressions of terror, a head bobbing outside the window, Lu Yinghai vomiting like a fountain, splattering the floor, a bewildered Li Luohua, and the mess clinging to him. It was absurd, akin to the most nonsensical dream of a fervent youth. As Ren He continued his pull-ups, he muttered, "Congratulations. You've openly assaulted a teacher again." Amidst this chaos, only Yang Shi's gaze remained fixed on Ren He, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Ren He smiled back, task accomplished. He moved parallel to the wall. There was a section of the teaching building without anti-theft windows, having been removed for air conditioning installation and not yet replaced. He planned to enter the classroom through that opening. However, as soon as he stepped into the classroom, he sensed that the atmosphere was off. More precisely, Li Luohua's mental state seemed disturbed. A ghost, openly assaulting a teacher. A ghost, openly assaulting a teacher. Li Luohua mumbled nonsensical phrases before suddenly screaming and rushing out of the classroom, leaving a room full of students exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 58. The thoughts of Yang Shi Luohua had truly lost his mind. Ordinarily, he would simply be unable to tolerate anyone vomiting or the sight of passers-by outside the window. The mere presence of people outside would provoke him into frenzied screams of their SA ghost. Consequently, he found himself utterly incapable of fulfilling his duties as a homeroom teacher, and no one was willing to take over the role for Class 2 of the third year. Thus, it remained vacant for the time being. Moreover, the entire school was rife with rumors that the myriad of incidents plaguing Class 2 stemmed from the classroom's poor feng shui, compounded by the fact that a student had allegedly committed suicide within its confines. Such tales gave rise to bizarre occurrences, culminating in the madness of the homeroom teacher. This left the students of Class 2 in a state of disarray, as they found themselves apprehensive even during lessons, fearing they might end up like Lu Yinghai. It was said that Lu Yinghai's family had taken him to Bema Temple for exorcisms. However, Ren He knew well that there were no feng shui issues, nor had any student ever taken their life in that classroom. Eventually, the school, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, decided to relocate Class 2 to a different classroom, leaving the previous one unoccupied. In no time, Class 2 became a legend within the school, with countless tales circulating. Of course, as the supernatural events began to subside, the focus of discussion shifted predominantly to Ren He, as they all came to realize one undeniable truth. Ren He was genuinely remarkable. Just think of all the extraordinary experiences he had encountered during this time, far beyond what an ordinary student would even dare to imagine. Yet, following these events, Ren He seemed to have vanished from everyone's sight, as if he had suddenly turned over a new leaf. Even Yang-Shi noticed the change. Ren He rarely accompanied her to the rooftop for singing practice anymore, and he consistently returned home early after school. In the days devoid of Ren He's presence, Yang-Shi felt an inexplicable void in her life. Her enthusiasm for practicing songs had waned, and she often found herself daydreaming on the rooftop for prolonged periods. Was it all merely a figment of her imagination? Yang-Shi believed not. But why did it seem as though Ren He was slipping away from her world? For the first time, Yang-Shi began to feel a sense of anxiety and loss. One day, while on the rooftop, she heard footsteps and momentarily thought it might be Ren He coming to find her. Yet, nothing materialized. She suddenly recalled that Ren He had mentioned during a phone call that he had written a novel. Was he preoccupied with that endeavor? He had indicated that the novel was currently only circulating in the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region, leaving her in the dark about its contents. She resolved to inquire with her friends to see if they had read this novel and to request a copy for herself. This sensation was akin to encountering someone who makes your heart flutter. It felt as though everything in her life was intertwined with him, compelling her to delve into his emotions and scrutinize his social media, not for any other reason, but to understand his world better. Yang-Shi picked up her phone and dialed. When the call connected, a cheerful voice greeted her. "Hello, Xiaoxi, you're calling me?" The girl on the other end was lively and animated, launching into a rapid-fire monologue. "Your transfer was so sudden. You didn't even tell us. Li Mushi is utterly heartbroken and said he is going to Luoqing to find you. You never said a word to him before, yet you've left him completely spellbound." Yang-Shi paused for a moment, then as if making a decisive choice, said, "Please tell him I have a boyfriend now." "Wait, what? Our goddess has been swept away by a boy from Luoqing?" "Songxiai, hold on, I have something to ask you. Have you heard of a novel called Kunlun?" Yang-Shi interrupted, directly stating her purpose. On the other end, her friend erupted with excitement. "You know about Kunlun? Wow, great novels spread quickly. I thought only people in the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region knew about it. You wouldn't believe it, but our classmates are all going crazy over it. They talk about going out to seek adventures and act heroically every day. So naive." Yang-Shi hadn't anticipated such a response. She had assumed martial arts novels were all similar. She had even lamented Ren He's talent, but it seemed his prowess extended far beyond music. Pausing, she inquired, "Is it truly as captivating as you say?" "You have no idea. Kunlun was originally serialized in the Kyoto Daily. It's said that Zhou Wuming, the grandfather of that little girl Zhou Miyuki, personally endorsed the novel. After just the first installment, the Kyoto Daily Group was besieged by readers demanding daily installments of Kunlun or they'd starve themselves at the entrance. Now it's been changed to a weekly release on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Each installment is so satisfying that we've stopped going out to wait for it. We don't even know who the author is. They're anonymous. If it turns out to be a handsome guy, I'd have to throw myself at him." Yang-Shi fell silent. She knew who the author was, yet she would not divulge that information to anyone. Ren He had chosen to publish his novel anonymously, but he had confided in her, making her one of the few who knew the truth. This realization felt rather sweet. Perhaps he was currently busy writing? No wonder he had no time for anything else. But she remembered Ren He mentioning that once winter break arrived, he would take her to embark on his plan, shrouded in mystery, and she found herself filled with anticipation. "Songxiai, could you send me a copy of the Kunlun serialized newspaper? And please keep me posted on future installments." "Absolutely, no problem. I'll make sure to get it to you," Songxiai replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Ren He was laboriously working on the manuscript for Kunlun. Zhou Wuming was calling him twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening, pressuring him personally for updates. Such treatment was something others could scarcely dream of, yet it was driving Ren He to the brink of despair. He had to juggle updates for both the Divine Book and Kunlun. The sheer volume of writing was beyond imagination. However, the thought of winter break approaching, when he could whisk Yang-Shi away to commence his plans, brought him joy. Just then, Zhou Wuming's call came through again, nearly pushing Ren He over the edge. "Sir, you are my dear uncle. I promised to submit my manuscript on time. Please stop urging me." Coughing slightly, Zhou Wuming felt a bit embarrassed. Shall I transfer your payment now? You've worked hard, and you need to take care of your health while growing. Upon hearing this, Ren He nearly burst out laughing. If he had to complete tasks while being this busy, he might as well not live. He quickly replied, Dear uncle, please hold off. Just pay me for Kunlun upon its completion, and we can settle everything then. Please don't send any money now. Zhou Wuming was bewildered. Is there really someone who doesn't want money? Could it be that Ren He has truly transcended mundane desires? Yet, Ren He had considered that while the payment could be combined, receiving both payments at once would inevitably result in the system calculating it as two separate tasks, as they were not derived from the same book. Thank you, Miyu and Li, for the 7th gold coin, and all the students for your generous support. Chapter 59, The Arrival of Royalties. During this period, the heavenly punishment system has quieted down somewhat. Likely aware that Ren He is currently overwhelmed and therefore has not caused him any additional trouble, Ren He increasingly suspects that this heavenly punishment system may possess some form of independent thought. He calculated the timing and deduced that the royalties for the divine book, the completion of Kunlun, and the royalties for the 3-character classic should all be settled simultaneously after the final exams, at which point he would have ample time to address these matters. Earning money is no easy feat. Others who traverse into different worlds often possess numerous advantages. Yet he has unwittingly entangled himself with the heavenly punishment system. Where can he seek justice in this predicament? What a pitfall. However, there is one silver lining. There has not been another obstinate homeroom teacher like Li Luoha to contend with, and Lu Yinghai has been periodically visiting the White Horse Temple to conduct rituals. It is said that he must perform these for a total of 49 days, and his family has even spent tens of thousands to invite a consecrated Buddha statue. Ren He feels no guilt. He would not extend sympathy even if someone like Li Luoha were to lose his sanity. Moreover, a little lesson for a young scion like Lu Yinghai could indeed aid in his healthy growth under the auspices of socialism, preventing him from causing mischief daily. Wouldn't he? During this time, Kunlun will be published in standalone volumes approximately every 160,000 words. According to the plan, the entire 950,000 word Kunlun will be released as a series of 6 books in simplified Chinese. What Ren He does not yet know is that Yang Shi has already reached out to friends for the serialization of Kunlun, intending to gift her a complete set upon its completion. His interactions with Yang Shi have diminished lately, and the royalties from Kunlun must compensate for this loss. Yet, inexplicably, he now perceives a mysterious glimmer in Yang Shi's gaze, as if she has seen through him. Moreover, the warmth between them seems to have neither diminished nor waned, but rather deepened in understanding. Time flies swiftly, and soon it is time for the final examinations. For Ren He, these exams are a mere trifle now. Thanks to his extraordinary memory, many individuals, long after leaving school, find themselves unable to recall anything from high school, college, or middle school, and would likely be at a loss when faced with trigonometric functions. Ren He is no exception, as such knowledge is hardly required in society, and he has never had an affinity for it, unlike the literary works he cherishes. Now, with his remarkable memory, the knowledge he once laboriously acquired has returned to him. And aside from still struggling with physics and chemistry, the other subjects present no challenges. After the exam, his classmate Su Nuo emerged with a woeful expression. It's all over. The invigilator was utterly detestable, and I couldn't manage to cheat. I'll probably have a miserable new year. What a dismal outlook you have. Ren He rolled his eyes. Do you really think your father would spare you a beating during the new year? Su Nuo was instantly incensed. He did beat me last year. Have you forgotten? I even stayed at your house for several days. Oh, now that you mention it. Ren He recalled that this was indeed the case. Su Nuo's father is quite formidable. On New Year's Eve, he called Xian Miaohan to extend New Year wishes, considering he is the homeroom teacher of his son. After all, it is only proper. Especially since Su Nuo's father is a savvy businessman who pays great attention to social niceties. Not only did he send gifts ahead of time, but he also insisted on calling on New Year's Eve to offer his greetings. However, this call turned out to be disastrous for Su Nuo. As Xian Miaohan bluntly stated over the phone, Su Nuo, I needs to work harder next semester. This exam was not very satisfactory. Su Nuo's father was alarmed upon hearing this. Not satisfactory? What does that mean? He hastily inquired of Xian Miaohan. Third from the bottom of the class, the outcome was that throughout the spring festival, Su Nuo's rear end was sore, and he was so frightened that he sought refuge at Ren He's house. Yet, Ren He thought to himself, well, this year, you need not worry. He contemplated calling the teacher, but to whom? Li Luoha? That old man has gone mad. Upon hearing Ren He's words, Su Nuo's spirits lifted. That's right. Our homeroom teacher has indeed gone insane. There is not even a proper homeroom teacher now. At that moment, Duan Xiaolu and Yang Shi also exited the classroom. Duan Xiaolu smiled and said, "In 2 days, it will be my birthday. I plan to celebrate today since the exams are over. Everyone is invited to the Shui Shiyuan not far from the school. Some friends will join us." Ren He was taken aback. Was it already time for Duan Xiaolu's birthday? He immediately agreed, "Sure. We'll celebrate together tonight. But I haven't prepared a gift for you yet." "No need for gifts. We don't need to be so formal with each other. Just having a good time is enough," Duan Xiaolu replied. "Su Nua, Yangshi, will you two come?" "I'll go if Ren He is going," Su Nua said. Feeling particularly spirited, as celebrating a joyous occasion was far better than anything else. Yangshi hesitated for a moment. "My father is on a business trip tonight. I need to see him off. If I finish early, I'll rush over." "All right." Ren He already knew that Yang would be departing today for a medical exchange in the 16 nations. It felt as though he had suddenly escaped from a daunting world, bringing him immense relief. Although Yang has never opposed Yang Shi's interactions with Ren He and is quite open-minded, the presence of a father-in-law naturally has a way of suppressing any nefarious intentions. Thus, plans must commence. He first called Zhou Wuming to settle the royalties. Coincidentally, today is also the day for the distribution of the Divine Book royalties. The remaining manuscripts for Kunlun were sent to Zhou Wuming a few days ago. Ren He still felt somewhat unaccustomed to the absence of Zhou Wuming's calls these past few days. Soon, he received a text notification. A few payments had been deposited. Divine Book royalties, 2, 1 million. 3-character classic royalties, 4, 1 million. Kunlun royalties, 15, 4 million. In the blink of an eye, Ren He's account swelled with an additional 21.6 million in cash. For someone like Ren He, who has never encountered such vast wealth, it was simply exhilarating. From a numerical standpoint, the royalties from the Divine Book are the least. Yet there is a significant issue. The circulation of the 3-character classic, after an initial surge, can easily saturate the market, leaving only a trickle of income. Conversely, the future prospects of the Divine Book are boundlessly bright, and a single copyright could potentially yield returns several times that of the 3-character classic, which constitutes the most important revenue. Kunlun is the most potent source of income. This 15.4 million does not even include the royalties from standalone editions, which will also amount to a substantial figure. Ren He suddenly recognized the most lucrative avenue. Kunlun is akin to a cash cow in his current situation, holding a status in the parallel world comparable to the classic martial arts tales of his past life, such as the legend of the Condor heroes and demigods and semi-devils, with adaptations inevitably flowing in continuously. In his previous life, which of Mr. Gene's works was not remade several times. Certainly, Kunlun will follow suit. However, Ren He is still awaiting the tasks to be assigned by the heavenly punishment system, which he suspects will not be simple. Chapter 60. The Phase of Combined Tasks. Task: complete a 5,000-meter run within 16 minutes, followed by a freehand climb of 17 stories of a residential building within 1 week. Failure results in a punishment of 1 month of blindness. Task: complete a 5,000-meter run within 16 minutes, followed by 90 push-ups within 1 week. Failure results in a punishment of 1 month of diarrhea, averaging 10 times a day. Task: complete a 5,000-meter run within 16 minutes, followed by 50 pull-ups within 1 week. Failure results in a punishment of 1 month of deafness. Ren He was aware that these 3 tasks would be somewhat burdensome, yet he never anticipated them to be so excruciating. Was this an attempt to run him to death? Each combined task included a prerequisite of completing a 5,000-meter run within 15 minutes. Moreover, what kind of twisted punishment was this? Was there a need for such creativity? However, upon careful consideration, Ren He realized that the 16-minute time limit was not particularly harsh. In fact, it seemed lenient. Given his current physical condition, completing the task posed no challenge whatsoever. The subsequent tasks were primarily reliant on upper body strength, which the long-distance run would not significantly deplete. If the combined task required him to perform push-ups before attempting pull-ups, he would find himself too exhausted to continue. It could be argued that these 3 combined tasks were a sign of leniency from the heavenly punishment system, or perhaps the system doubted Ren He's ability to accomplish them and thus refrained from adding more. It was evident that these 3 tasks would need to be spread over 3 days. After all, a 5,000-meter run was highly demanding. Just the thought of running 5 kilometers daily made Ren He feel anxious. If he were to jog, it would now be a form of enjoyment. However, the 16-minute limit dictated he could not afford to slow down. With the final exams concluded and all the archived materials from Kunlun completed, Ren He felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He was uncertain if others shared his sentiments, relishing the feeling of freedom during the holidays, while simultaneously yearning to return to the familiar confines of the campus as the new term approached. That evening, he was also to attend Duan Xiaolu's birthday celebration, prompting Ren He to decide to complete one of the tasks beforehand. Suddenly, a spectacle unfolded across the campus. While everyone else was merrily chatting and heading out after the exams, one individual was sprinting across the playground. Was this not an unusual sight? Was he celebrating the end of exams by running? What kind of thinking was this? How many laps was he planning to run? Some onlookers were perplexed. Although 20 laps appeared to be a considerable number, Ren He had to complete them within 15 minutes, meaning he had to average nearly 1 lap per minute. Previously, only Lila had observed him during task completion, but this time, the entire school community was watching. Yang Shi had hurried off to see Yang In off, while Duan Xiaolu stood quietly at the edge of the playground, holding a bottle of mineral water just purchased from the school store. Ren He's running speed was astonishingly fast, nearing world record pace, prompting gasps from some physical education teachers observing from the teaching building. Could a middle school student truly run this quickly? Many were captivated by the sight of Ren He running, feeling as if they were on the verge of relaxation and play, yet witnessing a peer so fearlessly exerting his vitality. Why do so many people feel exhilarated when watching extreme sports videos online? It is the significance of challenging life that inspires others through the act of burning one's own existence. However, they were unaware that Ren He was merely fulfilling a task. The sooner he completed it, the sooner he could relax. This was merely a misunderstanding. It was entirely normal for middle school girls to experience infatuation. Many found Ren He's running form incredibly appealing, and it was likely they would soon inquire about him among their friends. Numerous individuals were counting Ren He's laps, eager to ascertain how many he intended to run. Yet, this run seemed endless, stretching on indefinitely. Was he truly running too much? I would feel weak after just 1,000 meters. It was the 19th lap. Do you think he would stop at the 20th? He should, right? Indeed, Ren He halted at the 20th lap, and many felt an inexplicable sense of relief upon seeing him stop, as if he had reached the limit of what they could psychologically bear. However, at that moment, Ren He immediately approached the pull-up bar and began performing pull-ups with remarkable speed. He completed 50 in one go. Everyone was in awe. Incredible. Was he on track to become the champion of the third year? Xie Miaohan, watching from the high school teaching building, had the most complex feelings. He had heard about Lila's situation and felt a twinge of fear. Had he not resigned from his position as class teacher, he too might have gone mad. This year, he was filling in for a retired teacher in the third year, as the elderly math teacher could no longer manage the classes. He would return to teach the first year after this cohort graduated, as the principal had spoken to him about continuing as a class teacher. However, an unsettling worry crept into his mind. Next year, Ren He would be advancing to high school, wouldn't he? What if he were to enroll in this very school? What if he ended up in my class? The probability was alarmingly high. No, I must inform Director Liu in advance. At this point, Ren He had completed his first task, yet the reward left him both astonished and delighted. He was astonished because he had never anticipated such a reward, and delighted because it was precisely to his liking. Upon completing the task, the reward was, the next task completion would yield a choice between solidifying a tear-inducing potion or a vomiting potion, each usable 3 times a day. This meant that upon the next task completion, he could select either the tear-inducing potion or the vomiting potion to use daily. As a skill, it felt somewhat peculiar. While others boasted skills like Earthly Slash or Instant Shadow Killer Ray, his skill was to induce vomiting in others. Why was his ability so grounded? However, it was somewhat comforting to think. Perhaps he could consider himself endowed with superpowers? Although he would hardly qualify as a superhero, that would be quite the demotion. At that moment, Duan Xiaolu approached and handed Ren He the bottle of mineral water, smiling as she asked, "Are you tired?" Exhausted, Ren He replied, panting and smiling. Completing the 5,000 meters had already taken a toll on him, and now he had to muster the willpower to perform pull-ups. How could he not be tired? He twisted open the bottle and drank, not pondering why Duan Xiaolu was suddenly so concerned about him. In his mind, it was entirely normal for friends to care for one another. Thanks to Musa Xiao, 195710, Hacker Xiao, by Huang Student Council President. Wu Ming Zunjia, Feng Chue Ing Shui, Luo Sha Wu Fun Will, GMO Emi, Gumu Lu Kong, the 7th gold coin, and 121-690-9121 for their generous rewards. Special thanks to Muchi Go for the 10,000 coins donation. Chapter 61. The rich man's desire to purchase the rights to Kunlun. Initially, Ren He had intended to return home to change his attire. However, he was swiftly whisked away by Duan Xiaolu, alongside Su Nuo, directly to the hotel. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the private room Duan Xiaolu had reserved was already occupied by several individuals considerably older than themselves, 2 men and 3 women, all appearing to be around 20 years of age. This is my cousin, along with some older siblings who once lived in the same courtyard as us. They are all from the same graduating class and have just begun their university journey this year, Duan Xiaolu explained. A courtyard? Ren He expressed his unfamiliarity. Duan Xiaolu, sensing his bewilderment, elaborated. They moved away later, but we all maintain a good relationship. Ren He nodded, aware of the courtyard's circumstances. While seemingly ordinary, it housed several notable figures in Luo City, suggesting that these individuals hailed from well-off families, belonging to a certain social circle. However, this bore little significance to him. He was open to friendships with those of good character, while he had no intention of accommodating anyone unpleasant. Truthfully, among the 3 girls, 2 were exceptionally beautiful, their allure distinct from Yang Shi's natural grace, showcasing a flair for fashion. One of them, upon entering the room and shedding her outer coat, revealed a deep V-neck purple knit top that accentuated her waist, presenting an enticing silhouette reminiscent of a mature yet alluring woman. Her presence imbued the atmosphere with a languid charm, making Ren He feel as though he had been transported to a cozy, intimate setting. He cast a sideways glance at Su Nuo, who was utterly captivated, his gaze fixated. After introducing Ren He, Duan Xiaolu revealed that the alluring woman was named Xia Yuding, a freshman at the Kyoto Film Academy. She is involved in filmmaking, Ren He acknowledged, though he didn't dwell on it. Among the group was a chubby fellow named Huang Fujuri, Duan Xiaolu's cousin, who piqued Ren He's interest. Despite poor academic performance, he was sent to study in Australia by his family, where he became notorious for his insatiable appetite and penchant for extreme sports. How can someone of his stature engage in extreme sports? Surely, rock climbing must be exhausting? Ren He mused, feeling a natural affinity for such individuals. Huang Fujuri's cheerful demeanor, reminiscent of a jovial Buddha, added to his appeal, his intentions appearing genuinely innocent. Initially apprehensive about the significant age gap, Ren He was pleasantly surprised at how amiable everyone was. When Xia Yuding noticed Su Nuo's unwavering gaze upon her, she warmly served him a bowl of soup, causing his cheeks to flush crimson, leaving him uncertain of how to comport himself. Huang Fujuri then exclaimed, "All right, Xia Yuding, don't tease the middle schooler. After all these years, you still haven't shed that mischievous habit." This unexpected revelation intrigued Ren He, who had initially perceived Xia Yuding as a demure woman. Instead, he discovered her playful nature beneath the surface. In response to Huang Fujuri, Xia Yuding, with casual wit, remarked, "You haven't slimmed down either. Given your social media posts, did you really go rock climbing, or were you hoisted up?" "Absolutely not. I'm somewhat known in the extreme sports circle back in Australia," Huang Fujuri retorted, flustered. Xia Yuding, without reservation, quipped, "Your notoriety is likely due to your physique." Their banter indicated a strong camaraderie, a dynamic usually reserved for close friends. Duan Xiaolu, for reasons unknown, suddenly interjected, "It seems Ren He is also into extreme sports. Perhaps you two could share insights. Why am I being dragged into this?" Ren He chuckled, hastily clarifying, "I'm merely dabbling in it for fitness." This exchange was brushed off as a jest, except for Duan Xiaolu, who seemed intent on uncovering Ren He's secrets. Those secrets akin to the most tantalizing sweets, irresistibly enticing. Unbeknownst to Huang Fujuri, this seemingly trivial conversation would soon leave him astounded. Suddenly, someone chuckled, "Xia Yuding, I heard a wealthy individual is planning to purchase the rights to Kunlun. They intend to cast student actors from your school. Have you heard about it?" Xia Yuding nodded. "I've heard it's a fan of Kunlun, a real estate mogul." After watching it, he was so enamored he nearly sold his assets to pursue justice, but his family intervened. He then decided to adapt it into a television series. Ren He perked up at the mention of Kunlun, a wealthy patron willing to acquire its rights. How extravagant! This was indeed fortuitous. Wealthy individuals exude warmth and affluence. However, he hadn't heard of any discussions from Zhou Wuming, likely because negotiations hadn't yet commenced. He had previously entrusted Zhou Wuming with the copyright matters, believing it unnecessary to fret over the details. Although he had completed Kunlun, the serialization was only halfway through, not yet ripe for copyright dealings. Ren He listened with delight, relishing the praise others showered upon him. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and to his surprise, Yang Shi entered. Did you drop your father off? Yes, but not at the airport. I came here directly from the hospital. They said I couldn't accompany him, which felt rather mysterious. Yang Shi greeted everyone before sitting beside Ren He, whispering softly. Ren He wasn't too surprised. He had suspected Yang and had an important task at hand. Meanwhile, the original group continued their discussion about Kunlun. Is there a published edition of Kunlun available in Luo City? If so, I recommend you all buy it. It's truly captivating. Huang Fuzhuri, feeling indignant, pointed at the young man across from him, exclaiming, I've heard of that novel. Yet you returned from Kyoto without bringing a copy. I did bring one, Xia Yuding replied nonchalantly. Is that true? Huang Fuzhuri exclaimed with delight. But his expression suddenly darkened as he pondered. What is the catch? Call me sister. Sister. This exchange was seamless, leaving Ren He and the others utterly dumbfounded at Huang Fuzhuri's apparent lack of dignity. Inadvertently, Ren He turned and found Yang Shi gazing at him. A sensation as if she had seen straight through him. Within the room, only Yang Shi knew that Ren He was the author of Kunlun. The thought brought her immense joy, albeit irrationally so. She had long received the serialized copies of Kunlun sent by her best friend, Song Ci, and now counted herself among Ren He's most devoted readers. Additional chapter, A Christmas Gift, wishing everyone a joyful Christmas in advance. Chapter 62, A True Love Letter in the Parallel World. The protection of intellectual property is so stringent that Kunlun has yet to be serialized online, which has somewhat hindered its fame from spreading. Many regions beyond the Beijing-Tianjin area are aware of this martial arts novel that is being fervently adored. However, they are unable to access it. Those who wish to read it must rely on friends from the Beijing-Tianjin region to send it to them, but such instances are rare. Nevertheless, Ren He believes this is inconsequential, for Kunlun will inevitably gain immense popularity throughout China in due course. In the private room, apart from Yang Shi, no one knows that the author of the novel they are discussing is seated among them. Yang Shi watches as Ren He eagerly listens to others talk about his novel, nodding occasionally and affirming, Indeed, this novel is quite remarkable. You have excellent taste. She can hardly suppress her laughter. How could someone be so unabashed? Whenever someone praises Kunlun, Ren He chimes in, Yes, I think so too. It seems he is genuinely unafraid of being in the presence of those who know the truth. As Yang Shi listens on, she finds amusement in observing Ren He's profile. A musical prodigy who has penned a wildly popular martial arts novel. If such a person had no quirks, she would find him somewhat unreal. Yet, perhaps these quirks are not flaws at all. During the conversation, Ren He learns that Huang Fuzhuri is indeed a genuine extreme sports enthusiast, albeit he often becomes the subject of ridicule due to his physique. Still, he yearns to engage in extreme sports. Meanwhile, Xia Yuding has already participated in some low-budget television dramas during her freshman semester. And another acquaintance in Kyoto frequently steals glances at Xia Yuding during meals, perhaps pursuing her under the pretense of enjoying life in the city. This light-hearted banter brings a sense of ease to Ren He, and as the gathering nears its end, he meaningfully pats Huang Fuzhuri on the shoulder and says, Zhuri, if the chance arises, I shall take you along for some extreme sports. However, no one pays much attention to this statement except for Duan Xiaolu. As evening falls, after sending Su Nuo on her way, Ren He accompanies Yang Shi in the direction of her home. Suddenly, Yang Shi smiles and asks, when will Kunlun be completed? Do Lu Yingying and Liang Xiao end up together? She refers to the protagonists of Kunlun, indicating her genuine interest. Ren He pauses, momentarily taken aback. He thought Yang Shi had forgotten about it, considering he had only mentioned it in passing. Thus, he had shamelessly praised Kunlun earlier. This is a bit awkward. Well, Kunlun should have over 30 episodes left to serialize, totaling 950,000 words. As for your question, it's best not to spoil it, he says, awkwardly chewing his words, surprised that she not only remembers Kunlun as his work, but also takes it seriously. Yang Shi bursts into laughter. Oh, you needn't be embarrassed. I found you quite amusing just now. Ren He scratches his chin and suddenly chuckles. Well, you knew from the start and just stood by to watch the fun. Changing the subject, he inquires about her plans. Yang Shi halts under the street lamp, eagerly anticipating the surprise run he intends to reveal during the winter break. As for the plan, secrets must remain undisclosed. You'll find out when the time comes. Ren He teases, in 2 days, we shall depart from Luoqing. Where to? That's a secret. Come on, tell me. Shi feigns anger. I can't say. If I did, it wouldn't be a surprise. Ren He continues forward, but is suddenly halted by Shi. The two young souls gaze at one another beneath the warm glow of the street lamp. And time seems to stand still. Shi's heart suddenly races, while the neon lights above shimmer like a vivid dream. Wait a moment, Ren He suddenly says. Then rushes to a nearby convenience store to buy stationery and a pen, leaning on the counter to write. Shi stands under the street lamp, puzzled about his intentions. Could he be inspired to write a song? Having already composed 5 songs, he still owes her 5 more. And she is curious about what those remaining compositions will be. After a brief moment, Ren He returns, handing Shi the neatly folded letter. She finds it amusing that he always presents his sheet music as though it were a love letter. She pulls it open, only to freeze in surprise. This time, is it truly a love letter? There are no musical staves, no notes, only a heartfelt message. As she reads on, Ren He's voice echoes in her ears. You dance on your stage, radiating pride and beauty, while I remain in the silent darkness beyond, muted. I would have willingly spent my limited time simply gazing, until I, too, become a statue or dust in the passage of time. Yet, when I could no longer endure the solitude and desolation of this darkness, I picked up that bouquet of lilies, still blooming after many years, and placed it beside the only light. Do you see the petals drifting away with the wind? Please look into my eyes before the last petal falls to ash. Shi lifts her gaze to meet Ren He's, who suddenly beams with a wide grin, his white and even teeth shining like a naive fool. I like you. I like you too, Shi replies, her heart brimming with tranquility. She has envisioned this moment countless times, but when it finally arrives, she realizes she has already accepted everything within her heart. However, she suddenly adds, I heard you once had a crush on Duan Shalu? Wow. That was a swift change of subject. Ren He's face darkens. What's wrong? Feeling guilty? Shi curiously gazes into his eyes. So what if you had a crush? There's no shame in admitting it. Come on, let me walk you home. Ren He quickens his pace, turning to leave. He cannot explain that was something from before his journey. In reality, Duan Shalu isn't even his type after his arrival in this world, but he cannot articulate this. Yet Shi will not let this slide. Regardless of how independent a girl may be, they are often quite similar in this regard. She laughs from behind him. All right, I won't bring it up again. But tell me, where are you planning to take me in 2 days? That's a secret. You'll find out then. Ren He remains evasive. For him, this is a long-held dream journey from his youth, one he never had the opportunity to undertake in his past life. But this time, he will take Shi along. At this moment, the heavenly punishment system issues a task. Complete a creative work within 1 month. Failure to do so results in a punishment of impotence for 100 days. This task arises because Ren He has copied the content of a love letter from his past life, specifically from the novel The Youth of This Era, written by Yang Kong. But why is the punishment suddenly changing? What sort of punishment is this? Just when I started dating, you throw this at me. Clearly, they won't let me have any peace. Just as I was about to pause, this task appears. However, the heavenly punishment system is somewhat considerate, granting a month to complete it. Ren He increasingly suspects that this heavenly punishment system possesses a consciousness of its own. Extra update, a Christmas gift. Wishing everyone a Merry Christmas in advance. Chapter 63. Has my mother-in-law arrived? The following day, Ren He successfully completed his long-distance running task of 5,000 meters along with push-ups, leaving him utterly exhausted. However, from this day forth, he could claim to possess a fixed skill, the ability to induce vomiting. Quite frankly, this does not sound remotely impressive, does it? His so-called crossing-over gift package felt akin to a promotional offer, while others enjoyed a variety of splendid abilities. He was left to contend with a rather cumbersome and absurd punishment system. Nonetheless, one might argue that it's better than nothing. It could be considered a peculiar method. He wondered if the increasing number of individuals around him who were to vomit would eventually raise suspicions. Regardless, it was not something he utilized frequently. And as long as he could avoid crossing paths with people like Li Luohua and Lu Yinghai, harmony within society would be preserved. Having returned home for the winter break, he found himself alone, as his parents were so preoccupied with their work that they had completely forgotten about his holiday. In fact, they might not even have known when the winter break commenced, thus he remained free. As long as he completed one more task the following day, he would be ready to embark on his journey. At that moment, Su Nua unexpectedly called. Ren He, is anyone home? I need help. What on earth? Did your father call Li Luohua? Ren He was bewildered. Hadn't Li Luohua gone mad? How could he possibly report his results to parents? That's a complicated situation. It's not about grades. My father suddenly learned from my cousin that I had been secretly assisting him with work, and for some inexplicable reason, he became furious, claiming that I was neglecting my studies for trivial matters and that this was the reason for my academic delays. Su Nua's tone was rife with frustration. How can I assist you? Ren He also felt exasperated. Who could possibly stop a father from reprimanding his son? Even the police generally wouldn't intervene in such matters. He attempted to offer gentle reassurance. It's fine, just endure a little scolding. The problem is, my father has already smashed my computer. What am I going to do now? Oh, that's a minor issue. Ren He mused. I can lend you my computer for the time being. To be honest, he intended to buy Su Nua a laptop outright. In this life, money held little significant value for him. Spending it to fulfill his own dreams and those of his friends was not a difficult task. He had originally planned to practice singing with Yang Shi on the rooftop that afternoon, but upon hearing Su Nua's predicament, he took Yang Shi along to the computer market to purchase a laptop. With over 2 million in his account, his newly affluent nature compelled him to spend liberally to relish the experience. Affluence demands a certain demeanor. Not only did he procure the best laptop available in the small city of Luo City for Su Nua, but he also replaced his own. He had intended to gift it to Yang Shi, but she adamantly refused. Where did you acquire so much money? Yang Shi inquired curiously. Don't you remember? My cousin bought 3 of my songs, plus the royalties from Kunlun, Ren He revealed, withholding only the specifics of his earnings from writing novels. You appear to be quite the nouveau riche, Yang Shi remarked with a smile. This is just the beginning. If I were truly wealthy, I would only seek the most expensive items, not the most practical. Perhaps I would buy a few properties and wait for their value to appreciate, living in one while keeping the others. Ren He chuckled. All right. Yang Shi playfully pushed him out of the computer store. You and Su Nua seem to have a very close relationship to gift him something so extravagant. This is a long-term investment. That chubby kid may seem foolish to many, but I believe he possesses great potential. Many future plans may very well fall upon his shoulders, Ren He explained. Our education system in China does not cater to individual talents. That kid has already begun to take on work through self-study. If someone were to guide him diligently, who knows what achievements he might reach. After confirming their relationship the previous night, Yang Shi realized that Ren He was genuinely impoverished, yet this was her first love, and she found everything about him delightful. A marvelous youth. Last night, her friend Song Si had called to discuss the plot of Kunlun. Each time the other person praised the book, Yang Shi would eagerly agree, yes, indeed, the author must be a genius. As she spoke, a smile crept upon her face. Seemingly infected by Ren He's unabashed enthusiasm, yet this feeling resembled the sweetest fruit tasted while immersed in the dreams of youth. Everyone ought to experience love, whether early or late. Yang Shi felt grateful that at 16, she could foresee Ren He. Years later, when she suddenly reminisced about her 16th year, she would realize that all the surprises in her life began that very year. That evening, when Ren He took Yang Shi to meet Su Nua at the little restaurant near her home, as he placed the aesthetically pleasing laptop into the chubby boy's arms, Su Nua nearly burst into tears. This must be brand new. The old one certainly didn't look like this. Don't start crying now. If others see, they might think there's some misunderstanding between us. Ren He interrupted, swiftly putting a stop to Su Nua's emotional display. Let me make it clear. This is an investment. I recognize your programming talent. Don't squander your gift. You know, society is inevitably moving into an era dominated by computers and the internet. Regardless of the terrifying chaos during the collapse of the previous bubble, this is the inevitable trajectory of future development. I want to be part of that journey. And you might just be my greatest asset in chasing after the times, so you must prepare yourself and wait for opportunities with me. Su Nua was taken aback by Ren He's words. What could a 16-year-old possibly know about such matters? He struggled to comprehend. Yet, he felt an undeniable sense that significant events were destined to unfold in the future, compelling him to work harder for the sake of the future Ren He envisioned. Let us eat. The winter break has only just begun. Let us enjoy life. Ren He cheerfully declared. But it seems you didn't get beaten this time? Did your father show mercy? My mother intervened. Last time, he punished me too harshly during the new year. She was worried he might completely break me this year. Su Nua lamented. This was truly a matter of life and death in self-studying programming. Ren He clicked his tongue. You better keep that laptop safe. If another one breaks, it won't matter. I just fear for your untimely demise. As they walked Yang Shi home that evening, Ren He suddenly noticed her stop at the entrance of the community. Not far in front of her stood a dignified middle-aged woman. Impeccably dressed, and exuding an air of cleanliness. The woman's gaze shifted between Yang Shi and himself, softening with warmth when she looked at Yang Shi. Yet her eyes bore a menacing glare directed at Ren He. Judging by her attire and demeanor, she appeared to belong to the upper echelons of society. From her expression, could it be that the father-in-law had just departed, only for the mother-in-law to arrive? A Christmas update. Where are the people who promised me gifts? When I was 16, I was first introduced to esports, in an era dominated by 3C Shanghai and Warcraft. At that time, there were no lucrative prizes, only small competitions in internet cafes, where a victory could earn you 200 yuan in internet fees. At 18, I began playing Dota, joined by teammates like the Chubby Boy, Run Shun, Lu Fei, and a Kang. We were all impoverished, each struggling to afford a 2.5 yuan bottle of Nongfu spring water or a 5 yuan bowl of salty chicken knife-cut noodles. The Dota era was filled with touching moments, like risking everything for a 4, protect, 1 support, and Run Shun serving as my dedicated support for 3 entire years. During that time on the ranking ladder, if I played solo, someone would inevitably ask, "Where's your support?" My support is currently striving in SH. That year, I ranked in the top 100, and my Shadow Fiend had not lost in solo matches for half a year. Thus, I find myself wishing to turn back the clock 8 years, to walk once more down the path of esports. I have many dreams: esports, writing novels, and engaging in extreme sports. Countless aspirations. For 3 years now, my Weibo signature has read, once dreamed of writing novels, yet have wandered further down the path of human resources. My career cannot be deemed a failure. I have traversed the roles of personnel officer, personnel supervisor, personnel manager, and director of human resources. Yet, these positions do not align with my true aspirations. My colleagues often remark that I am too capricious, but I believe I am meant to be so. Who decrees that one's life must be navigated along a tranquil path? In pursuit of my dream in the esports realm, I penned the Era of Cataclysm in League of Legends, a work that brought me immense joy. At times, I even perceive Lu Chun as a reflection of myself. To satiate my craving for extreme sports, I cautiously embarked on I Am a Great Player. It is not merely the thrill of extreme sports that drives me. Rather, as someone who feels stunted in action, I yearn to experience an extraordinary life in my dreams. I seek a fervent existence, a passionate love, and the chance to feign a fresh start. Some critique that great player lacks the finesse of Cataclysm, that Ren He falls short of Lu Chen's audacity, and question the allure of extreme sports. Yet, I simply desire to revel in the experience. Naturally, with the gradual unveiling of Yang Un's identity, it is evident that this narrative encompasses more than mere sports. It mirrors the conflicts found in Cataclysm. Ultimately, these are tales I find profoundly engaging. I yearn for the day when I can unabashedly alter my signature, no longer identifying as a distant figure, but as a renowned author, the one who speaks with eloquence. Just the other day, I jested with my friend, Xiao Pang, saying that I have ascended to divinity and shall support you all. Let us form a senior team to conquer the Dota TI-7 finals. Some scoff, claiming my aspirations are far-fetched, that divinity requires innate talent. Yet, having taken this first step, I see no reason to retreat. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude to all who have supported me, whether in Cataclysm or Great Player. Thank you. Chapter 64. Charging towards the capital like a knight at this moment, Ren He perceived that if there existed a creature more fearsome than his own mother, it would undoubtedly be someone else's mother. In his 20s, Yang Shi's mother might not have cast such an intimidating gaze upon him. Yet at the tender age of 16, it was an entirely different matter. This was a case of young love. "Mom, what are you doing here?" Yang Shi exclaimed with surprise. From her tone, Ren He could discern that despite Yang Shi's mother having divorced Yang In, the mother-daughter bond remained quite strong. "Your father mentioned he was on a business trip and asked me to bring you back to the capital for a while," Yang Shi's mother replied calmly. "Is this your classmate?" "Hello, I'm Yang Shi's mother. Thank you for bringing her home. You should head back now. Otherwise, your family will start to worry." Goodness, what a commanding presence. Although her words seemed to convey gratitude, they were, in essence, a subtle eviction notice. Had Ren He been a mere 16-year-old, he might have felt overwhelmed by her aura. However, he was not. Internally, he wished to assert himself, to express his unwavering affection for Yang Shi, to convey the depths of his feelings without reservation. Yet, he simply smiled and replied, "All right, Auntie, I shall take my leave." As he turned to depart, a sense of disquiet washed over him. Was he truly destined to spend this winter break all alone? Witnessing Yang Shi being taken back to the capital felt insurmountable. How utterly disheartening. No, wait. A smile crept onto his face. Yangshi, we shall meet again in the capital. Though she was being whisked away, he could pursue her there, allowing his plans to unfold without interruption. Later that evening, when Yangshi texted him, Ren He learned that her mother had taken her back to the capital without delay, not even pausing in Luo City. In Yangshi's words, her mother was quite busy and had to return overnight to attend to numerous responsibilities. As Ren He pondered his plans, he suddenly received a message from Yangshi. You're not angry, are you? Not at all, he replied with a chuckle. Get some rest. We'll see each other tomorrow. Yangshi on the other end paused, pondering the meaning of see each other tomorrow. Was it a slip of the tongue, or something more? She hurriedly texted Ren He to inquire about his intentions, yet there was no further response. It seemed he had already succumbed to sleep. Lying in bed, Ren He contemplated that if he were to head to the capital tomorrow, it would significantly delay his plans. Perhaps it was best to complete his tasks now. It was midnight, perfect timing to do some running in the courtyard and then proceed to scale the 17th floor. A lap around the courtyard was approximately 500 meters, meaning 10 laps would suffice. Ideal. Equipped with magnesium powder, he descended the stairs only to spot Duan Xiaolu still jogging. Ren He called out to her, "What time is it? And you're still running? Nothing better to do. I see you're so passionate about sports. I thought I might learn from you," Duan Xiaolu replied with a smile. Unbeknownst to her, she couldn't quite fathom why she felt compelled to run, circling again and again. The memory of Ren He running that afternoon after their exams ignited a complex mix of emotions within her. It felt as though he had embarked on a new chapter of his life, while she remained tethered to her familiar path. In that moment, she yearned for a breakthrough, as if the journey of transforming from a cocoon into a butterfly awaited her. Duan Xiaolu suddenly posed a question. Do you think a life where one can see the end from the beginning is tragic? Ren He pondered for a moment. It depends on the circumstances. If I could foresee a life filled with wealth, I wouldn't mind that at all. Duan Xiaolu was taken aback, perplexed by his unconventional response. Then Ren He chuckled. I'm merely jesting. I understand the essence of your question, but such inquiries lack definitive answers. After all, whose life remains unchanged? Consider an individual who meticulously plans their life, achieving success at every stage. Class president in high school, student council president in college, landing a job at a Fortune 500 company, and becoming an executive in midlife. Only to be diagnosed with cancer initially, Duan Xiaolu felt that Ren He's words resonated with her own thoughts. But upon hearing the last line, her expression darkened. What an abrupt conclusion. Could they not have a proper conversation? Oh, what I mean to convey is that life is fraught with uncertainties. Rather than dwell on distant possibilities, it is wiser to focus on becoming a better version of ourselves in the present, Ren, he said cheerfully. Duan Xiaolu seemed to bristle, turning back to her run. While Ren He contemplated whether he should apologize, having dismissed her serious question with levity. Yet, he heard her voice, receding into the distance, thanking him with a smile. Ren He felt as though Duan Xiaolu were transforming into someone entirely different. However, his words had indeed stemmed from his genuine beliefs. Life itself was the greatest jest played upon humanity. Regardless of choices made, decisions once taken are irreversible. Is there a fault in meticulously planning one's life? Yet, plans often falter in the face of reality. What good is a meticulously crafted blueprint when circumstances shift? A high-achieving female scholar on the brink of entering society could find her trajectory altered in an instant. Merely by the presence of a boyfriend. While the disruption of plans might be disheartening, Ren He believed the most crucial action was to forge ahead with unwavering determination. Once a thought is set in motion, nothing can obstruct it. It was akin to his prior ambition of whisking Yangshi away in a youthful escapade to the moon. A grand gesture to commemorate this first winter break since his rebirth, only to be thwarted by the formidable presence of his future mother-in-law, resulting in a crushing blow. Yet now, all he could do was rev up his grand pickup truck and charge towards the capital like a knight, embarking on a quest to rescue his beloved from the clutches of her mother. He could only wonder how Yangshi's mother would react to his metaphor. Would it provoke an even harsher response? Ren He commenced his run in the courtyard, all for the sake of tomorrow's plans. Task completion had become second nature to him, having undertaken these missions countless times before. Even when combined, they posed no significant challenge. 20 minutes later, he stood triumphantly atop the 7th floor rooftop, gazing at the myriad lights of Luo City gradually dimming, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. He felt immense gratitude for this second chance at life. Otherwise, he would not have had the courage to challenge the authority of his future mother-in-law. Mission accomplished. Reward, Charisma 1. What on earth is this ridiculous reward? Chapter 65. The folk song gala, if one could comprehend the reward for physical prowess, as it is grounded in tangible strength and attributes, then what on earth is the allure? This concept is far too ethereal, isn't it? Regardless, the most pressing matter is my own agenda. At the break of dawn, Ren He donned his attire and descended the stairs. This marked the first occasion he drove his newly acquired vehicle since its purchase, while his custom-made bicycle lay quietly in the trunk. The journey from Luocheng to Kyoto spans an impressive 809 kilometers of expressway. Departing at 7 a.m., one could feasibly arrive by noon if one drives swiftly, at least in theory. Since yesterday, he had refrained from answering Yangshi's calls, all in pursuit of a grand surprise. The most poignant aspect of love lies in encountering the individual one yearns to commit to during the most precarious moments of promise. The universe had bestowed upon Ren He a second chance, equipped with the capacity to make commitments and the desire to do so. As the colossal vehicle exited the neighborhood and barreled toward the toll booth, it surged onward toward Kyoto. Clad in a dark jacket and a black cap, he exuded an air of understatedness, yet the vehicle itself was anything but inconspicuous. For an ordinary person, purchasing a supercar for several million might be understandable. Yet acquiring a pickup truck could be perceived as rather ostentatious, especially when the driver appeared to be quite youthful. Some might recall prior newspaper reports of a middle school student extravagantly purchasing a luxury pickup. Could this be the very one? The massive truck traversed the highway, the trees alongside blurring by in a swift retreat as the biting autumn wind lashed against the vehicle, as if in fury. Ren He's spirits soared liberally. Reborn with the ability to earn, it felt as though he had leapt from a realm of struggle for survival. No longer did he need to gauge his superior's mood, nor did he need to worry about a teacher's approval. What did it matter if he resigned? He could survive. In truth, many individuals spend their lives in pursuit of a sense of freedom, not an absolute freedom, but a life enriched with choices. One life allows for spontaneous pilgrimages to the West, visits to Juzhegu, or travels abroad at will. The other life confines one to fleeting holidays, scant savings, and mere excursions to nearby counties, with neither time nor funds for leisure. Ren He believed that most would gravitate toward the former existence, for it symbolizes the freedom to choose one's path in life. This lifestyle was nearly within his grasp. The only flaw of this pickup, in Ren He's eyes, was its insatiable thirst for fuel. Even with a modified tank, it could not sustain the 800-kilometer journey. When he reached the service area in Shijiazhuang, he stepped in to refuel and relieve himself, coincidentally noticing two individuals also heading for the restroom. His remarkable memory instinctively cataloged their artistic attire, suggesting they were not particularly affluent. Their laughter caught his attention as they conversed. Wang Quan is performing at Hohai tonight. It's been over a year since he has been silent. I wonder what he'll present. One replied, no matter the work, we folk musicians need to stir things up. I've heard he's releasing a new song tonight, and many are eager to capitalize on his fame. Another chimed in, last year, Wang Quan soared to prominence with a hit, and it's no surprise others wish to ride his coattails for recognition and profit. I believe tonight's event will be meaningful. We must unite for warmth in these trying times for folk music. Ren He found these two amusing. Yet he gleaned a significant piece of information. Countless folk musicians would congregate at Hohai that evening. This serendipitously aligned with his plans. Perhaps he should take Yangshi along. After filling his tank, he sensed the attendant's surprise at his youthful visage. How old are you, young man? 26. I just look young, he chuckled, paid, and hopped back into the pickup, igniting the engine and resuming his journey. Upon entering Kyoto, Ren He reflected on the stark contrast between this city and the metropolis of Shanghai. Here, countless individuals dive headfirst into the fray, some achieving fame, while others emerge battered and bloodied. How many dreams of success have been shattered upon arrival? For every dazzling skyscraper and neon light, there are countless souls lost in despair and degradation. Yangshi strummed her guitar aimlessly in her courtyard, her back to the villa and her gaze upon the flowing water. She had not been able to reach Ren He for over a day, harboring the suspicion that he was orchestrating something monumental, at least monumental for a middle school student. With her mother, Su Ruching, having returned to work shortly after fetching her, Yangshi felt a pang of loneliness. Su Ruching, whose name exuded gentleness, possessed a formidable presence. Before Yang Un and Su Ruching's divorce, their constant bickering stemmed from each wanting to dominate their shared life. Both were strong-willed, unwilling to compromise. In the vast expanse of Kyoto, Yangshi contemplated reaching out to her close friends. Yet her mother had specifically instructed her to remain at home until her return that evening. Thus, she hesitated to call Song Ci. fearing the awkwardness of explaining her return without visiting them. Most troubling was her concern for Ren He. What was he doing? Where was he? She had often envisioned her beloved as a knight, charging through adversities to rescue her from peril. She imagined herself shielded from the cold by his broad, warm, and robust back. Amused by her own fanciful thoughts, she chuckled. Yet, on this warm afternoon, as she sat by the lakeside, her phone rang, and upon hearing the distinctive ringtone she had set for Ren He, she nearly leapt in excitement. With bated breath, she answered, placing the phone delicately to her ear, and heard Ren He's calm voice on the other end. Where are you? I've arrived in Kyoto. She laughed, enchanted by his tone, reminiscent of a gallant protector. Chapter 66. The challenge at this moment. All of Su Ruqing's admonitions to keep her from wandering off were completely forgotten. She laughed and asked, Can you find Gongduan West Street? Just wait. Ren He chuckled as he hung up the phone. After ending the call, She realized how fiercely her heart was racing, as if everything was within reach. This young man had miraculously entered her world and continuously showcased his remarkable qualities, as if he was capable of creating miracles. Now, he had once again brought her immense delight. She began to ponder what attire would be suitable for their meeting, where they might explore in Kyoto, and what delicacies she should treat him to. Countless questions flooded her mind, leaving her in a state of delightful confusion. The once independent girl in love now seemed somewhat lost. Standing before the full-length mirror, she caught a glimpse of her disheveled appearance and suddenly laughed, priding herself on her independence, only to realize she was still just a girl in his presence. As she prepared herself, Ren He was marveling at the vastness of Kyoto. Despite the navigation indicating a relatively short distance, the journey seemed prolonged. His conspicuous pickup truck, which stood out in the bustling city, was now hindered by a traffic officer who stopped him to check his driver's license and vehicle registration. The officer, observing the young face concealed beneath Ren He's cap, felt something was amiss and instinctively decided to investigate further. It felt akin to encountering an inconspicuous van adorned with an extravagant license plate reading 88888. Something felt discordant. However, after scrutinizing Ren He's documents for a considerable time, the officer found nothing amiss and waved him on his way. Ren He couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of being stopped by the police upon his arrival in Kyoto. When he finally reached his destination, She was waiting by the roadside, dressed casually. Ren He smiled, finding this to be the most authentic version of She in his eyes. She had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, completely oblivious to the slowly halting pickup truck right next to her, which happened to be Ren He's. He stealthily approached her from behind, covering her eyes with his hands. Guess who I am? Ren He, She exclaimed, pulling his hands away and turning to face him in surprise. It was indeed Ren He. He had truly come to Kyoto. After hanging up the phone, she had briefly doubted the authenticity of their conversation, wondering if he had merely been teasing her. After all, what ordinary middle school student would dare to say they could go anywhere at will? Yet, she remained there, waiting, because in her heart, Ren He was anything but ordinary. Perhaps only in youth would someone embark on a journey purely for the sake of love, and only in the fervor of youth would one unreservedly trust another. Have you eaten? I'll treat you to Peking duck, She exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her mother's warnings. She would have followed Ren He to the ends of the earth without a second thought. However, Ren He felt that dining was secondary. The events of the evening held greater significance, and he was almost bursting with excitement at the possibilities, though he could not divulge them to She just yet. The Peking duck, renowned worldwide, originated from the Han people during the Ming Dynasty and was initially a royal delicacy. It is prepared using high-quality Beijing ducks, roasted over fruitwood charcoal, resulting in a glossy red color, rich flavor, and a delightful contrast of crispy skin and tender meat. To amuse Shi, Ren He mimicked a technique he had learned from a video in his past life, holding a pancake before his mouth, dipping the duck meat and scallions into the sauce without rolling it up, and shoving it all into his mouth with gusto. Your eating style, Shi complained, handing him a napkin as sauce smeared across his face. Honestly, Peking duck should be eaten with such abandon. Burgers should be bitten into heartily, and noodles should be slurped. Ren He laughed. I told Zhou Lao that true elegance lies in simplicity. It doesn't matter how others perceive you. What matters is that you enjoy your meal. Fine. You win, but you're just being lazy. She rolled her eyes, deciding not to eat herself, and began to prepare rolls of duck for Ren He, placing them before him like little spring rolls. She recalled the last time someone had meticulously prepared such duck rolls for her was her busy mother. Ren He's heart softened at the thought. After we eat, let us buy matching duck-billed caps, and stir up some excitement tonight. Not only did they purchase the caps, but Ren He also treated them to sleek, dark outfits, declaring that their evening plans warranted a more striking appearance. This delighted Yang Shi, who marveled at his peculiar reasoning. As night fell, Ren He drove the pickup truck with Yang Shi towards the back seat. Where are we going? Whose car is this? She inquired. You'll find out when we arrive. Of course, it's mine. Last time you said I looked like a nouveau riche. So I decided to embrace that image even more. Ren He grinned. How charming, Yang Shi replied, uninterested. I can't shake the feeling that you have some grand plan. Haha, just wait and see. Upon arriving at the bar, Ren He parked and led Yang Shi inside. After meandering for a while, they finally arrived at the bar around 10:30 p.m. when it was bustling with patrons. As Ren He pushed open the door, he spotted the two individuals he had encountered earlier, who seemed to recognize him. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with a band setting up equipment amidst a crowd engaged in merriment. In the midst of it all, a dazzling young man was being celebrated, likely the one who had risen to fame with his song on the road. The bartender approached them with a smile, asking, "What can I get for you today?" "We're not here for drinks," Ren He replied, lowering his cap with a mischievous grin. For some reason, the duo's striking appearance captivated the bar. Both youths with their caps pulled low, revealing only their noses. The bartender paused, puzzled. "Then what brings you here?" "To challenge," Ren He declared loudly, causing Yang Shi to instinctively tighten her grip on his hand. The bar fell silent, the chatter ceased, and everyone seemed to have misheard something. "Wait, someone is challenging us." Chapter 67. In the bar, the crowd was well aware that many sought to ascend the ranks by leveraging Wang Quan's reputation. Such is the nature of the entertainment industry, where even the seemingly carefree realm of folk music is not exempt. The marketplace of fame and fortune ensnares us all. Yet, no one anticipated that on the very day Wang Quan announced the release of his new song, someone would dare to challenge him. How would they dare? A significant portion of those present were supporters of Wang Quan. Without an extraordinary performance, who would acknowledge them? Moreover, the challenger appeared remarkably youthful. Conventionally, challengers would be those of some renown, not two complete unknowns from outside the circle. However, Ren He was unfazed. Yang Shi turned to him in shock, her expression hidden beneath her cap. She suddenly realized that Ren He had intended from the outset to carve a unique path for his debut, aiming to astonish the audience. It made sense now why he had joked about needing a hint of intimidation while shopping for clothes. Such an effect was indeed necessary. This was a challenge, after all. Yang Shi recalled hearing that the folk singer who gained notoriety last year would be releasing a new song today at a bar in Hohai. She had considered attending, but was unfortunately grounded by Su Ruqing. Yet, she had intended to listen to music, not to engage in a challenge. Ren He flashed her an enigmatic smile and whispered, "Perform well, your journey begins today." The crowd, unable to discern Ren He's words, turned to Wang Quan. As today was his stage, and it was unimaginable that he would remain unperturbed by a challenge. Wang Quan, however, smiled calmly and said, "Young brother, have you come to challenge me with your work today? Why not sing your song first? If I find your talent superior, I shall postpone my new release by 6 months. Conversely, should I deem your song lacking, you need not suffer any consequence. Simply sit back, enjoy my new song, sip some drinks, and let this matter pass." "What do you say?" A gasp rippled through the crowd. He was wagering the release of his new song. Everyone knew that in the entertainment industry, a lack of exposure could lead one to fade from public view, resulting in diminished popularity, reduced fees, and a decline in all benefits. This was all about money. Yet, Wang Quan seemed to exude absolute confidence. The challengers appeared to be mere children, likely here for amusement. Wang Quan handled the situation well. No one could accuse him of lacking grace. As the challengers prepared to perform, Ren He smiled and led Yang Shi onto the stage. Quietly moving 2 stools, he gestured for Yang Shi to sit, then positioned himself slightly behind her. With a guitar in hand, Yang Shi stood microphone-less, ready to commence without one. The bar fell silent, the background music ceased, and all that remained was the sound of breathing. As the audience observed Ren He's deliberate positioning of the stool behind Yang Shi, they realized that it was the young girl who was to sing. Yang Shi felt a wave of nervousness. It was her first time singing before such a large audience, and she was doing so in a challenging context. Her night, however, seemed a bit too fierce. Yet, she felt elated knowing Ren He was by her side, accompanying her on the guitar, which gradually calmed her nerves. What to sing? Let Ren He decide. She turned to him, smiling beneath her cap, and Ren He returned her smile, his fingers dancing across the guitar strings, producing a masterful melody that resonated deeply within the space. The sound of his guitar electrified the audience, hinting at a unique charm within its notes. It became evident that he possessed remarkable skill. No wonder he had come to challenge. Even if their song fell flat, she would still want to invite him to join her team as a guitarist. Nevertheless, Ren He maintained his smile, aware that most people tend to view matters through a biased lens. They believed that these two children could not possibly produce anything of value. Yet such impossibilities were shackles of their own making. When one becomes accustomed to such shackles, mediocrity ensues, until someone emerges to reveal that these things are indeed achievable. One's time is spent in the realm of impossibility. Ren He awaited Yang Shi's voice to shatter the dismissive perceptions within the bar. Are you dissatisfied with life? Have you not smiled in a long while? And do you not know why? Yang Shi's voice rang clear and steady, surprising Ren He with a touch of depth he had not anticipated. He had worried she might struggle to convey the song's essence, yet her performance astonished him. Those opening lyrics pierced the hearts of many seasoned singers present, who had toiled in Beijing for years, struggling to make ends meet. They sang in bars late into the night, often left wondering where to go after, standing alone on desolate streets, smoking a cigarette. After years of hard work, they remained solitary, while the girl they once cherished had moved on to a stable life, now with a husband and child. Yet here they were, nearly empty-handed. They grew weary of their circumstances, yearning for escape. At that moment, upon hearing the song to Dolly, tears welled in their eyes, and they were unsure what emotions guided them as they listened. When the song concluded, many sat in silence. These two youths they had once dismissed were now challenging them with such a poignant piece. The collective thought arose, Wang Quan might be at risk of defeat. Almost every listener offered high praise after the performance. Such songs were a rarity in the music scene, perhaps only one or two each year. The challengers had come prepared. Wang Quan remained silent, unsure how to respond, for he recognized his defeat. After completing On the Road, he had been lost in the euphoria of flattery and indulgence. But today a simple song had profoundly moved him, reminding him of his original aspirations. He planned to concede, intending to return with his new piece, setting aside social obligations for a moment of introspection, much like the sentiments expressed in the song. He longed to visit Dolly. Just then, however, Ren He's guitar resonated once more, playing the melody of another song. Could there be more? Someone whispered in astonishment. Thank you for the gentle breeze and the moonlit nights, love amidst the ice age. Shin Su, sniping the sky, thunder breaking the clouds, Fu Yao Tuo, ex-beast. Dreaming through the years, eternal remembrance, Ziwei Di Jun. I am simply surnamed Qian, Lu Xiao Tu, Yuofu, dark wind shadows. Lyrics of the six-winged angel, Ejeged. Yi Xiao Xia, the grand screen, exquisitely delicious, CW Little Soldier, the eldest disciple of the song family, Boundless Feathers, Diaowen, naming is truly troublesome, Dance of Fire. Flying High 125410, Gemini Transformation, Camellia Ball, Flea, Elf Foam, Clouds Drifting, Winds Flying, 10086, Book Friend 16110912, Miluan, Imo Yin. Now the grave is covered in tall grass, Brother Mu Chi, Delicious Beef, Fong Kyle Mu Ran, Jade and Silk Ads, Silent, Zhongyi, Beneath the Night, Swimming Towards Joyful Souls. Pure White Memories, the beginning of Cloud Dragon. What should I call it? The one who writes, who has cast a shadow over whose affection, fellow students' generosity. So much. Thank you all. If this were to be published, it must be included in the author's words. Otherwise, it would merely count as inflated text. Chapter 68. An apology to my past life. To speak candidly, after listening to the song Going to Dolly, even Wang Quan himself contemplated surrendering. Yet, none anticipated that another song would emerge. Why? Because the current entertainment industry is such that finding a good song is a rarity. Otherwise, Zhang Xiao would not have spent 800,000 to purchase a single track. Thus, it is instinctively assumed that having even one excellent song is a stroke of luck. As these two young talents are poised for ascendance, numerous entertainment companies will undoubtedly seek to sign them. Naturally, it is likely that one will be signed while the other will not, which is a common practice in the industry. To cultivate a female idol, it is imperative that she remains unattached. Amidst the audience's astonishment, Ren He had already commenced the accompaniment, and upon hearing the first note, Yang Shi realized what song Ren He wished for her to perform, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. The prelude of this song is considerably longer than Going to Dolly, and the guitar's sound continues to astound listeners, with the melody evoking a sense of anticipation that this may indeed be another remarkable piece. The vibrant notes of the guitar, seemed to unfurl the night sky, adorning it with shimmering stars. However, merely listening to the prelude does not reveal much. The true measure of a song's excellence lies in its entirety, with the lyrics being a crucial component. For instance, had the lyrics of Going to Dolly been mere expressions of mundane romance, it likely would not have garnered as much affection, or at least not as widespread. Yet, the brightest star in the night sky once again captivated the audience. Grant me the courage to believe once more, to embrace you beyond the lies. There exists no genuine honesty in this world. The essence of truth hinges upon one's subjective willingness to believe. When one loves another, there are times when even the scent of deceit may not deter belief. Whenever I find myself lost in existential doubt, whenever I lose my way in the darkness, I pray for a heart that is transparent and for eyes that can weep. Regarding past lovers and friends, regardless of the unpleasant experiences, time inevitably diminishes hatred and intensifies love. You might feel that you have long since lost touch, perhaps even estranged for life. Yet, when the final day of existence arrives, thoughts of one another will linger. If given the chance to converse, would you be willing? Most would indeed welcome that opportunity. You might yearn for the day you meet again at a CAF on a street corner to sit and reminisce about the past. And in those days, you stood at the threshold of youthful exuberance. The song embodies a positive meaning, starkly contrasting the style of Going to Dolly. After listening to this piece, an ardent energy, long dormant, reignited within the audience. It was enchanting, truly enchanting. Who could have imagined that this very evening would witness the birth of two new songs? My heavens, I can already sense their impending rise to fame. But where are they? Before anyone could react, Ren He had stealthily whisked Yangshi away, leaving the audience gazing at the desolate stage, bemused. What was this? A fleeting performance, only to vanish? Was this merely a stunt? Did they not wish to achieve fame? Having sung and departed, was it simply for the sake of making an entrance? At this moment, remaining on stage would have meant instant recognition, with names and contacts revealed, potentially catapulting them to stardom. The older individual Ren He had encountered at the highway service area remarked, perhaps their intention to make an entrance was merely spontaneous. Indeed, the more he considered it, the more he believed that Ren He had come specifically after hearing about Wang Quan's new song release. Strictly speaking, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky is not a folk song, but rather a piece of pop rock, yet it felt entirely fitting in this context. Not for any other reason, but simply because it is delightful. Upon reflection, he recalled that the young man seemed genuinely attentive to their conversation. If that were the case, Wang Quan had unwittingly faced a misfortune. Everyone fell silent at this revelation. Could it truly be perceived this way? Ren He's original plan had been to traverse from Luo City to the bar, singing all the way, confident that if these few songs resonated well, they would undoubtedly attract a following. Yet, that was not sufficient. Thus he insisted that both he and Yangshi don baseball caps, for he had further designs. Breathless, Yangshi was led by Ren He into the street, where they stood in the square, removing their caps and sharing a smile. Yangshi's laughter rang out, bright and clear. Tilting her head, she asked, "Is this your plan?" "Yes and no. In any case, things are progressing smoothly," Ren He explained with a grin. "And what now? Now that they have fled, we can only speculate on the expressions of those left in the bar." The thought makes Yangshi giddy. Tonight's adventure felt like a grand escapade. How had she ended up at the bar, audaciously crashing their event? Yet, it was exhilarating and delightful. Next, of course, they would finish singing the remaining songs and then vanish from the spotlight. Vanish? Yangshi paused. Wouldn't that mean losing all we've accomplished? Indeed. It is premature for you to debut. How old are you? Only 15 this year, turning 16 next year. There's no rush. Rather than stepping into the limelight now, it is wiser to leave them in suspense. The companies will certainly seek you out, but finding you will prove elusive. Human nature tends to overlook what is easily obtained while cherishing what remains out of reach. Ren He chuckled. Imagine if we were to suddenly release 5 astonishing songs. Yet due to copyright issues, they cannot be played on major platforms. All the companies would be desperate to find you, akin to a fleeting bloom. What do you think their reaction would be? Regret, perhaps? Pain? Ren He laughed heartily. That would be a fortune. Whoever secures you would have found a veritable cash cow. And if it disappears, how would they feel? After vanishing, when you return, their fervor will undoubtedly surpass this moment. Why? Yangshi inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone, for she had yet to grasp the intricacies of human emotions. Because they will fear that you might vanish again, just as you did this time. Yangshi contemplated this notion, realizing that it indeed made sense. As the saying goes, true feelings cannot be retained. It is often the schemes that capture hearts. The moment Ren He made this decision, he aimed to help Yang Shi forge a grand reputation from the outset. He had prepared ample suspense and flair. He understood that Yang Shi was still too innocent, yet that was inconsequential. She had him, her guardian knight, to navigate the thorny paths ahead. He had previously stated that the most poignant aspect of love is encountering someone with whom one wishes to commit during the most uncertain times. Upon his return, he recognized that one of his paramount objectives was to seek a passionate romance. Many have encountered remarkable individuals in their youth, yet found themselves powerless, either unable to attain them, unable to retain them, or failing to cherish them. Given a second chance, Ren He yearned to rectify all of this, as a way of saying sorry to his past life. Chapter 69. A storm is brewing on the night when Ren He successfully brought Yang Shi to kick off a performance. Su Ruqing returned home in the early hours, blissfully unaware of Yang Shi's previous abduction. However, that very night, the tale of two youths who audaciously took to the stage spread like wildfire. The public's intrigue centered around three key aspects. Firstly, the age of the duo, so youthful that it evoked envy. Their spirited fervor reminiscent of an unrestrained youth pursuing their passions, a sensation that resonated deeply with all who witnessed it, for they admired their courage and talent. Secondly, the enigma of their identities. Throughout the performance, they kept their caps pulled low, obscuring their faces from view. One thing was certain, they had never been part of the scene. Otherwise, the circles were too small for them to remain unrecognized, even under such disguises. Despite some attempts to capture their images, the photos taken on mobile devices provided little assistance in identifying them. Unlike in Ren He's previous life, where the internet flourished, and a single photo posted online could lead to instant identification, the current online world was dominated by portal sites and various forums. Thus, Ren He felt little concern over the possibility of being discovered. The third point that captivated the audience was the music itself. The two songs burst forth with a force that pierced the hearts of all who heard them. Those fortunate enough to listen began to hum the melodies. Yet due to the hurried nature of the performance, no one could recall the lyrics in their entirety. They were too entranced by the beauty of the music to focus on memorization. The yearning to sing along yet being unable to do so was akin to the agony of constipation, particularly for those with obsessive tendencies. It felt as though they could not bear to continue living. In a single night, these two songs ignited a sensation in Kyoto. Some individuals, leaving bars late at night, excitedly called friends to share their experience. Wow, it was incredible. Two young performers just rocked the stage at Wangquan, singing two astonishingly good new songs. What? Who were they? I have no idea. Such conversations proliferated, and later that night, a brief, blurry video was posted on a prominent university forum in Kyoto. The video, hastily filmed on a mobile device, captured the faint sounds of a young man intently playing the guitar while a young woman passionately sang The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Those who had only heard rumors from friends finally beheld the true essence of the song, realizing its exceptional beauty. Yet, in the end, no one knew who these two were or whether they would reappear. Kyoto was abuzz with talent. One Kunlun had already taken the stage by storm, and now two more songs had emerged. The desire to hear the complete songs was palpable. How I wish Kunlun would finish their serialization quickly. If only they knew it was all the work of a single author. I wonder how they would react. In the office of Huage Media, Xiao Qingkong sat behind the tea table, meticulously boiling water for each cup. Without lifting his head, he inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" The man across from him smiled. "I was present at the scene last night. These two songs could undoubtedly serve as a veritable cash cow. In today's entertainment industry, a singer can sustain a lifetime on a single hit, and these two songs are of that caliber, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet, those performers are mere children. I believe they should be easy to approach, especially since they haven't encountered much of the industry yet. However, they might have panicked during the performance, leaving without exchanging any contact information." Xiao Qingkong calmly lifted his gaze to meet his companions. "Do not underestimate them. If they had only written two songs, I might share your sentiment. But would an average teenager dare to challenge Wang Chuan's stage? They boldly stepped on Wang Chuan's toes. Who would engage in such audacity? They are either fearless and rebellious or possess maturity and clarity about their aspirations. Regardless, we must extend our utmost sincerity. Should they choose to reappear, we must offer them the best possible terms for newcomers. Ideally, we should sign the girl alone. If that is not feasible, we can sign both and later employ tactics to divide them. At that age, a single conflict can sever ties permanently." Suddenly, Xiao Qingkong moved from the tea table to the floor-to-ceiling window. envisioning how extraordinarily vibrant and spirited those two young performers must have been the previous night. As he approached 40, he often reflected on his past and felt a longing for such a passionate youth. Nonetheless, the outcomes of such decisions are uncertain. Had he been reckless in his youth, he may never have reached his current heights. For reasons unknown, an instinct told him that these two individuals were not as simple as they appeared, and he was uncertain if they could be successfully signed. Meanwhile, the two protagonists, oblivious to the attention, leisurely fed animals at the Kyoto Zoo. They seemed unburdened by the events of the previous day, free of any worries. Ren He cherished this quality in Yang Shi, her remarkable nonchalance. Early that morning, Ren He had rushed to the supermarket, purchasing 10 kilograms of carrots, meticulously slicing them into thin strips in his hotel room before packing them into a large plastic bag for his backpack. It was an impressively large bundle of carrot strips. At the zoo, the carrot strips needed to be purchased, costing 3, 5, or even 10 yuan for a small handful, and they were particularly dry. Thus, Ren He prepared his own supply. When he finally met up with Yang Shi, he opened his backpack with a sense of mystery, prompting Yang Shi's astonished exclamation, "So many." "Huh. Once you start feeding, you won't think it's too much. There are so many animals." Ren He cheerfully responded, for he had invited Yang Shi to the zoo because he delighted in feeding small creatures, which always lifted his spirits. In his previous life, as an adult approaching 30, he observed that many girls preferred either trendy locales or shopping for dates. Few chose to feed animals at a zoo. Yet, Yang Shi was thrilled at the prospect of visiting the zoo, especially since the giant pandas had recently arrived, and she had yet to see them. Upon arriving at the zoo, Ren He eagerly pulled Yang Shi deeper inside, ready to feed the animals at the elephant enclosure. A middle-aged man nearby chimed in. "Want some carrots? You should buy some for your girlfriend." "What an odd suggestion. You should give them to your wife." Ren He dismissed him, pulling out the carrots from his bag and casting a proud glance at the man. The sight of the enormous bag of carrots left the man utterly bewildered. "Why on earth did you bring so many carrots? Are you some sort of carrot spirit?" Gratitude to Yi Shimi Cheng, Quomo, Jiu Jiu Jiu, Chou Chong Shi Yi, and Sei Feng Ying, Zui Guming Zhong Run, Lan Shu Yen, and all the other supporters for their generosity. Chapter 70, South of Nanshan. North of the sea there are tombstones. Two individuals spent the day at the zoo, reveling in the experience until the gates closed at 5 in the afternoon. As they departed, legends began to circulate about them. A young man who brought his own carrots to feed the animals after a round of feeding. Ren He imparted an important lesson to Yang Shi. Giant pandas do not consume carrots, and these national treasures do not permit casual feeding by visitors. That evening, while dining, they overheard a conversation about the two songs they had performed the night before. They exchanged knowing smiles. Their shared experience felt like a cherished secret, binding them as a close-knit duo. With this secret in mind, they recognized two types of people in the world, those who know the secret and those who do not. In their hearts, they distinguished between the two. During his visit to Kyoto, Ren He could not neglect to see Zhou Wuming, the elderly gentleman who had shown him kindness. He dialed Zhou's number. "Hello, old man. I've arrived in Kyoto. I'd like to treat you to dinner." Zhou, engrossed in reviewing manuscripts at the Kyoto News Group office, perked up. "When did you arrive in Kyoto?" I just got here this afternoon. I'd like to take you out for dinner tomorrow," Ren He replied, not wishing to admit he had been in town all day before reaching out. "Good for you for contacting me right away," Zhou chuckled. "Since you're treating me to dinner in Kyoto, I'll make sure to indulge. And then I have some good news to share with you." Good news? Ren He instinctively thought it might relate to Kunlun copyright, wondering if it was indeed the wealthy individual mentioned by Xia Yuding. As for Zhou's remark about indulging, he knew it was mere banter. Zhou was aware of Ren He's earnings and would not choose an exorbitant venue out of sheer generosity. "All right, then I shall await your good news tomorrow," Ren He said cheerfully before ending the call. Yang Shi transferred all the beef from her bowl of beef noodles to Ren He's. "Was that Mr. Zhou?" "Yes, it was him. My smooth dealings with Kunlun have much to thank him for," Ren He explained, feeling no need to conceal the truth from Yang Shi. If she asked, he would respond honestly, but he would not boast otherwise. Yet Yang Shi pondered how Ren He had come to know Zhou Wuming. She recalled that her classmate Zhou Muyuki, before transferring schools, was Zhou Wuming's granddaughter. Thus they were all aware of his influence in the literary world of China. She inquired, "How did you two meet? It feels like you've known each other for quite some time." "Oh, I wrote a 3-character classic once, and that's when we met," Ren He replied while enjoying his beef noodles. "Why aren't you eating the beef? You should eat more." "I'm not that hungry," Yang Shi smiled serenely. Suddenly, Ren He recalled a memory. His father, old Ren, had been deeply moved when his mother always set aside the meat for him during their meager meals of noodle soup. Back then, dining out was a rare indulgence. Amused by the thought, Ren He continued, "So, you wrote the three-character classic?" "Yes," he nodded. "No wonder when I hesitated to accept your song, you mentioned you had other avenues for income. I thought you were just boasting," Yangshi chuckled, realizing this young man was far more remarkable than she had imagined. Finishing his noodles, Ren He wiped his mouth and stood up, bursting with energy. "Let us go. We shall conquer another venue tonight." They headed straight for Hohai. Ren He had already mapped out the 4 folk-themed venues from the previous day. They would perform 1 song at each, completing 5 in total before calling it a night. Later that evening, as the bar filled with patrons, Siezishi observed the vibrant crowd with a twinge of envy. She, too, owned a folk bar, having stayed in Kyoto after graduation, eventually earning her first fortune and opening a bar named Alley out of her love for folk music. Initially, their businesses had been comparable, but following the remarkable appearance of 2 young men at Wang Quan's new song released the previous day, her competitor's patronage had markedly increased. At 27, Siezishi sat at the bar, resting her chin on her hand, looking out. It was a delightful age, yet she felt a hint of melancholy. Just then, the doorbell chimed, and she turned to see 2 young men wearing caps enter. She froze. Having seen Ren He and Yangshi the day before at the opposite bar due to her admiration for Wang Quan's South song on the road. Yet now, she stood in shock, unable to fathom why these 2 were here. Siezishi questioned herself. "Boss, can we sing?" Ren He asked, his lips slightly curling beneath his cap. Of course. Siezishi sprang up from behind the bar, excitement coursing through her. "You can absolutely sing. Do you need any assistance? What about a performance fee?" "No need for a performance fee. We'll sing for free, new songs." Ren He grinned. As this visit was meant to help Yangshi debut, making money was secondary. Siezishi felt as though a delightful surprise struck her, momentarily dazing her. She had witnessed their stunning performances of Tadali and the brightest star in the night sky just the day before, and the enchantment they brought was indescribable. But wait, did they just mention new songs? Would these new songs be just as captivating? Ren He seemed to sense her thoughts and laughed. "If it's not good, I'll pay you." "No, that's not what I meant." Siezishi quickly realized the confidence radiating from him. If she said something wrong and they chose another bar, it would be disastrous. Even if the songs weren't up to par, her bar would surely thrive tonight. Cautiously, she asked, "Can I promote your performance here? After all, my crowd is a bit sparse." "Of course, start in 10 minutes. "You have 10 minutes to prepare," Ren He replied, fully aware she would comply. No one would turn down the prospect of profit. He also wished for her to promote the event because he was not merely an aloof artist. Ren He aspired for the day when, even in silence, people would recognize him as someone exuding warmth and prosperity. "What songs will you be singing tonight?" Siezishi inquired. "South of Nanshan." "Oh, by the way, do you have a back entrance?" "Yes." Chapter 71. Reluctance to disrupt studies. Siezishi, filled with excitement, arrived at the entrance of her bar. She was suddenly uncertain how to promote it. What should she say? She took a deep breath and shouted at the entrance. "The 2 singers from yesterday are in my bar. They're releasing a new song, Nanshan Nan. Come and listen." Her announcement was like a bolt from the blue. Numerous customers who were about to enter the bar across the street turned around to look. Someone asked curiously, "Are you serious?" "Yes. They're inside right now. The new song is called Nanshan Nan. They told me themselves." Siezishi said anxiously, fearing that they wouldn't believe her. Today was the best opportunity to turn her bar's business around. Although she opened the bar because she loved folk music, the bottom line was that she needed to make money. How could she pursue her passion if she couldn't even afford to eat? Upon hearing Siezishi's words, people became excited. They had come today specifically for those 2 from yesterday. They had originally come to join in the fun, but they didn't expect to actually see them again. The manager from Huge Media was in the crowd. He chuckled softly. Chiu Qingkong had overestimated these 2 kids. The reason they didn't leave their contact information yesterday was probably because they were too young and left in a hurry. Now that they had reappeared, he was confident he could win over these young talents, simply by promising them a bright future. In his view, these 2 were singing to make money. Siezishi watched as more and more people entered her bar. A large portion of them even came from the bar across the street. It turned out that these 2 really had that much magic. Suddenly, she seemed to see someone wrapped up tightly and wearing a mask enter the bar. The face looked familiar, like Wang Quan. Unexpectedly, Wang Quan had come to listen to them sing again. Siezishi glanced back. Wang Quan quietly sat in the corner without disturbing anyone. After all, he wasn't a top-tier celebrity like Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chun. With a little disguise, He could easily blend in. However, Wang Quan seemed to be anticipating their new song. On stage, Ren He still sat slightly behind Yang Shi, implicitly highlighting Yang Shi's leading role. He was there to support Yang Shi. A person with a mental age nearing 30 would be useless if they didn't have that awareness. However, for some reason, some girls looked at him as sitting quietly on the stage in the darkness without any lights and suddenly wanted to hear him sing. Unbeknownst to Ren He, the one charisma attribute he had gained was not without effect. Charisma was an ethereal quality, but when it was high, people might like you even if you were terrible. Moreover, he was not. In this setting, he sat silently on the dark stage, inexplicably exuding a special charm. Ren He had specifically requested the dark stage. If no one had bothered to take photos or videos yesterday, many people would definitely do so today. Even with a baseball cap, it wouldn't be effective. So he simply turned off the lights. Beautiful voices didn't need lights or dancers. How about the boy sings a couple of lines? A young girl joked from below. Yang Shi smiled playfully and looked back at Ren He. She knew that Ren He's singing was also very good, full of flavor. Ren He smiled and gave a non-answer. Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Haha. They tried to tease someone but got teased back. What a clever answer. Such a nice voice. Although Ren He deflected the topic, everyone seemed to have a seed planted in their hearts. They wanted to hear that boy sing. Boss, turn on the lights on the stage. We can't see clearly. Yeah, we can't see anyone. Xiezishi quickly explained with difficulty. Sorry, this is what they specifically requested. If the lights are turned on, they'll leave immediately. Why? Someone asked, puzzled. Why can't they be seen? Xiezishi explained with a slightly pained expression. They said they're still in junior high school and don't want to affect their studies. They want to study hard and contribute to the construction of the motherland, developing socialism. She felt a pain when she repeated Ren He's words. How could these be junior high school students? They were clearly cunning old foxes. The audience was stunned by Xiezishi's explanation. What was this all about? Yang Shi almost burst out laughing when Ren He was seriously talking nonsense. How could this person be so improper? Just then, melodious guitar sounds flowed out of the dark stage. When the first note came out, everyone's hair stood on end. It turned out that the sound of a guitar alone could be so beautiful. I thought my friend was lying to me yesterday. Shut up. At this moment, Yang Shi began to sing. In the sunny south, snow falls. In the cold northern night, it's like spring. Snow in the sunny south? Spring in the cold northern night? The strange lyrics, which subverted common sense, allowed everyone to hear a sense of beauty. He no longer talks about the lonely island of encounter with anyone, because his heart is already desolate. His heart can no longer hold a home. Be a mute who only lies to himself. Wang Quan sat in a remote corner and couldn't help but stand up. Again, a touching melody. Again, amazing lyrics. In Yang Shi's voice, the song was gentle and sad, no longer as high-spirited and optimistic as yesterday. This song seemed to allow Wang Quan to instantly experience the love, family, and friendship he had gained and lost in the past year and a half. It was like walking through a lifetime in an instant, leaving only silence. Another good song. How many songs of this level did the other party still have? Wang Quan would bet that today's song would definitely continue to raise the already rising momentum of the other party. And these 3 songs would occupy a place in everyone's popular songs. He suddenly began to wonder, were these 2 songs really written by these 2 people? Or, who wrote them? The boy or the girl? Wang Quan was more inclined to believe it was the boy. The superb guitar skills were too much of a bonus. And the style of these 3 songs should come from a man. But the other party was only a junior high school student. Yes, all the listeners were thinking about what Xiezishi said. The other party was a junior high school student. Were junior high school students so awesome now? And what did this awesome junior high school student say? To contribute to the construction of the motherland? What was he doing in junior high school? Early love, skipping classes, reading novels, playing games? Wang Quan felt that he really needed to calm down. Chapter 72. I want to hear that boy sing the melodious strains of Southwind Whispers. North Sea North resonated through the venue. As the final note faded, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Yang Shi, shrouded in darkness upon the stage, watched as countless souls clapped earnestly for her song, a poignant reminder that her dreams were on the verge of fruition. She gazed at Ren He behind her and softly murmured, "Thank you." Ren He, with a playful grin, replied, "After giving so much of yourself, what is there to thank for?" Yang Shi's cheeks flushed crimson at his unrepentant jest. He took her hand, feeling the warmth radiating from her palm, and addressed the audience, "See you all tomorrow." With that, he swiftly led Yang Shi towards the back exit, fully aware that lingering too long might leave them trapped in the throng. Having navigated through the trials of yesterday's and today's song releases, Ren He had already demonstrated their rightful place on this stage, and perhaps even beyond. Their choice to captivate the audience's curiosity from the onset had created an allure that intensified their fame. The more elusive the truth, the greater the audience's fervor became. That air of mystery ignited their popularity like a wildfire in autumn. While the concept of scarcity marketing was still nascent in this era, Ren He had mastered it in his previous life. Whether deemed sensationalism or mere gimmickry, as long as the music resonated, everything else fell into place. Li Yinglong, the manager of Huage Media, felt a sense of dread as he watched Ren He and Yangshi retreat. Had the predictions of Qiu Qingkong indeed come true? Were these two young talents not so easily captured? He hurried after them, acutely aware that as a mere employee, failing to execute Qiu Qingkong's plans would surely tarnish his standing with the boss. However, upon bursting through the back door, he could only glimpse a colossal pickup truck rumbling away. Was this the vehicle? It couldn't be. It bore an out-of-town license plate. And how could two middle school students possibly drive? Shaking his head, Li Yinglong pondered how to explain this to Qiu Qingkong, albeit comforted by the promise of see you tomorrow, suggesting their return was inevitable. In truth, his oversight stemmed from inadequate research. Had he delved deeper, he would have uncovered the encounter between Ren He and the two folk singers at the highway rest stop, where they had indeed recognized Ren He as the driver of that imposing truck. Xie beamed with delight as she surveyed the bustling bar filled with patrons. If her establishment could thrive in such a manner daily, what more could she wish for? Yet, she understood the transitory nature of it all. Should those two singers choose another venue tomorrow, her booming business could vanish in an instant. How could she entice them to continue performing at her bar? Offering a performance fee? They hardly seemed in need of money. A daring thought crossed her mind. What if she invited them to become stakeholders? The enormity of such a proposition startled her. She needed to contemplate it further. Nonetheless, life's opportunities often come but once. That evening, the complete video of Ren He and Yangshi's performance began circulating across various forums, allowing everyone to experience the entirety of their songs, one of which even featured minimal background noise from the front row. The original poster had included Ren He's remarks on building socialism, amusing numerous netizens. However, 2 points astonished the audience most. Firstly, they were merely middle school students, evident in their youthful appearances. It was remarkable, as only a handful of exceptional songs emerge from the entertainment industry each year. Yet these two had unveiled 3 in one go, with a promise of more to come. Secondly, the videos failed to capture their likeness, as the stage remained shrouded in darkness, devoid of any illuminating beams. While the audience was aware of their status as middle schoolers, they had no means to locate them. As Ren He departed, he caught sight of Li Yinglong in the rearview mirror. To be cautious, he resolved not to drive to the location the following day. The duo had plunged into the entertainment industry like two knights, stirring up a tempest upon the once calm waters, only to vanish into the shadows afterward. Returning to the songs themselves, it was indisputable that all 3 were masterpieces. Their melodies spread with astonishing rapidity throughout China. While sharing such videos online posed no copyright issues, major music platforms found themselves in a quandary, unable to officially include these songs in their collections due to copyright constraints. Merely watching as the view counts on various video sites surged. For some inexplicable reason, the desire to hear that boy sing again surged within many. I want to hear him sing. I have an inkling that his voice would be equally enchanting. After all, his guitar playing was truly exceptional. Yesterday, I heard him live, and my cousin had boasted about his guitar skills at school, but after witnessing this, it pales in comparison. Curiously, what began as an effort to elevate Yang, she inadvertently garnered Ren He a significant following. Now, aside from Ren He and Yangshi, the sole individual privy to the truth was Jiang Xiao, having heard Yangshi sing her new songs, thus understanding the true authorship behind the brightest star in the night sky. Initially, she had only heard 3 tracks, the Song of Extraordinary Abilities, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, and South Mountain South. Yet, as events escalated, she discovered that her cousin had not performed the Song of Extraordinary Abilities, but had instead introduced a new piece titled Tadali. They had stormed into the entertainment realm in a strange yet effective manner, arriving with an arsenal of songs. Jiang Xiao's recent album release had achieved unprecedented success, solidifying her status as a reigning diva with soaring album sales. Though she had yet to attain the title of the top artist, her growing reputation was undeniable. Suddenly, a thought struck her. What if her next album failed to produce such captivating songs? Would Ren He still be willing to sell songs to her? Jiang Xiao realized she needed to cultivate a closer relationship with her cousin. As someone who had traversed this path, she could discern the profound emotions reflected in Ren He's gaze towards Yang Shi, reminiscent of Jiang Chun, albeit with greater intensity. For reasons unknown, she felt an urge to add more. Ahem, as long as everyone is happy. Chapter 73 Annie, I have come to participate in the Mathematics Olympiad. Amidst the commotion surrounding Ren He and Yang Shi, the two were leisurely enjoying a late-night snack by the roadside, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding noise. In truth, Yang Shi felt a tinge of anxiety. Even during her time in Africa with Yang An, when a mortar shell landed a mere 300 meters from the embassy, she had not been as perturbed, for Yang An had reassured her of the strength of their homeland, claiming that the more tumultuous the locale, the safer they were. Of course, there were exceptional circumstances, but such reasoning often held merit. She was anxious about the judgments of others, and whether her recent singing had fallen short of her usual standards. However, having Ren He, with his carefree demeanor, by her side somehow placated her, regardless of their recent escapades. Hearing him exclaim his hunger brought her an inexplicable sense of calm. Don't just eat. How did I sing? Yang Shi playfully chided. Perfect. Ren He replied with a grin. Don't flatter me, she nudged him. I want the truth. Haha. To me, you're perfect in every way. He responded cheerfully. Why are we suddenly discussing this? Yang Shi turned away to eat in silence, yet a sweet feeling enveloped her heart. At 15, she was still a young girl, and Ren He was her first love. She had never been exposed to sweet nothings. Others might have uttered them, but they had simply been filtered out in her mind. At that moment, her phone rang, displaying the name Jiang Xiu. Instinctively, she glanced at Ren He, who swallowed his food and said, If she is looking for me, tell her I'm lacking inspiration for new songs. Let us wait until after middle school graduation. Yang Shi nodded. This was a perfectly reasonable excuse. After all, no one could possess an endless well of inspiration. Even she believed this to be a valid point. When she answered the call, Jiang Xiu's voice came through, cheerful and bright. Did you both come to Kyoto together? I saw the videos online. The fourth song is lovely. With these songs, debuting wouldn't be an issue. We can always invite a few more later. Yang Shi was taken aback by Jiang Xiu's mention of debuting. She hesitated before replying. He thinks it's too early for me to debut. Too early? Jiang Xiu was momentarily stunned. To her, Ren He's actions were a means of helping Yang Shi gain visibility. Having done so, surely it was time to start singing. Not to mention that their current popularity was ripe for the taking. Well, I think he's right. I trust him, Yang Shi explained calmly. She had once yearned to sing, but now she felt no urgency, confident that Ren He would assist her. I'll treat you both to dinner. I have a new album coming out next year. Jiang Xiu began, but was cut off by Yang Shi. He said, We should wait until after graduation. There's still half a year. And he has no inspiration right now, Yang Shi explained softly. Jiang Xiu suddenly noticed how Yang Shi's speech revolved around him, realizing that this naive girl had seemingly centered her world around this young man. However, if she were to wait 6 months for a song, it would inevitably delay her plans for the new album. Should she wait? What if he changed his mind? Yet, releasing an album without a standout track would jeopardize its success, even for a superstar. Jiang Xiu ultimately decided to wait. All right, I will wait for him, she concluded before hanging up. She had always been adept at seizing opportunities. Otherwise, she wouldn't have achieved her current success. Trusting her instincts, she believed that a young man capable of producing 8 classic songs so swiftly had untapped potential. The memory of him composing live had left a profound impression on her, compelling her to be patient. After hanging up, Yang Shi smiled at Ren He. Is that acceptable? Indeed. Our task for the next semester is to finish the remaining 5 songs. I won't take on any other commitments, Ren He replied, unable to admit that he simply wished to avoid overwhelming responsibilities. He sensed that if they progressed too quickly, the tasks could escalate to daunting levels. Given the nature of the punishment system, the tasks might be achievable, but their complexity would surely increase. In such a scenario, their tranquil student life would be irrevocably altered. Moreover, the penalties were evolving in ways he could scarcely fathom. What peculiar punishments awaited them? Fortunately, there was one aspect worth celebrating. At least he would not face total erasure while completing tasks. If worse came to worst, he could endure. As they walked back to Yang Shi's home that evening, she noticed the lights were on inside. Oh no, she whispered, Su Ruqing is back. Su Ruqing had explicitly instructed her not to wander about, while Yang Shi was unafraid of Yang An. The prospect of facing her formidable mother required careful thought on how to explain her return. As they approached her home, they spotted Su Ruqing standing beneath a streetlight, calmly observing them. Ren He felt his legs tremble. The atmosphere exuded a formidable presence. Their previous encounter had been manageable, but this was Kyoto. He understood that Su Ruqing's assertiveness was not contingent upon his status or wealth. Her family had no lack of those attributes. Rather, she focused on moral integrity. After all, this was a case of early romance. If Ren He were to envision his own daughter at 15, accompanying a boy across the country to Kyoto, he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Considering Su Ruqing's current sentiments, "Auntie, I have come to participate in the National Olympiad Mathematics competition. I learned that Yangshi was in Kyoto, so I came to discuss studies with her," Ren He managed to say, forcing himself to remain composed. However, Su Ruqing simply gazed at him in silence, and Ren He felt a pang of discomfort. Any reprimand would have been less daunting than this unsettling quietude. It was as if she had seen through his facade, merely waiting for him to ramble on. Finally, Su Ruqing spoke. "The Olympiad Mathematics competition? Not contributing to the nation? Not aiding socialism? What bricks?" Ren He thought frantically, realizing she must have seen the videos circulating online. Chapter 74 Sir Knight, see you tomorrow. In an instant, Ren He comprehended many things. The recent buzz surrounding them on the internet had been excessively widespread. It was entirely reasonable for Su Ruqing to have seen the videos and posts, particularly as today's posts had specifically mentioned her conversation with Xiezishi. Yangshi, Su Ruqing's daughter, although not living with her often, could recognize the familiar nuances of a voice, a chin, or the sound of footsteps. While others might not discern that the protagonist in the video was Yangshi from those subtle hints, Su Ruqing was the exception. It was precisely why she returned home early today and was waiting here at such a late hour. What a predicament! Ren He felt utterly lost, never having interacted with a mother-in-law in either of his lifetimes. "You possess great talent. I have listened to your songs. However, my concern is not merely about this, but rather your age. An individual's average lifespan is around 80 years. This period is crucial for self-fulfillment, not for squandering time on romance. Your journey is still long ahead, and love is merely a beautiful landscape along the way. Its premature arrival is a regret, and a belated one is equally so. An early encounter may not be advantageous, for you lack the capability to nurture and cherish it, ultimately leading to its demise," Su Ruqing articulated calmly. "Do you think I am correct?" It appeared there was no escaping this. Ren He fell silent, frantically devising a strategy in his mind. He then heard Su Ruqing continue. "Yangshi, I do not oppose your singing. Rather, I believe you have numerous choices, many of which are far superior to singing." Yangshi lowered her head and remained silent. Ren He took a deep breath. While he dared not confront his mother-in-law directly, he couldn't allow himself to remain entirely voiceless. Indeed, there are many paths in life, yet they do not necessarily possess a hierarchy of superiority or inferiority. Those high-ranking executives gazing down from their lofty towers may hold countless resources, yet they may not find true happiness. Entrepreneurs may wield even greater resources, but may still be devoid of joy. And powerful nobles who control the fates of others may also find themselves unhappy. I believe that the worth of a person's life is not determined by what they possess, but rather by whether they derive genuine joy from what they have. Yangshi loves to sing. If she were to choose a different path, would she truly be happy? In truth, Ren He himself faced a similar dilemma. In this second life, he could delve into stock trading or dabble in real estate, but what would be the point of sitting atop a mountain of wealth and confusion? What merit is there in that? However, just as he found his own words quite intriguing, Su Ruqing interjected coolly, "Did I ask for your opinion?" In that moment, Ren He felt a surge of frustration. Su Ruqing's relentless demeanor was utterly intimidating. No wonder Yang An and she could not sustain their relationship. This woman's assertiveness was truly fearsome. All his previous attempts to express himself now felt utterly futile, as if he had been talking to a wall. Having never felt so powerless, Ren He felt an overwhelming urge to explode. Nevertheless, he lowered his gaze and replied submissively, "Very well. Auntie, please continue." "Yangshi, come. Let us go home," Su Ruqing instructed, turning to Ren He. "You should head home as well. Be cautious on your way." "Certainly, Auntie." Ren He decided to abandon any notion of resistance. Yet, there was no need to confront her head-on. The plan to become a knight charging into the fortress of the Demon King had already failed, not due to a lack of effort, but rather because the Demon King was too formidable. If a direct approach was futile, then perhaps a more subtle strategy could work. Just as Su Ruqing believed she had thoroughly intimidated this young man, Ren He sent Yangshi a text, "I will pick you up tomorrow." Su Ruqing could hardly follow Yangshi everywhere. She had her own busy life. However, plans had to be adjusted. Initially, Ren He intended to finish singing the remaining songs in 2 days, but that was clearly no longer feasible. Su Ruching was no fool. If tomorrow's video surfaced online again, she would instantly realize Ren He had whisked her daughter away. At that point, the wrath of the Demon King would be unbearable. Having read various novels about how to mock and rebut a mother-in-law, Ren He found the idea utterly absurd. After all, this was the mother of his beloved. How could one simply disregard such a relationship? Thus, he resolved to sing with Yang Shi once more tomorrow, and then fade from the public eye before his mother-in-law erupted in fury. After all, Yang In was Yang Shi's guardian, and she would undoubtedly return to Luo City for school. This was akin to changing locations after a single skirmish, a form of guerrilla warfare. Perhaps that metaphor was not entirely appropriate, but never mind. He had promised Yang Shi and must see it through to the end. As Yang Shi walked home, she worried that Su Ruching's sudden appearance might deter Ren He. She could already envision the immense pressure her mother's southwards would place on him. Yet, she bore no resentment towards Su Ruching, after all. She understood that her mother acted out of love. Parental love, regardless of its correctness, is still love. The divorce between Yang In and Su Ruching was not merely the result of arguments, but stemmed from a devastating fire when Yang Shi was 8 years old. At that time, Yang In was in Angola, while Yang Shi was home alone. Fortunately, Su Ruching was close to home, and, upon seeing the billowing smoke, rushed in without regard for her own safety to rescue Yang Shi. To this day, Su Ruching bears large burn scars on her back. As a result, she has since declined all evening invitations, unable to wear formal gowns. After saving Yang Shi, Su Ruching struggled to reach Yang Un by phone, feeling an indescribable sense of isolation, which led her to choose divorce. Did Su Ruching love Yang Shi? Undoubtedly, and Yang Shi deeply understood this. Yet, she still held on to a glimmer of hope. What if Ren He stood firm? How wonderful that would be. The words "I will pick you up tomorrow" flashed across Yang Shi's phone as she gazed out into the dark night, seemingly waiting for the brightest star in the sky to shine down upon her. Thank you for not giving up. Yang Shi turned and walked into the house, ready to wash up and rest. Sir Knight, see you tomorrow. Gratitude to Shenlong Wolf for the tale of love and sorrow. To my first love for the goddess, to replace her, to G-Dragon, to the winds of Gangnam, to the left, to the reader in VLVIM, for owing oneself a dream. To the master of Qingcheng, to the dream returning to the world, and to Rong E.'s generous rewards. Thanks to Brother Muki for the 30,000 coins. Becoming the second leader of this book. Chapter 75. The copyright of Kunlun. Early in the morning, Ren He stepped out of the hotel, ready to treat Shou Wuming to a meal before meeting Yang Shi in the evening. After all, today was the day he would secretly take away someone's daughter. And it would be quite embarrassing if they were discovered during the day. This was his first visit to the Kyoto press group. As he stood downstairs, preparing to call Shou Wuming, he noticed a few individuals scattered about, holding banners demanding that Kunlun transition to a daily serialization. Ren He couldn't help but inhale sharply. It was surprising that after all this time, there were still people so passionate about it. Was it too much to ask for a serialization every 2 days? However, the number of protesters had dwindled, likely consisting of true fans. Calculating the time, Kunlun should have about half a month left before its serialization concluded, marking the true beginning of copyright operations. He wondered what good news Shou Wuming would bring him today. He stepped aside and dialed Shou Wuming's number. Hello, old Zhou. I'm downstairs. Hurry up and come out for lunch. Shou Wuming chuckled. You're eager to treat me to breakfast at 9 a.m.? Isn't that a bit early? Not at all. A quick breakfast of soy milk and fried dough sticks will suffice. I have things to do, Ren He replied cheerfully, knowing that Shou Wuming was teasing him, eager to enjoy a meal at his expense. Not a chance, Shou Wuming replied decisively. Come up first, the top floor. Ren He chuckled again, realizing that Shou Wuming was quite easygoing. No matter how he joked, Shou Wuming took it in stride. This was the demeanor of a literary giant. Unlike those so-called predecessors who nitpick over trivial matters, such individuals, Ren He would only refer to by their titles, never with respect. Shou Wuming, however, deserved admiration, especially since he had personally come to sign the Sanzi Jing with Ren He. Throughout the journey from submission to publication, Shou Wuming never quibbled over whether Ren He was the true author. It was evident that he valued the merit of the work itself. Ren He entered the building and took the elevator to the top floor. The Kyoto Press Group was not a highly classified institution, so security was lax, and no one questioned his presence. As he arrived, a young editor glanced up and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Just then, Shou Wuming opened his glass door and waved him over. "Come here quickly." All right. Ren He made his way to Shou Wuming's office. The editors in the large office were momentarily stunned, pondering the identity of this young visitor. Surely, he couldn't be connected to work given his age. They were aware that Zhou Wuming forbade family members from visiting the group. The last time Zhou Wuming's adorable granddaughter, Zhou Muqi, came by, he sent her away with the words, "Work is work, life is life. One must distinguish between the two." It was no wonder the young editors admired Zhou Wuming. His attitude towards his career was increasingly rare in today's society. Some teachers even brought their children to class, allowing them to cry and disrupt the lesson. Ren He found this absurd. If one could not manage their own child, how could they teach others? He recalled instances where teachers spent half the class soothing their own children while the rest of the students were left to self-study. Because the editors understood Zhou Wuming's character, they were curious about the identity of this young man. Only a middle-aged editor recognized Ren He's significance. The only person who could visit Zhou Wuming and enter his office would be the author of Kunlun and Sanzi Jing. However, he couldn't disclose this information, as Zhou Wuming had explicitly instructed him not to. Upon seeing Ren He, the editor was astonished by his youth. Was this truly the author of the immensely popular novel? He had read Kunlun. The grandeur and depth of the story seemed beyond the capabilities of such a young writer. Yet, how had this young boy come to Kyoto? Being merely a middle school student from Luocheng? Once inside the office, Ren He plopped down on the sofa. "What good news do you have for me?" There's an offer to purchase the film rights to Kunlun, and the price is currently the highest in the industry. 6 million, Zhou Wuming said, observing Ren He's reaction with mild amusement. 6 million? Ren He pondered, realizing that this was indeed a considerable sum. In his previous life, even the renowned author Urgen's work, A Thought Eternal, fetched only 10 million, and that was only after copyright prices surged. For a traditional author, a few million was already quite significant, while anything over 10 million could be considered exorbitant. The offer was certainly generous, yet Ren He felt a sense of unease. If Kunlun were to achieve the same level of timelessness as Mr. Jean's novels, repeatedly adapted and broadcast across various television stations, culminating in grand film adaptations, then 6 million would hardly suffice. What should I choose? Ren He mused aloud, before abruptly asking, which media company is making the offer? It's not a media company, but a private enterprise owner from Jiangsu and Zhejiang, well regarded in e-commerce. It's not a lucrative business, and it seems he's willing to sacrifice everything to acquire the rights to Kunlun, nearly jeopardizing his cash flow to fulfill his dream of martial arts. Zhou Wuming explained calmly. He plans to buy the rights first and hopes to profit from filming later. He's also drawn to the commercial potential of Kunlun, as there hasn't been a decent martial arts novel before it. While the motivation is profit, I believe selling to someone with such passion will ensure the adaptation won't be poorly executed. Ren He found Zhou Wuming's perspective compelling, indeed. Those who write with sincerity often worry about one issue: their work being poorly adapted. Such misrepresentations could tarnish the author's dreams and aspirations for their creation. However, the collaboration model would need some adjustments. Chapter 76. Prioritizing academics. To be candid, Ren He currently possesses over 2 million yuan. Aside from the occasional indulgence in the thrill of newfound wealth, he does not have an urgent need for money. Thus, the 6 million yuan copyright fee from Kunlun is not pressing for him. Instead, he proposes to tighten the cooperative model. Ren He suggests to Zhou Wuming, is it feasible to establish a media subsidiary under the Kyoto newspaper group, with joint investment from the group, myself, and that businessman, forming 3 major shareholders? Zhou Wuming is puzzled, questioning the necessity of complicating matters. Moreover, the Kyoto newspaper group rarely forms joint ventures, especially with private individuals. Past ventures were primarily in collaboration with state-owned enterprises. His confusion is understandable, as Ren He aims for long-term financial gain. To live a life of leisure and affluence requires a continuous stream of income, which he considers a safety net for himself. Ren He recognizes Zhou Wuming's apprehensions. He is not accustomed to engaging in such business dealings, preferring to keep management away from these matters. After all, why would anyone want to involve themselves in his affairs? Selling the copyright entitles them to a commission. It's that simple. Ren He counters, have you ever considered that my works extend beyond Kunlun? I refer to it as the Shanhai Jing trilogy, Kunlun, Songhai, and Ling Fei Jing. I already have outlines for subsequent plots. Have you not thought about adding a revenue-generating project for the Kyoto newspaper group? The digital era is evolving, and print media is destined to decline. What will become of the Kyoto newspaper group then? Let me ponder this further, Zhou Wuming replies after a moment of contemplation. He possesses his own judgment and cannot be swayed by Ren He's brief remarks. He must carefully assess the feasibility of the proposal. Ren He chuckles, feeling no rush at this moment. However, a sudden realization strikes him. Goodness, I almost overlooked a significant issue. If I proceed to establish a company with others, while future profits may indeed flow steadily, they will stem from the foundations of Kunlun or other works. Isn't that bound to incur some sort of task? The thought is disconcerting. He queries the heavenly punishment system in his mind. Is there a punitive task associated with forming a company and receiving dividends? Yes, as a shareholder. Each income the company generates will correspond to a task. Good grief. I've really messed this up. Ren He finally comprehends that establishing a so-called music studio or media company is utterly impractical for him. Even if he desires to start a company, it must be in a different field, or he would be faced with endless tasks. Suddenly, Ren He raises his head and states, "All right, there's no need for further consideration. Let us go with the 6 million. The most lucrative venture in the entertainment sector is a one-time transaction." He previously speculated that regardless of how much he earns, the task levels seem equivalent. Thus, even if he pooled together the royalties from a single book, it would still count as merely one task. Now he realizes that the heavenly punishment system has been waiting for him. The system's message is clear. Simply collect royalties and copyright fees, refrain from greed, and don't even think about starting a company. How absurd. Can this system be any more devious? Ren He fully grasps that the heavenly punishment system is concerned about him monopolizing the entertainment sector. It wishes for him to fill the cultural void in this parallel world while simultaneously fearing that he might create a true monopoly, exploiting others. It truly has noble intentions. Thus, the entrepreneurial endeavor must fall to the chubby fellow Su Nua. He wonders if he can carve out a path in the digital realm. He continues to inquire of the heavenly punishment system. Your goal is to enrich the cultural sector. Does that mean creating games or websites is permissible? Will there be penalties for these activities? If there are, life would be unbearable. In fact, the conditions for penalties from the outset have been, utilizing knowledge from his past life incurs consequences. This means that whether Ren He wishes to create a website or a game, he would still be employing knowledge from his previous existence. However, upon realizing that the heavenly punishment system possesses a degree of autonomy, he contemplates negotiating terms, appealing to both emotion and reason, starting with a lament. Look, I've traversed through time just once. Everyone else is thriving, and I find myself under your scrutiny. Could you perhaps extend some leniency? I merely wish to create a game or a website. Could you not show some mercy? Ren He feels a twinge of anxiety as he speaks to the heavenly punishment system, aware that he lacks the leverage to negotiate. After all, this system can impose consequences at will, regardless of his pleas. Yet, one must harbor a glimmer of hope. A prolonged silence ensues. Ren He senses that the system's silence stretches for a full minute, causing him great unease. Suddenly, the heavenly punishment system responds. In other fields, the conditions have been altered to require the publication of a one-time task once formal operational criteria are met. Wait, did I actually negotiate successfully? This implies that although there will still be tasks, they will be limited to a single assignment once operational capabilities are established, allowing him to relax afterward. That is indeed acceptable. Moreover, by now, Ren He no longer harbors doubts. The heavenly punishment system clearly demonstrates independent thought. As long as he can present logical arguments, everything is negotiable. Ren He's spirits lift. At the very least, the system hasn't entirely closed off his avenues. However, Zhou Wuming is experiencing a downer in mood. He has been contemplating the joint venture, realizing that if Ren He can consistently produce excellent works, the company's prospects would be bright. The State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission is increasingly stringent with audits on enterprises like the Kyoto Newspaper Group, imposing profit targets. After all, he is both the chairman and chief editor of the Kyoto Newspaper Group. If this venture could indeed yield more profits while safeguarding classic works from being turned into subpar adaptations, Zhou Wuming would welcome it. Yet, Ren He suddenly declares, "Forget it." Zhou Wuming's expression darkens immediately. Do you find amusement in toying with this old man? Of course not. Who would dare jest with someone of your esteemed stature? I just remembered that I'm still a middle school student and must prioritize my studies. Otherwise, how can I contribute to building socialism and adding bricks to the construction of our motherland? As Zhou Wuming seems ready to explode, Ren He hastily clarifies. Zhou Wuming. Hearing Ren He use this as a shield, nearly chokes in disbelief. I find your words utterly incredulous. You, a diligent student? If you could truly focus on your studies, I would gladly gouge out my own eyes. However, That last statement sounded oddly familiar. Did his granddaughter mention something about two newly emerged singers at the dinner table last night? He resolves to inquire with his dear granddaughter when he returns home. Gratitude extends to Bok's conjecture. Pill God, Yi Ling Feng, Homebody Not Home, Lan Shuyan, Qing Xingguan Master, Chung Feng 00, and Dreaming of 1,000 Returns, as well as to the students for their generous contributions. Special thanks to the adorable little dragon girl for the 10,000 coins, and to SKGWX 123 for the 21,100 coins. The update from the author is, if I am still awake at dawn, I will update then. If I can't hold on any longer, I will update at the first opportunity after waking. Before the official release, there will be a minimum of 2 updates daily, with a 10-chapter burst on the release day, followed by an increased daily update rate. The author updates are date-specific. The update I made last night was for yesterday. You can check the app for the date of each chapter. I won't cease updates while I have manuscripts prepared, as evidenced by the 1.5 million words of the previous book that have consistently been updated. Chapter 77. The final performance. Ren He observed that Zhou Wuming still seemed somewhat displeased, prompting him to offer advice. If you wish to create multiple lucrative avenues for the newspaper group, it is entirely feasible for you to collaborate with him without my involvement, or even for the group to manage it independently. Let us not engage in idle talk. A masterpiece of martial arts literature is undoubtedly a veritable cash cow, guaranteeing profit without loss. Besides, what is our relationship? I shall still present my work to you first, will I not? Who else could I possibly submit it to? Thus far, Zhou Wuming had offered him the highest compensation. Given this, why complicate matters? Simply deliver the work to the newspaper group. It is merely a process of initial accumulation, unnecessary to overthink. Wouldn't you agree? If Zhou Wuming were a cunning merchant, Ren He certainly would not voice such sentiments. Everyone possesses the intellect of adults, understanding that profit must be rooted in mutual benefit. If one party is exploited, the collaboration cannot continue. Ren He was no fool. He would not maintain camaraderie with someone who would deceive him. Zhou Wuming regarded Ren He with an unyielding expression. Spare me your banter. Allow me to ponder further. In truth, the Kyoto newspaper group, boasting premier media channels, could easily engage in such endeavors themselves. It merely depended on Zhou Wuming's inclination. Unfortunately, Ren He felt utterly sidelined, which was rather frustrating. At noon, the two ventured out for lunch, a promise Ren He had made for Zhou Wuming to treat him. As they departed, all the editors cast furtive glances in their direction, and once they entered the elevator, discussions erupted regarding the identity of the young man. However, they were at a loss, for Zhou Wuming had ensured confidentiality from the outset, managing the signing process himself or delegating it to a middle-aged editor, thereby keeping the signing editors at bay. Ultimately, they chose a modest restaurant downstairs, their total bill amounting to just over 100 yuan. Zhou Wuming, despite his sharp tongue, possessed a kind heart. Ren He felt compelled to repay him at some point. Of course, the elder Zhou's greatest anticipation remained the second installment of the classic of mountains and seas, titled The Vast Sea. In the afternoon, Ren He returned to the hotel to write, for the updates of his divine manuscript must keep pace. By evening, he hailed a cab to the entrance of Yangshi's neighborhood, texting, "Let us go, I'll whisk you away." Upon reading this message, Yangshi burst into laughter, feeling as though she truly was about to elope with Ren He. Exhilarating. She donned the outfit Ren He had previously bought for their escapade, and as she pressed the cap down on her head, she felt a surge of the killer aura Ren He had described. This thought amused her. Thus, the two eccentric youths stirred quite a commotion in Kyoto. However, this was not Ren He's first experience with such antics. One must remember the influence he wielded during his time at Kunlun was equally formidable. The remarkable youth, Yangshi mused, her lips curling into a smile. Eloping, how intriguing. Yet Ren He did not lead her directly to Hohai, but instead headed to Wangfujing to purchase another outfit and a different cap. Yangshi, curious, inquired, "Why buy new ones?" "You'll understand once we arrive," Ren He cheerfully replied, indicating that Yangshi had yet to grasp the essence of celebrity. When they arrived at Hohai, they were met with a crowd idling on the street, chatting away, seemingly uninterested in entering the bars. Ren He boldly took Yangshi's hand, striding past them without wearing a cap, exuding confidence. As they passed, Yangshi overheard snippets of conversation. "Why haven't they arrived yet? We must see their true faces today. Haha, that girl must be stunning. You can tell by her voice. Enough. As if you can judge someone by their singing." A girl scoffed. "I just want to see what that boy looks like. Perhaps I could ask him to sing a song." As Yangshi gazed up at Ren He, She realized that his height had reached 175 centimeters due to his training, while she still stood at only 157 centimeters. Yet to fully grow. Initially, she hadn't noticed, but Ren He's rapid growth had recently become evident. She had to tilt her head to catch a glimpse of his face. Ren He held Yang Shi's hand tightly, feeling a sense of endearment between them. Yang Shi was intrigued by how Ren He had predicted that someone would be waiting for them today and had changed his outfit accordingly, allowing them to pass through the crowd unnoticed, as their observers only recognized them as a boy and girl in black clothes and caps. This sensation was truly extraordinary, akin to encountering difficulties that had already been anticipated by another. Ren He had already decided which bar to visit that evening, and there was no need for a change. They would go to the bar owned by Xie, whom he held in high regard, finding her a person of relatively simple intentions. Moreover, the bar's stage lights could be extinguished, making it ideal for concealing their identities. As the two entered the bar without their caps, Xie greeted them just as she would any other patrons. However, her eyes widened as she watched them don their caps, smiling as they approached her. "Boss, may we sing?" Xie's mouth slowly dropped open. Although they had changed clothes and hats, their voices were unmistakable. She had not anticipated that they would choose her bar today, as everyone on Hohai Street was speculating where they would perform next, given their tendency to change venues after each performance. Having seen their faces, Xie noted that while the girl was not conventionally beautiful, if asked whether Yang Shi was pretty, she would undoubtedly affirm this. Her features were exquisite, possessing a unique charm that compelled one to take a second glance. The boy was quite handsome in an understated way, exuding an indescribable magnetism. Without the charm reward from the heavenly punishment system, Ren He would have never been associated with charisma. "Of course you can sing. The stage lights can be turned off, and all the lights in the bar can be extinguished," Xie exclaimed excitedly. "As long as you are willing to return and sing again, I can offer you 20 equity in this bar." Ren He chuckled. "You may keep your shares. Today is our final performance. Even if we meet again, it won't be until next year. Hurry and promote it. We shall start singing in 10 minutes, and it will be a new song." "Another new song? How many astonishing songs can these two possibly have?" Xie pondered momentarily, not fully grasping the significance, but recognizing her obligation to support them regardless of how many performances lay ahead. Xie stepped outside and shouted, "New song release. This is the final performance of the year, commencing in 10 minutes. She did not even specify who would be singing, as she was uncertain how to address Ren He and Yang Shi, but she trusted that everyone on this street would know precisely who she referred to. Chapter 78. A unique style. The crowd began to surge towards the bar owned by Xie, known as the Alley. Although they were unable to catch a glimpse of Ren He and his companion, the allure of new songs was irresistible. The owner had mentioned that this was the last performance of the year, accompanied by fresh melodies. The anticipation was palpable. At this moment, Ren He had moved 2 chairs onto the stage. The lights had dimmed, leaving only Yang Shi and Ren He in view. Yang Shi observed as Ren He adjusted his chair slightly backward, creating a distance that highlighted his presence. A memory flashed through her mind. A love letter Ren He had penned. "You dance on the stage, radiant in your pride and beauty, while I remain in the silent darkness beyond, gazing upon you. I would gladly spend my limited time just staring, until I become either a statue or dust." Though Ren He was reluctant to sing, his journey to Kyoto was merely a step towards fulfilling his dreams. Even the placement of their chairs was a deliberate effort to stand out. A warm current flowed through Yang Shi, prompting her to halt Ren He's movement. "Let us sit side by side," she suggested gently yet firmly. Ren He smiled. "All right, whatever you say." The two of them settled side by side on the stage as the countdown to the performance began. Today marked their final act of the year. Once it concluded, Ren He intended to escape back to Luo City before his mother-in-law's fury erupted. Meanwhile, Yang Shi would return to her role as the obedient daughter, awaiting the day she could return to Luo City. When they would next meet, a new year would have dawned, and they would still be ordinary students, biding their time until summer arrived. At that point, Ren He would lead her into this dazzling world, ready to shake the very foundations of the entertainment industry. The first song began, the marvelous ability song. The bar was packed, and Xie did not disappoint. The bar had even ceased selling drinks, as all the servers gathered around the stage to prevent any disruptions during the performance. Ren He felt he had chosen the perfect venue. As the guitar strummed, its simple yet enchanting melody brought an unexpected silence over the previously boisterous crowd. Yang Shi, with a radiant smile, began to sing from the shadows of the stage. "I have witnessed storms and deserts, seen the ocean kiss the sharks, watched dusk chase dawn. Yet I have not seen you. At first, the audience found the lyrics peculiar, whimsical, akin to the vibrant dreams of youth. However, when the final line was delivered, a wave of melancholy swept through, evoking the sensation of being lost in a surreal world. Indeed, she had traversed deserts and oceans, watched dusk transform into dawn. But where was he? I know beauty fades, and life exists beyond life. I sense poetry in the wind, yet I know not you. I have waded through the years of my life, as youth slips away, understanding that emotions can be as profound as poetry. But where are you? The wistfulness resonated from Yang Shi's voice, her ethereal tones lingering above the audience like a bird soaring across the sea in search of solace. As the song concluded, the crowd remained entranced in this kaleidoscopic world of longing, until Ren He's voice broke the spell. Thank you all for joining us. However, our final news song is next. Until we meet again, Prague Square. Suddenly, a girl stood up and shouted, "We want to hear you sing a song." "Yes, we want to hear you sing too." Ren He was momentarily taken aback, not yet realizing the allure his charisma had invoked. After all, he was merely a guitarist. Why should he sing? However, the bar had erupted into a playful uproar, with many urging, "If you don't sing, we'll risk calling the police to keep you here. Just sing one." Ren He recalled a phrase. Wait, is this a scene from a fantasy? The atmosphere had spiraled into chaos. Yet, he found it amusing, after all. Prague Square featured a male vocal part. In a past life, the most iconic rendition of this song had been performed by Jolin Tsai and Jay Cho, both young dreamers harboring aspirations of music and deep affections for the girl before them. Yet, they had drifted apart. Nevertheless, there was no room for regrets. Every gathering must eventually conclude. He began to play the melody of Prague Square, the most upbeat of the 5 songs. The audience fell silent, awaiting Ren He's voice. Light spills from the keys, stained glass windows, adorning the Gothic cathedral. Who plays a segment? A passage of wandering sorrow. Roses cling to an 18th century painting. Ren He adopted Jay Chou's distinctive singing style, a style yet to emerge in this parallel world. Many critiqued his unclear enunciation and odd style, yet it epitomized the rhythm of an era. Was Nunchuck's melodious? Ren He found it lacking, yet that style was inherently captivating for its time. The audience, although perplexed by the unusual approach, found it unexpectedly delightful. This unique charm captivated everyone, compelling them to rewind and listen once more. Such an extreme style had intruded upon their ears, shattering traditional norms. How strange the singing is, yet surprisingly captivating. As the final notes faded, Ren He had fulfilled their request to hear him sing. Reflecting upon it, he found it rather amusing, though the audience remained astounded. As the music subsided, someone suddenly stood and asked, "Can you sing that song again?" Of course not. Ren He took Yang Shi's hand and headed towards the back door. Singing was not a passion for him. Humming was merely a casual occurrence. Becoming a star? That was not the life he desired. Most celebrities lived in the entertainment industry as if trapped within a vast prison. If singing had not been Yang Shi's lifelong dream, he would not have supported her pursuit. The audience realized that the duo was preparing to vanish once more, and how could that be allowed? They had not yet had their fill. Moreover, it had already been declared that this was the last performance of the year, at least according to the lunar calendar, starting with the Spring Festival. The audience suddenly deemed these 2 individuals exceedingly mysterious, having appeared out of nowhere to deliver 5 songs, only to disappear again. It was precisely this air of mystery that sparked an intangible curiosity and anticipation within them. Chapter 79. Once upon a time, there was a Taoist priest. As the final notes of the song Prague Square faded away, it marked the conclusion of Ren He and Yang Shi's daring venture. The 5 songs performed, aside from the wonderful ability song, were all exceptionally popular tracks. With the exception of the first 2 songs, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky and Going to Dali, which left little room for audience reaction, it was evident that Nanshan South and Prague Square would swiftly gain fame. However, by the time those music platforms and apps sought to acquire the copyrights, the protagonists had vanished into the crowd. The manager from Huage Media waited at the back door early that morning, a cold smirk playing on his lips, as he truly doubted these 2 youngsters would remain steadfast. He had been waiting since the second song had yet to conclude, demonstrating his determination. The previous day, when facing Chiao Qingkong, he had sensed her discontent. In Huage Media, achievements were rewarded with accolades, bonuses, promotions, and resources. Yet, mistakes were met with penalties, devoid of any leniency. Opinions about Chiao Qingkong varied widely. Some claimed she treated her employees well, while others deemed her cold-hearted. Nevertheless, Li Yinglong believed he was among the few who understood her best. It mattered little whether she was cold or not. She simply revered the supremacy of the system. Hence, Li Yinglong had to succeed today. With the year drawing to a close and the company's annual meeting and year-end bonuses approaching, he could not allow such a trivial matter to disrupt his progress. At that moment, the back door of the alley bar creaked open, and Li Yinglong turned to see the two middle school students. His eyes brightened as he approached. Introducing himself, "Hello, I am Li Yinglong, the senior operations manager at Huge Media." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted. Ren He, upon seeing him, instinctively adjusted Yangshi's hat and said, "Sorry, we're not interested." With that, Ren He intended to leave, but Li Yinglong, somewhat anxious, reached out to grab Yangshi's arm. Ren He's expression darkened instantly. How could he tolerate Li Yinglong pulling his girlfriend? He swiftly blocked Li Yinglong's hand, asserting, "Uncle, I said we're not interested. You might not fully comprehend the influence of Huge Media." Li Yinglong began. "I understand," Ren He replied, still attempting to remain calm. After all, he was generally quite amiable. The man was merely inviting them to join his company. He felt he need not be too harsh. "What I meant to convey is that we currently have no plans to sing. We still need to focus on our studies. Singing can go hand in hand with education. You both lack a solid plan for your futures, but joining Huge is undoubtedly the right choice. Do you wish to become stars? Like Jiang Xiao and Jiang Chun?" Li Yinglong smiled, convinced that once these two middle school students grasped the bright future awaiting them at Huge, they would surely be tempted. Those 5 songs would undoubtedly become Huge's golden geese. However, noticing that Ren He remained unmoved, Li Yinglong turned to Yang Shi and suggested, "You could consider going solo. It might be easier for you to gain fame." Upon hearing this, Yang Shi immediately took Ren He's hand. "Let us go?" Yet, Li Yinglong blocked their path, eager to continue persuading Yang Shi. It was entirely normal for a young girl to dream of stardom. Perhaps this was a breakthrough moment. Ren He regarded this obstinate individual with disbelief. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to unleash his trump card. "You see, up until now, we've been quite reasonable in our discussions, haven't we? If you continue to obstruct us, I fear there may be safety concerns regarding your health." Li Yinglong laughed, finding it absurd that a middle school student was warning him about safety issues. "Ha ha ha, what did you say?" "Ugh." This was the first time Ren He employed his skill of inducing vomiting since mastering it, and he found himself a bit rusty after such a long absence. Though this ability seemed rather crude compared to other characters in novels, it was still his first skill, after all. From now on, he could walk with confidence. If he commanded someone to vomit, they would have no choice but to comply. He mused about adopting a nickname for his future exploits, Ren Yinluo. This title was both stylish and playfully charming, simply perfect. In truth, such a skill was rather detrimental, which is why Ren He had refrained from using it for so long. Yet, with the other party attempting to drive a wedge between him and Yang Shi, he could not allow it to slide. Li Yinglong's retching was uncontrollable, and before he could succumb entirely, Ren He swiftly pulled Yang Shi aside and turned to leave. Yang Shi, however, bore a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Are you?" "Yes," Ren He admitted succinctly. "When I was born, the sky was adorned with colorful clouds, and I held a piece of gold in my hand. A Taoist priest passed by my home and said we were fated, thus teaching me a small spell, the vomiting spell." Yang Shi burst into laughter, finding it utterly absurd how grandly he had described his origins only to conclude with such a comical ability. Nevertheless, she genuinely believed in Ren He's power to induce vomiting, although she could not fathom why he possessed such a peculiar talent. Yet, it felt rather amusing. So, Lu Yinghai's vomiting incident was also a result of Ren He's handiwork? Recalling Li Luaha's frantic cries of public assault against a teacher only added to her amusement. What a fascinating boy. He grew more extraordinary by the day. Yang Shi thought of the knights in novels, often dubbed Radiant Knights or similarly grand titles, and wondered what to call her own. The Vomiting Knight. Through tear-blurred eyes caused by his retching, Li Yinglong watched as Ren He and Yang Shi gradually receded into the distance. Even as he vomited, he felt an inexplicable connection to Ren He, questioning how this could possibly be related to him. Wasn't it too unscientific? For the first time, he began to doubt his own life choices. When Ren He finally escorted Yang Shi to her doorstep, he paused. Yang Shi turned to him and asked, "Are you planning to return to Luocheng?" Taking a deep breath, Ren He replied, "The video will likely be uploaded online almost immediately. Your mother probably already knows I've whisked you away again. While I would love to face her fury alongside you, I fear that if it comes to that, I might never return to Luocheng. I could end up on my knees. If I take you again, She might even call the police. Then you should go back, Yang Shi said with a smile. I'll return when school starts. All right, Ren He replied, opening his arms. Let us have a farewell hug. Before Yang Shi could react, he embraced her, releasing her after just a second. Yang Shi stood there, momentarily taken aback. This was her first experience being hugged by a peer of the opposite gender, and it felt strange yet sweet. In the days since Ren He's arrival, Yang Shi had experienced a life unlike any other, her heart soaring as if floating aimlessly in the sky. Perhaps that was the essence of reckless youth. As the new year approached, Ren He returned to Luocheng before Su Ruching truly lost her temper. If he lingered any longer, she might genuinely call the authorities. Reflecting on it, he mused that in his past life, he would have never dared to confront his mother-in-law in such a manner. Of course, he still held deep respect for Su Ruching, as she was Yang Shi's mother. Yang Shi was unable to see him off, but the memories and secrets they shared over those few days would linger in their hearts. Perhaps years later, as they reminisced about the adventures of this winter break, they would exchange knowing smiles. Yang Un, hurry back, Yang Shi thought. Under Su Ruching's watchful eye, life had become quite tedious. Yang In was far more pleasant to be around. After Ren He and Yang Shi vanished, the 5 songs gradually spread and gained popularity. Firstly, they were genuinely delightful to listen to. Secondly, their daring adventure had an air of legend about it. 2 middle school students descended from the heavens, audaciously interrupting Wang Quan's performance, and showcased their genius by singing 5 new songs before vanishing into the crowd, never to be seen again. Countless individuals discussed this event with fervor over meals, eagerly anticipating their return and pondering whether they would unveil more new songs. The identities of Ren He and Yang Shi became an enigma, with those privy to their identities refraining from gossip. Thus, Ren He and Yang Shi remained ordinary middle school students, allowing Ren He to continue relishing his carefree and untroubled student life. Upon returning, Ren He's first act was to indulge in 2 days of restful slumber, after which he would resume his tasks, as the deadline for the divine book and other payments loomed just over 10 days away. He could not afford to postpone all his duties. The solitary task at hand was to create a piece, with the consequence of 100 days of impotence looming if left incomplete. The thought of such a punishment filled Ren He with a sense of the divine penalty system's malicious intent, particularly as it had been issued right after he and Yang Shi had become close, clearly designed to vex him. Was he truly a man of insatiable desires? How could such a punishment affect him? What was 100 days of impotence, anyway? Did they think he would cower in fear? Surely he could complete the task with diligence. This task was nearly a gift, merely a precaution from the divine penalty system to ensure Ren He did not interrupt his creative flow. The initial punitive measures had likely been a means for the system to convey the gravity of the situation and its immense power. Now that everything had settled into a routine, the system began to deviate from expected patterns. If tasked with creation, he would naturally prioritize writing songs for Yang Shi, especially since he had to complete the remaining 5 tracks for the album Reaching for the Stars within the next 6 months. He pondered what the 6th song should be. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. He recalled a song that would be perfect for a girl to interpret, with a captivating melody that had enjoyed considerable popularity in his previous life. This song may not be the pinnacle of artistry, yet it possessed a delightful charm, serving as an exquisite embellishment within the album. Titled Eating Fried Chicken at People's Square, it was a folk rock piece composed by C, with arrangements by Wei Wei. It had been selected as one of the top 10 songs in the 21st Eastern Wind chart in his past life. The song drew inspiration from the mundane details of everyday life, narrating the tale of a girl waiting in vain for a boy at the People's Square who never arrives, resonating perfectly with the sentiments of young women. With its blend of melancholy and playful melodies, it was ideally suited for Yang Shi. The mere thought of her interpreting this song sent a thrill through Ren He. As he completed the song, he heard the voice of the divine penalty system in his mind. Task completed. Reward. Charm 1. Ren He paused, realizing that the most perplexing rewards he had received thus far from the divine penalty system were combat skills and this charm attribute. His combat skills had already reached a specialized level, with mastery on the horizon. What purpose did he have for such abilities? A basic understanding seemed sufficient for self-defense. Yet, the evolution from foundational to specialized combat skills was gradually transforming from self-defense to lethal combat. The notion of taking a life seemed rather grim. As for the charm attribute, what was its significance? Did the requests for him to sing stem from this very charm? It felt somewhat superfluous. He was content with his life as it was. After all, he had Yang Shi. What need had he for charm? In his previous life, when in a relationship, he could go weeks without shaving, boldly asserting, "I've already found my partner. Why should I care about appearances?" He wondered if Yangshi would feel the same disdain upon discovering this about him. Nevertheless, he concluded that any reward was better than none, and he would continue to navigate this peculiar journey at his own pace. Just then, the punishment corresponding to eating fried chicken at People's Square arrived. Task: swim in the Luo River for 5 minutes in winter, with a 1-week deadline. Failure will result in the punishment of running naked for 3 kilometers along the main thoroughfare of the city. What madness was this? It was January. Swimming in winter? He would surely freeze. This was an outrageous predicament. Ren He sensed that the divine penalty system had indeed escalated the difficulty of its punitive tasks. Originally, he had created a task and upon completion, naturally received a punishment task. But now he was faced with this absurd new punishment. The requirement to run naked for 3 kilometers on the city south main road was utterly ludicrous. At that moment, the divine penalty system implanted a wealth of knowledge regarding the task into Ren He's mind. He was momentarily taken aback. This time, the guidance provided not only included precautions for winter swimming, but also encompassed all swimming techniques. Although Ren He was not a complete novice, his form had never been particularly refined, and he often felt as though he could not swim quickly at all. In his previous life, he attributed this to his weight, as he had become quite portly by his 20s. Now, he realized that his initial movements had simply been incorrect. This task turned out to be quite beneficial. At least Ren He could now genuinely swim. As for the precautions regarding winter swimming, the divine penalty system informed him that moderation was essential. Typically, one could only swim for 1 minute in water at 1 degree Celsius, 2 minutes at 2 degrees, and so forth. It was advisable to swim around noon when temperatures peaked, making it the most suitable time. However, Ren He felt a pang of frustration. The system had stated that one could swim for 1 minute at 1 degree Celsius and 2 minutes at 2 degrees. Yet now it expected him to swim for 5 minutes at 2 degrees. Did the divine penalty system truly believe his physical prowess was sufficient to endure 5 minutes in such frigid water? Ren He mused that he might eventually be led to his doom by this system. Well, if he must swim, he would do so. It was certainly preferable to the alternative of running naked. The thought of being punished to run unclothed through the city's main thoroughfare was unthinkable. Not only would he attract a crowd, but the police would likely intervene, forcing him into obscurity. In the presence of such overwhelming embarrassment, what would he be reduced to? Yet, as he prepared to swim, he hoped the reward for his efforts would be substantial. Chapter 81. The best supporting role. New tasks are undoubtedly to be undertaken. Yet the manner in which they are approached is of paramount importance. Upon returning from his journey, Ren He found himself with few close friends aside from Su Nuo and Duan Xiaolu, resulting in a lack of social engagements. Su Nuo, during this time, was likely feeling quite stifled at home, as it was rumored that his father was obsessively monitoring his studies, even neglecting his business. The plight of parents is indeed a sorrowful one. Despite Su Nuo's father's ruthless demeanor, his love for his son remained evident, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. In recent nights, Su Nuo persistently called Ren He, expressing his worries as the new year approached. "My dad is about to call my homeroom teacher. What if Li Luo he suddenly stops being crazy?" To which Ren He cheerfully replied, "When your father picks up the phone, you should quietly position yourself near the door and observe his expression. If he looks at you with ill intent, make a hasty retreat." Su Nuo fell silent for a moment, nearly in tears. "Could you say something more reassuring? Please don't scare me." Ren He, on the other end of the line, was nearly in stitches, realizing that had he not traversed time and returned, he too might have been burdened by academic worries. However, he found it impossible to empathize with the chubby boy's plight. He reminisced about his own school days when he had often deceived his parents. Once, just before Teacher's Day, he had skipped class to play a game at an internet CAF. Upon returning home, he found his mother calmly watching television. When she inquired about the classes he attended that morning, he solemnly listed subjects he had not actually attended. His mother, armed with a stick, swiftly confronted him. "I went to deliver gifts to your homeroom teacher for Teacher's Day and discovered you had not attended at all. You think you can evade punishment?" Indeed, it was a regrettable memory, filled with countless misadventures typical of school life. As for Su Nuo, Ren He could only relish his role as the best friend, reveling in the misfortune of others. He intended to enjoy a meal of lamb hot pot alone before heading to the river for a winter swim, thinking it would warm him up. However, upon entering the restaurant, he spotted Xia Yuting, Duan Xiaolu, and Huang Fuji Ri already seated. Huang Fuji Ri, spotting Ren He, greeted him with a casual hey. Ren He raised an eyebrow, bemused at how Ji Ri had forgotten his name. Ji Ri continued, "Are you here to eat too? All alone?" Ren He responded with a smile, "Yes, just me." This left Ji Ri momentarily taken aback. Dining alone for hot pot? That's quite unique. Join us. There are only 3 of us. Sit next to Yuting. Having little reason to refuse, Ren He agreed with a smile, "Sure." As he settled in, a delightful fragrance wafted from the direction of Xia Yuting, reminiscent of the subtle scent of plum blossoms in winter. From the side, Yuting indeed appeared quite beautiful, possessing a star-like quality, though Ren He chose not to dwell on it. Duan Xiaolu inquired, "Where have you been these past few days?" Ren He explained, "I just returned from Kyoto a couple of days ago and haven't gone out since." At the mention of Kyoto, Huang Fu Ji Ri became animated. "Have you heard? 2 middle school students in Kyoto managed to disrupt the music industry, releasing 5 new songs. And then they vanished completely. Do you know what that implies? 10 media companies are trying to find them, yet no one can locate them. The forums at Kyoto's universities are going wild, filled with discussions about these 2 students. It's thrilling. They sing and then disappear. Go find them." Ren He listened with amusement, thinking that he should befriend this jovial fellow, as every conversation with him seemed to elevate Ren He's spirits. "I've heard," Xia Yuting interjected, "that our school students are going mad over those songs. I envy them. While we toil endlessly to achieve fame, those 2 seem destined for it, effortlessly capturing attention. I assure you, those students are far from ordinary. They understand how to captivate an audience. The notion of diligent study is merely a facade. They've mastered the art of evasion, knowing exactly how to spark urgency in others." Ren He found this perspective intriguing. Yuting, a college freshman, seemed quite astute. Huang Fu Ji Ri chuckled. "What? Are you envious of them?" Yuting candidly replied, "Not quite envy, but their 5 songs are stunning. Otherwise, we wouldn't be discussing them. That kind of talent is unparalleled, though I do feel envy. I heard that a wealthy individual has purchased the rights to Kunlun, and while the contract isn't signed yet, it's almost certain. Rumor has it that the Kyoto newspaper group is partnering with this person to produce the film. And soon, casting will begin. Our school will be rife with competition and intrigue. It's exhausting to even think about. Do you still aspire to be an actress?" Huang Fu Ji Ri teased. "Your family isn't lacking in wealth. Why work so hard?" Yuting, unimpressed, retorted, "Having embarked on this path, I am prepared to fight my way through the throngs. In a few years, I too shall be a star." Ren He couldn't help but admire Yuting. She was neither pretentious nor base, aware of her desires, and willing to work for them. After all, one cannot expect everyone to regard wealth as trivial. Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, a tome of considerable length, fundamentally argues that every individual is inherently self-interested, and when each person strives to improve their own circumstances, society as a whole progresses. To suggest that everyone must be self-sacrificing would undermine the very foundation of economics. Living life should be about enhancing one's own experience and imbuing it with meaning. The notion that a humble existence is the only truth is a fallacy. Chapter 82. The icy water pierces to the bone during the lunch break. A few people exchanged contact numbers with Ren He. Both Xia Yuting and Huang Fu Ji Ri found this middle school student quite intriguing, as he seemed to articulate his thoughts succinctly. Perhaps Ren He could assist Xia Yuting with the character selection for Kunlun, yet he pondered the appropriateness of intervening in matters that did not concern him. Even if they became friends, whether he was needed for assistance remained uncertain. Ultimately, if his help proved unavailing, it would only land him in trouble. After all, Ren He was merely an original author, not their producer. Of course, should an opportunity arise, casually mentioning it would be a trivial endeavor. The meal expenses were covered by Huang Fu Ji Ri, and Ren He chose not to impose upon them. To them, he was just a middle school student. The thought of a financially constrained youth insisting on treating others felt rather awkward. It was better to repay the gesture later. 100 yuan was hardly a debt of gratitude. As they parted ways, Duan Xiaolu called out to Ren He, inquiring if he wished to join them for a movie that afternoon. Ren He politely declined, as he was busy with a task. And with the clock nearing 2 o'clock, it was the prime time for his undertaking. At other times, the water would be even colder. Moreover, the weather forecast predicted snow in the coming days, and should it snow while he was submerged, he might find himself in dire straits. Winter swimming was no trifling matter, especially since the designated location was the Luo River, devoid of instructors or artificial pools. A misstep could indeed be fatal. The day was clear and sunny, presenting an opportune moment. Upon reaching the riverbank, Ren He gasped in surprise at the number of middle-aged and elderly individuals fishing. Truth be told, winter fishing had always been a pleasant activity, with the sun's rays less intense in winter. One could sit in a sunny spot without the nuisance of pesky small fish biting at the line. The winter fishing yield was often quite rewarding, as even a slight movement of the float could indicate a sizable catch. Yet, Ren He was oblivious to this. He had anticipated a sparse crowd due to the frigid temperatures. What to do now? Should he swim? Yes. Regardless, they were all men. No one would mock anyone else. Besides, he was clad in swim trunks, not swimming in the nude. As he approached the riverbank, he noticed a group of elderly men boasting about their catches. Ren He began his warm-up exercises behind them, eavesdropping on their conversation. Suddenly, the old men spotted him and chuckled. It's rare to see a young man out here exercising in this weather. Come, young man. Be our judge and see whose fishing skills are superior. Old Wong has caught 4 fish, but they don't measure up to my 3 big ones. I should win. Although there were many derisive comments about the elderly in his previous life, Ren He found many charming qualities in them. They seemed to retain a childlike spirit, with their competitive nature undiminished by age. Ren He laughed. You two are competing over fish? I wouldn't bother, but if he insists his fishing skills surpass mine, then we must discuss it properly. The old man began to explain, but just as he was about to continue, he noticed Ren He starting to undress. Young man, quickly put your coat back on. It's terribly cold by the river. You shouldn't be taking off your clothes. The old man's voice trailed off as he initially thought Ren He was simply warming up, only to realize there was a misunderstanding. It seemed like Ren He was intent on stripping completely. The old man was bewildered, thinking Ren He was about to jump into the river. What has become of the youth nowadays? They had not even considered winter swimming. After all, it was such a rare activity in this cold weather. Should we call the police? This is the sort of situation that warrants a call, right? Ren He found it amusing as he watched the old man pull out his phone, ready to dial, and quickly explained, please don't misunderstand. I'm winter swimming. You know, for health and fitness. Winter swimming? In this weather? Are you out of your mind? Ren He had no choice. The task was upon him, and he could not concern himself with their opinions. He stepped to the river's edge and dipped his toes in the water. Oh no. He instantly regretted it. But he couldn't back out now. Ren He gritted his teeth. In his past life, winter swimming had become almost a recreational activity. If others could do it, so could he. With a splash, he decisively leaped into the water, having done enough warm-up exercises and shed his clothes. To linger on the shore would only chill him further. This was a matter of life and death. As he submerged in the frigid water, Ren He recalled a news story. A man in northeast China had lost his potency after working in cold water for several minutes. Surely he wouldn't suffer such misfortune. The icy water felt like a myriad of ice blades slicing through his skin and muscles. Winter swimming was indeed a test of one's willpower. How long could one hold on to ice? Perhaps around 10 seconds before the pain compelled one to release their grip. He felt as though he were encased in ice, every moment urging him to return to the shore. In the wilderness, if a sled dog fell into icy water, the owner would often abandon it, for humans would perish too. Ren He sensed his hands and feet turning to ice. Even his heartbeat seemed to slow. Yet, he could not surface. Glancing at his waterproof watch, only 2 minutes had passed. He now understood the meaning of time dragging on like an eternity. However, as he reached the 4th minute, he surprisingly felt warmth returning to his body. What was happening? Suddenly, he recalled a similar experience from high school, where a winter without a warm shower led him to take a cold one instead. He had expected to feel freezing afterward, yet his body had become feverishly warm. Indeed, even during snowball fights, one could feel the same, initially freezing, yet gradually warming up. So, as he lingered in the water, nearing 5 minutes, the discomfort lessened. Yet Ren He knew this was likely his body's self-defense mechanism, and it wouldn't last long. He had heard tales of climbers stranded on snowy peaks. After a day of freezing, they suddenly felt warmth. At that moment, it was crucial not to shed clothing, for doing so would lead to certain death. With that in mind, he resolved to endure for 5 minutes and then return to shore. Ironically, as he fought against the icy grip of the water, a cacophony of elderly voices erupted from the bank, adding a comical layer to his ordeal. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the time elapsed, Ren He swiftly emerged from the water, grabbing the towel he had prepared to dry himself off, donning all his clothes. The once cold fabric now felt warm against his skin. At this point, his body had grown cold again, shivering uncontrollably. Truly, he was risking his life for this task. Oh, how he wished to be transported to another world. Contemplating the New Year's first day without a bonus chapter seemed unacceptable. So here it is. A new book will be launched on the 13th. I am somewhat anxious about its reception. Thus, I sincerely request recommendations and support. Wishing everyone a prosperous new year, good health for the family, everlasting love for those in relationships, and for the unattached. May you enjoy delicious dog food. Chapter 83. The prank firecrackers. The host has completed the task and received a reward. 3 prank firecrackers, non-lethal. Is this truly the extent of the reward? Ren He was utterly bewildered. What exactly is a firecracker? Why must it be referred to in such an ostentatious manner when it is simply a firecracker? What use does one have for such a trivial item? It seems that as the spring festival approaches, the heavenly punishment system decided to present him with 3 firecrackers to amuse himself? What a farce! With the water temperature at a chilling 2 degrees Celsius, he had endured 5 minutes in the Luo River, nearly questioning his existence, only to be rewarded with 3 firecrackers. Ren He could not help but wonder if the heavenly punishment system was playing a cruel joke on him. Unlike the virtual items such as the vomiting potion, this reward manifested physically in his hands as 3 firecrackers, each as thick as a child's arm, wrapped in colorful paper that appeared quite festive indeed. Ren He was displeased. Even now, he was shivering as he made his way home, unable to come to terms with this ridiculous reward. Upon returning home, he angrily tossed the 3 firecrackers beside the television, then took a hot shower and prepared a bowl of ginger soup, along with some frozen dumplings. It must be noted that his physical condition was remarkably good. Despite spending 5 minutes in such frigid water, he exhibited no signs of fever or cold. It seemed that after surpassing the threshold of 524, his physical constitution, including his immunity, had proportionately improved. He pondered about his He ability. He chuckled to himself as he recalled the events of the past few days. His parents were oblivious to his absence, as they had been preoccupied with their own affairs. With the new year approaching, Father Ren was busy conducting field research and paying New Year visits to the villagers, while Mother Ren was engrossed in year-end company settlements, distributing bonuses to employees, and hosting annual meetings. Naturally, with Father Ren's connections, everything proceeded smoothly. They would return home for the spring festival, at which time relatives, who rarely contacted them, would also make an appearance. Father Ren was the eldest son of the Ren family, and Ren He had 2 aunts and 2 uncles. As the eldest grandson, Ren He was typically the host for the family reunion dinner. In the Ren household, lineage bore significant importance. Each generation's names contained a specific character that distinguished it. For instance, Ren He belonged to the Li generation, and he was originally supposed to be named Ren, liming a name that could easily be compared to the unappealing qualities of a vomiting potion. It was only due to Mother Ren's distaste for the name that it was changed to Ren He, symbolizing the harmonious alignment of heaven, earth, and humanity. For this reason, Ren He was certain that she was indeed his true mother. Over the past few days, Ren He learned from Yang Shi that Su Ruqing had nearly reported him to the authorities on the night he fled in a panic. He had already become a person of interest on her blacklist. Ren He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Grateful that he had left early, Su Ruqing had even considered transferring to another school, but her attempts to contact Yang In, who was abroad, had been thwarted. As the new year approached, Father Ren and Mother Ren returned home on the eve of the festival, only for Mother Ren to immediately admonish him. Don't squander your New Year's money. Hand it over to me, and I'll save it for you to use when you grow up. Ren He gasped in disbelief. Was this what she had been scheming about? Fortunately, he was now able to earn money. Otherwise, how would he have celebrated the new year? He could only wonder how he had managed to survive in his past life. Then came the frantic preparations for the New Year's goods. The family of 3 rushed to the supermarket, gathering items as if it were a treasure hunt. It was not that Father Ren and Mother Ren could not delegate the task to their subordinates, but rather they felt that after years of absence, personally preparing the goods added a sense of festivity. On the morning of New Year's Eve, Mother Ren rose early to begin frying various delicacies, meatballs, and ribbon fish, working tirelessly throughout the day to ensure a feast for the family. As he idly waited, Ren He suddenly noticed the 3 firecrackers beside the television and found himself pondering the nature of the prank. He struggled to fathom how it could possibly be a prank. Would it explode with such force as to injure someone? That would hardly constitute a prank. He firmly believed that the heavenly punishment system would maintain some measure of restraint, especially as it had clearly labeled them as non-lethal. Perhaps upon ignition, they would spring forth a clown's head to frighten someone? Determined to test his theory, he pocketed one and ventured downstairs. Yet, upon arrival, he found himself hesitating. How was he to proceed? Given Ren He's cunning nature, he was loath to test it on himself, lest it backfire. Just then, he caught sight of a group of mischievous children in the courtyard setting off firecrackers, gleefully tossing them into the yard of the first floor, eliciting shrieks from the owner inside. How could such unruly children go unpunished? Ren He felt a surge of righteous indignation. He gleefully placed the firecracker directly in the path of the children and retreated to the building to wait. As the children passed by and spotted the untouched firecracker, they whispered among themselves, pondering who had left it behind. With a sense of entitlement, they decided to claim it for themselves. Concealed within the building, Ren He watched with keen anticipation. He understood the children's minds all too well. Upon discovering a firecracker, their first instinct was undoubtedly to ignite it. He leaned forward in eager expectation, observing as the children scattered, with one brave soul approaching to light it, clearly prepared to flee at any moment. However, with a resounding bang, all the children froze, including Ren He, the instigator of the prank. What on earth was happening? He was baffled. The fuse had seemed sufficiently long. So why had it exploded the moment it was lit? Goodness, this truly was a deceptive firecracker. The prank had started from the fuse itself. Normally, one would feel a sense of security with a lengthy fuse, believing they had ample time to escape. But this prank firecracker was designed such that regardless of the fuse's length, it detonated upon ignition. The child who had lit it remained frozen in his pose, stunned. A swarm of children surrounded him. "Are you all right?" The child who had lit the firecracker, still dazed, stood up and replied, "I'm fine." Just a bit startled at that moment, Ren He caught sight of the child's face, and he gasped. His entire face was covered in soot. The blackness was so pure it resembled something straight out of an animated series. The heavenly punishment system had truly outdone itself. This firecracker was no ordinary prank, as it wouldn't cause harm, but would certainly leave the igniter looking comically disheveled. Impressive indeed. Ren He marveled at the ingenuity of the heavenly punishment system. Feeling no remorse as he slipped away, however, in the afternoon, he was suddenly met with the furious shouts of a middle-aged woman in the courtyard. "Who was the heartless individual responsible for tossing that faulty firecracker into our yard this morning? My child came out looking like a caricature of an African person. We've washed him 3 times, and the soot still won't come off. Do you have no sense of public decorum? Is there no law to uphold?" Okay, here is the refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 84. A cure for bratty children. 3 baths couldn't wash it off? Excellent. That's precisely the effect I was aiming for. Ren He mused that this family would be spared the customary New Year's visits to relatives, as their child was too begrimed to be presentable. He realized he needed to reevaluate the heavenly punishment system. The rewards were becoming increasingly mischievous. Ren He himself hadn't fathomed the extent of his own deviousness in planting those prank firecrackers on the road. In the afternoon, Ren He's aunts and uncles arrived with their families. Ren's mother, Ru Min, repeatedly reminded Ren He, as the eldest, to be considerate of his younger cousins. Ren He didn't dwell on it, obliging her request. The New Year feast was lavish. Ren's mother prepared an array of cold and hot dishes, belying her image as a formidable businesswoman. Ren He assisted by peeling garlic and preparing vegetables. Ru Min, adjusting her apron, cast a suspicious glance at Ren He. "Have you been up to no good? Why are you so eager to help?" Ren He stammered, speechless. Was offering assistance to his mother now synonymous with guilt? Couldn't he even enjoy a peaceful holiday? "No, absolutely not. I'm too upright to do anything wrong," Ren He protested. "By the way, what were your scores on the final exams?" "I almost forgot to ask," Ru Min suddenly recalled. Her son's academic struggles were commonplace. She had grown accustomed to them. Language arts, 93. Mathematics, 99. English, 99. History, 90. Political science, 71. Geography, 94. Ren He announced cheerfully. He was brimming with confidence, his enhanced memory having restored his previous knowledge. It was a testament to his diligent studies in his senior year. Ru Min was taken aback. "You managed to score so well? I find that hard to believe." "Ask the teachers, it's true. I've had a profound change of heart and repented. I'm determined to turn over a new leaf," Ren He declared solemnly. "Who taught you to be so glib? Spare me the theatrics. What about your chemistry and physics scores?" Ru Min inquired, remembering Ren He's remaining subjects. "Ahem, chemistry, 7. Physics, 8. Ren He's performance in physics and chemistry was abysmal. One might assume they were graded out of 10. Ru Min rolled her eyes. "Get out. I don't need your help with the vegetables. I'd be grateful if you just focused on your studies. Excelling in other subjects makes it easy to get into a good school." The college entrance exam is divided into liberal arts and sciences, Ren He explained, as physics and chemistry only accounted for a small portion of the total score. As Ren He left the kitchen, he found his cousins running rampant in the living room. Upon seeing Ren He, They swarmed him, demanding pocket money. He chuckled inwardly, knowing that, theoretically, he shouldn't possess a single penny. Although he was affluent, he couldn't give them any money, lest his mother inquire about its origin. In Ru Min's eyes, money was inconsequential compared to academic achievement. Writing novels was frivolous. She wanted him to focus on his studies. If Ren He had been born into poverty, he could have openly declared his earning potential. But alas, he was trapped. Buying an expensive car would instantly label him as nouveau riche, leaving him speechless. So stingy. Such a miser. The four bratty children grumbled before scampering off. Ren He's face darkened. Hold on. Do you even know how to speak properly? When have I ever been stingy? I'm a nouveau riche, understand? The children then invaded Ren He's room, turning it into a playground. They jumped on the bed with their shoes on. Ren He grimaced, unable to scold them, as the eldest was only 8 years old. Just as he was about to turn away, a crash echoed through the room. His laptop had fallen to the ground, shattered into pieces. Damn it. Ren He knew the files were safe, as the hard drive was intact, but it was his writing tool. These bratty children had crossed the line. Someone hold me back. I'm going to discipline these brats today. Ren He glanced at the adults chatting outside, entered the room, and slammed the door shut. As the two worlds became isolated, a sinister grin spread across Ren He's face. All of you, sit down and recite the 3-character classic. No one leaves until they can recite it perfectly. As dinner time approached, the adults noticed the children were missing. Ren He's door was closed. When they opened it, they found the 4 children sitting on small stools, looking aggrieved. People at birth are naturally good. They were on the verge of tears upon seeing their parents. Why did it take you so long? Ren He's uncle chuckled. Ren He is such a thoughtful brother, teaching his cousins the 3-character classic. I've read about it in the newspaper. It's quite interesting and suitable as an introductory educational text. It also contains numerous historical anecdotes. Excellent. Let's eat first. You should thank your brother. Disciplining bratty children was a delicate matter. Scolding or hitting them would upset their parents, who would perceive it as unkind. So Ren He coerced them into studying, which no one could object to. In the evening, the family gathered around the table for dinner, watching the Spring Festival Gala on television. Suddenly, the 8-year-old cousin volunteered. I'll serve everyone rice. Oh, how thoughtful, Ru Min remarked with a smile. But Ren He sensed something amiss. He had noticed that this child was cunning and vindictive. He kept a close watch on the boy, curious about his intentions. Indeed, Ren He caught him discreetly spitting into a bowl of rice. It was almost certain that the bowl was intended for Ren He. Impressive, young one. You have your brother's flair, Ren He thought to himself. He didn't expose the boy. When the cousin brought him the rice, Ren He promptly transferred the top layer to the boy's plate. You're growing. Eat more. The cousin was bewildered, unable to react. Although the top layer had been removed, Ren He still felt queasy and decided to get a fresh bowl later. But while he could postpone eating, he couldn't postpone disciplining the brat. Otherwise, how would he learn who was in charge? Ren He silently retrieved the 2 prank firecrackers from beside the television. To reward you for serving rice, your brother is giving you 2 firecrackers. Ren He even displayed the long fuse. The fuse is long, so it should be safe. Go have fun. The cousin initially thought Ren He had discovered his scheme. But now, with the reward, he wasn't so sure. During the new year, firecrackers were ubiquitous. These 2 were beautifully packaged, concealing their true nature. Chapter 85. The battle against mischievous children before the elders. Ren He and the mischievous children appeared to be a loving family, much to the delight of everyone present. Once the meal concluded, the children, typically uninterested in watching the Spring Festival Gala, rushed outside to set off firecrackers, joyously clutching their lucky money. Meanwhile, Ren He suppressed his laughter, sitting on the sofa and watching the gala with the others. He had previously misunderstood the Spring Festival Gala, believing it to be the epitome of poor entertainment. However, in this world of declining artistic standards, even the gala had lowered its quality. This illustrated the pressing need for spiritual fulfillment that accompanies an improvement in living standards. Some might argue that in such a world, people's consumption habits had yet to form, and they did not pay attention to entertainment. Akin to someone who had never developed a taste for wasabi and likely would not in the future. Yet, this analogy is flawed. The human desire for spiritual enrichment is inherently natural, a rigid necessity. The more one lacks, the more one craves. The rarity of quality works elicits greater excitement, leading individuals to be more willing to invest both money and effort. This explains the popularity of songs, kunlun, and divine texts. Ren He watched the Spring Festival Gala with a degree of seriousness, for it often encapsulated the prevailing trends of the year. While he had no intention of singing, Yangshi was eager to perform. Nearby, his aunt and uncle engaged in conversation with his mother, Min. The economy has been flourishing in recent years. Do you have any good suggestions, sister-in-law? Ren He noted that his relatives were quite decent, not merely coasting off his mother's business, but engaging in small enterprises of their own. Admittedly, they had borrowed some money at the outset, which later became shares in Min's company. This was commendable. In his past life, he had witnessed friends whose relatives became parasitic once they achieved success, demanding financial assistance for trivial ventures. Such relatives, who begrudged even a few coins for basic necessities, were scorned by Ren He. What was the point of their existence? The economic situation was indeed promising, yet no particularly suitable ventures had emerged for them. The restaurant industry seems a viable direction, Min mused. Currently, my focus is on real estate. She glanced at Ren He as she continued. Real estate has been gaining momentum and shows an accelerating trend in recent years. I've heard that tourism is quite promising, his uncle chimed in. That would be ill-suited for you, Min countered. Tourism requires a long investment cycle with low returns. It's feasible for the government, but a loss for ordinary citizens. Ren He felt a keen sensitivity towards the mention of real estate. It was one of the most lucrative ventures of the era. However, he refrained from interjecting, aware of his limited knowledge in business. Besides, as long as he had enough money, he did not expect to inherit a vast fortune. He was already self-sufficient. From their conversation, he learned that his eldest aunt owned a hotel chain, his younger aunt operated an internet CAF, and both uncles co-owned several fish ponds. They were not destitute, yet neither were they excessively wealthy. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from outside, accompanied by the cries of a mischievous child. Ren He hurried to open the door, only to find the leading child, covered in soot, sobbing as he entered. The family was taken aback. What happened to you? Where did you get so dirty? The child was truly blackened from head to toe, save for his eyes, which retained a hint of white. The child's mother erupted in anger. How could you make such a mess on New Year's? I told you not to go out and play. Ren He nodded in agreement. Indeed, the outside world is quite unsafe. The child, upon hearing this, cried even louder, his tear-streaked face turning to Ren He as he lamented. My cousin's firecracker malfunctioned. It exploded before I could escape. Suppressing a laugh, Ren He exclaimed, but didn't we check the long fuse? What happened? Did you buy those firecrackers from a street vendor? Their quality is unreliable. Initially, the family believed the child's words, but Ren He's comment prompted them to recall that they had indeed checked the fuse and felt assured allowing the children to play with them. The child's mother was infuriated, pinching his cheek as she scolded. You dare shift the blame onto your cousin. How can you lie? Don't blame him, I don't mind. Just let him wash up in the bathroom. I should have some of my old clothes for him to wear. He can't go around with a dirty face on New Year's, Ren He cheerfully suggested. The child was left speechless, bewildered by the world's absurdity. Yet, the family regarded Ren He as remarkably understanding. However, he knew the grime would not wash away easily. 2 hours later, around 10 o'clock, the child emerged from the bathroom. Still grimy despite having been forced to wash 3 times. He could only change into fresh clothes. While bathing, they could hear his mother shouting, Where did you buy those firecrackers? I will go confront the seller. I didn't buy them. My cousin gave them to me. How dare you blame your cousin? Tell me where you bought them. Ultimately, they had no choice but to make do for the new year, and everyone felt the child's stubbornness was commendable. Even at this point, he refused to change his story, insisting Ren He was responsible for the firecrackers. Sitting on the sofa, the child wore an expression of utter despair. Vowing to remember this new year for eternity, Ren He offered him a banana. Fate is indeed capricious. One must remain resilient in the face of adversity. Wouldn't you agree? No sooner had he spoken than the child burst into tears again. Ren He felt a surge of satisfaction. Even the thought of needing to repurchase a computer tomorrow seemed inconsequential. If the child remained incorrigible, they would continue this playful rivalry next year. In his past life, Ren He had endured the pain of purchasing a nearly 1,000 keyboard, only to return home one New Year's evening to find a mischievous child had removed half the keys. The child's parents had merely shrugged it off, saying, It's just a keyboard. I'll give you 100 for a new one. From that moment on, he vowed never to tolerate such mischief again. Unbeknownst to him, the protagonist was still under construction. Chapter 86. The Sixth Sense of Xiamiaoan. Due to the commencement of the new school year for the 3rd year of junior high, Ren He had to report to school particularly early this year, on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Meanwhile, Yang would return to Luoqing on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. During this interval, Su Ruqing had persistently requested Yang An's consent to take care of Yang Shi and transfer her academic records to Kyoto. However, Yang En remained resolute in his refusal. citing his desire for his daughter not to become like Su Ruqing, and he argued that his temporary busyness was not a valid reason for such a transfer, especially since Su Ruqing was perpetually occupied, making it more suitable for him to continue caring for Yang Shi. Ultimately, the court had granted Yang in custody. When Yang Shi returned, it was Su Ruqing who personally brought her back, leaving Ren He hesitant to show up, as he was still on her blacklist. He feared that if he caused any further disturbances, Su Ruqing might indeed proceed with transferring Yang Shi to Kyoto, which would complicate matters. As long-distance relationships are fraught with challenges, many individuals, at the onset of a romantic relationship, naively believe that distance poses no obstacle as long as love runs deep. However, the reality is starkly different. Being alone in a foreign environment, lacking shared moments, and feeling the absence of one's partner during times of illness can lead to emotional estrangement. Yet, long-distance relationships possess their own charm. When one experiences love across a 12-hour time zone and different social circles, a greater wisdom is required. When communication is limited to phone calls, online chats, and video calls, an abundance of patience becomes essential. As the days stretch on, sometimes feeling interminable, one must nurture beautiful aspirations and unwavering faith. Ultimately, upon reflection, the squabbles and reconciliations shared between two people create a bond that seems unbreakable. However, such beauty is exceedingly rare. Differing social circles lead to divergent life paths, causing individuals to drift apart like two rays extending further from one another. Love sustained solely by words is inherently fragile. Without the security provided by physical presence and actions to affirm the depth of affection, the repeated sweet nothings can begin to feel insincere. Women may lament, "Though I love you dearly, it is he who takes me home when I am unwell." Conversely, men might admit, "Though my heart belongs to you, it is she who shares my bed." Both genders require tangible care and concern, while emotional needs are elevated. They cannot substitute for the warmth of proximity. This apprehension regarding Yang Shi's potential transfer is precisely why Ren He remains vigilant. Should such a situation arise, he is determined to devise an alternative solution. On the morning of the 7th, Ren He awaited Yang Shi at the school entrance. When they finally met, their eyes exchanged smiles, yet they refrained from openly declaring their relationship, lacking the audacity for such a public display. After all, they were merely junior high students in 2005, where young love was often characterized by awkwardness and shyness, with even holding hands after a month being a formidable challenge. The innocence of that time starkly contrasts with the current culture, where even elementary school students face social stigma for not dating. Ren He had encountered posts online discussing early relationships among those born after 2005, which left him bemused. One post humorously lamented needing to spend 7 yuan a week to secure a girlfriend who could assist with homework. Thus, Yang Shi opted for a clandestine relationship, which Ren He found agreeable. Both of them were inherently independent and not particularly concerned with others' opinions. However, there was a certain thrill in their secretive romance, such as the exhilaration of discreetly passing notes in class. As the second semester of junior high commenced, regardless of their usual academic diligence, students primarily discussed their aspirations for high school. The most coveted institution in Luocheng was undoubtedly Luocheng No. 1 High School. Known for its exceptional faculty, teachers aspiring to teach there were required to possess at least a master's degree, and the pedagogical skills of the esteemed educators, who had dedicated their lives to honing effective teaching methods, vastly surpassed those of their contemporaries. Many students aspired to attend No. 1 High School, including the rotund Su Nua, whom Ren He advised to reconsider such ambitions, believing that merely passing the entrance exam for their current school would be commendable for him. Su Nua, undeterred, retorted, "If I sleep only 4 hours a night and study relentlessly, I can surely get into No. 1 High School." Ren He, exasperated, questioned, "Can you truly manage to sleep only 4 hours?" To which Su Nua's confidence faltered as he replied, "Then where do you intend to go for high school?" "I will settle for our current school," Ren He replied matter-of-factly, a decision he and Yang Shi had previously discussed. He was not one to devote excessive energy to academics, especially since Yang Shi was set to embark on her career this summer, while she would still need to focus on her studies. The significance of academic prestige waned in their eyes. Ren He hoped Yang Shi would complete her education, as the memories of school life are often cherished in adulthood. The thought of her regretting a lack of genuine campus experiences was disheartening. In truth, many enduring friendships originate in school, where innocence reigns, free from competition and ulterior motives, forged solely by compatibility. Yang Shi concurred with Ren He's perspective, leading them to jointly decide to aim for their school's high school division, which enjoyed a decent reputation within Luoqing. Su Nuo seemed to find a graceful exit, stating, "If you attend our school, then I will too. I cannot abandon you for number 1 high school." Meanwhile, in the high school faculty office, Siem Yaohan suddenly shivered, sensing an ominous event looming over him, though he pondered the likelihood of any misfortune befalling him. Chapter 87. Peculiar punishments. The days of the 3rd year of middle school are marked by monthly examinations, each one more nerve-wracking than the last. Unlike others, Ren He, who has been reborn after graduation, approaches these assessments with a unique attitude. As a result, his classmates have begun to study diligently. Although Ren He wishes to experience this sense of urgency, he finds it challenging to revert to a middle school mindset regarding academics. While others immerse themselves in their studies, even remaining seated during breaks to prepare for upcoming lessons, Ren He continues to loiter by the classroom door, occasionally intercepting love letters intended for Yang Shi from students in other classes. Yang Shi discovers this absurd pastime of Ren He's by chance and finds herself both amused and bemused by it. He explains, "With the pressures of the 3rd year upon us, how can they afford to indulge in romance? What about their futures? Will they still be able to attend prestigious schools? My intentions are purely altruistic. Individuals like me, who genuinely care, are few and far between." Yang Shi concedes. Recognizing that reasoning with someone as obstinate as Ren He is futile, she resumes her studies, casting occasional glances at him, captivated by the brilliance in his gaze. Their relationship remains a closely guarded secret. No one inquires, and they have no intention of volunteering information. However, Class 2 of the 3rd year exists in a peculiar state. As the position of class teacher has remained vacant, it appears the school is deliberately ignoring this issue, allowing it to persist. Ren He contemplates this situation, wondering if anyone is willing to take on the role of class teacher. Currently, any announcements are made casually by the English teacher before class, assuming the unofficial role of class teacher, though it is rumored that the English teacher has firmly declined to accept the position formally. During the 3rd period, the English teacher announces the upcoming citywide spring marathon, encouraging participation. Students who achieve commendable results will receive an extra 10 points for their high school entrance exams, regardless of which school they attend. Ren He pauses, questioning the rationale behind such an event. In his previous life, he had participated in a mass Tai Chi exercise, where thousands of participants performed in a park, but without any additional benefits. He reflects that while the marathon offers points, it seems absurd to expect middle school students to compete against adults in such a grueling event. A marathon spans 195 kilometers, an unattainable distance for adolescents, likely leading to dire consequences. Moreover, is 10 points truly significant? Ren He plans to enroll in his current school, where his scores guarantee acceptance, rendering the marathon unnecessary for him. Thus, he dismisses the notion, while other students remain intrigued by the prospect of extra points, recalling the teacher's frequent reminders that even a single point can make a difference. Among them is Su Nuo, a student who struggles even to gain admission to their school. He nudges Ren He, inquiring about the marathon's distance. 195 kilometers. Ren He replies calmly. Su Nuo gasps, nearly choking. "I can barely manage 1,000 meters during gym class." He shrinks back, conceding, "Perhaps I should focus on gaining admission to our school instead." It must be noted that Su Nuo has been exceptionally diligent of late, foregoing outside programming work to concentrate solely on his studies alongside Ren He. This newfound dedication is commendable, and Ren He takes the opportunity to offer him additional tutoring. Previously, Su Nuo believed Ren He's academic success stemmed from dishonest means. But after this period of tutoring, he is convinced of Ren He's genuine improvement. Ren He attributes this transformation to having awakened in his studies, a phrase often used by adults to describe children whose grades suddenly improve, dismissing the hard work they put in. The English teacher, observing the silence in the classroom, shrugs and asks, "No one wants to participate?" Silence ensues. "Well, I suppose it's commendable to focus on studying," the teacher concludes, opting to sign up for the marathon himself. Disinterested in the students' reactions, considering his role as an unofficial class leader with no rewards for his efforts. After school, Yang Shi leaves first, and Ren He lingers for 5 minutes before slowly exiting the classroom. He rounds a couple of corners to find Yang Shi waiting for him. This meeting has become a ritual for them, a discreet escape from the prying eyes of their peers, as it remains a time when students walking together of the opposite gender would attract attention. As they stroll toward Yang Shi's home, Ren He intends to teach her the song, "I eat fried chicken in People's Square today. My father is coming back next week," Yang Shi suddenly mentions. I understand. Ren He replies cheerfully, noting that her father seems less intimidating than her mother. He feels little concern about her father's return and even looks forward to sharing a drink with him. Moreover, Yang Shi's father's safe return is indeed a positive development, as individuals in their line of work can often go missing abroad. He called me last night, hoping I could manage our relationship well. Yang Shi reflects, tilting her head. Don't worry, we can keep this under wraps for now. They will eventually accept it. Surely, they wouldn't want you to remain single forever, Ren He reassures her, contemplating that secrecy is the wisest course of action. Few parents would welcome the idea of their children dating in middle school, especially if they have daughters. Maintaining discretion adds a layer of safety to their relationship. Revealing it prematurely might invite unforeseen repercussions. However, at that moment, Ren He is taken aback by the sudden announcement of the heavenly punishment system in his mind. Task: dive from the 12-meter platform at Luoqing Bridge, deadline 1 week. Failure to complete will result in the host experiencing frequent urination for 1 month. Task: achieve first place in the marathon next Tuesday. Failure to complete will result in the host suffering from acne for 1 month. Ren He is left speechless. The absurdity of these tasks and their peculiar penalties is overwhelming. Can you explain what you mean by frequent urination and waiting for relief? This chapter is dedicated to the first Alliance leader, Young Cute Boy. Thank you for your support before the first release, and an additional update follows. Chapter 88. CM Yaohan's concerns these 2 tasks should correspond to the royalties from the 3-character classic for this month, as well as the manuscript fee for the Divine Book. The standalone edition of Kunlun has yet to be officially released, thus there are no royalty earnings. And the copyright negotiations are still far from settled. Regardless of whether the Kyoto newspaper group intends to sell directly or collaborate with others, Ren He is only receiving that 6 million. Ren He meticulously analyzes these 2 tasks. The Luoqing Bridge connects the new district of Luoqing with the old city, gracefully spanning over the Luoshui River, the very place where Ren He recently indulged in winter swimming. This task essentially needs to be divided into 2 parts. A 12-meter dive, and winter swimming. He knows all too well that the heavenly punishment system will inevitably require him to achieve proficiency in certain tasks, a level of skill that he interprets as being able to execute with utmost confidence. Hence, he speculates that winter swimming will certainly involve more than 1 instance, although he is uncertain how many times the heavenly punishment will manifest. Moreover, Ren He comprehends that the heavenly punishment system is gradually escalating the complexity of its tasks, evolving from basic physical training to technical skills such as free climbing, and now to the more challenging high-altitude diving and winter swimming. Future challenges will undoubtedly increase in difficulty. The opponent seems unhurried, as Ren He has only recently traversed into this realm. Although diving may appear perilous, it pales in comparison to the extreme 70-meter cliff dives performed by seasoned experts. This is merely an introductory level, where casual jumps are unlikely to result in fatality. However, this does not imply that the task is trivial, for in his past life, the highest Olympic diving event reached only 10 meters, with more emphasis placed on the difficulty of the dive's form. Meanwhile, his primary concern is not to perish. It is crucial to note that a 70-meter plunge, if executed poorly, is akin to crashing onto concrete. Both result in demise. Even a straightforward dive can leave the skin of the first point of contact with the water feeling as though it has been slapped. The thought of returning to the icy waters fills Ren He with dread, for it is indeed frigid. Furthermore, this time he must leap from the center of the river, which is far more daunting than his previous dalliance by the riverbank. Should his legs seize up, it could spell an eternal farewell to Yang Shi. Concurrently, an influx of diving experience floods Ren He's mind. The techniques imparted by the heavenly punishment system are not overly cryptic. Instead of demanding high-difficulty maneuvers, it instructs him on how to maintain bodily equilibrium during the jump, ensuring that his arms and body align in a straight line upon entry, minimizing resistance as he breaches the water's surface. Ren He ponders, believing he can indeed accomplish this. Then there is the second task. Had he foreseen this, he would have registered for the marathon that morning. That would have granted him an additional 10 points. He wonders how he might rectify this oversight. Surely there is a way to supplement his registration, though he remains uncertain. That evening, after imparting his fried chicken recipe from People's Square to Yang Shi, Ren He departs. The rooftop is rather chilly, and while he might have enjoyed some private time with Yang Shi, she appears somewhat hesitant about being alone with him. Furthermore, it would not bode well should Yang In discover this. During this period, updates to the Divine Book have consistently maintained a pace of 3 entries per day, posing little pressure on him. Additionally, The manuscript fee for the divine book this month has not disappointed, totaling 190,000. It is fair to say that possessing the ability to earn 190,000 monthly, although he cannot yet aspire to the upper echelons of society, suffices for Ren He, a person content with life's flow, as it assures him of a worry-free existence, with ample funds to soothe his spirit. The following morning, he seeks out his English teacher. "Teacher, I wish to register for the marathon." The English teacher pauses, momentarily taken aback. "The list was submitted to the city yesterday afternoon. I fear it is too late to join now." This predicament vexes Ren He. Must he trouble Uncle Huang to intervene on his behalf regarding the marathon registration? Such trivial matters should not warrant imposing upon someone of his stature. After all, Uncle Huang is the esteemed secretary to his father, a prominent figure in Luoqing, rather than merely a secretary for a junior high student. Even old Ren would consider this nonsense. What then? Ren He muses. A champion merely requires being the first to finish, correct? There is no need for an official title, is there? Indeed, the heavenly punishment system succinctly affirms. Thus, Ren He realizes that even without registering, he can still fulfill this task. He merely needs to run when the starting gun fires, and ensure he is the first to cross the finish line. As long as formal registration is not obligatory, he finds solace in this realization. Moreover, given that this is a project aimed at achieving results by a local official overseeing sports and culture, it is unlikely that any formidable competitors will participate, easing his mind further. As he exits the office, he encounters Xie Miaohan, who is returning to retrieve some documents. Ren He greets him cheerfully. "Good day, Teacher Xie." Xie Miaohan is, in essence, a kind-hearted individual. He holds no particular disdain for Ren He, despite the latter's previous academic shortcomings. Having encountered many underperforming students, he is not overly concerned about one more, and his initial conflict arose from being Ren He's homeroom teacher. Now that he has transitioned to the high school department, their direct connection has diminished, allowing Xie Miaohan to greet Ren He with a relatively light-hearted demeanor. He even jokes, "You seem increasingly spirited these days." Contrary to Xie's expectations, Ren He's physique has not transformed into that of a muscle-bound athlete. Rather, he has become increasingly refined. Without disrobing, one might not discern his muscularity. However, the external manifestations of prolonged training extend beyond mere physicality. They encompass one's mental state as well. This vitality is something that most individuals lack. Furthermore, Ren He has enhanced his charm attribute by 2 points, leading Xie Miaohan to immediately perceive him as lively and vibrant. Xie Miaohan remarks, "The high school entrance exams are approaching. You appear quite diligent lately. Which school do you plan to apply to?" Indeed, Ren He's tasks have begun to extend beyond the confines of school. How expansive can a single school truly be? The tasks available are rather limited. Yet, unbeknownst to Xie Miaohan, he perceives Ren He is simply more earnest. With a cheerful demeanor, Ren He replies, "I intend to apply to our school. I believe our institution is excellent, so I plan to continue my studies here during high school." A wave of alarm washes over Xie Miaohan. He suddenly comprehends why he felt so uneasy the previous day. It is because this young man intends to apply to their school. Coincidentally, he himself will be transitioning back to his role as a homeroom teacher for the first-year students next year. He had previously considered the possibility of encountering Ren He, but subsequently forgot to discuss it with Director Liu, assuming the likelihood of such an event was minimal. However, now it seems. Xie Miaohan feels a dark cloud looming overhead, rendering him incapable of smiling for the time being. Chapter 89, The 12-Meter Dive. With a week remaining until the marathon on Wednesday, Ren He intended to complete the diving task first. However, the endeavor seemed insurmountable alone. The reason? He needed to undress before leaping from the bridge, for the heavy winter clothing would surely drag him down beneath the water's surface, posing a grave danger. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he could not simply jump and then sprint back to the bridge in the buff to don his clothes. That would be little different from a punishment of public nudity, making him the center of attention for all passing vehicles. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to have someone waiting on the shore with his clothes after he took the plunge. The ideal candidate for this role was undoubtedly the chubby Su Nua. While young she could also assist, Ren He harbored concerns that she might try to dissuade him. The tasks from the heavenly punishment system had grown increasingly perilous, and what if Yang Shi decided she no longer wished for him to engage in such reckless endeavors? Yet, he felt he could not halt his reckless pursuits. The question was not whether he wanted to stop, but whether the heavenly punishment system would permit him to do so. After all, it was capable of assigning creative tasks, rendering him powerless. Ren He was convinced that should he express a desire to cease his activities, the system would impose a lifelong punishment upon him. Contemplating this, he pondered, when would this task come to an end? Would there ever be a period in his life when he could lead a serene existence without relying on his past entertainment experiences for income, allowing him to terminate the tasks altogether? He could not possibly continue this until he was old and frail. Ren He understood that the heavenly punishment system possessed autonomous thought and had never shown a deliberate intent to drive him to his demise. So it ought to comprehend the natural decline of human capabilities. There was no need for excessive worry, the system replied. Could you not provide a straightforward answer? Ren He retorted silently, feeling exasperated. While the system urged him not to fret, it did not offer a definitive assurance that one day the tasks would cease. Nonetheless, Ren He felt a semblance of clarity. The system had its boundaries. That was a relief. When Su Nua heard Ren He's request for assistance in jumping into the river, he appeared utterly bewildered. Did I mishear? Not at all. Winter swimming is beneficial for both body and mind, Ren He replied earnestly. Don't try to fool me with your lack of education. Even if it's winter swimming, you don't need to jump off a bridge. Su Nua was skeptical, dismissing Ren He's words as ludicrous. Will you help or not? If you refuse, I'll jump by myself. If you assist me, I promise you a surprise. Ren He threatened. Fine. Su Nua capitulated immediately under Ren He's coercion. Su Nua was inherently astute, having inherited his parents' cleverness, yet he had always been open with Ren He. In their youth, even with a meager allowance of merely $1, they would share a meal of 5 dimes each, enjoying the simplest of dishes together. There was a certain nostalgia in the camaraderie of youth, sharing hardships, discussing crushes, reading novels, skipping classes, engaging in brawls, and playing games. They were each other's best frenemies, often unrelenting in their banter. Yet years later, reflecting on those times would evoke gratitude for the companionship they shared. That was the essence of uncomplicated friendship, an unspoken bond that declared, I find you agreeable, you are my brother. Foolish yet fervent in their youth. However, many such friends drifted apart as they matured, perhaps due to shifting circles or changing personalities. People often say that no banquet lasts forever. Yet Ren He felt he could not afford to lose Su Nua in this lifetime. Standing atop the bridge, Ren He felt the biting wind against his skin, while Su Nua shivered beside him. Brother, are you truly going to jump? Without a doubt, Ren He gazed at the water below, feeling a touch dizzy. The height was deceptive. 12 meters did not seem daunting until one stood at the precipice. How high was 12 meters, really? Typically, a single story of a residential building measures about 273 meters, meaning 12 meters equated to at least 4 stories in height. Su Nua continued to ramble beside him. Life is still beautiful. I know the matter with Duan Xiaolu weighs heavily on your heart, but you cannot let the pursuit of one girl dictate your self-worth. There are plenty of girls out there. Ren He's expression darkened. What does Duan Xiaolu have to do with this? Get lost, get lost. He snapped. Once I jump, you need to rush to the riverbank to catch me, understood? If you see me struggling or cramping in the water, you must call for help immediately, and don't forget to dial 120 for an ambulance, though he lacked confidence. Ren He knew he had to have some contingency in place. If the ambulance arrived promptly, perhaps he could be saved. Su Nua was internally panicking. Do we really need to jump? Yet Ren He was already warming up and beginning to shed his clothing. Su Nua anxiously suggested, I think calling 120 now would be a better idea. Stop talking nonsense. Ren He shoved his jacket and pants into Su Nua's arms. If he emerged unscathed, calling 120 would be unnecessary. They would undoubtedly contact his family, as he was still a minor. You need to wait for me at the riverbank. At that moment, Ren He's actions began to draw attention from onlookers, and time was of the essence. He did not wish to become notorious for this stunt. To embrace danger, one must first conquer fear. Without overcoming it, one would find themselves paralyzed on the edge of a precipice, trembling during a flight, or choosing the wrong path while skiing, leading to disastrous consequences. Taking a deep breath against the frigid wind, Ren He leapt. It was midday, and the winter sun cast a surreal filter over the scene. The youth from the bridge soared downwards, their form in midair strikingly graceful. This was a skill imparted directly by the heavenly punishment system, and his physical prowess enabled him to execute it flawlessly. His fingertips pierced the water first, Ren He's body entering the river like a spear, the icy water enveloping him, sending chills through his core. He carved an arc through the water, propelling himself towards the surface with hands and feet. But the murky water deterred him from opening his eyes, leaving him unaware of how far he still had to rise. Yet, at that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He needed to surface and breathe. Gratitude to Mu Chi for becoming the second patron of this book. Additional chapters will be added upon release. The official launch date is confirmed for the 13th of this month. I hope everyone will subscribe and support it then. Underneath the river's surface, the light was dim, creating a sense of oppression and an inexplicable dread for many. Ren He felt no fear. Yet he yearned to emerge and breathe the fresh air. He dreaded the prospect of succumbing to the frigid waters. In the brief moments before plunging into the river, he experienced a thrill surpassing even bungee jumping. As his body succumbed to gravity's pull, he felt a brush with mortality, intertwined with an indescribable sensation of liberation and the exhilaration of embracing life. How many dare to leap from such heights? Most would hesitate, but Ren He embraced the challenge. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. As he executed a flawless entry into the water, a surge of accomplishment coursed through him. He refused to let this feeling dissipate, driven by the desire to experience all that life had to offer in this second chance. Ren He was determined to survive. Those who engage in extreme sports are not necessarily courting death. Some seek the admiration of others, while others relish the challenge of pushing their limits. However, there exists a breed who engage in extreme sports not to die, but to affirm their existence. Countless individuals lead mundane lives in the concrete jungle, adrift in their purpose and uncertain of their future. Yet, there are those who break free from this routine. When they don a wingsuit and take flight, or when they scale snow-capped peaks in crampons, the moment they remove their goggles, they feel undeniably alive. They are not merely existing, but thriving. This profound connection with life can bring tears to one's eyes, an expression of an intense passion for living. In his previous life, Ren He had lost himself in the city, unsure of his place in the grand arena of fame and fortune. Now, reborn, he had finally experienced that sensation, a feeling that sent shivers down his spine and brought tears to his eyes. With a splash, Ren He's head emerged from the water, his lungs greedily sucking in the life-giving oxygen. He began to swim towards the shore with the swiftness of a fish. The heavenly punishment system had not stipulated a time limit for his immersion, so he was eager to reach the shore. As he reached the bank, he noticed that Nuo, the chubby kid, had not even reached the riverbank yet. Ren He was freezing and wanted to curse, but as he turned to look for the kid, he noticed that Yangshi was running towards him with his clothes in her arms. The chubby kid was still running behind Yangshi, panting and out of breath. Ren He felt like he had made a big mistake. He had overestimated Nuo's physical abilities. Yangshi ran up to Ren He anxiously and said, "Put your clothes on quickly. Are you trying to die? Why are you here?" Ren He asked as he quickly put on his clothes. He had specifically chosen the weekend after he had told Nuo last time, and he hadn't told Yangshi where he was going. Nuo mysteriously asked me and Duan Xiaolu yesterday, "What if someone insisted on jumping into the water? What if they drowned?" Yangshi complained, "I knew it must be you who was going to jump into the river, so I secretly followed you 2 in the morning. Why did you hide it from me?" "I was just afraid you'd worry," Ren He said cheerfully as he put on his clothes and warmed up a bit. "It's nothing really. Tell me the truth. Are you afraid I'll stop you?" Yangshi knew what Ren He was thinking. Ren He asked cheerfully, "What do you want to eat tonight?" "I'll treat you and Nuo to dinner. Don't change the subject." Yangshi raised her eyebrows directly. "Ren He, you're something else. This is the lifestyle I've chosen. Just like you chose to sing, even if you might not understand." Ren He explained, "Did you ask me before you said I don't understand?" Yangshi said calmly, "Yes, the things you do are very dangerous, and most people can't accept them. But have you ever thought that those people don't include me? I'll worry, I'll be afraid that something will happen to you. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop you, because you're not my accessory. I won't stop you, because your life belongs to you. I just hope you don't hide it from me." Ren He was stunned. He had longed for a certain kind of love in his previous life, thinking that the best thing was to be companions with each other. No restraints, no entanglements, no possessions, no desires to extract meaning from the other person. That was bound to be in vain. So even though he didn't want Yangshi to sing, he still supported her and wrote songs for her by hand, and planned the shocking kicking hall incident. He felt that love should be 2 people standing side by side, with 2 separate rooms, each working in their own room, finding a small restaurant to eat dinner together, having a lot to talk about when walking, and feeling safe when embracing each other. What people easily encounter are selfishly alive or stupid people. They love others only to prove that others can love themselves, or hold onto them and refuse to let go until the things in their hands die. Mature relationships require time to wait for their fruits, but people have always lacked patience. Although Ren He had always felt that Yangshi was independent enough and had her own thinking, he still had not expected that the other party could be so open-minded, but reality gave him a big surprise. Nua was simply eating a mouthful of dog food next to him. He asked blankly, "You too? Keep it a secret, you hear?" Ren He felt that it didn't matter if Nua knew. Anyway, he didn't have anything to hide from his best friend. Nua nodded frantically. Definitely keep it a secret. Although he didn't know how these two got together, it was still rare for junior high school students to be in love in this era, and he subconsciously felt that it should be kept secret. At this time, the voice of the heavenly punishment system sounded in Ren He's mind. The host has completed the task. Reward. 1. 0 physical fitness. Another physical fitness reward. Ren He's eyes lit up. Up to now, he felt that the most practical thing was the reward for physical fitness. After all, the better the body, the more things he could play. And now his physical fitness has reached 625, officially more than twice the standard of an adult. In this way, he is more confident in running the marathon next Wednesday. Let's go eat, let's celebrate. Chapter 91. Asking for directions. After Ren He and his companions departed, they remained unaware that a young man was standing by the railing at the very spot where Ren He had jumped into the water at the Liao City Bridge. His gaze was fixed on Ren He's retreating figure. At that moment, his phone buzzed in his pocket. The young man answered the call. "Hello?" A crisp female voice emanated from the other end. "The target will arrive in Liao City in 4 days. It is imperative to ensure his safety. I still can't comprehend why we need to protect a diplomat domestically. I had to forego a 2-week vacation for this. I had already informed my fans that I would be starting an outdoor survival livestream next week, and now I've left them hanging. Do you have any idea how much income one stand to lose?" He paused. "I understand the significance of the mission, but can you at least provide me with specific details, Xingchen? I just witnessed an intriguing young boy in Liao City. He dove from a 12-meter bridge and entered the water with the most flawless form. Furthermore, his muscular physique is enviable. He must be in middle school." As the young man watched Ren He begin to vanish from sight, he quickly got into his car and pursued. While driving, he remarked, "I intend to make contact. It has been a while since we've encountered fresh blood." The woman named Xingchun's tone turned stern. "Lin Hao, please refrain from complicating matters during missions. Additionally, bringing in new members requires a series of stringent evaluations. This is not a game. I have the authority to nominate, you know?" protested Lin Hao. "Let us focus on the task at hand. The target plays a significant role in this 16-nation medical exchange, and he possesses valuable information. There are credible reports of foreign organizations attempting to extract intelligence from him regarding this exchange. If you jeopardize this, you may as well withdraw." With a sharp click, the call ended. Lin Hao pouted, stylishly donning his sunglasses. Despite the numerous cautions issued by the other party, he remained undeterred, believing that a genius ought to possess individuality. He trailed behind Ren He and his companions, unaware of the events that would soon unfold in his life. Had he known, he would likely have completed the mission dutifully. Earlier, Lin Hao had passed over the Liao City Bridge, having just arrived in the city, though he had visited it on several occasions. However, upon seeing Ren He clad only in swimming trunks, he was struck by the boy's extraordinary muscular strength at the moment of his leap. He hardly resembled a middle school student. As an outdoor sports live streamer, Lin Hao was well versed in physical fitness and anatomy. Thus, he understood the immense effort required for a middle school student to attain such muscle definition. His expertise ignited his curiosity about Ren He, leading him to drive closer to the trio. He rolled down his car window and greeted the 3 youths. "Hello, classmates. I'm from out of town and just arrived in Liao City. Could you please direct me to Xingzhu Road?" In truth, Lin Hao knew the route. He simply found it amusing to engage with Ren He under the guise of a stranger, intruding upon his life without his awareness. However, Ren He raised an eyebrow at Lin Hao's sunglasses-clad demeanor, wondering if he was attempting to flirt with Yangshi. Men in love often exhibit heightened sensitivity. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, a misunderstanding had arisen. While awaiting a response, Ren He declared, "You're going the wrong way. You should turn back and head south." Su Nua and Yangshi exchanged glances, speechless. Ren He was pointing in the opposite direction. Lin Hao paused. "Did I take the wrong route?" "Yes. Trust me. I won't lead you astray," Ren He asserted confidently. Lin Hao felt a twinge of frustration. He recognized that Ren He was deliberately misdirecting him. How could middle school students be so cunning these days? He was certain that Ren He knew where Xingzhu Road was located and was intentionally lying. Where had all trust between individuals gone? Lin Hao possessed enough discernment to realize this, but having stated that he was new to Liao City and unfamiliar with the area, he couldn't directly expose the ruse. Haha, I was just joking. I know the way. That would be utterly foolish. Lin Hao sought to enjoy a playful interaction with this middle schooler, so with a slight chuckle, he replied, I didn't expect to take a wrong turn. Thanks, classmate. He turned the steering wheel and followed Ren He's indicated route, and still needed to express gratitude. Surprisingly, Lin Hao had not anticipated being outsmarted by a child. Today's middle schoolers were far from simple-minded. Little did he know, Ren He was the type to block classmates at the classroom door to prevent anyone from writing love letters to Yang Shi. Once Lin Hao drove away, Su Nua curiously inquired, "Why did you misdirect him? We were planning to go to Xingzhou Road, right?" "Oh, I thought he was a visitor and wanted to show him more of Liao City's scenery," Ren He replied nonchalantly. Only Yang Shi seemed to grasp Ren He's motivations. She found it amusing but chose not to reveal his intentions. In romantic relationships, girls often enjoy seeing their partners exhibit jealousy. It gives the impression of being cherished. However, deliberately provoking jealousy can be excessive. Love does not require such validation. After lunch, Ren He sent Su Nua home to study. This chubby boy wouldn't take the initiative unless prompted. With his current grades, he wouldn't even qualify for his own school and needed to review diligently. Yang Shi, on the other hand, consistently excelled in her studies, so she didn't need to cram like Su Nua. Youthful days are blissful. Couples can spend an entire afternoon happily together without doing much, always having endless conversations. Yet, as Ren He returned home that evening, he unexpectedly spotted the car of the young man who had asked them for directions earlier parked by the roadside. The license plate number was identical, leaving no room for doubt. Possessing an exceptional memory, Ren He could recall any number with ease, as long as it had entered his visual or auditory perception. However, since the individual had inquired about Xingzhou Road, Ren He thought nothing of the car's presence, assuming the man had simply found the correct route. At that moment, Lin Hao emerged from a small restaurant, preparing to drive away, only to see Ren He staring at his license plate. He quickly ducked back into the restaurant. What was going on? Lin Hao wondered, astonished. Could a middle schooler truly remember his car and license plate number after a brief encounter earlier that day? This was utterly extraordinary. Lin Hao was certain that Ren He had indeed recognized his vehicle. Chapter 92. The marathon. Lin Hao discreetly observed Ren He from behind the glass door of a restaurant. Ren He did not linger in front of his car for long before departing, prompting Lin Hao to stealthily follow him, intending to ascertain the youth's residential address. Completing this task would allow him to continue observing the boy. Although the evening had grown late, and the streets were nearly deserted, making prolonged surveillance risky, Lin Hao, being an experienced tracker, believed that tailing a youth did not require advanced skills. Merely obstructing his line of sight would suffice, as no amount of physical training could render Ren He a proficient warrior. However, Lin Hao soon noticed Ren He suddenly breaking into a light jog. He had anticipated that the boy must engage in regular physical training. Such muscular strength did not arise without effort. Hence, he did not suspect that Ren He had noticed his presence. In Lin Hao's estimation, he could easily keep pace with Ren He's leisurely pace by simply walking briskly. Yet, after jogging a few hundred meters, Ren He began to accelerate, leaving Lin Hao unable to maintain his brisk walk and forcing him to jog as well. He was uncertain how long Ren He intended to run, but he believed he could keep up with a mere boy. As Ren He's speed increased, Lin Hao felt as if he were witnessing a sprint, prompting him to run faster. If Ren He was running with such fervor, it implied that his stamina would soon be depleted. After all, sprinting at such a speed significantly escalates energy expenditure. Yet, even after they had run a full kilometer, Ren He showed no signs of slowing down, appearing instead to be exhilarated by the run. Gasping for breath, Lin Hao was aware that his endurance ranked among the elite. Even under a 15-kilogram load, he could complete a 5-kilometer run in only 16 minutes, a feat that once made him stand out among the military ranks. However, he now felt fatigued. The pace was simply too brisk. Moreover, Ren He continued to accelerate. Despite Lin Hao's willpower to persist, he was rapidly outpaced. Watching helplessly as Ren He turned a corner and vanished from sight, leaving Lin Hao on the empty street. Utterly bewildered. "Are you a beast?" Lin Hao thought in disbelief. This was the first time he had ever lost track of someone due to their sheer speed. The relationship between weight and speed in running was not straightforward. Some soldiers could carry a 15-kilogram load for 5 kilometers without issue, reaching the finish line and still able to assist their comrades. Yet, without the added weight, their time would not significantly improve. Ren He, with his exceptional physical conditioning, exemplified comprehensive fitness. Lin Hao stood on the street, his mind racing. Was this truly a part of the boy's routine training? Were middle school students now this formidable? Observing Ren He would have to be left to chance. He could not keep up. On Tuesday evening, Ren He retired early. For the marathon was set to commence at 5 a.m. the following morning, and he needed to secure his task with utmost certainty. The heavenly punishment system mandated participation in the marathon on Wednesday, allowing only this single opportunity. Should he fail, he would face a month-long affliction of acne as punishment. Ren He firmly believed that the acne inflicted by the system would be no trivial matter. Such a punishment might result in an entire face covered in blemishes, leaving no space untouched. That was quite alarming. Upon waking in the morning, he quickly donned his attire and made his way to the designated location, where he found himself amidst a throng of people. It was evident that the event had drawn considerable effort from the authorities. However, unlike others who bore identification numbers, indicative of formal registration, Ren He appeared conspicuously bare, resembling a child merely seeking to join the festivities. The crowd was predominantly composed of adults, likely summoned by mandates to meet participation quotas, making Ren He stand out even more. He was also engaged in warm-up exercises, demonstrating a professionalism that surpassed those around him. Such a grand event was bound to attract media coverage, and a journalist soon spotted Ren He, eyes brightening at the prospect of a sensational story. A middle school student participating in a marathon. The citizens are evidently athletic from a young age. However, the reporter was taken aback upon approaching Ren He, who also found the encounter surprising. Was this not the same reporter he had subjected to a concoction of vomiting medicine? The two shared a moment of stunned silence before the reporter broke it. "Hello, young man. Sorry, I'm not available for an interview," Ren He replied, promptly disappearing into the crowd, unwilling to engage in publicity. The reporter was bewildered. What could this child possibly have against being interviewed? Nonetheless, the cameraman had captured Ren He's silhouette, allowing for a news segment. This marathon is unprecedented in scale 4, and we have just witnessed a child participating among the adults. Many adults noticed Ren He, as he appeared somewhat out of place. He positioned himself at the front of the crowd, awaiting the start. When the starting gun fired, he disregarded the others and surged forward. Some laughed, remarking on the exuberance of youth, but questioned how long he could sustain such a pace. After all, he was just a child. If he grew fatigued and stopped, few would take notice. Unperturbed by their comments, Ren He was acutely aware of the pace he could maintain for the 42 kilometers ahead. Just as everyone assumed he would soon tire, Ren He had already vanished from sight on the main thoroughfare, leaving those who doubted him speechless. To completely lose sight of someone on this illuminated road would require a distance of at least a kilometer. Moreover, during the subsequent race, no one laid eyes on Ren He again. Supervisors along the route communicated via radio, inquiring, "Is this youth an official participant? How long has he been running at that speed? He has already passed my point. He is astonishingly fast. If a child wins this marathon, it would be quite the spectacle." Chapter 93. The promised brother Ren He dared to run at such speed because he had meticulously studied the entire route map. He understood that the Tianfa task required serious attention. However, he discovered a troubling issue. The designated racecourse was nowhere near the promised 42 kilometers. Although the event was officially sanctioned, the organizers had cut corners and shortened the distance. Typically, marathons distinguish between full and half races, with a full marathon measuring 195 kilometers and a half marathon at 21,0975 kilometers. Major events are usually well organized. Yet, Ren He calculated that this race was merely 19 kilometers. He attributed this to the organizer's negligence, a common occurrence in this day and age. For Ren He, 19 kilometers posed no challenge given his physical fitness. He could maintain a steady pace without breaking a sweat, and even upon finishing, he wouldn't feel overly fatigued. This was primarily because his weight barely surpassed 50 kilograms, while his physical conditioning was already twice that of an average adult. If he were to enlist in the military, he could easily sprint to the finish line and return to assist his comrades, even carrying a marching pot. The marathon committee soon realized that a dark horse had emerged in the competition. He appeared to be just a child, yet within less than an hour, he had left several kilometers behind his competitors. Journalists deemed this a major scoop, at least within the confines of Luoyang. Connected reporters hurriedly alerted the committee. "Please have this young man wait at the finish line. We wish to conduct an interview." They rushed to the finish line, eager to seize this first-hand news. However, events rarely unfold as planned. Ren He crossed the finish line with an air of undeniable victory, and at that moment, the Tianfa system issued its reward. The host completed the task, granting the passive skill feast. Ren He was astonished. Was this his second skill? Finally, a skill that sounded rather sophisticated. Feast. The host can rapidly replenish physical energy by consuming food. What a delightful name for a skill. But was it not merely an ability for gluttony? He had anticipated something more thrilling, only to find himself transformed into a foodie. Typically, marathons provide supply stations every 2 to 3 kilometers, with the finish line offering exquisite high-calorie foods to replenish the contestants' energy, as running a marathon is an exhausting endeavor. Ren He gaze fixated on the chocolates laid out at the finish line. A committee member approached him with a smile. Congratulations on winning the championship. We hope you can stay for an interview. Usually, such matters are straightforward. Participants readily agree to interviews. However, Ren He had no time for them. Please hold on. I need to eat something. He intended to test just how remarkable this feast skill truly was. The committee leader, witnessing the boy's disregard for the interview, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Yet the next moment left him dumbfounded as everyone watched Ren He grab a chocolate, swiftly unwrap it, and shove it into his mouth. He managed to consume over 20 pieces in one go. Burp. Ren He let out a satisfied belch, finding the chocolates quite delightful. He could feel his energy revitalizing as soon as he devoured the first piece. The recovery was astonishingly rapid. By the time he finished the 23rd chocolate, he felt as if he could easily run another 30 kilometers. This skill seemed rather impressive indeed. Though his eating habits might be alarming, Ren He was a pragmatist. As long as it benefited his body, he cared little for others' opinions. He finally had time to glance at the committee leader, who wore a strained smile. Is that enough? If not, feel free to have more. That is plenty, thank you. Ren He cheerfully replied. Thank you. The leader thought, bewildered. Did you come here just to eat chocolates after running a marathon? The committee members were baffled. How could someone eat so much? One individual snapped back to reality. What is your participant number? We need to register you. I don't have a number. I joined on a whim. My name is Su Nuo, a student from Class 2, Grade 3 at number 13 middle school. All right, I'm off now. Don't forget to register me. I'm counting on those extra points for the high school entrance exam. With that, Ren He dashed off without further ado. The committee stood in stunned silence. A temporary entrant had just won the championship? A middle school student? For extra points in the entrance exam? What on earth was going on? However, Ren He had no recourse. Registration was already closed, and he hadn't seen any sign-up points when he arrived that morning. They clearly had no intention of allowing temporary participants to compete. How bureaucratic. He could only hope that the chubby fellow might receive some extra points. If not, it couldn't be helped. The primary focus remained on completing the Tianfa task. Wednesday rolled around, and classes resumed as usual. That afternoon, while Ren He was busy typing on his phone, he overheard a classmate exclaim, "This morning's marathon was won by our class's Su Nuo." Su Nuo? No way. Everyone turned to look at Su Nuo's physique. Could he really win a marathon? At that moment, Su Nuo was slumped over his desk, fast asleep. Awakened by the commotion, he lifted his head and noticed the collective gaze upon him, prompting a flustered response. What is going on? You did it, Su Nuo. You quietly won the marathon championship. What? Me? The marathon champion? Su Nuo blinked in disbelief. Yes, a friend of mine has a mother on the organizing committee. And it's confirmed. You, Su Nuo from Class 2, Grade 3 at number 13 middle school. Su Nuo was utterly bewildered. How could this be? It was a completely nonsensical world. Yet, his thought process was somewhat unconventional. He instinctively asked, does this mean I get extra points for the entrance exam? Absolutely. The Education Bureau has already registered it. Wow, Su Nuo muttered. I've somehow gained 10 extra points. Students from other classes, having heard the news, flocked to the class door asking, who in your class won the marathon? Point them out. The students from Class 2, Grade 3 pointed at Su Nuo. That's him. Su Nuo. Those from other classes were momentarily stunned. What? You're kidding. This physique can win a marathon. News of Su Nuo's victory in the morning marathon spread like wildfire throughout the school. However, unlike previous instances of someone achieving recognition, the gaze of his peers held a peculiar, almost incredulous quality, as if the world had indeed gone awry. Ren He, observing Su Nuo's dazed state throughout the afternoon, struggled to contain his laughter. By the time class ended, Su Nuo finally snapped back to reality and turned to Ren He. It was you, wasn't it? Brother, you're officially my brother now. 94. The people of Luocheng truly possess a sense of humor. It was no surprise to Su Nuo that Ren He was the one behind it all, for he was the only individual in his vicinity capable of marathon-winning prowess. Ren He had no reason to deny it. Otherwise, Su Nuo would remain perplexed indefinitely. Though Su Nuo now faced the immense pressure of his classmates' scrutiny, it was a trivial matter as long as he could earn extra points. Moreover, to be honest, Su Nuo felt genuinely touched. The term friend sometimes evokes deeper sentiments than love itself. Ren He often heard his mother, Min, speak of friendships that have endured through the years, fostering an intimacy that was enviable. This left Ren He feeling somewhat envious, for that generation seldom spoke of friendships, let alone love. Yet, like a serendipitous encounter, akin to the unintentional sowing of flowers, everyone has a few cherished emotions they hold dear, yet find challenging to cultivate throughout their lives. It appears that we have become accustomed to having a best friend during certain phases of our lives, only to find that in the subsequent phase, either we remain friends but cease to share our innermost thoughts, engage in playful banter, or meet for meals, or we completely lose contact without understanding why. In truth, we are aware of the reasons, for we have both matured. However, our growth does not mirror the leaves reaching for sunlight or water flowing towards the sea. Rather, the flames within our hearts illuminate our paths, and our quiet sorrows guide our strides. Consequently, two individuals who were once closest may find their inner lights illuminating divergent paths, leading them to drift apart. Ren He recognizes that Su Nuo currently holds him in high regard, yet he is determined not to allow Su Nuo to perpetuate this notion. For one day Su Nuo will grow up, and perhaps his talents will begin to shine, empowering him to confront the absurdities of the world. Should Ren He continue to shield him from the storms of life with his own abilities, it might inadvertently become a source of tension between them. Ren He hopes their friendship can endure, as he has few friends and is not particularly sociable. At this juncture, Su Nuo has already become the focal point of their school. Everyone is aware that the chubby boy from Class 2 of the third year has won the marathon championship, and they regard this cohort as extraordinary, speculating that anything bizarre could occur. Meanwhile, Ren He, who had been eagerly awaiting a target's return to Luo City, is in a hotel watching the news when he suddenly learns that a junior high school student has won the marathon championship. Instinctively, he associates this with the boy he encountered that day. As an expert, he finds it implausible for a typical junior high student to win a marathon. Impossible, given the demands of strength, speed, and endurance. He is acutely aware of the rarity of Ren He's physical capabilities, which had previously astonished him. It is remarkable that someone who outpaces him could so effortlessly seize the championship. He takes note of the news report, Class 2, Year 3 of the 13th Middle School. Su Nuo. Although the report does not feature Ren He, the broadcaster provides sufficient information. Seizing the opportunity before his target returns to Luo City, he decides to search for the boy that afternoon. How intriguing. Ren He had initially thought he might never encounter the boy again, yet here he was, unexpectedly close to finding him. Dressed and ready, he drives to the 13th Middle School, where the gatekeeper permits him entry without question. However, Ren He refrains from entering the classroom directly, feeling that his sudden appearance would diminish the excitement of the encounter. As he contemplates how to locate the boy, he realizes he must first verify whether the person in the news is indeed his target, a fundamental step in his investigative process. Though sometimes lethargic, his commitment to tasks is ingrained within him. At that moment, two students pass by, discussing the astonishing fact that Su Nuo won the marathon. It's unbelievable, one exclaims. If we had known, we would have participated. We could surely outshine him. Ren He chuckles at their naivety. Such competitions are not for just anyone, even in amateur events. Seasoned competitors participate, making it absurd for a typical junior high student to claim victory. He categorizes these students as envious and resentful, contemplating that if the boy had indeed won, it was undoubtedly well-deserved. He approaches the two students. Excuse me, I'm here to find Su Nuo. Could you please tell me where his classroom is? The students, taken aback, instinctively point to the third floor behind them. That's their classroom. Look, Su Nuo is right by the door. From his vantage point, Ren He can see Su Nuo standing by the railing, stretching like a basking pig in the sunlight. Ren He's face pales. Wait a moment. You mean to say he is Su Nuo? Yes, the students reply matter-of-factly. Ren He is struck dumb, realizing his previous speculations were utterly misguided. Are you joking? That physique could win a marathon. The people of Luo City truly have a sense of humor. He feels utterly defeated, turning away in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Ren He steps out of the classroom to stand beside Su Nuo. If he had waited just one more second, he would have uncovered the truth or recognized that the chubby boy was the same one who had once been with Ren He. But alas, there are no ifs in life. Ren He, observing below, catches sight of Ren He turning away and immediately recalls the young man from a few days prior, who had asked for directions while seated in a car. What is he doing here? Has he followed Yangshi to school? This seems improbable. How could he know that Yangshi is at this school? Was it merely a coincidence that he followed him here? Regardless, Ren He's wariness is now peaked. Lin Hao is oblivious to the significant misunderstanding brewing between him and Ren He, which will have far-reaching consequences. Su Nuo, following Ren He's gaze, asks, "What are you looking at?" He spots Lin Hao but fails to recognize him as someone he has previously encountered. "Oh, just looking around," Ren He replies cheerfully. "If he appears again near Yangshi, I will certainly have a surprise in store for him." The saga of the old book League of Legends, the era of catastrophe, has concluded, with subsequent side stories being updated on the Weibo account. Ren He is a big monster. Please spare me. 2 episodes have been released. The side stories of the great player will follow suit. You are welcome to follow along. Thank you all for your support. I have received a notification that next week my story will be prominently featured on the homepage, launching on Friday. After more than a month since the new book's release, it is finally time to assess its performance. I kindly ask for your support with recommendations, collections, and subscriptions. There will surely be an explosive launch on the day it goes live, and I am grateful in advance. Some may think this book is heading towards glitch spy themes, but I assure you, that is not the case. Those familiar with my previous work know I reject melodrama and monotony. The first 200,000 words of this narrative clearly illustrate that even similar themes can yield distinctly unique content. Chapter 95. Flammable and explosive. It has been quite some time since Ren He pinned I ate fried chicken at People's Square for Yangshi, and he believes it is now time to commence the 7th song. Currently, Yangshi's collection, The You Who Plucks Stars, is still missing 4 songs, with the first 6 being To Dolly, Wonderful Ability Song, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, Prague Square, South Mountain South, and I Ate Fried Chicken at People's Square. These 6 songs encompass folk, pop rock, and contemporary music. Should he perhaps introduce additional elements? Ren He thinks it unnecessary since the only criterion is that it sounds pleasant. Renowned musicians often pay meticulous attention to the elements within their albums, yet the audience primarily seeks enjoyment in the music. Indeed, for most listeners, the paramount importance lies in the melody. If an album lacks captivating songs, listeners won't even glance at it twice. For the 7th piece, Ren He has decided to choose Chun-Li's Flammable and Explosive. Initially, he was concerned that Yangshi might not interpret this song well. However, after her splendid rendition of To Dolly during their recent trip to Kyoto, he realized he had underestimated her potential. Some individuals possess innate talent in certain areas, and it is undeniable. Thus, Ren He resolved to present this song to Yangshi to gauge her capabilities. Flammable and Explosive begins softly, gradually igniting and spreading. Its unique crow-like vocal style evokes a sensation of burning and tearing, yet it continues to resonate. The lyrics, fraught with conflict and burst forth without placing blame, incessantly convey a singular sentiment. What do you want from me? This iconic lyric truly elevates the song to perfection. Typically, this piece is best suited for those with a story to tell, but Ren He is eager to see what other facets of Yangshi's talent remain uncharted. As he finalized the score for Flammable and Explosive, the celestial punishment system presented him with a new task. Climb the Kailai Hotel without any equipment, with a deadline of 1 week. Failure to complete it would result in the loss of physical balance for 1 month. Oh, isn't the Kailai Hotel the tall building next to Yangshi's home? Standing at a height of 89 meters, this task has been elevated in difficulty. Moreover, Ren He recalled that the exterior of the hotel is entirely glass, lacking the obvious footholds present in residential buildings. Taking a deep breath, he pondered whether this was the commencement of a genuinely perilous task. A fall from such heights would undoubtedly be fatal. However, he suddenly recalled that each hotel room has hanging air conditioning units outside. Perhaps that could provide him with a means to accomplish this task. Fortunately, this older hotel does not have central air conditioning, or he would have been left to scale the protruding edges with a precarious 3-point grip, akin to climbing between 2 telephone poles spaced a meter apart. Imagining the effort required to ascend 89 meters in such a manner is daunting. Exerting immense physical effort would be required, and even with Ren He's current physical condition, success would be highly improbable. A moment of weakness could lead to disaster. Even if he utilized the air conditioning units to climb, it would still entail scaling 28 stories, which is perilous in itself. With a smile, Ren He mused that perhaps this is where the thrill lies. He has mastered the art of free climbing and is ready to tackle more challenging endeavors. Today marks Yang'an's return, but since Yangshi has classes, she cannot go to fetch him. By the time they finish, Yang'an should already be home. Nevertheless, Ren He boldly accompanies Yangshi back, reassured by her future father-in-law's amiable demeanor, especially in comparison to Su Ruqing. As usual, Ren He folded the sheet of music like a love letter. Yangshi, sitting on the rooftop, rolled her eyes playfully at him before snatching the sheet of lyrics and score. All right, you're addicted. For some reason. Upon seeing flammable and explosive, Yangshi instantly fell in love with it when she mentally matched the lyrics with the melody. The lyrics are truly magnificent. This song may not suit your voice, but give it a try. If you don't like it, we can sell it to someone else. And I will compose a new one for you, Ren He suggested. Don't sell it. I love it. Yangshi quickly tucked the score into her pocket. You can't take back a gift, she declared. Haha, as long as you like it, Ren He replied cheerfully. The essence of youthful romance lies in the joy of the other, which in turn brings happiness to oneself. That evening, as Yangshi led Ren He downstairs for dinner, Yang-un, in the kitchen, chuckled, You lad, quite impressive. You managed to escape from Yang-shi's mother unscathed. I must say, the commotion you two caused in Kyoto was quite significant. Ren He hastily responded, You flatter me. Yang-un continued, I have no objections to you two being friends, but moderation is key. I trust you both are not ordinary children, so I need not elaborate further. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The timing must be right. Thus, Yang-un began to impart wisdom to Ren He, who sat quietly awaiting dinner. He understood the reasoning behind it. After all, how many parents would not oversee their middle school children dating? It is not due to a lack of affection for him, nor is it a matter of wealth or looks. It is simply a belief that the timing is not appropriate. Such parents are indeed a rarity. What could Ren He say? He could only concede. However, Yang-un remained approachable, sharing numerous amusing anecdotes from their recent overseas trip during dinner, deliberately omitting any mention of Ren He's actual task. After leaving Yang-shi's home that night, Ren He headed straight to the Kailai Hotel, eager to commence his task. Prior to beginning, he meticulously surveyed the terrain. The wall adorned with air conditioning units appeared quite climbable. After a brief warm-up, he prepared to start. At that moment, Ren He suddenly spotted a familiar vehicle, the young man who had asked for directions. How fortuitous. Ren He felt an odd sense of unease, contemplating whether this individual had been following Yang-shi. In a moment of impulsive frustration, he punctured the tires of Lin Hao's car with a wrench. Engaging in such childish antics may seem immature, yet Ren He reasoned that one should act according to their age. The story of League of Legends, the era of catastrophe, has concluded, with subsequent side stories being updated on Weibo under the handle Ren He is a great monster. Please spare me, where 2 episodes have already been published. The side story of the great player is similarly available. Everyone is welcome to follow along. Chapter 96. The people of Low City are far too unrefined. Ren He, carrying magnesium powder with him since the morning, simply warmed up before beginning his ascent. With each level he climbed, he relied solely on his upper body strength to perform pull-ups from the air conditioning unit's base of the previous floor, then stepped onto the outdoor unit to repeat the process. Although it appeared perilous, the task was relatively simple, requiring only about 20 pull-ups, which he considered a clever shortcut. However, he remained cautious, ensuring that the outdoor unit above him was securely installed. After all, if it were to rust and detach, he might very well plummet alongside it. Fortunately, such a mishap did not occur, and he navigated the ascent without incident. On the rooftop of a grand hotel, Lin Hao was setting up a high-magnification telescope, carefully adjusting its angle. Peering through the lens, he caught sight of the building where Yang-shi resided. Relaxed, he lit a cigarette, reflecting on how this mission in Low City was rather effortless compared to his past experiences. Generally, foreign organizations would not brazenly operate within the country, and even if they dared to infiltrate, their numbers would be few and lacking heavy firepower. After all, China was no longer a small nation easily bullied. The only unexpected encounter had been the youth he met on the Low City Bridge. Even now, the recollection of Ren He deliberately misdirecting him brought him mild irritation. Just as he was observing his target while smoking, he unexpectedly recognized a girl in the living room through the window. Wasn't she the one who had been with that young man? Was she the target's daughter? As Lin Hao stood up, taking a deep drag of his cigarette and marveling at the coincidence of uncovering another clue regarding Ren He, a hand suddenly appeared at the edge of the rooftop wall. What the hell? Lin Hao's hand trembled, causing his cigarette to fall to the ground, his body instantly tensing in alarm. What did it mean to see a hand on the rooftop of the 28th floor at such a late hour? He was ready to draw his gun. Should there be an intruder, he would confront them head-on. Yet, as a well-trained soldier with resilient nerves, he kept one hand behind him, quietly observing as another hand emerged over the wall. As he scrutinized the hands, he relaxed. They appeared slender and delicate, reminiscent of a child's, with flesh and skin that bore texture, definitely not the hand of a monster. Moreover, The white magnesium powder on the hand was all too familiar to him, as he often used it during his outdoor broadcasts. Since it was not something beyond imagination, Ren He felt at ease. However, when Ren He half climbed over the edge, their eyes met, and both froze in shock. Ren He had not anticipated anyone else on the rooftop, let alone an acquaintance. He felt a twinge of guilt for having deflated Lin Hao's car tire. Conversely, Lin Hao was bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been pondering the discovery of a lead on the youth, only for Ren He to appear in such an extraordinary manner. Was this really the 28th floor? Had he ascended here unassisted? Lin Hao had never engaged in such a perilous endeavor himself. Was this boy truly a middle school student? Despite his surprise, Lin Hao's hand, poised to draw his weapon, relaxed. Ren He, it seemed, was merely an adventurous middle schooler. An awkward silence enveloped them until Ren He broke it with a laugh. The moonlight is splendid tonight. Lin Hao's expression darkened. He wished for the topic to shift, but remained silent. Ren He continued, "Your telescope is set up. Is it for stargazing?" Leaning down to peer through the scope, Ren He realized it was aimed directly at Yangxi's home. Instantly, he could no longer suppress his frustration. Any guilt he felt for deflating Lin Hao's tire vanished. Lin Hao sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a hint of hostility. In the next moment, he witnessed Ren He twist his waist and lower his body, channeling his strength from the ground to his fist, which struck towards Lin Hao's face like a cannonball. Although Ren He was swift, Lin Hao was no novice. He easily evaded the blatant punch, attempting to subdue Ren He before understanding this sudden aggression. The efficiency of Ren He's muscle coordination was impressive, prompting Lin Hao to commend him silently for his potential. However, he was still not a match for Lin Hao, a top-tier warrior. A smile flickered on Lin Hao's lips, but just as he reached Ren He's side, a wave of nausea washed over him. Ugh! Lin Hao vomited immediately. The so-called grappling techniques and extensive combat experience paled in comparison to the instinctive physiological reaction that could incapacitate him in an instant. Nevertheless, his resolve remained steadfast. Even in the face of his sudden illness, he intended to fight back. Just as he prepared to retaliate while retching, Ren He seized the opportunity to deliver a punch to Lin Hao's right side, targeting his soft ribs. Ren He held back his full strength. He had no desire to become a murderer. Yet, the combination of excruciating pain and nausea rendered Lin Hao unable to continue the fight. Even the strongest warrior would falter under such circumstances. The trope of invincible heroes was a mere fantasy. Ren He dashed over and smashed Lin Hao's telescope into pieces on the ground, declaring, "Freak, keep your distance from now on, or I'll unleash my full power." Lin Hao lay bewildered on the ground, struggling to comprehend how he had become the freak in this situation. Why had Ren He smashed his telescope, which was quite expensive? The people of Low City are far too unrefined. Could he not even complete a task properly anymore? On January 13th, the story will be released, with 10 chapters available on launch day. I hope for your support. Is there no sense of law and order left? Ren He paid no heed to Lin Hao and dashed away, exhilarated by the thrill of his escape. However, as he stood in the elevator, reflecting on the encounter, he sensed that Lin Hao possessed some level of expertise in combat. Even while grappling with nausea, he had attempted to retaliate. Who was this person? However, he was even more astonished by his masterful combat skills, which were entirely inscribed upon his innate abilities by the punishment system. The moment he unleashed his punch, the sensation of muscle coordination and explosive power was exhilarating, as if his strength could burst forth at any moment. Exhilaration, that was Ren He's current sentiment. Yet, he had not contemplated the ramifications of a middle school student being able to knock out Lin Hao in a mere minute, as he was unaware of Lin Hao's true identity. Of course, the key to his swift victory lay in the use of the vomiting technique. Despite its rather unrefined name, it proved to be extraordinarily effective. That evening, he sent a text to Yangxi, informing her of a stalker monitoring her. He mentioned that he had dealt with the individual, hoping it would deter them, but advised her to remain cautious and to inform Yang In as well, lest they find themselves regretting it later. Ren He believed that if this lesson did not prompt the young man to desist, he would show no mercy next time. Yangxi dutifully relayed Ren He's message to Yang In, who immediately furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Having just completed a task, he found it troubling that someone was monitoring him. This was certainly not as simple as Ren He had described. However, recalling that Ren He had mentioned he had beaten up the stalker, it seemed the individual was not a professional, after all. If someone could be bested by a middle school student, perhaps there was nothing to worry about. This was Yang In's genuine thought. Thus, the situation spiraled further into misunderstanding, with the three parties possessing disparate information. At midnight, Lin Hao's phone rang. He had yet to recover from the aftermath of his violent vomiting and felt somewhat weak. He answered the call. "Hello, Stardust. Why does your voice sound so feeble?" Stardust inquired. "It's nothing." How could Lin Hao possibly disclose that he had been bested by a middle school student? Would he ever be able to show his face again? No, something must have happened. Lin Hao, the mission is paramount. You must tell me the truth if there are any developments. Stardust pressed. The target is just at home watching television after dinner. What could possibly happen? I haven't noticed anything unusual, Lin Hao replied irritably. That's good to hear. Remember, do not complicate matters, Stardust concluded before hanging up. Lin Hao was left feeling frustrated. In previous missions, he had acted freely without issue, confident that he could manage any situation. But this time was utterly unexpected. Who would believe that he had been knocked down by a middle school student? Even he found it hard to believe. But why had he vomited? It defied logic. Could it have been due to that middle school student? Upon reflection, the boy had used no weapons or potions, nor any dust-like substances. If this truly was the doing of Ren He, then Lin Hao had never encountered such an inexplicable ability in his life. He decided against going to the rooftop and instead opted to observe from his room using a small military telescope. During the day, he would follow Yang indiscreetly to ensure his protection, only observing from a distance at night or lurking beneath Yang in his apartment. The following morning, he set out from the hotel to prepare for the day's protection plan, only to discover, upon reaching his car, that all 4 tires were flat. Who the hell did this? Lin Hao exclaimed, filled with rage. Is there no law anymore? He immediately concluded that it must have been that young boy. The earlier encounter on Xingzhou Road, where the boy stood in front of his car, could not have been mere coincidence. The young man had memorized his license plate number after just one brief meeting. What a prodigy. But what perplexed Lin Hao most was why the boy had chosen to attack him, and even smashed his telescope. Insanity. That morning, Ren He jogged to Yang Shi's house to escort her to school, particularly after last night's incident. He felt it prudent to be cautious, believing it safest to accompany her in the morning and see her home in the evening, leaving no opportunity for danger. Had they encountered each other again, it would have signified that the boy was undeterred, and he would have to take decisive action once more. Thankfully, Lin Hao's tires had been punctured. Otherwise, the two would likely have crossed paths again at Yang Shi's house, leading to unpredictable turmoil. As Yang Shi descended the stairs, she spotted Ren He waiting at the door. "What are you doing here?" she exclaimed with delight. "I'm here to walk you to school, but we're going on foot," Ren He cheerfully replied. "That's better. Your car was far too ostentatious." "Huh? Why should someone who achieved success through hard work be modest?" Ren He said with mock seriousness. In youthful romance, both parties often strive to present their best selves, living almost as strangers to their true selves, but enjoying the fade. Yet, over time, this becomes exhausting. For one cannot maintain a mask indefinitely. In truth, one may not be as affluent as they portray. After treating their girlfriend to a meal, they may find themselves scraping by. They may not be as courteous as they seem, speaking politely with their girlfriend, yet resorting to crude language with their friends. Initially, such a life is sweet, but it soon becomes tiresome. However, the most significant aspect of Yang Shi's relationship with Ren He was their authenticity. They felt no need to pretend. It seemed they had known each other for ages and could be entirely themselves without pretense. As they walked, Yang Shi sang easily flammable and explosive for Ren He, who joined in with his own rendition from memory, curious to see her reaction. The two shared an endless conversation. Upon arriving at school, Yang Shi headed inside while Ren He lingered at an intersection, waiting for 5 minutes. They both enjoyed the mystery of their relationship, maintaining an air of secrecy under the watchful eyes of their peers. Ren He began to ponder what song he would choose as the 8th for Yang Shi. Although he had many songs in his memory, selecting the right one proved challenging. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled another song that would be perfect. Chapter 98. Mediocre skills. There exists a song, remarkably similar to Nan Shan Nan, that remained obscure until it was covered by others, subsequently gaining immense popularity. This song is Miss Dong by Song Dongya. Its notoriety seemingly ignited when a young contestant from a talent show performed it, leading to its swift ascent as a favorite among the youth across China. Is it suitable for Yang Shi to sing? Absolutely. If Song Dongya were to perform it, listeners might perceive it as a love song penned for a cherished girl. However, the lyrics possess a distinctive quality when sung by a girl. The song transforms into a tender expression of a young girl's innermost feelings. Miss Dong, you have never forgotten your smile, even as you, like me, yearn for the passage of time. Miss Dong, you look beautiful when your lips curve downwards, akin to the clear waters beneath on a bridge. Miss Dong, you extinguished your cigarette and reminisced about the past, saying that the first half of life should be accepted as it is. When Ren He transcribed these lyrics, he instinctively envisioned Yang, she quietly recounting this melancholic tale, akin to narrating a young woman's disillusioning days and unfulfilled love. Intriguingly, Ren He contemplated whether to alter Miss Dong to Miss Yang. However, recognizing his limited musical theory knowledge, he refrained from modifying the original work to avoid embarrassment. Instead, he cleverly replaced Dong with Dong, transforming it into Miss Dong to reflect his youthful arrogance in believing he understood everything, only to later realize how much he had missed. This was certainly preferable to directly naming her Miss Dong. As Ren He feared Yang, she might inquire about the identity of Miss Dong and whether he had written the song for a girl with that surname. Such a misunderstanding would be inescapable, given the song's profound emotional resonance. Just as he completed the lyrics to Miss Dong, a task from the heavenly punishment system arrived. Punctually as always, task, climb the Kailai Grand Hotel unaided, without using any excess external objects. Deadline, 1 week. Failure to complete will result in the host becoming bald. Ren He felt utterly disheartened. Setting aside the task's difficulty, he found the punishments increasingly absurd. Baldness. Would he really go bald at 16 if he failed? Though the task appeared to carry a relatively light penalty, even baldness could be concealed with a hat. He noticed a crucial aspect of this punishment. There was no specified time limit for the baldness. Unlike previous penalties which had a set time frame, this one could potentially last a lifetime. Could one wear a hat forever? Clearly, that was not feasible. Upon examining the task, it was evident that Ren He's attempt to circumvent the rules had displeased the heavenly punishment system, as it had not previously articulated its expectations clearly. He had exploited a loophole, prompting it to issue another task. Well, climbing it is then. Ren He had observed the Kailai Grand Hotel closely during his earlier attempt, noting that there were steel structures between the glass walls on each floor that could serve as resting points. His primary hesitation stemmed from the possibility of encountering that young man again. After all, their last interaction involved an altercation, and running into him again would undoubtedly be awkward. However, Ren He reasoned that if the young man continued to spy and monitor, facing him might be even better. He would ensure the confrontation was memorable. That evening, Ren He accompanied Yang Shi to her home. Just as he was preparing to ascend to the rooftop with his guitar, Yang called out, advising him to practice indoors due to the frigid weather. Yang Shi had yet to react, but Ren He understood that Yang was primarily concerned for them, given the harsh cold outside. Furthermore, he intended to keep an eye on Ren He, ensuring he wouldn't dare engage in any illicit activities. However, Ren He had no such intentions and opted to stay comfortably inside, accompanying Yang Shi as she practiced and teaching her the new song Miss Dong. In the kitchen, Yang could hear the two of them strumming their guitars and singing. Once a passionate rock music enthusiast, he occasionally reminisced about that exhilarating feeling. He played guitar himself, and upon hearing Ren He's playing, he was instantly captivated. No wonder he could compose such beautiful melodies. Going to Dali was perfectly suited for someone like Yang. What kind of education had they all received since childhood? To study diligently and serve the country upon growing up. Yang believed he had fulfilled that expectation. Yet, life sometimes deviated from one's aspirations. He had resigned from his position in Kyoto, unable to accept the prevailing diplomatic policies, which led him to a desire for seclusion. At his level, he no longer needed to bow for a meager paycheck. He would rather undertake more perilous tasks than engage in work he found distasteful. The lyrics, "Isn't it a sign of dissatisfaction with life, having not laughed in a long while?" resonated deeply with him. Honestly, he found himself somewhat admiring Ren He, mentally labeling him as talented. During dinner, Yang suddenly inquired, "Where did you encounter the person surveilling Yang Shi yesterday?" Ren He hesitated, realizing that discussing this matter with Yang Shi would be inappropriate, especially if she were to ask why he had been on the rooftop of the Kailai Grand Hotel at such a late hour. How would he respond? Could he claim he was merely admiring the night view? Yang, noticing Ren He's reluctance, shifted the topic. Was he Chinese? I heard from Yang Shi that you dealt with him. How skilled was he? Yang's questions aimed to gauge the nature of the individual involved, as he understood the potential dangers of someone taking risks to extract information. Ren He cheerfully replied, yes, he was Chinese, and his skills were rather mediocre. I took him down in no time. Before his father-in-law, he felt the need to boast a bit to enhance his standing. He conveniently omitted his previous doubts about Lin Hao's apparent proficiency, choosing to forget that detail. After all, one should not elevate the enemy, as that is not the spirit of the party. All reactionaries are paper tigers. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Ren He, who was smoking, inexplicably felt an urge to vomit blood. What was happening? Had he smoked too much, or was he suffering lingering effects from his scuffle with Ren He the previous night? Cough, cough. It is advisable to keep the lyrics to no more than 50 words, primarily to accommodate those unfamiliar with the song, allowing them some insight into its essence. Chapter 99. A different path to fame. Is his skill really that impressive? Yang found himself lost in thought, grappling with the uncertainty of Ren He's abilities. After all, how formidable could a middle school student truly be? Such notions often reside in the subconscious. When a junior high student boldly claims to possess the prowess to defeat 10 opponents, would one not simply chuckle at the absurdity rather than take it seriously? Chapter 99. It seems that most people wouldn't take it seriously. Thus, it appears that the individual in question is indeed not a professional in human resources, which allowed Yang to breathe a sigh of relief. However, after this incident, he has erected a mental barrier, as if Ren He had already set off an alarm for him. Previously, he had never considered that someone might target him. As a former diplomat rather than a military attaché, it is understandable that he lacks expertise in this area. As for Ren He, even having lived to the age of 26 in his past life, he had only heard snippets of such matters from those aware of the circumstances within his family. He had always believed himself to be living in a thriving era. Yet, it is often said that most people can lead a tranquil life because others bear the burdens on the unseen path ahead. After dinner, Ren He proceeded as usual towards the Grand Hotel. For him, climbing without assistance was no longer a matter of skill, but of sheer familiarity. In his pursuit of adrenaline while ensuring his survival, the most critical point was, he must not make a mistake. Is it difficult to maintain a stable support? Not at all. Is his strength sufficient? Absolutely. At this juncture, it resembles playing a game of Snake or Tetris, while he comprehends the mechanics. A single error can lead to irretrievable consequences. However, while others are playing a game, Ren He is playing with his life. At the moment when technique is set aside, Ren He feels only the biting winter wind at high altitudes, the burning essence of life, and its undeniable existence. There is a profound fear between life and death. Those who dare to wander in this realm undoubtedly possess great fortitude. At the height of the 28th floor, even a glance down from halfway up feels as if one is suspended above an abyss. Ren He diligently conducted warm-up exercises, knowing that only by warming his body could he minimize mistakes. While an ordinary person might struggle to use their phone in the frigid night, Ren He would have to grapple with the icy, unforgiving walls. However, during his warm-up, he noticed Lin Hao's car still parked there, its tires inflated again, suggesting a recent repair. After all, patching a tire isn't particularly expensive, costing around 10 to 20 yuan. Amused, he thought to himself, and then, raising his hand, he proceeded to puncture all the tires with a Phillips screwdriver. Such actions were mere trifles, no need for thanks. Satisfied, Ren He tucked the screwdriver into his pocket, ready to embark on this new mission. This time, Ren He adeptly controlled his pace. At each steel structure foothold, he ensured to rest for at least 15 seconds before continuing to the next floor, allowing his stamina to recover and providing time to contemplate his next move or manage the magnesium powder in his hands. If anyone were to observe the hotel wall on this dark night, they might perceive it as a giant gecko scuttling across its surface. Yet, the wall he selected was carefully chosen. First, he confirmed that every junction of glass on this wall had sufficient steel structure for footing. Second, he ensured that it was in shadow, devoid of any intrusive light. Third, he checked that the curtains of the guest rooms were drawn. Otherwise, guests might be startled by a massive shadow traversing their window, potentially causing quite a commotion. Engaging in an endeavor akin to Spider-Man scaling a 28-story building could easily make headlines in this era, inviting the ire of law enforcement. Yet, truth be told, if anyone were to witness it, the most likely exclamation would be, impressive. Ren He had no desire to feign modesty or shun fame. As a self-made individual, what was there to shy away from? He could easily gain notoriety through his writing, and once his name was revealed, he could pen classic masterpieces, garnering acclaim regardless of skepticism about his methods. Alternatively, he could sing popular songs and inevitably rise to fame. However, the crux of the matter is that he does not aspire to be a celebrity. His family views extreme sports as frivolous pursuits, and some might question how writing books and engaging in extreme sports could be deemed unworthy. In families of lesser means, any substantial income would be welcomed with open arms. Yet, Ren He's family lacks for nothing. They do not require him to earn money at present. He is simply expected to focus on his studies. Furthermore, despite the strictness of his upbringing, this is partly to prevent him from becoming a spoiled child and partly to safeguard against any reckless behavior that could bring shame to the family. Instances of my father is Li Gang are not uncommon. Ren He holds no grievances against his parents' guidance. On the contrary, he is grateful that they did not indulge him during his formative years. In his previous life, he had numerous friends who enjoyed a flamboyant youth, but found themselves aimless and dependent on their parents' retirement savings by the age of 30. Such a fate held little appeal. His mother, Ru Min, had once suggested hiring a caregiver to assist with cooking, but Ren He declined, valuing his freedom above all. Perhaps one day, when he achieves fame, he envisions it arising from the realms of the internet or gaming. He does not need to conquer many games. A single title like League of Legends or Dota would suffice, both of which have dominated the global stage and are lucrative ventures. Titles like Grandmaster are trivial. As the founder, one commands respect. Of course, there are more globally renowned games than just these two, but Ren He is most familiar with them. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. He resumes his ascent. He is nearly overcoming his fear of heights, and at the exterior of the 17th floor. If not for the lack of space, Ren He would almost consider taking a selfie. A middle school student scaling a 28-story building would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals, even in places where extreme sports are gaining popularity. At this moment, no one could surpass Ren He's achievements in the realm of free climbing buildings at his age. Yet, as he reached the 26th floor, the curtains of the room he was near suddenly drew open. Both Lin Hao inside and Ren He outside were momentarily stunned. Lin Hao felt an involuntary clench, wondering who could comprehend the sensation of discovering someone clinging to the outside of their 26th floor window in the dead of night. A new week begins, and I kindly ask for your support, recommendations, and collections. May my journey to publication be smooth. Thank you. Chapter 100. A grudge encounter. Ren He stood quietly on the steel structure outside the window, completely taken aback when the curtain was drawn aside, revealing Lin Hao. Just yesterday, he had dealt a considerable blow to him, and it was undeniable that he had been rather forceful. After Lin Hao had repaired his tire, Ren He knew he would undoubtedly be the prime suspect for the flat tire incident. The sight of a foe meeting another could not be more foreboding. Attempting to break the tension, Ren He offered Lin Hao a smile. However, the moment Lin Hao realized the situation, he dashed towards the door without a word. What was he up to? Ren He pondered briefly. Oh no, was he intending to corner me on the rooftop? If Lin Hao reached the rooftop before Ren He could climb to the top floor, he would be completely at his mercy. If that happened, he might even use that stick to shove him off the building. Given Lin Hao's aggressive demeanor, it was clear that this confrontation would not end peacefully. In a fit of panic, Ren He understood that someone in such a frenzied state could do anything. Failing his mission today would be trivial. But the real concern was his own survival. Thus, the instant Lin Hao bolted from the room, Ren He used his regurgitation technique through the window. He had initially intended to avoid using it on the same individual twice to keep his supernatural abilities under wraps, but now he had no choice. Being discovered was far better than losing his life. As Lin Hao reached the door, his stomach churned violently, and before he could brace himself, he vomited uncontrollably. Lin Hao turned pale, and it became glaringly obvious that this middle schooler possessed some ability to induce instant nausea. Moreover, this ability was remarkably potent. Ren He's vomit spewed forth like an erupting fountain. How could such an absurd power exist in this world? Lin Hao, determined to salvage his dignity, continued to run towards the staircase while retching. After all, the rooftop was only on the 26th floor. He could reach it quickly. Meanwhile, Ren He grew anxious. Lin Hao's resolve was indeed admirable, continuing his pursuit unfazed. While Ren He admired his tenacity, he couldn't entrust his fate to someone else. With the rooftop in sight, he decided to muster all his strength to ascend. Disregarding his stamina, he had to reach the top first. Thus, the two raced against time, one scaling the stairs, the other the wall. In a contest dubbed whoever reaches the rooftop first is the victor. From a relative distance, Ren He's ascent was more direct, but that calculation was flawed, as climbing stairs was undeniably easier. Ren He was acutely aware of this, so it was no exaggeration to say he was exerting every ounce of strength he had. If given the choice again, he would certainly opt for the stairs. This was far too perilous. The punishment system was relentless. Why impose such a grueling challenge? Was it possible that the system had a twisted sense of humor, intending for him to encounter Lin Hao again? Given Ren He's understanding of the system's juvenile tendencies, that possibility loomed large. When Ren He finally managed to half-climb onto the rooftop, he caught sight of Lin Hao. who was still regurgitating a chaotic mess as he emerged through the rooftop door. Ren He vowed never to forget such an absurd scene. Lin Hao, seething with rage, charged towards him while vomiting, resembling a hellish beast emerging from the depths of despair. If Lin Hao had been privy to Ren He's thoughts, it was likely that one of them would meet their demise on that rooftop. Ren He propelled himself onto the rooftop, lacking the courage to confront Lin Hao directly, fearing he might be doused in vomit. He gathered his strength to approach Lin Hao from the side, only to discover that Lin Hao remained composed and had anticipated this maneuver. The finest warriors are those who think ahead. Lin Hao had surmised that if he continued to vomit, Ren He would instinctively avoid the mess, making a side attack the optimal strategy. As Ren He approached, he was met with Lin Hao's fist, as hard as iron, striking him squarely in the ribs. The force of that punch could render an adult incapacitated for a brief period, and for a middle schooler, it was entirely plausible to find oneself sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Though Lin Hao had some reservations before striking, fearing he might have been too harsh against a middle schooler, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sharp pain in his abdomen that nearly made him faint. How could this be? The opponent had taken such a heavy blow to the ribs, yet found the strength to retaliate with equal force, and it seemed even stronger. Could it be that Ren He was not merely a middle schooler, but rather a youthful monster? Wasn't he it decreed that no monsters should gain sentience post-nation building? If only Lin Hao knew that Ren He had not even exerted his full strength. Moreover, Ren He's inability to evade the punch wasn't due to a lack of fighting skill, but rather a deficiency in combat experience. Mastery of technique does not guarantee flawless execution. Even the world's foremost free climbers have experienced near-fatal blunders. Yet Ren He, despite his inexperience, was destined to gather experience more swiftly than others, for he stood at a height that many could only dream of achieving in a lifetime. Observing Lin Hao gasping for breath while sprawled on the ground, Ren He felt a sense of relief. His ribs throbbed lightly. Yes, it was merely a faint ache. Lin Hao, lying there, stared incredulously at Ren He, who appeared unfazed, and felt a surge of humiliation. The punishment system had enhanced his physical attributes across the board, including bone and muscle strength. So Lin Hao felt that a punch capable of incapacitating Ren He should have been more debilitating. This was akin to a serious confrontation where both parties matched in strength. Yet Ren He was more akin to iron, while Lin Hao was merely wood. Of course, this analogy contained its own exaggerations. Additionally, the punishment system defined adulthood as possessing a physical standard of 3.0, equating to an explosive single-arm strength of 480 kilograms. In today's world of suboptimal health, even healthy adults might struggle to achieve such power. Mike Tyson's right arm could unleash a force of only around 800 kilograms. Theoretically, Ren He's strength surpassed even that of Tyson. What did this imply? It was said that Tyson could kill a cow with a single punch. And theoretically, Ren He could too. However, the tales of Tyson's strength might have been embellished. It was no wonder that the rewards for physical prowess had recently ceased. He was nearing the upper limits of his potential. Ren He looked forward to seeing if any further rewards would materialize in the realm of physical strength. As a new week dawned, he implored everyone for their support, recommendations, and collections, wishing him a smooth journey towards publication. Thank you. Chapter 101. What a grand misunderstanding. Ren He crouched down, contemplating, and said, I believe there may be a misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding. Lin Hao was on the verge of jumping up in outrage. First, he had been unexpectedly knocked down. Then his telescope was smashed, and his car tire was punctured. What had he done to deserve this? What misunderstanding could possibly exist between them? This was simply too excessive. This marked the second time Lin Hao had been bested by a middle school student, a feeling both bitter and exhilarating. However, it was precisely these two encounters that made him acutely aware of the exceptional capabilities of this junior high student. Could a professional athlete, regardless of their remarkable physical prowess, truly surpass him? Such a notion was utterly implausible, yet Ren He had managed to do so. This was not merely a feat of physical attributes or muscular strength. The saying to each their own rang true. From the age of 18 to 26, Lin Hao had dedicated himself to the art of killing. Was this mere coincidence? Lin Hao had his doubts, and upon returning home, he felt compelled to investigate this young man further. At that moment, the reward for completing the unarmed climbing task arrived punctually. Task completed. Reward: enhanced vision, including night vision. Ren He paused, pondering the nature of this reward. Suddenly, a chilling sensation swept through his eyes, akin to the invigorating sting of potent eye drops, causing him to instinctively shut them. When he reopened his eyes, He was astonished to find that he could discern every fine hair on Lin Hao's face amidst the darkness. What an extraordinary sensation. It was as though a nearsighted person had suddenly donned glasses with the correct prescription, or like the distinction between standard and high-definition video, having glimpsed the modern world. The previously seen reality now appeared shrouded in dust. Lin Hao, despite his pain, had been observing Ren He intently. However, an astonishing turn of events occurred. Ren He inexplicably closed his eyes for 3 seconds. Just as Lin Hao felt the moment was ripe to regain the upper hand, Ren He reopened his eyes, and they were transformed. Bright, round, and penetrating, they sparkled like stars adorning the night sky. Lin Hao was taken aback by this sudden change. How could one's gaze transform so dramatically in an instant? Yet, he was certain he had not misjudged. Something indeed had shifted within Ren He. Ren He rose and approached the edge of the rooftop, savoring this newfound extraordinary perception. He could even read the subtitles on a television playing 1,000 meters away in a neighboring building. Such remarkable vision. He recalled the days in college when he and his friends used telescopes to spy on the girls' dormitory, only to have their devices confiscated after being reported for the reflection of light. Now, with this enhanced vision, who needed a telescope? However, instinctively, his gaze drifted toward the window of Yang Shi's home. Upon doing so, he was stunned. Inside, he spotted an unfamiliar Asian man drawing the curtains in Yang Shi's living room, and before the curtains were fully closed, he had seen Yang Un and Yang Shi bound to chairs at the dining table. What was happening? Ren He's mind went blank at the sight. Were they being kidnapped? Why? Was it due to Yang Un's identity? Just before the curtains were completely drawn, he had observed 2 unfamiliar men in the room, one pulling the curtains, and the other seated face-to-face with Yang Un at the dining table. A crisis was unfolding. This was Ren He's immediate thought. They were likely targeting Yang Un. Yang Shi, wait for me, he exclaimed, disregarding Lin Hao as he bolted downstairs. After being reincarnated and encountering a girl he had fallen for at first sight, was this the abrupt end to a passionate romance? That simply could not be. Even if this turned out to be a tumultuous part of his life, Ren He felt compelled to intervene, even if it meant placing himself in danger. There was no time to call the police. Doing so might complicate matters since both Yang Un and Yang Shi were in peril. He finally understood why families in kidnapping cases often hesitated to involve the authorities. They only wished for the safety of their loved ones, regardless of the money lost. Though he had fought Lin Hao twice, he was unaware of Lin Hao's true identity, thus uncertain whether he could contend with the seemingly trained kidnappers. He was not oblivious to his own abilities. Rather, he lacked clarity on how his strength measured against others. But perhaps by the end of this night, he would find out. Ren He swiftly descended the rooftop stairs, while Lin Hao, having regained his footing, was filled with uncertainty. He had received information about Yang Un from headquarters and knew that Yang Un's daughter was named Yang Shi. Seeing Ren He's demeanor, he sensed that something was amiss. Something must indeed be happening. Otherwise, Ren He's reaction was inexplicable. Lin Hao hurried downstairs, intending to provide assistance. Though he had just been struck by Ren He, the pain had subsided, and his combat effectiveness remained high. Yet, he was somewhat repulsed by the large stain of vomit on his chest. It was utterly disgusting. Lin Hao could only shake his head in disbelief. While he was unsure how Ren He had acquired such abilities, they were undeniably unsettling. He reached the ground floor, ready to drive. Even though the hotel was quite close to Yang Shi's home, and he could arrive quickly on foot, he feared that if a chase ensued, he would be at a disadvantage without a vehicle. However, what the hell? Lin Hao stared in disbelief at his 4 deflated tires. Was this never ending? He had just repaired them that morning. This had to be the work of that brat before he climbed the building. Otherwise, the kid wouldn't have had time to do such a thing. What kind of misunderstanding could exist between them? Lin Hao felt a profound malice from the world around him. With no further deliberation, he rushed forward. At that moment, Ren He had already arrived at the base of Yang Shi's building. He carefully surveyed the layout, initially planning to scale the building and invade through Yang Shi's bedroom. After all, climbing such a structure was child's play for him. However, this approach was clearly unfeasible due to the security bars on Yang Shi's windows. Logically, Ren He should refrain from acting impulsively. The best course of action would be to notify the authorities and allow the professionals to handle the situation. Yet, he was genuinely concerned about the kidnappers taking drastic measures. Furthermore, the emergency services in 2005 were far less reliable than those after 2013. A call might summon officers who had just finished a meal and were inebriated, and they might not even take his report seriously. With no other option, Ren He ascended the stairs and stood at Yang Shi's door, taking a deep breath before knocking. He deliberately altered his voice to sound younger, calling out, "Uncle, is Yangshi home? I have her English homework to return."